Chapter 1. An Unfamiliar Ceiling. For reasons unknown, upon opening his eyes, Li Qingyuan uttered those very words. It is said that when one finds themselves in an entirely unfamiliar environment, merely speaking this phrase ensures they will not meet an untimely demise anytime soon. His memories lingered on the moment before the explosion, when he was comfortably ensconced at home, watching a new anime and criticizing Oda. How could such a peaceful scene lead to an explosion? This suggests that perhaps even the heavens could not tolerate someone watching pirated manga while disparaging its creator. Struggling to rise, he stretched his limbs, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body. Although he could not see his own reflection, it was evident that this body was not his own. Perhaps sensing the commotion inside, a sound like pitter-patter of hooves echoed from outside, and a white horse's head emerged through the shattered window, its large eyes blinking curiously, seemingly inquiring if he was ready to rise. Upon seeing this horse, a torrent of memories rushed into his mind. Cavendish, the white horse. Revered as Rommel's weasel, he was born into the noble class of the West Seas Rommel Kingdom, possessing a distinguished lineage, immense wealth, striking good looks, and the tragic fate of being orphaned at Burt-Ha, quintessential diamond bachelor. He consistently topped the most ideal groom list across the Rommel Kingdom and neighboring realms. Regrettably, those days were now but distant memories. Perhaps due to his life being too perfect, this fellow had developed an alternate persona whenever he fell asleep. This persona would emerge and wreak havoc across the Rommel Kingdom. One fateful night, during a spree of violence, he was discovered by a naval task force, and in a predictable turn of events, he dispatched the officers before being gloriously placed on the wanted list. Just yesterday, while fleeing, he collided with Rear Admiral Peter, god of the West Sea Navy. In his normal state, Cavendish could not withstand the encounter and had to unleash his alternate persona to defeat the Admiral. However, the exertion led him to seek refuge in an abandoned house to recuperate. From now on, I shall be Cavendish, Li Qingyuan declared to himself in a somewhat juvenile manner. Those well-versed in the realm of One Piece would undoubtedly recognize the character. He made quite the splash during the Dressrosa arc. Originally one of the supernovas from the previous year, with a bounty of 280 million, he was quite formidable, albeit lacking any devil fruit abilities, relying solely on his swordsmanship. His strength was likely superior to that of a Rear Admiral, but slightly inferior to a Vice Admiral. This character was undeniably a comedic figure. He initially appeared menacingly intent on defeating Luffy, but was promptly turned into a toy by Sugar and later rescued by Usopp, ultimately humorously pledging allegiance to Luffy and becoming the captain of the First Division of the Straw Hat Pirates. What a troublesome predicament. Where was the promised tall, rich, and handsome figure? Where was the aloof and cold demeanor? Cavendish tightened his grip on his sword, Durandal, resolute that if he had traversed to this world, the title of Pirate King should rightfully belong to him. Stepping out of the dilapidated house, he found himself in an abandoned village. The cause of its desolation unclear whether it was a natural disaster or the result of human folly. The landscape was barren. The current year was 1518 in the Sea Garden calendar, 2 years prior to Luffy's reckless voyage, while Fire Fist Ace had already entered the New World, and he was only now reluctantly becoming a pirate. As he emerged, the sound of hooves followed him as Warhorse, Farilu, instinctively approached. Beautiful sword? 50 stabs, he declared, raising his sword and executing a technique that normally required his alternate persona to unleash. The 50 stabs referred to delivering 50 consecutive sword strikes within a second, each capable of producing sword energying effective means of dispatching lesser foes on the battlefield. According to the manga, he would later utilize this technique to swiftly eliminate a horde of adversaries in the Dressrosa arena. Due to his transmigration, he felt the alternate persona within him had been entirely vanquished. Now, he would not suffer from dissociative episodes during slumber, having assimilated all the combat experience from that persona, his strength likely surpassing that of his former self. With a resounding crash, clouds of dust stirred as the house and several nearby structures collapsed, leaving behind a gash nearly 100 meters long and several dozen meters wide. Cavendish stood momentarily stunned while he understood the world of One Piece to possess extraordinary martial prowess, The transition from 2 dimensions to 3 always proved disorienting. He had only managed to unleash 27 sword energies with that technique, suggesting that despite acquiring all the combat knowledge and abilities, his untrained body could not yet wield its full potential. Leaping on a ferryless back, he resolved to seek out civilization first. Gallop forth, Ferryloo, run until we encounter signs of life. As a steed of remarkable prowess, Ferryloo responded promptly to the command. Charging toward the town, he recalled having inhabitants. Perched atop the jostling horse, Cavendish pondered. If fate had granted him entry into this world of One Piece, it would be remiss not to accomplish something significant. The myriad regrets he harbored from his days of watching One Piece must be addressed one by one. However, as a qualified transmigrant, it was essential to accurately assess his own capabilities. From his recent trial, he estimated his strength to be slightly inferior to that of a rear admiral. Given some time for his body to acclimate, he would likely attain a level just below that of a vice admiral, comparable to the Cavendish depicted in the manga. Such strength would suffice for self-defense, but considering his ambitions, it was woefully inadequate. Not to mention the grand aspirations of becoming the Pirate King and toppling the world government. Even the simpler task of reclaiming his beloved Robin from the clutches of Crocodile would be a formidable challenge. Without the ability to utilize Haki, confronting Crocodile was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, even if he were to employ Luffy's ridiculous strategy of defeating Crocodile with water, the imminent threats from CP9 and the admirals, including Akiji, presented an insurmountable dilemma. The world of One Piece was not like others. It was not feasible to preemptively acquire the locations of rare treasures. 10 years prior, he might have raided Doflamingo's smuggling ships to obtain the Ope no Mi. However, at present, most desirable devil fruits were already claimed, and those without owners were largely subpar. For instance, Spandam possessed the giraffe fruit and bubble fruit, both of which were of little value to him. Oda's assertion that there are no worthless devil fruits, only worthless users, was a mere ruse when presented with options like the thunder fruit and the caterpillar fruit. Which would one choose? Blackbeard's Yami no Mi had seemingly emerged recently, but as he remained in the West Sea while Blackbeard roamed the New World, time was not on his side. Even if he could reach the location, confronting Blackbeard and his subordinate, the 4th Division Captain, Shachi, would be an endeavor best avoided. How dashing! As he journeyed, countless infatuated maidens and matrons cast flirtatious glances his way, some even disregarding decorum to approach him brazenly, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. If they had been youthful, stunning beauties, Cavendish might have been more amenable. However, the reality was that many of them were rather unappealing. Wasn't it said that in a realm of 2 dimensions, there were no unattractive women? Why then did he see so few who met that standard? He found himself in Takin town of the West Sea, several thousand miles from the Rommel Kingdom, perplexed as to how he had ventured so far without a ship. Had he truly swum all this distance? Finally breaking free from the throng of infatuated women, he spotted his target in a secluded alleyway, the Rubber Tree Tavern. Beneath the tavern's sign hung a blurry depiction of an Axian indication in the West Sea that establishments bearing such markings often engaged in clandestine dealings. Instructing Ferryloo to wait outside, he adjusted his slightly askew top hat, then pushed open the tavern's wooden door. A wave of heat washed over him, for despite it being late autumn, the tavern was stiflingly warm, filled with individuals who appeared anything but trustworthy. Dancers clad in scanty attire performed enticing routines, while muscle-bound patrons roared with laughter nearby. Ugh! Cavendish stepped back. Inhaling the fresh air outside, the atmosphere within was utterly overwhelming. Whether as a reclusive individual in a past life or as a noble in this one, he had never set foot in such a cacophonous bar. Steeling his resolve, he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside once more. Upon his initial entrance, he had garnered the attention of several patrons, and by the time he re-entered, a few hot-headed individuals donned in peculiar attire were already poised to teach this apparent novice a lesson. However, before they could act, their companions swiftly subdued them, leading to a flurry of hushed whispers. In an instant, the entire bar fell silent. Even the dancers, lost in their fervent performances, sensed an anomaly and ceased their movements. It's Rommel Scythe. How could a notorious pirate with a bounty of 72 million berries be in our midst? Silence. Did you not see the bounty notice? This individual is known for his bloodlust. If you seek death, do not drag us down with you. Countless patrons murmured beneath their tables, believing their voices to be unheard. Cavendish wore a wry smile, although he had yet to awaken the observation hockey. His prowess as a swordsman endowed him with acute hearing far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowing him to catch every word they uttered. A bounty of 72 million, indeed befitting of my status. He discerned that this was likely due to the slaying of a certain branch major, for in his recollection, his bounty should have been 30 million. Though the West Blue was not derided as the weakest sea like the East Blue, where a pirate with a bounty of 20 million could reign supreme, in the West Blue, such a bounty was merely average. Yet, a bounty of 72 million was still among the highest in the region. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The bar owner eagerly approached him, fully aware that in the presence of an individual of such stature, a mere intermediary in the black market should know when to refrain from posturing. "I require a ship, and I also need some crew members." Cavendish found a relatively clean chair to sit upon, perplexed by the overwhelming filth and chaos that made it difficult for him to find a place to rest. "Are you assembling a pirate crew, my lord?" Before the bar owner could respond, the nameless individuals who had been lurking in the shadows erupted with enthusiasm, shedding their previous reticence as they leapt forward. "Sir, choose me. I have taken down 8 Marines, including an ensign. I bear a bounty of 200,000 berries," exclaimed a one-eyed, hook-handed man, the epitome of a typical pirate with a bushy beard. "Sir, I am skilled in navigation. I have traversed the Grand Line. Sir, choose me. I am fiercely loyal. I would follow your command into the depths of peril. Sir, choose me. Choose me." In an instant, he was besieged by a throng of eager faces. Overwhelmed by the torrent of saliva-spewing individuals, Cavendish could no longer suppress his disgust. "Get away." A tremendous aura surged forth, sending the scoundrels sprawling. Several unfortunate souls collided with the walls, blood gushing from their wounds. Could this be the Conqueror's hockey? Cavendish shook his head, bewildered by the sudden outburst. The proximity of those wretched individuals had become unbearable after all. Pirates are notoriously unhygienic. The stench of unbathed men who had not washed in years was indescribable, and had he not sent them packing, he feared he might have been the first to succumb to their foul odor as a time-traveling intruder. The patrons of the bar were left agape, utterly astonished. These novices, who had never ventured beyond the West Blue, had never witnessed such a spectacle. A mere reprimand had sent dozens of seemingly fearsome individuals flying. Perhaps due to their recent awakening, the pirates who had been cast aside quickly regained their senses, and moments later, they charged back with even greater fervor. Initially, their intentions might have been to latch on to Cavendish due to his bounty, but now, having witnessed his terrifying strength, they realized he was not merely a golden opportunity, but a veritable colossus. As denizens of the dark underbelly, these individuals may not possess great strength, but they certainly had keen insight. It was evident that a figure of such prominence in the West Blue was recruiting subordinates. If they could catch his eye, their dreams of becoming a formidable captain and marrying a wealthy beauty could become a reality. Faced with this pack of ravenous wolves, Cavendish unsheathed his sword and drew a line 5 meters in front of him with a wave of his blade. "One at a time. No one crosses this line. Whoever dares to step over it shall meet my blade." Aware that the charming gentleman across the way was not merely a naive fool, none dared to test whether his sword could indeed take a life. Each one fell in line, behaving as obediently as young students, introducing themselves in an orderly fashion. "Captain, are we ready to set sail?" Wilson inquired humbly, standing 3 meters away from Cavendish. He was the notorious pirate with a single eye and a hook, boasting a bounty of 2 million, a local tyrant in Taking Town. And now the combat captain of the Beauty is just his pirate crew after a rigorous selection process. Indeed, that was the name of the crew. As Cavendish admitted to being an advocate for aesthetics, if one disagreed, they were welcome to challenge him. Having recruited a motley crew in the bar, Cavendish thought, "They are all expendable. I might as well gather a few to start." He ended up enlisting over 40 ruffians, lamenting the dismal standards of piracy in the area. As none caught his discerning eye, thus, he reluctantly appointed this Ross as his combat captain. Observing Ross's typical expendable appearance, he couldn't help but cover his face. fearing that if word got out about his choice of subordinates, he would become the subject of ridicule. Ross, do you have a ship? In the world of pirates, one simply could not remain ashore. Captain, I only possess a small speedboat. It cannot accommodate so many. Ross replied, dejected. He was merely a small-time thug with a handful of men and a vessel that could hold a mere 10 or so individuals. Is there a shipyard here? Cavendish pondered, realizing that purchasing a vessel might be the only option, though he wondered about the cost. Captain, there is only a small shipyard in Takin town. For our numbers, we would require at least a small warship, which they cannot produce, Pahami interjected. He was the only individual Cavendish had encountered in the bar who bore any semblance of capability. He claimed to be a navigator, having traversed the entire West Sea, even venturing into the Grand Line. However, Cavendish suspected him of exaggerating, as the fool boasted of possessing a navigational chart for the Grand Line, as if I were unaware that the Grand Line utilizes a record pointer. Nonetheless, he intended to replace this individual eventually. For the time being, he would suffice. Without a ship, they could not set sail, and as a traveler from another world, Cavendish felt uneasy without a grand vessel beneath him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a magnificent ship docked at the harbor, approximately 70 to 80 meters long and 30 meters wide, boasting 3 lavishly adorned decks that exuded grandeur. Captain, that is the luxury cruise ship, Fortune, belonging to the Red Clover Trading Company, Pahami remarked, displaying some knowledge, not all of which was mere bluster. That ship looks splendid. It shall be mine. Go, my minions, seize it. Cavendish commanded with a flourish of his sword. As a pirate, if he could not even manage a simple act of thievery, what difference was there between him and a salted fish? The Red Clover Trading Company was a prominent merchant entity in the West Sea, with ties to the world government. Yet, that was of no concern to him. He was already a wanted man, and commandeering a ship felt entirely justified. With a raucous shout, Ross led the band of miscreants toward the dock. Previously, a colossal entity like the Red Clover Trading Company was something they could only gaze upon in awe. Even encountering their ships at sea would compel them to steer clear, lest they incur the wrath of such formidable foes. However, with their formidable captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 72 million, they felt emboldened. What was the Red Clover Trading Company to them? They had nothing to fear. The guards of the Red Clover Trading Company were caught off guard, never anticipating that in the small town of Takin, they would encounter individuals audacious enough to attempt a robbery. In an instant, Ross and his band of ruffians stormed aboard the deck, and then there was silence. The combat strength of this group of scoundrels is truly abysmal. Although they initially gained a slight advantage and managed to take down around 3 to 5 guards, they were soon met with a fierce counterattack from the vigilant guards, leaving them in a state of utter disarray as they fled in all directions across the deck. The members of the guard were left bewildered, questioning whether these pirates had come merely for amusement. With nearly half of the expendables sprawled on the ground, oblivious to their fate, Cavendish realized he could no longer afford to stand idly by. After all, these expendables were his first batch of men. Should they all perish, it would be quite some time before he could recruit more in Takin town. With a swift pull of the reins, Fervor let out a long whinny and bounded onto the deck from the cruise ship's ramp. It was the White Horse, Cavendish on the white steed. Such a grand entrance naturally captivated the attention of everyone on the deck, causing the guard unit, which had been surrounding Ross and the others, to quickly regroup into a defensive formation. A figure who appeared to be in charge emerged from the crowd. Having met Lord Cavendish, I am Zysa, the steward of the Red Clover Trading Company. I wonder if we have inadvertently offended you in some manner. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. A small token of appreciation will be presented shortly, and I hope it meets your approval. Observe what true talent looks like. This fellow immediately adopted such a humble stance. For an ordinary individual, it would indeed be difficult to find a reason to escalate matters further. Alas, how many traversers possess a sense of shame? This ship is quite splendid. I shall take it. You may now depart obediently, and I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Cavendish languidly ran his fingers through his hair atop his horse, brazenly declaring. Zysa was unprepared for such shamelessness from this notorious pirate. Did he suspect the nature of the cargo on board? My lord, the Red Clover Trading Company has connections with 34 nations in the West Sea. Even Vice Admiral Vern, stationed at the West Sea's headquarters, is a close friend of our president. Faced with the failure of persuasion, Zysa resorted to intimidation. Fully aware that this cargo was of utmost importance, should it be lost, both his career and life would be in jeopardy. Cavendish listened with a faint smile as Zysa completed his speech, originally expecting something more profound, only to find that Zysa merely attempted to frighten him with the mention of a Vice Admiral. Although his current strength might not match that of a Vice Admiral, he was confident in his ability to escape. My lord, there must be some misunderstanding. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. However, I truly do not have the authority over this cruise ship. As Zysa continued his incessant chatter, Cavendish found his patience waning. Each time he read comics, he felt that the protagonist's banter was far too superior to their actual strength. Little did he know that he would find himself engaging in similar verbal sparring after his own traversal. He slowly drew his sword, the reflection of Durandal glimmering brilliantly under the sun. One strike. If you can withstand my blow, I shall allow you to leave. As the tension escalated with the unsheathing of his sword, Zysa ceased his prattle, signaling the captain of the guards to swiftly organize their ranks for a defensive formation. Over 20 guards raised their steel shields, forming a formidable wall of protection, while Zysa took a deep breath behind the shield wall. Even cannon fire would struggle to penetrate such a formation. Let the pirate face humiliation for his bold claims. Beautiful sword? Bluebird. A piercing scream echoed. And Zysa witnessed a burst of light before losing all consciousness. Regarding updates, I will strive to ensure a double update each day. For every 100 recommendation votes or over 50 collections, an additional chapter will be added. This is the current arrangement. Finally, a clean space has been secured. Inside the captain's quarters of the former Red Clover Trading Company's luxurious cruise ship, now the flagship of the Beauty is Justice pirate crew, Cavendish reclined lazily in his chair. On the desk before him lay a box containing a fruit resembling a dark purple watermelon, its surface adorned with spiral patterns, exuding an uncanny allure. This is a unique specialty of the world of One Piece, the devil fruit. Who would have thought that in an attempt to seize a merchant vessel as a flagship, one could stumble upon a devil fruit? It evokes a feeling akin to winning a grand prize for a week-long European tour while merely intending to purchase a bottle of water at the supermarket. Alas, why couldn't it have been a Logia type? Pineapple Logia, watermelon Paramecia, banana Zoan, though not entirely accurate, they are not far from the mark. Had it been a Logia fruit, Cavendish would have undoubtedly devoured it without hesitation. Yet, this Paramecia type, who knows what it entails? If it were a powerful fruit like the Quake or Explosion fruit, consuming it would result in an immediate surge of strength. However, if it turns out to be something as disappointing as the poison or hormone fruit, it would be better left untouched. Of course, both the poison and hormone fruits possess formidable powers, but the side effects are daunting to contemplate. Captain, dinner is ready. The young maid, Weir, timidly knocked on the door and announced. Although this captain appeared strikingly handsome, she harbored a profound fear of him, especially considering that earlier in the afternoon, he had ordered the guards to bind and sink those who displeased him. Trained by the Red Clover Trading Company, she was responsible for attending to esteemed guests. Though Ross was a rough sort, he knew how to flatter. Upon discovering this beautiful young maid during a ship inspection, he promptly arranged for her delivery. Securing the fruit in a box and locking it away in a cabinet, she decided against consuming it for the time being, opting to revisit the decision later. In the dining hall, a group of pirates were reveling with exuberant spirits, indulging in barrels of Bordeaux wine valued at tens of thousands of berries, feasting on delicacies sourced from the West Sea. Those unattainable socialites were now being encircled and groped by several pirates. For these rustic folk from Talking Town, such treatment was an unprecedented luxury. Ross, with his rugged hands, caressed the posterior of the beauty beside him. Such lovely women were once mere objects of his fantasies, but now he could hold one in his embrace. Affirming that aligning with a capable captain was indeed the right choice, Cavendish showed no inclination to curb the debauchery of his subordinates. After all, pirates live perilously, and if one does not allow them to revel in their pleasures, how could one expect loyalty? Moreover, to him, these scoundrels were little more than cannon fodder. Discussing ideals with them was utterly nonsensical. Savoring a perfectly cooked medium steak, he appreciated the culinary skills of the head chef, who was indeed exceptional, befitting the top-tier cuisine of a prestigious trading company's cruise. Meanwhile, young maid were watched in trepidation as chaos unfolded below. Several of the older sisters who usually looked after her were now surrounded by unsavory characters, their clothing barely intact, crying yet too frightened to resist. The cruise ship is designed to accommodate 300 individuals, yet Cavendish's pirate crew comprises barely 50 members. Consequently, the original staff, including maids, chefs, and sailors, have been retained and have not been discarded alongside the guards to feed the sharks. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for them. Cavendish glanced at the scoundrels below, his brows furrowing slightly. His discontent was not directed at their behavior. For a pirate must embody the essence of piracy. If one does not engage in plunder and pillage, how can they rightfully claim the title of pirate? However, this rabble seemed only interested in revelry, neglecting to post any sentinels, which was truly intolerable for him. Just as he prepared to unleash his ire, a deafening crash erupted nearby. Instantly, the dining hall was filled with wails of terror, and he could no longer afford to concern himself with those miscreants. He hastily made his way to the deck. To the south, a dark warship emerged, its black sails emblazoned with a blood-dripping skull, a clear indication that pirates had come to raid. How dare pirates attempt to rob me? Cavendish was momentarily taken aback, for he himself was one of the most formidable pirates in the West Sea. How could any fool dare to challenge him? Yet upon glancing at the ship as sails, he cursed inwardly. Those rascals had not even bothered to change the flag, still displaying the emblem of the Red Three-Leaf Trading Company. Nevertheless, even if it was the Red Three-Leaf Trading Company, there were few pirates in the entire West Sea who would dare to assault this vessel. It was the Kid Pirates, led by the notorious Eustass Kid, with a bounty of 31 million berries. It was said he was exceedingly ruthless, leaving no survivors in his wake after a raid. Finally, Pahami scurried to his side to explain. Eustass Kid, the foremost of the 11 supernovas 2 years hence, wielder of the magnetic fruit, who later attempted to team up against Shanks only to be brutally defeated by Kaido. After firing a few cannon shots, the opposing ship ceased its assault, likely intending to capture this merchant vessel. The pirate ship gradually approached, and Cavendish could already discern two figures standing at the bow. One was a fierce-looking man with red hair and goggles, while the other wore a blue and white iron mask, wielding a large scythe, rendering his face invisible. Kid and Killer, a pair of close friends, had unexpectedly already taken to piracy in the West Sea, contrary to Cavendish's assumption that it would take them another 2 years. However, Kid, the one who should possess the magnetic fruit, was now brandishing a hefty axe instead. As the pirate ship neared, the scoundrels finally emerged from the cabin, brandishing weapons. Observing their disheveled appearances and the stench of alcohol wafting from them, Cavendish felt an overwhelming urge to kick each one overboard. Such disgraceful subordinates were utterly intolerable. Killer. Something feels off. Killer brandished his scythe, his expression devoid of emotion, though his unease was palpable. Indeed, the Red Three-Leaf Trading Company S-ship has yet to respond. This is indeed unusual. Kid licked the edge of his battle axe, drawing blood, and grinned maniacally at the taste. Should we wait a bit longer? I have a strange feeling about today. Killer's heart raced. As a specialized warrior, his instincts warned him that today was ill-fated for such activities. No, my intuition insists that we must seize the ship today. Only then can I dominate the seas and discover the One Piece. Kid, intoxicated by the taste of blood, had entered a frenzied state, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Very well, I shall heed your command. Though Killer sensed the impending danger, he wisely chose to remain silent before his increasingly unhinged captain. Haha, encountering me, the great Eustass Kid, spells misfortune for you. However, since I am in a generous mood today, as long as you surrender all your valuable treasures and leap into the sea yourselves, the magnanimous Kid shall spare your lives. Ahahaha. Before the two ships could close the distance, Kid leaped onto the deck of the Fortune, laughing maniacally. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the anticipated cries of despair failed to materialize, prompting him to open his eyes in irritation. The expressions on the deck were akin to "Are you serious?" which deeply offended his sense of authority. You wretches, what manner of expression is this? The great Kid is enraged. I shall slay you all. Infuriated, Kid raised his dual-bladed axe and bellowed in anger. Hey, Kid, calm down. As the first mate, Killer felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. How could this fool still be oblivious? What is it, Killer? This time you shall not stop me. I am determined to kill them all. Kid spat, truly furious and unwilling to relent, even for Killer's sake. Kid, look at that man in the center. Reluctantly, Killer restrained the raging Kid and pointed at Cavendish. How can there be a pretty boy more handsome than Captain Kid? I must eliminate him. Following Killer's direction, Kid finally noticed the main character. Yet his peculiar thought process led him to overlook the critical point. Cavendish appeared bewildered, although he would later display arrogance. His bounty was still over double that of Kid's. What gave him such unfounded confidence? Killer's mind was in turmoil. Recognizing such an imbecile as Captain was undoubtedly his greatest error in life. Kid, that is the White Horse Cavendish, with a bounty of 72 million. We are not his match. What? Kid's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Killer. A bounty of 72 million? Indeed. Killer nodded vigorously, urging, while we still have time. We must leave. Fool. Kid slammed his dual-bladed axe into the deck, creating a massive fissure in the reinforced wood. I have a bounty of 31 million. And this pretty boy possesses 72 million? This is utterly outrageous. With that, he brandished his axe and charged at Cavendish, shouting, You arrogant pretty boy. I shall cleave you in two. Killer was drenched in sweat, but as a lifelong companion, he felt obligated to follow Kid into battle, even if he could not win. Beautiful sword? Bluebird. Faced with such a fool, Cavendish could no longer contain himself. Dual blades? Heaven sever. Though possessing a somewhat whimsical intellect, Kid undoubtedly holds the potential to rise as a prominent figure among the supernovas. In the face of Cavendish's thrust, he immediately unleashed his most formidable attack. A deafening boom erupted. What was merely a clash of two weapons produced a sound akin to a cannon's discharge. The onlookers on the deck instinctively covered their ears. Crying out in alarm, each one left reeling from the shock, with some even bleeding from their ears due to the proximity of the impact. Cavendish took a slight step back, taken aback by Kid's current prowess. The force of their collision compelled him to lean back to alleviate the pressure. While he could have chosen to put on a fade of bravado, he deemed it wiser to refrain from such ostentation, recognizing themselves as the most audacious of traversers, and that it was better to avoid the folly of posturing. Kid was propelled several meters away by the force of the impact, crashing against the ship's railing. Fortunately, the vessels of the Red Leaf Trading Company were built to withstand such trials. Otherwise, he would have found himself hurled into the sea. Nevertheless, he was left dazed, struggling to rise to his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Cavendish accelerated, intent on executing the classic tactic of mercilessly striking a fallen opponent. However, before he could make his move, Kira's scythe descended towards his head. With no other choice, Cavendish had to raise his sword to block Kira's surprise attack. Aware that he was no match for Cavendish, Kira resorted to a reckless offensive strategy, relentlessly swinging his spinning scythe towards Cavendish's head, disregarding his own defense in favor of pure aggression. After parrying a flurry of strikes, Cavendish finally regained his composure. In his past life, he had been a mere couch potato with no athletic inclination. Although he inherited the fighting experience and physical capabilities of this body, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such a desperate assault. Fortunately, Kira's speed and strength were significantly inferior to his own, or else, given Cavendish's earlier reactions, Kira would have easily overwhelmed him. Gradually acclimating to Kira's attack speed, Cavendish was unwilling to remain a mere target. With his sword in hand, he drew a streak of starlight across the sky, aimed directly at Kira's head. Kira's scythe had just been deflected by Cavendish, leaving him with little time to mount a defense. Moreover, given Cavendish's strength, Kira would surely be unable to withstand the blow. However, this seemingly inevitable strike was halted by a war axe that appeared out of nowhere. Kira's aggressive assault had finally granted Kid a moment to breathe. Anticipating that Kid would block the attack, Kira swiftly redirected his scythe towards Cavendish's waist. Cursing under his breath, Cavendish had no choice but to evade with utmost urgency. The three of them quickly divided into two groups, standing 5 meters apart, locking gazes with one another. The distance between them had reached the shortest safe measure. Any movement would allow the opposing party ample time to respond. The many bystanders on the deck were still in a state of bewilderment, having witnessed the clash between Kid and Cavendish for merely 5 fleeting seconds, leaving most unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Kid, are you all right?" Kira inquired softly, gripping the scythe in his hand. "I'm fine. This pretty boy is quite formidable," Kid replied, tightening his grasp on the double-bladed axe. Though blood had begun to seep from his palms where he clutched the handle, he had successfully blocked Cavendish's deadly strikes twice, but the repercussions left his hands numb. He knew he could not withstand much more. "Cavendish, Captain, this is truly a misunderstanding. We were unaware this was your vessel. Might we be permitted to depart? Considering our shared journey?" Kira realized that Kid must have been at a disadvantage, for his character would never allow him to speak such conciliatory words otherwise. Cavendish stood firm, his sword planted before him. Truth be told, he wished to keep these two intruders. Those familiar with the tales knew of Kid's immense potential and vengeful nature. Moreover, it was these two who had initiated the provocation. If he did not eliminate them, what would that mean for his reputation? However, on the other hand, he had yet to master this new body completely. Facing the duo together would be no easy task, even for the true Cavendish. Furthermore, their pirate ship was already closing in. Kid's crew was not like the rabble he commanded. Even a single officer from Kid's ranks could easily overwhelm his subordinates. If it came down to a one-on-one confrontation with Kid's entire crew, he could very well find himself in a precarious situation. "Do you think I run an amusement park?" Cavendish growled, his initial intent to cease hostilities still accompanied by a strong aura. "Do not be too arrogant." Kid prepared to retort, but Kira pulled him back. "This time, it was our fault. We happened to have a chest of gold from our last venture. Please accept this humble token of apology, Captain Cavendish." Kira, ever the adept first mate, delivered his words with impeccable poise. Continuing the fight could result in dire consequences for both him and Kid. After all, the opposing bounty far surpassed their own. Conceding would not be a source of shame. Naturally, even grandiloquent words must be backed by genuine strength. The individual named Sissa from the Red 3 Leaves crew had far more finesse than Kira, yet lacked the power to make an impact, now relegated to feeding the sharks beneath the waves. Accepting Kira's so-called compensation, the two vessels set sail once more, heading in opposite directions. Ignoring Kid's resentful glare, Cavendish unsheathed his sword and swiftly dispatched a few late-arriving pirates into 2 halves. "Damn it, not even a lookout? Do you all have a death wish? And to think, my pirate flag is still not flying. What are you lot doing?" Confronted by a deck full of quaking scum, Cavendish felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What kind of crew was he leading? To call them incompetent would be an understatement. Ross and the others knelt, trembling in fear. They were but a band of ruffians from a rural area, having never encountered such merciless figures before. Throw these worthless fools overboard, repair the deck, and assign 3 shifts for patrols. If another blunder occurs, I'll dispose of all of you. Having conveyed his orders, Cavendish repressed his frustration and slowly walked into the captain's quarters. With a click, a locked chest was opened, revealing the dark purple hue of a devil fruit. Kid had yet to gain any powers from a devil fruit, and had it not been for Cavendish's interference, this fruit would have undoubtedly fallen into Kid's hands. Could this be the magnetic fruit? Holding the mystical fruit aloft, Cavendish's heart raced with excitement. The Pirate King had once ranked devil fruits by their potential, and the magnetic fruit was indeed among them. Although Kid had merely utilized it to craft an armoring akin to a Kirin, seemingly of little use, Cavendish, as an astute transmigrator, understood that if properly harnessed, this fruit's power could rival Whitebeard's Trimmer fruit. The most common of references is none other than Magneto. His abilities were indistinguishable from those of the magnetic fruit. Consider what he has accomplished: magnetic flight, protective fields, material manipulation, remote sensing of metals, and even controlling human actions through trace amounts of metal within their bodies. Not to mention, he could artificially create natural disasters by altering the Earth's magnetic field, move mountains, control rivers, and raise or lower continents. The inhabitants of the pirate world, constrained by their limited perspectives, would undoubtedly struggle to fully exploit this fruit's capabilities. If this truly was the magnetic fruit, then he had struck gold. Without further ado, Cavendish took a bite of the fruit, gritting his teeth against the horrid taste. Ugh, this is absolutely revolting. I'd rather eat dung than this. Having expended all his willpower to consume the fruit, he vowed never to partake in another. He summoned a maid waiting outside to bring him a box of the finest red wine to cleanse his palate, then sat in his chair to experiment with his newfound abilities. Thank heavens I was right. It truly is the magnetic fruit. He extended his finger towards a dagger on the table, motioning as if he were summoning it. The exquisite dagger danced in the air in response to his will, as if an invisible hand were guiding it. Throughout the night, he remained in his quarters, experimenting with his abilities until the sky darkened completely. And only then did he cease when a timid knock interrupted him. "Captain, it is past 10 o'clock. Perhaps you should rest." The maid, Vale, spoke with a plethora of expressions on her face, unsure of how to convey her thoughts. So late already? Cavendish glanced at the golden clock mounted on the wall. Realizing he had lost track of time due to his fervent experiments, he removed his coat, preparing to retire, only to find Vale standing awkwardly at the door. "What is it?" Observing the maid's rosy cheeks left him momentarily bewildered, as he had never encountered such a situation before in his past life. "Captain, do you wish for Vale to keep you company?" She stammered, having mustered all her courage to utter the words. When the pirates had boarded the ship, she had mentally prepared herself for such a fate. Furthermore, the captain was undeniably handsome. Even if she were to serve him, it seemed she would not suffer. Of course, such thoughts were not to be voiced aloud. She had been forced by pirates. It had to be that way. Cavendish scrutinized the maid, noting her pleasing appearance. His subordinates would not dare to mistreat her in this regard, but unfortunately, she seemed rather slight, likely not yet 15. He was no saint. Had she been a bit more developed, he might not have hesitated even if she were 2 years younger. However, her current slender form left him devoid of desire. "You may leave for now. I shall call for you if needed." Wrapping himself in the covers, Cavendish waved her off. The maid returned to her adjacent room. Uncertain of her feelings, was she relieved to have escaped a dire fate, or disheartened for not being chosen? Regardless, it was his first night in this new world, and he couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. The development of the magnetic fruit was indeed not an overnight affair. Even after extensive trials, he could only manipulate small metallic items. Perhaps he could pivot to becoming a sword-wielding hero? The vessel is bound for the kingdom of Goel, a rather tumultuous realm in the West Sea, where it is likely to recruit a decent band of expendables. The current crew, however, has become quite tiresome. As for companions, the traveler expressed a temporary disinterest. Having indulged in too many fervent manga, he harbors no desire to become one of those mindless characters. To echo the words of Don Quixote Doflamingo, victory is justice. As long as he can ensure overwhelming strength, everything he does will be deemed correct. The battle with Kid today has illuminated his considerable shortcomings, prompting the necessity for rigorous training tomorrow, not only to enhance his new fruit abilities but also to strengthen his original swordsmanship and physical prowess. Moreover, the cultivation of the 3 types of hockey must be prioritized, especially since he intends to rescue someone from the clutches of the sand crocodile, for without the armed hockey, that task would be insurmountable. Across the expansive sea, a peculiar merchant ship sails against the wind. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that, although it resembles a cruise liner, it proudly displays a pirate flag. It is well known that the disparity in speed, firepower, and defense between cruise ships and warships is significant. One serves a purpose of pleasure while the other is designed for combat. Thus, despite the prevalence of pirates targeting cruise liners, they are never mistaken for pirate ships, as such vessels would merely serve as live targets, inviting attacks. Yet, this pirate ship brazenly traverses the ocean, evoking a wide berth from merchant convoys and even naval warships that encounter it. The flag it bears, a skull with a red rose in its mouth, is well recognized by those who make their living in the West Sea. Anyone unfamiliar with this emblem should consider returning home to rest. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Cavendish concluded his morning trainings, leaping down from the towering mast. Each day, he rises early to swing his sword 1,000 times, demanding that each strike release a blade of energy, a taxing endeavor that he would never have undertaken in the past. The little maid dutifully presented him with a wrung towel and a soothing beverage, prompting him to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Turning to her, he inquired, "Ross, how is that inept crew faring in their training?" As one of the ship's only 2 high-ranking expendables, Ross had upgraded his attire, now donning an extravagant fur coat and replacing his iron hook with a golden one. Whether the sand crocodile would seek endorsement fees from him remained to be seen. "Captain, for the underlings, the daily burden of 30 kilograms while performing 500 slashes is exceedingly daunting. How can they possibly compare to you, Captain? Might we consider adjusting this training regimen?" Ross flattered, aware that following the attack by Kid's pirate crew, Cavendish realized his subordinates required significant improvement. Had his crew been capable of holding off Kid's men, he would have risked injury to eliminate that ticking time bomb, as failing to eradicate such a threat only allows it to flourish anew. Thus, he established a training regimen for his subordinates, but 5 days had passed with negligible results. Disregarding Ross, he turned to Pahami and asked, "How many days until we reach the kingdom of Goel?" One must not be deceived by the smallness of the pirate world as depicted in manga. It is noted that in a past life, some analyzed that the world of One Piece is merely 1/24th the size of Earth. Cavendish thought to himself, "To the analytical genius who proposed this, I assure you, I shall not spare you." It is worth remembering that Magellan circumnavigated the globe in a wooden sailboat in merely 3 years. Whereas the world of One Piece is rife with advanced technology. Roger took 2 years to complete his journey, equipped with resources that far surpass those available to Magellan. At our current pace, we should arrive in approximately 3 days, Captain. Despite knowing that this self-proclaimed greatest navigator of the West Sea might be exaggerating, he nonetheless seemed comparatively reliable among the other recruits. The cruise ship sails at a velocity of 5 knots per hour, which translates to over 200 kilometers in a span of 24 hours. The distance from Takin Town to the Kingdom of Gore is merely a brief stretch on the vast map of the Western Sea, yet it encompasses nearly 2,000 kilometers. This is not even considering the entirety of the planet. Upon reaching the Kingdom of Gore, any failure to meet training standards would result in the offending refuse being discarded into the sea to feed the fish. With little elaboration, Cavendish coldly instructed Ross. Under the chilling gaze of Cavendish, Ross trembled, kneeling on the ground. "I understand, Captain. I will ensure they are trained properly. Should anyone fail to meet the standards, I shall personally break their limbs and cast them into the sea to feed the fish." "Depart," Cavendish commanded, disregarding Ross's fervent loyalty, his expression remaining impassive. Ross and Pahami promptly retreated to the aft deck. As a cruise ship, it lacked designated training facilities. Yet the spacious deck allowed the rear to be repurposed as a training ground for the crew, while the foredeck became Cavendish's private training arena. He languidly reclined in his seat, as a young maid attentively massaged his shoulders. With the movement of his fingers, 4 circular iron plates gradually ascended into the air. These are the weapons hastily crafted by his subordinates, comprising 4 sharp iron discs, each the size of a plate and approximately 2 centimeters thick. The edges of these discs are densely adorned with razor-sharp teeth, transforming into an indomitable saw when activated. While they may prove ineffective against skilled adversaries, they are undoubtedly lethal tools for eliminating insignificant foes. Moreover, their greatest advantage lies in the minimal physical exertion required. Only a modicum of mental energy is necessary for their operation. In recent days, the training endeavors seem to have culminated in failure. The exploration of the magnetic fruit has yielded but a scant few applications, contributing almost nothing to combat prowess. As for the ability to harness the planet's magnetic field for flight, Cavendish mused, what on earth is a planetary magnetic field? It appears that possessing magnetic perception does not automatically grant one the powers of Magneto. Previously, while indulging in comics, he observed numerous characters in One Piece seemingly mastering their fruit abilities with ease, yet when faced with the reality of his own circumstances, he found himself no better off. The development of the 3 types of haki was equally nonsensical. He had allowed his subordinates, those rascals, to strike at him several times while blindfolded. Yet his ability to discern sound and location had indeed improved significantly. However, he remained utterly at a loss regarding the observation haki. The notion of blindfolding himself and plugging his ears for training was met with derision. Who could guarantee that those ruffians wouldn't actually succeed in killing him? As for the armament haki and conqueror's haki, he was even more bewildered. One relied on imaginative attacks, while the other was purely dependent on the aura one exuded. Truly a more troublesome endeavor than the Buddhist concept of emptiness. Regarding the 6 powers of the Navy, Cavendish felt he had brought shame upon those who traversed worlds. Others seemed to effortlessly grasp the 6 powers upon their arrival, whereas he had absorbed over 20 years of combat experience and martial talent, yet had failed to comprehend even a single technique. It was indeed a source of great disgrace. Fortunately, the training of the past few days was not entirely in vain. It had significantly improved his bodily coordination. Should he encounter his friends Kid and Killer now, he would be able to defeat them with relative ease and minor injuries. With a swift motion, sharp discs danced through the air at the behest of his fingers, carving out beautiful yet lethal arcs. In pursuit of aesthetics, he had commanded his crew to coat these discs in a striking golden hue, making them particularly dazzling. Could I perhaps learn a thing or two from the glimmering flash? When the time comes to unleash my ultimate move, the King's Treasures, I could rain down thousands of golden discs upon my foes, dismembering them in a flurry. With the pirate flag lowered and the banner of the Red Clover Trading Company hoisted, he had sent all the crew members aboard his vessel to the cargo hold to oversee the goods, while he himself disembarked to enjoy the scenery. Here lies the capital of the Kingdom of Gore, Compra. Although he perceives himself as unparalleled in the West Sea, save for Admiral Vern, who guards the naval base, parading pirate ships into the harbor remains ostentatious. A semblance of modesty is necessary. Indeed, the lack of formidable strength is palpable. Were he to command a force akin to Whitebeard's, a visit to the naval headquarters would pose no concern. Compra is arguably the first grand city he has encountered since his arrival, dismissing the rustic and dilapidated Takin town. As he traverses the streets, an aura reminiscent of medieval Europe envelopes him. The surroundings are adorned with stone edifices, and vendors vociferously hawk their wares. The passers-by exhibit an air of urgency. while numerous bashful young maidens, upon catching sight of his visage, shyly avert their gazes. Fortunately, the citizens of this large city possess a broader perspective, and no embarrassing incidents ensue. Ross remains aboard the ship, guarding the captives. His crew, having undergone several days of training, has finally transformed from feeble cannon fodder into somewhat resilient adversaries, albeit still regarded by him as scum. Nevertheless, he finds it sufficient to discipline a few disobedient sailors. The bar of swords and knives beckons, and with the guidance of Pahami, who prides himself as a seasoned veteran, he is spared the hassle of wandering aimlessly through the streets, thus saving considerable time. The lecherous man with a rooster hairstyle kicked open the bar door, drawing the ire of those within. In his former self, he would never have dared to act so brazenly in such a place. However, after recent encounters, he had come to understand that his boss was a person who relished making a grand impression. To quote the captain, it was all about momentum. He adopted the demeanor of a standard sycophant, pulled out a chair, and wiped it vigorously with his sleeve before scurrying to place it behind Cavendish. "Captain, please take a seat." Cavendish appreciated this obsequious display. While most would scoff at a sycophant, few would disdain one serving their own interests. Once Cavendish was seated, Pahami, with his rooster hairstyle held high, opened his mouth, missing 2 front teeth, and proclaimed, "The beautiful Justice pirates are recruiting. Those interested, come line up." A group of pirates exchanged glances, bemused by this rustic interloper. They were aware that the bar was frequented by notorious pirates, each with bounties of no less than 100 to 800,000. The name Beautiful Justice sounded absurdly unremarkable. Yet, within moments, realization dawned upon them. They recognized the figure seated behind Cavendish of the White Horse. Memories of recent events in Talking Town resurfaced. Cavendish reclined comfortably, now acutely aware of the benefits of having a sycophant. Observing Pahami's slight frame surrounded by a gang of burly men, he shuddered at the thought of being in such a stifling situation himself. Several unwise souls attempted to confront him directly but were swiftly dispatched, retreating to encircle Pahami instead. For none possessed the strength or audacity to challenge him. Among the pirates present were the infamous skinslayer Chiola, with a bounty of 18 million, Head Basher Blick, with 14 million, and Big Hammer Rolled, with 11 million. To gather 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million within the confines of a small bar was something Cavendish found rather disconcerting. Was this bar akin to a game hub, serving as a spawning ground for task NPCs? How could a group of pirates, seemingly idle, linger in a tavern while the Navy remained oblivious to their presence? Such cosmic matters were beyond the grasp of a mere time traveler like him. Yet, he had managed to recruit a few promising subordinates, thereby significantly bolstering his overall strength. Pirates with bounties over 10 million typically had their own crews, making recruitment a challenging endeavor. The 3 scoundrels before him had escaped the clutches of the Navy due to their notorious reputations, their crews decimated. Cavendish welcomed all who seemed capable, and in an instant, his crew swelled to over 100 members, greatly enhancing their combat potential, though questions of quality and loyalty could be set aside for now. He pondered why it seemed that Lafitte could effortlessly gather a myriad of capable companions while he had roamed for half a month without finding a worthy ally. Did he truly lack the makings of a protagonist? Dispatching Pahami with the newly acquired miscreants to the ship, Cavendish resolved to explore the city further, hoping to find suitable crew members and perhaps some charming women. Additionally, he sought a new chef. The chief cook aboard the Fortune was quite skilled, yet Cavendish had never considered replacing him until that wretch spat in his food. He had treated the chef well, granting him freedom and ensuring his subordinates treated him with respect while discussing salary matters. However, the audacity of that rogue to sully his meal was intolerable. Reflecting on the numerous times he had unwittingly consumed a grown man's saliva, Cavendish calmly ordered his subordinates to break the chef's legs and hang him from the ship's stern to attract sharks. Though the wretch screamed for over 4 hours before being devoured, the revulsion lingered with Cavendish for several days thereafter. In recent days, his meals have been solely managed by the young maid. Although Vale has received some culinary training, her skills pale in comparison to that despicable scoundrel. Therefore, he is determined to find a proficient chef this time. However, after visiting several renowned chefs, he found that, upon understanding his intentions, they expressed their refusal, albeit subtly, in fear. Chefs and doctors are the most difficult individuals to coerce. After all, even a navigator aboard the ship can be forcibly brought along. For unless they wish for mutual destruction, they would never allow the vessel to sail into treacherous waters. Nevertheless, while a chef or a doctor may not confront you openly, they can employ covert means of sabotage, unbeknownst to anyone. Had Cavendish not arrived early in the kitchen that day, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the scoundrel had dared to spit into his meal. After being turned down for the 5th time, Cavendish, now feeling quite irate, resolved to find a few oblivious individuals to vent his frustrations upon, for the pent-up anger within him was unbearable. With only 66 recommendation votes, 55 of which were his own, he felt utterly exhausted. As for the matter of the additional updates contingent on reaching 100 votes, he has decided to disregard his own contributions. Just as he was preparing to seek out some unsuspecting victims, voices echoed from a dark alley nearby. "Old man, run. Why don't you fly away? Now that the government has stripped you of your facade, you have nowhere left to escape." Behave yourself and let us take care of you, and perhaps you'll be left with a whole corpse. Just be careful not to meet his gaze. It was nearing dusk, and he found himself in the outskirts of Compra. At such a time, anyone with a sound mind would steer clear of such ominous sounds emanating from the dark alley. Yet, Cavendish felt an urge to confront a few individuals. Inside the alley stood a dozen burly men, each exuding a formidable presence, rivaling even the 3 elite henchmen he had recruited. Cavendish was somewhat astonished. One must understand that a bounty exceeding 10 million could secure one a position as a small team leader in the New World and in the West Sea. Such individuals would be considered somewhat notable. They might not command respect from all, but they could easily reign as local tyrants in their respective towns. It is worth noting that the second boss encountered by Lafitte, the formidable Monka, had a bounty of around 10 million as well. A multitude of individuals gathered to confront a solitary figure inevitably piqued his curiosity. Clad in a black top hat and wielding a red cane, adorned in a star-striped shirt and snug suspenders, this man, seemingly in his 40s, sported vibrant lipstick and oversized earrings. His heavily powdered visage evoked an instinctual desire to deliver a swift punch. Isn't this the notorious Lafitte of the Blackbeard pirates? While I am unaware of his specific role, it is evident that he must possess considerable skill to have caught Blackbeard's attention. Moreover, it appears this individual once infiltrated the Navy headquarters during a meeting of the 7 warlords, although he may have merely made a fleeting appearance. Such an endeavor undoubtedly requires significant prowess. However, that was likely 2 years hence. At present, he has yet to reach such heights. Or else this motley crew would be incapable of thwarting him. Lafitte silently unsheathes his sword staff. For it is impossible to remain passive against those who bear animosity towards him. Throughout his tenure as a security officer in the West Sea, he has vanquished countless pirates and brigands. Yet, despite his diligent and faithful service, a mere document has branded him as a ruthless killer, leading to an order for his capture and subsequent contemplation of life and impelled down. Infuriated to the brink of apoplexy, he clashed with the CP organization that issued the order, sustaining grave injuries in the process, and before he could regain his breath, this wretched group surged forth. Lafitte parries incoming weapons with his sword, but the wound at his waist bursts open, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He is at his limit. Everyone, rally together. The assailants, wielding their weapons, cry out in exhilaration. Over the years, Lafitte has made a multitude of enemies in the West Sea, mercilessly dispatching those who dared to cross him, and inadvertently dismantling many a dark enterprise belonging to powerful figures. It is these very figures who have now colluded to eliminate him. Could this be where my life comes to an end? No, this cannot be. He is a crew member I have set my sights on. If you scoundrels were to eliminate him, it would cause me great distress. Observing Lafitte's bloodied state, Cavendish recognizes that this is the opportune moment to recruit him. Who dares interfere? The assailants immediately turn their attention from Lafitte to the figure emerging from the shadows. Cavendish steps into the light, the setting sun illuminating his golden hair and white cloak, accentuating his princely visage, akin to a character from a fairy tale, exuding charisma. Cavendish of the White Horse. The attackers, well-informed individuals, instantly recognize him. When did Lafitte join the White Horse pirates? The group exchanges perplexed glances, caught off guard by this turn of events. A burly man, seemingly the leader, steps forward. Captain Cavendish, we bear deep-seated grievances against Lafitte. We have never heard of any connection between him and you, and we hope you will consider sparing the Bloodwolf Alliance. The Bloodwolf Alliance is a formidable coalition of 7 pirate crews, each with bounties exceeding 20 million. Along with 2 bandit groups boasting bounties over 30 million, wielding significant influence throughout the kingdom of Gore. What did you say? Cavendish nonchalantly digs at his ear with his pinky. I've never heard of any Bloodwolf or Snow Dog. Infuriated by his dismissive attitude, the elite assailants seethe with rage. Let us take him down. He is but one man. Perhaps they misjudge their odds, for they all brandish their weapons and charge at Cavendish. Beautiful sword, 50 piercing stabs. After weeks of rigorous training, he finally executes this technique flawlessly. Lafitte stands agape at the scene before him. The assailants are notorious figures in the West Sea, each with bounties exceeding 10 million. Otherwise, they would not dare to attempt his elimination. He is aware of Cavendish's reputation. Had he not been stripped of his status, he would have sought to capture this rising pirate himself. Yet, he never anticipated Cavendish's formidable strength. Gently wiping his Durandal, Cavendish strides toward Lafitte. The brutal security officer of the West Sea, it seems you find yourself in quite a predicament. Would you consider joining my crew? He had initially wished to test his newly acquired magnetic powers, but recognizing that his primary goal is to recruit Lafitte, he deems it more prudent to dispatch the enemies swiftly, thereby demonstrating his extraordinary prowess to Lafitte. Such an act is the epitome of pretentiousness. Presently, the outcome appears rather favorable. I am a harbinger of misfortune. Neither the government nor the pirates can tolerate my presence. Lafitte feels a sense of despondency. Throughout his years as sheriff, he has undoubtedly slain countless pirates, rendering him nearly devoid of enemies in the entire West Sea. Yet now, the government has forsaken him, leaving him with scant refuge across the expanse of the West Sea. Upon my ship, I embody justice. As long as I accept you, the world shall accept you. The audacity of uttering such a statement is truly overwhelming. Cavendish silently commended himself. To deliver such an outrageous declaration without flinching was evidence that he was indeed venturing further down the path of shamelessness. Captain, however, when it comes to dealing with an elder like Lafitte, such words wield astonishing power. Witnessing Lafitte weep and bow before him, transforming into a fervent admirer, was quite a sight. Truth be told, being clung to by an older man in tears is hardly a pleasant sensation. Nevertheless, considering Lafitte is his first formidable subordinate with immense potential for growth, Cavendish suppressed his discomfort and patted him on the shoulder. A man must forge ahead. If the West Sea cannot accommodate you, then let us conquer the world together. If the entire world refuses to accept you, then we shall transform it. The more he spoke, the more repugnant it became. He nearly felt nauseous. Captain, wails of loyalty from Lafitte are at their peak. In the Gold Kingdom instance, they secured 3 advanced cannon fodder, several ordinary ones, and a single green recruit with growth potential. Regrettably, they had yet to procure the chef they so desperately required. With Lafitte aboard, Pahami was unceremoniously ousted from his position as navigator. Though he was reluctant, he dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts in the presence of Cavendish. However, when faced with Lafitte, Pahami expressed a genuine desire to prolong his existence. Thus, he dutifully assisted Lafitte to demonstrate that he was a pragmatic pawn. Lafitte, a worthy crew member and navigator of Blackbeard, far surpassed Pahami, who was merely mediocre. A cruise ship had been driven to achieve the speed of a yacht under his command. Captain Cavendish was in his quarters, amusing himself with the little maid. After nearly a month of interaction, the maid no longer perceived her captain as fearsome and was more than willing to engage in playful antics with him. Come in. Responding to the command, Lafitte entered the captain's cabin, while Vere obediently stepped aside. He had arrived in the deep autumn. After a month of sailing, winter had now arrived. With the first flurries of snow beginning to fall from the sky, Cavendish lamented that, as a southern dog, training on the deck in such frigid weather was a rather cruel affair. Consequently, he mostly sought refuge in the banquet hall or his captain's quarters, warming himself by the fire, savoring coffee, and teasing the little maid. Unfortunately, during their recent port calls, he had not encountered any attractive maidens. Otherwise, it would have been a delightful prospect to seize a few for warmth. As for the legion of cannon fodder, he had compelled them to swim bare-chested behind the ship in the icy waters. He calmly asserted that it was for their own good. Enduring a bit of sweat now would spare them considerable bloodshed later. Captain, we shall arrive at Mote Island this afternoon. It is the closest island to the upside-down mountain in the West Sea. Should we consider changing ships there? As a competent navigator, Lafitte felt considerable dissatisfaction that his captain had chosen a cruise ship as their flagship. The cruise ship is equipped with a mere 5 cannons, each a short-barreled piece with a range limited to 300 meters, and its defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. A strike from a fortress cannon on a critical area could inflict irreparable damage with a single shot. Furthermore, the vessel's speed is lamentably sluggish. While it may suffice in the West Sea, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line poses a grave concern. In the event of an unforeseen emergency, this ship would be utterly incapable of swift response. Lafitte has raised this issue with him several times, yet Cavendish, convinced that this wretched craft would be replaced upon reaching Water 7, has largely dismissed it. However, as they approach the exit of the West Sea, Lafitte's insistence has grown increasingly resolute, indicating that a change is indeed imperative. What sort of ship should they procure? Lacking expertise in this domain, it would be prudent to consult with specialists. Considering the size of their crew, a medium-sized warship would be necessary. However, should the captain wish to recruit additional members, a large warship would need to be commissioned. After a month of steadily accumulating new recruits, their pirate crew now numbers nearly 200. The former sailors from the merchant ship have been unceremoniously abandoned on a desolate island by the benevolent Cavendish, who, in his kindness, refrained from casting them directly into the sea. Does Mote Island offer large warships for sale? Cavendish believes that a larger vessel would be far more advantageous. Were it not for his limitations in strength, he would consider sailing to Fishman Island to commandeer the legendary Noah. Those who have never ventured to sea cannot fathom its tribulations. After more than a month of traversing such a minuscule expanse, he finds himself on the brink of despair. Though the ship appears sizable, dwarfing Lafitte's vessel, measuring 72 meters in length and 22 meters in width, with 3 decks totaling around 5,000 to 6,000 square meters, the reality is stark. After accounting for the living quarters of over 200 crew members, the cargo hold, the armory, the powder magazine, the dining area, and several small commander's rooms, the space that truly belongs to Cavendish is merely a modest captain's cabin of about 100 square meters. Heaven above, though. In his past life as an introverted individual, attaining a dilapidated doghouse had once seemed a lofty ambition. Having transmigrated, it is hardly sufficient to set his sights on such a humble abode. Mote Island does not offer large warships for sale. Only the sturdy kingdom within the West Sea can commission such vessels, and the distance to their location requires a daunting 12 days. Lafitte calculates this in silence, arriving at a conclusion. 12 days feels excessively distant. Thus, he resolves to purchase a medium-sized warship at Mote Island instead. A round trip of 12 days would consume an entire month, coupled with the commissioning time. He is unwilling to squander such a lengthy duration for a ship that would serve only a few months. Upon hearing that he has finally decided to replace the vessel, Lafitte feels a sense of validation for his efforts. Yet, a sobering reality soon compels him to remind the captain, "Captain, a medium-sized warship costs over 30 million berries. Yet we currently possess only a little over 10 million, which is woefully insufficient. Their pirate crew has not engaged in significant acts of piracy thus far, merely selling the cargo aboard this ship at a few ports. To amass over 10 million is already a testament to the prosperity of the Red Leaf Trading Company." Before his transmigration, he analyzed berry prices and the cost of goods in the pirate world, only to conclude that Oda had initially approached pricing with a complete lack of consistency, resulting in a chaotic mishmash. Although this world is filled with various advanced technologies, the true productivity still lingers at a medieval level. Ordinary citizens, aside from being self-sufficient, consider it remarkable if they can save 2,000 to 3,000 berries in a year. As for the sea, it was previously analyzed that even a worthless knife could fetch 50,000 berries, thus demonstrating the devaluation of the currency. Cavendish opined that these individuals have clearly not experienced the medieval era. It is essential to recognize that during the Warring States period in Japan, a samurai sword could be cherished as a family heirloom, and in medieval Europe, a suit of armor was the most prized possession of a destitute knight. Regarding the 100 berries for a male bird, that represents global express delivery, especially when one is situated in the heart of the ocean, where the sole source of information is these male birds. Who else would be deceived if not you? Of course, Oda's most glaring oversight lies in the protection fees collected by Arlong's pirate crew in Nami's hometown, which is nothing short of a colossal plot hole. Cavendish, having traversed through time for so long, finds it hard to fathom how affluent a place must be to afford a protection fee of 100,000 berries per person each month. Even if a village has 100 inhabitants, that amounts to 12 million per month, surpassing 100 million annually. Arlong even claimed that if Nami earned enough to pay him 100 million, he would spare that village. A fool could easily calculate that. Moreover, the fishman has control over more than 20 villages. If he were to collect protection fees at this rate, it would amount to several billion annually, accumulating to hundreds of billions over 8 years. One wonders how much the Celestial Dragon's gold is worth in comparison. One can only surmise that when Oda was illustrating the manga back in the day, he might have inadvertently added a few extra zeros. Financial constraints loom. Is there anywhere nearby worth robbing? In the absence of funds, one must devise a plan. For a pirate, the most expedient route is, of course, to resort to plunder. Lafitte has grown accustomed to the life of piracy during this time and contemplated before responding. Within a day's journey, there appears to be no affluent locations. However, a port city 2 days away seems promising. Too far. What about Mote Island? After some deliberation, Cavendish concluded that it would be wiser to rob nearby rather than distant targets, since Mote Island serves as the terminus of the West Sea leading to the Grand Line. It should be relatively prosperous. Captain, Mote Island is regularly garrisoned by Naval Rear Admiral, and the West Sea's primary naval base is less than half a day's journey away. If we strike at Mote Island, we may very well find ourselves encircled by the Navy before even reaching the Grand Line. Lafitte interjected hastily, not wishing to be besieged so soon by the Navy. Given Cavendish's formidable prowess and the recent influx of expendable recruits, the Navy's West Sea base has adopted a stance of indifference towards him, eagerly hoping he would swiftly venture into the Grand Line, thereby absolving them of any responsibility. Once he enters the Grand Line, it would become the Navy headquarters concern, leaving the West Sea base untouched by bureaucratic entanglements, a tactic bureaucrats of any world have mastered. I have a plan, Lafitte. Amidst a cacophony of frantic shouts, a messenger stumbled toward the command post of Rear Admiral Hypocrisy stationed at Mote Island. What is the commotion? As a distinguished naval officer, such behavior is unbecoming. Rear Admiral Hypocrisy, with shoulder-length black hair and a striking demeanor clad in his justice cloak, rebuked. Report, Rear Admiral. The White Horse pirates are attacking the port. The messenger, finally collecting himself, relayed the urgent news. What audacity! Which fool dares to assault my Mote Island? Hypocrisy scoffed, preparing to lead his men to subdue the insolent pirates, but suddenly paused, as if struck by a realization. What did you say? The White Horse? That White Horse? Yes, Rear Admiral. The White Horse pirates led by Cavendish, with a bounty of 72 million. Although Cavendish has dubbed his crew the Beautiful as Justice Pirates, the name has been derisively condensed to the White Horse Pirates in common parlance. Quickly, contact the base. Hypocrysy's earlier composure evaporated, replaced by frantic urgency as he dialed the West Sea base. It is well known that Major Peter Goff, adept in the Navy's 6 styles and a user of the wild dog fruit, had been dispatched by the White Horse pirates. If he were to confront Cavendish, he would surely meet the same swift demise. Hypocrisy was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he face pirates with bounties in the 30 to 40 million range, he might manage. However, if confronted by a pirate of 50 million or more, he would adopt a policy of non-interference, wishing only for the White Horse to pass through without causing trouble. Soon, the connection was established, and Vice Admiral Vern's visage appeared on the phone snail. Vice Admiral, this is Mote Island. The White Horse, Cavendish, is mounting a fierce assault. We are on the brink of collapse. We request reinforcements. Hasapic's tone conveyed imminent despair, bewildering the messenger standing nearby, who noted that the pirate crew had yet to even enter the port. Upon hearing of Cavendish's brazen assault, Vice Admiral Vern's demeanor shifted. After all, even a clay figurine has its limits. He had shown considerable restraint, allowing Cavendish to eliminate his top subordinate without retaliation, hoping he would simply exit the West Sea without incident. Reports indicated that Cavendish had been uncharacteristically well-behaved, focused solely on reaching the Grand Line. The minor incident of commandeering a merchant ship at Takim Town was best overlooked. Yet, just as he was about to depart the West Sea, Cavendish had chosen to stir up trouble. Mote Island represented the pride of the entire West Sea. Should it be set ablaze, Verna's position would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Hasapic, I command you to hold Mote Island at all costs. I will lead the fleet to your aid immediately, as long as you are alive when I arrive. You must defend it, even if you perish. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I vow to defend Mote Island with my life, Hasapic responded earnestly. After severing the connection, he bellowed at the messenger, immediately order all soldiers to return and fortify the command post. The messenger, drenched in sweat, timidly inquired, Rear Admiral. But the White Horse pirates are at the port. Fool. Hasapic slapped the messenger across the face. My priority is the command post. Those wretched commoners outside matter not. As long as I protect the command post, it will be deemed an achievement. Remember, the nobility of Mote Island resides here. A few worthless lives lost at the port are inconsequential. Understood. The messenger, dazed from the blow, hurriedly complied with the orders. Cavendish strolled confidently along the main street of Mote Island's port, witnessing the naval defenses vanish in the wake of cannon fire. His crew had nearly seized the entire port without shedding blood. It seems the naval leadership here is utterly inept. Indeed, Hasapic is a disgrace, without his family's connections. He would barely qualify as a captain. If he faced anyone else, he might have mustered the courage to confront them, but upon encountering you, I suspect he is now cowering in the command post. Lafitte, having served as a security officer for over 20 years, possessed an intimate understanding of the West Sea's officers, their personalities and capabilities, which is precisely why he and Cavendish devised such an audacious plan. Truly a madman. No wonder he is my captain. He gazed at the handsome figure, unable to suppress his admiration. The scoundrels under his command were all exuberantly howling, transformed into ravenous wolves after being rigorously trained by Cavendish aboard the ship for over a month. The once bustling port was now engulfed in cries of despair, as several valiant residents were ruthlessly cut down by the ferocious pirates. Their vacant and soulless eyes were fixed upon Cavendish, seemingly accusing him of his brutality with their very essence. Ross, thrilled, hoisted a striking beauty with long legs and ample bosom onto his shoulder. Initially, as the captain's right-hand man, he had indulged himself with all the beautiful women aboard, save for Vale, but after the captain recruited a few more ruthless individuals, he had been relegated from his former position of prominence to the depths of the hierarchy, with the lovely women now claimed by higher-ranking officers, leaving him to fend for himself in solitude. With such a stunning beauty perched on his shoulder, Ross contemplated where to vent his frustrations, only to spot Pahami, that sycophantic lackey, rushing towards him. Damn, could this brat be eyeing a slice of the pie? Though reluctant to part with the beauty, Ross recognized that his current status paled in comparison to Pahami's and thus relinquished his hold on her. Pahami, do you fancy this girl too? Come, I won't be stingy. You can have the first shot. Ross, accompanied by a band of lowly cannon fodder, began dismantling the port's defensive cannons, firing wildly at the inner city of Mote Island. If he believed that this ragtag bunch could conquer the inner city, Ross acknowledged the folly of such a notion. However, it was the captain's command, and he had no intention of risking his neck, despite his trepidation. He lashed a whip at the captives, compelling them to haul out every cannon they could find within the port. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly, yet the absence of skilled gunners rendered their efforts futile. Observing the inept pirates provocatively taunting from below the city walls, some residents, unwilling to be oppressed, fell victim to their merciless slaughter. A few indignant naval officers urged Hasapic, Major, we cannot stand idly by while these pirates wreak havoc. Please, give the order to open the gates. We must eliminate these scoundrels. You fools. Do not mistake our adversaries for these wretched miscreants before us. Our true enemy is the most fearsome pirate in the West Sea, the side of Rommel, Cavendish. He undoubtedly commands a substantial force lurking unseen, and should we open the gates, he will storm in without hesitation. We cannot take that risk. Hasapic disregarded the anguished cries of the civilians below the walls, reasoning that even if they were all slaughtered, it would bear little consequence. Major. The fervent officers began to boil with rage, on the verge of taking drastic measures. You must not open the gates. As Hasapic teetered on the brink of losing control, a rescue team emerged. They were the influential figures of Mote Island, each possessing considerable wealth and intricate connections with powerful individuals. For the sake of their own lives, they would not permit the pirates to slaughter the outside populace without consequence. The gates must remain shut. Faced with a major who had climbed the ranks through connections, several impassioned officers contemplated taking matters into their own hands. Yet, upon the arrival of these influential allies, unless they were prepared to defect, they dared not act recklessly. Ross continued to wield his whip with determination, directing the captives to bombard the city walls, embodying an unwavering resolve. However, given his current pace, it seemed unlikely that the walls would be breached anytime soon. At the port of Mote Island, a group of individuals resembling refugees busily scrambled onto a few dilapidated boats, heading towards the now visible warships. Lafitte, are we ready? Cavendish exclaimed with excitement, twirling the Durandal in his hand. This marked the first encounter with an adversary of the Rear Admiral's caliber, albeit an obscure name. A Rear Admiral was still a formidable opponent, and he was uncertain if he could prevail. Fear not, Captain. My hypnosis will surely prove effective. Lafitte licked his alluring lips, recognizing the captain's brilliance in devising such a method. Rear Admiral, many refugees are approaching. Their boats are wrecked, and they seek to board our warships. Relayed a messenger with a salute to Vernier. Rear Admiral Vernier, in his 50s, stood tall with silver hair, emanating authority despite his scars, a long gash from his left ear to his lip, a remnant of his days pursuing Roger alongside Admiral Carp. After over 30 years of service, he may have lost the vigor of his youth, merely wishing to navigate his way to retirement. Yet, he remained steadfast in upholding a soldier's fundamental duty. Let the refugees aboard. He observed a multitude of ragged old and infirm individuals. Had they been robust men, he might have suspected a treacherous plot. However, faced with these feeble refugees, even the most inept Navy sailor could easily overpower them. The warship steadily approached the port of Mote Island, where flames engulfed the once thriving harbor, and cannon fire echoed from the inner city. It seems Hypocrisy managed to hold the fort. Vernier was astonished that Hypocrisy succeeded in defending Mote Island, as he had anticipated merely cleaning up the aftermath. Signal the troops to prepare for disembarkation. We must eliminate Cavendish at Mote Island. Vernier commanded, brandishing his sword. Rear Admiral, the leaders of the refugees wish to see you. They claim to possess intelligence on the pirates. Oh, let them come. Faced with several elderly individuals, Vernier thought that even the most foolish pirate would not dispatch such frail creatures as assassins. Little did he know that a savage pirate existed, one whose brutality surpassed all imagination. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions lit up the sky, transforming the advancing warship into a dazzling firework display. Lafitte and several high-ranking cannon fodder gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their admiration for Cavendish reaching unprecedented heights. Only a devil could conceive such a wicked strategy. Cavendish mused that the concept of human bombs, once the domain of those adept in such nefarious practices, was now simplified on his end. He merely needed to find a few old and frail individuals, hypnotize them with Lafitte's help, and the matter would be resolved. It was safe, simple, and effective. Unless the Navy could eliminate every last one of these genuine refugees, their fate was sealed. Amidst the intense explosions, a figure soared into the air, furiously declaring, Cavendish, you heartless demon, today, I shall surely slay you. Admiral Vern had never been this enraged before. When those refugees, their eyes gleaming with a sinister light, charged toward him, his seasoned instincts told him they had been hypnotized. Yet, before he could react, those refugees began to explode. Indeed, they detonated. After being hypnotized by Lafitte, they had been compelled to swallow potent explosives, making it nearly impossible to discover any weapons upon searching them. However, it is impossible for humans to digest explosives. So even if they did not perish in the blast, the refugees were certainly not destined to survive until dawn. Such a morally reprehensible assassination method could only be employed by someone like Cavendish, a time traveler. Though Admiral Vern had shielded himself with iron, he was still thrown into disarray by the explosion, his clothing completely shredded. The warship beneath him was also destroyed when several refugees breached the powder magazine, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The accompanying soldiers lacked his fortitude and were mostly obliterated. Even those fortunate enough to survive the initial blast were cast into the sea. Their fates uncertain. Over 600 of the finest soldiers from the West Sea were annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Faced with the furious Admiral Vern, Cavendish brandished his Durandal sword and commanded, Men, assemble. Let us engage the Admiral. This was the first of his additional updates. Although 77 of the 100 votes were his own, he deemed it prudent to provide an update nonetheless. Regarding the schedule for updates, it shall henceforth be set for 8 in the morning and 6 in the evening, with additional updates excluded from this count. Rolled. Wielding his massive iron hammer weighing over 600 pounds, swung it down upon the descending Admiral Vern, with a trace of giant blood within him. Standing over 4 meters tall, he represented a stark contrast to the Admiral, akin to the difference between an adult and a child. Get away. However, faced with Rold's earth-shattering strike, Admiral Vern paid him no heed, countering with a punch aimed directly at the hammer. Rold reveled in the thought that the Admiral must have lost his senses, daring to confront his hammer with mere fists, a foolish endeavor indeed. Little did he know that Admiral Vern had spent years training alongside Capone, honing his iron fists to a formidable level. With a resounding crash, Rold was sent flying, crashing through several buildings before being buried beneath the rubble, his fate uncertain. His famed weapon, the great hammer, was shattered, splintering into a flurry of iron shards. Several high-ranking lackeys witnessed this spectacle, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They never imagined a human's fist could possess such formidable strength. If Cavendish had to rely on these inept individuals, he would have long since needed to traverse time. Before the lackeys could comprehend the situation, Cavendish had mounted his steed, Ferrolu, and charged at Admiral Vern. Beautiful sword, Azure Bird. The indomitable Azure Bird, combined with Ferrolu's momentum, surged toward Admiral Vern, who had just dispatched Rold with a single blow. 6 styles, double fist charge. In response to Cavendish's assault, Admiral Vern unleashed his most adept technique. The immense force of the collision left deep imprints on the ground as Ferrolu's hoof scraped the earth. Had it not been for Ferrolu's robust physique as a mythical steed, this impact could have been fatal. Indeed, only those who achieve the rank of Admiral possess such prowess. Noticing Ferrolu's fatigue, Cavendish dismounted, patting its mane and instructing it to retreat. Admiral Vern gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped the explosion and then dashed away using moonwalk, only to be ambushed twice in quick succession. While Rold may have been inept, his strength was undeniable. And Cavendish's audacity in enhancing the Azure Bird's attack with the horse's speed had left his hands aching. Meanwhile, Cavendish, having utilized Ferrolu to absorb the impact of the 2 attacks, remained unscathed and shamelessly ordered, "Men, charge." Yoharo! A throng of reckless pirates brandished their firearms and blades, shouting as they surged forward. Initially terrified by Vern's devastating strike, they were emboldened by Cavendish's subsequent attack, sensing the possibility of defeating an admiral. Heaven knows this was the greatest fear looming over all pirates in the West Sea. The thought of participating in the siege against a naval admiral, perhaps even slaying him, sent the minds of these simple-minded brigands, filled only with thoughts of wine and women, into a frenzy. Navy. Ulysses swung his massive spiked club aimed at Vern's head. Below him, Chiola cunningly deployed a grappling hook, preparing to strike. More high-ranking lackeys raised their firearms, firing at Admiral Vern. These individuals posed no real threat to the admiral. Captain Lafitte stood calmly beside Cavendish, fully aware of Vern's capabilities. Although it appeared that over 100 ruthless pirates were mercilessly attacking an injured Navy officer, the balance of power was entirely inverted. Indeed, these wretches could not pose a genuine threat to him. Cavendish smiled, twirling his sword. But they can help me wear down his stamina. Moreover, he vanished from Lafayette's view, reappearing behind Vern, Durandal dancing elegantly in his grasp. They can also divert his attention. Despicable. Admiral Vern retreated swiftly, a wound now adorning his left side. Even an admiral cannot maintain an unyielding defense at all times. Recently assaulted by numerous pirates with bounties nearing 10 million, he could not eliminate them instantaneously. Even the weakest foes required time to dispatch. Seizing the opportunity while Vern dealt with the lowly scum, Cavendish attacked, lacking any semblance of a masterful demeanor. I am a pirate by nature. Treachery is to be expected. Men, he is wounded. Charge. Whoever takes him down shall be promoted to first mate. As the furious Admiral Vern sought revenge, Cavendish shamelessly executed a rapid retreat, understanding that engaging him directly would be folly. Enraged, Admiral Vern found himself surrounded once more by a throng of frenzied lackeys, further sustaining several wounds inflicted by Cavendish amidst the chaos. Damn it! Aware that he could not allow the situation to persist, Admiral Vern recognized that a decisive action was imperative lest he be slain here. As Cavendish prepared to strike yet again, Vern unleashed his most powerful attack. 6 styles, supreme technique. Iron Fist invincible. All standing objects within a 100-meter radius were violently expelled, whether they were pirates or trees, as if a tempest had swept through. It seems relying on these lowly foes to eliminate you is indeed not as simple as I thought. Although that previous technique was directed at Cavendish, it was clearly a wide-ranging area attack, effective against fodder but utterly futile against a master. The battlefield was left with only Cavendish and Vern standing. Lafayette had already been dispatched to besiege the inner city, where the inhabitants seemed aware of Vern's arrival, showing signs of agitation. That fool Ross could not hold the line. One sword to Indio. Cavendish trailed Durandal, exuding an overwhelming aura. Beautiful sword. Stardust Prince. A brilliant streak of starlight streaked across the sky, hurtling towards Vernier with unparalleled speed and might. 6 styles of ultimate art. Earth-shattering fist. Vernier thrust his fist skyward, charging towards Cavendish. This astonishing punch encapsulated the entirety of his strength, instilling within him an unwavering confidence that he could not only withstand his opponent's swordsmanship, but also deliver a devastating blow. After a brief skirmish, he had gleaned a general understanding of Cavendish's prowess. The latter was slightly faster, yet undeniably inferior in raw power. If given the opportunity, Cavendish could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable pirate. However, you should not provoke me at this moment. He resolved to deny this pirate any chance for resurgence, vowing that if the opportunity arose, he would send this merciless scoundrel to the depths of hell, even at the cost of his own injury. With a thunderous explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted at the sight of their clash, propelling Cavendish backward into the air, while Rear Admiral Werner was similarly thrust away by the force. He is injured. Rear Admiral Werner felt a surge of satisfaction, sensing the chaotic aura of Cavendish. The young man was simply too brash to challenge him in a fistfight. If Cavendish had maintained his high velocity, injuring him would have been quite the challenge. Yet, before he could revel in this realization, an excruciating pain shot through his back. How was this possible? He spun around, only to find emptiness behind him. Finally, he had achieved 50 collections. While this might merely take a few minutes for other authors, Shan Yuan felt a sense of joy, as such collections were commendable relative to the book's views. Cough, cough. Cavendish emerged slowly from the dust, coughing. Rear Admiral Werner collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, a gleaming disc of death firmly embedded in his back. With a flick of Cavendish's fingers, the disc began to spin violently, unleashing a flurry of merciless blood arrows. Seizing the moment when Werner was engaged in their fierce confrontation, Cavendish had employed the powers of the magnetism fruit to launch a surprise attack from behind. Werner's focus had been entirely on him, and all his strength was concentrated in his arms, allowing Cavendish to strike true. Werner attempted to rise, but Cavendish, like a gust of wind, swept past him with Durandal, effortlessly severing his head. Historically, villains have perished due to their verbosity. He could not guarantee that this rear admiral would not have some desperate last resort. Despite the bizarre occurrences in the world of One Piece, it was exceedingly rare for one to survive after having their head severed. Holding Werner's severed head, Cavendish strolled toward the inner city, where Hypocrisy had already organized a counteroffensive. Alone, Lafitte could not withstand the assault. "Sir, we are nearing the West Sea Navy base," Hypocrisy said, his tone obsequious. Upon Cavendish's appearance on the battlefield with Werner's head, the morale of the entire Mote Island plummeted. Aside from a few reckless individuals charging at him in a desperate frenzy, most surrendered with remarkable pragmatism. Hypocrisy, now transformed into the most competent lackey, dutifully guided Cavendish toward the Navy base with his ship, demonstrating utmost loyalty. As for those who lay incapacitated in the ruins after Werner's devastating attack, Cavendish mused that if they were still alive upon his return, he would give their fate due consideration. "You've done well, lad, just get the base gates opened, and you can lead the others back while taking care of your own affairs." Cavendish expressed his approval of Hypocrisy, his gaze unmistakably conveying, "I have great expectations for you, young man." Hypocrisy gazed at the striking youth with profound admiration. In that fleeting moment of surrender, he had thought his life was shrouded in darkness. Even if he survived today, the military tribunal would surely condemn him to a lifetime and impel down. He had even contemplated the possibility of embracing piracy, should all else fail. Yet, unexpectedly, the youth before him had devised an escape route. If this remarkable young man could eliminate everyone at the West Sea base, no one would ever know of his betrayal. Moreover, he had promised to report to the Navy headquarters that after Rear Admiral Werner's demise, Hypocrisy had valiantly led the troops to reclaim the base, ensuring that his secret would remain safe. In this manner, not only did he bear no fault, but he also possessed a monumental merit. With great ambition, he strode forth, seeking wealth and promotion, relying on the intellect of his colleagues at the Shihai base. "Captain, why bestow such considerable advantages upon this petty individual?" For someone like Hypocrisy, Lafitte harbored no fondness whatsoever. Allowing such detritus to survive was already a concession. To think the captain would pave a path of prosperity for him was utterly perplexing. Chuckling softly, Cavendish acknowledged that it was wise to indulge the curiosity of his foremost warrior. With such leverage now in their possession, would he dare to defy orders in the future? Twirling the lethal disc in his hand, he continued, "The more despicable the individual, the more they are preoccupied with their own interests. Although today may seem like a mere trivial maneuver, who can predict when it might prove useful?" Lafitte felt as though his years had been squandered. Had he encountered a captain of such extraordinary caliber earlier, he might have ascended to the position of commander of the entire West Sea by now. Rather than finding himself in this predicament, the West Sea Naval Base was the most feared location among the pirates of the West Sea and represented the pinnacle of the world government's military presence in that region. It was permanently manned by a rear admiral, 2 brigadier generals, and thousands of elite naval soldiers, boasting over a dozen large warships and more than 100 coastal defense cannons, gleaming with a metallic luster under the rays of the setting sun. Such formidable strength may only represent a mere outpost in the New World, yet in the West Sea, it undeniably commands an aura of invincibility. No one could have anticipated that it would one day fall to the onslaught of pirates. When the warships of Hypocrisy deceived the fortress gates, the naval soldiers within were engulfed by a tide of pirates, leading them to question whether it was, perchance, April Fool's Day. Many fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they faced their demise. Admiral Vernal perished in battle, and earlier, Rear Admiral Peter Gott had also met his end at the hands of Cavendish. The newly appointed Rear Admiral had intended to report for duty after the new year, leaving the naval base with only one Rear Admiral to defend it. Admiral Vernal had nearly taken the entire capable force of the base with him on his expedition, leaving behind only a handful of junior soldiers and maintenance personnel. Against the fierce pirate crew, these individuals had no time to resist, and in an instant, the naval base transformed into a hell on earth. No one could fathom that Admiral Vernal's flagship would be defeated. After all, from any perspective, Cavendish's pirate crew was vastly inferior to the forces personally led by the Admiral. If not for his deranged use of human bombs to send the entire fleet to the depths of the sea, one would expect Admiral Vernal to return in triumph. Rear Admiral Durensis crushed a pirate who was pursuing several maintenance workers into a bloody pulp. He possessed the abilities of the monkey fruit, allowing him to transform into a towering gorilla, exceeding 6 meters in height, with an arm strength surpassing 3,000 pounds. "Quickly, contact headquarters. Pirates are invading, he exclaimed, never having anticipated that pirates would dare to assault a naval base. What was happening in this world? Although he understood that even if he contacted headquarters, it would be futile, as reinforcements from the nearest base would take 3 days to arrive, and given the audacity of these pirates to attack the main base, those outposts guarded by only a couple of captains would be mere fodder, unless someone was dispatched from the main base by the time reinforcements from Marineford arrived. The grass on his grave might very well be tall enough to conceal a person. It appeared that he might perish today. He flexed his robust wrists, maintaining his composure in the face of dozens of ferocious pirates. Just as he stood resolutely at the inner gate of the base, a cacophony of screams erupted from behind him. What is that? Durensis thought, horrified to realize that the screams were emanating from within the base itself. How could that be? Hadn't the enemy just reached the gates? It was inconceivable for the base's interior to be compromised for any defensive fortress. The communication center was typically a high-priority target for protection. Although its defense might not match that of a secret warehouse, it was assuredly on par with the command center. The West Sea's main base was a super fortress constructed by hollowing out an entire island, featuring 2 concentric walls. The communication center was situated in the heart of the inner city, mere walls away from the command center, making it virtually impregnable under normal circumstances. However, all impossibilities could become possible with the assistance of traitors. Picasser's rank was the highest in the West Sea, aside from Vern himself, and bringing a few individuals into the communication center was a reasonable request. Cavendish sat quietly as Picasser single-handedly destroyed all the communication snail devices in the base and activated the electromagnetic disruptor to prevent any leaks. After all, he was to betray them. If even a hint of this incident were to escape, his life would be forfeit. Durensis dashed into the communication center, only to find a few soldiers brutally mutilated, along with Picasser brandishing a katana, his face twisted with murderous intent. "You scoundrel! How dare you collude with pirates and betray the navy?" Durensis exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. It became evident why the pirates could breach the outer defenses and why all communication devices were rendered inoperable. The betrayal stemmed from within. Fueled by rage, he transformed into a gorilla and launched a furious assault on the traitor. Picasser desperately wielded his katana in defense, but he was no match for Durensis's might and quickly found himself in disarray. "Master, save me," he cried, narrowly evading a fatal blow from Durensis. As Durensis believed he could eliminate this traitor in one strike, Cavendish made his move. There were no grand spectacles or epic battles. It was merely a single strike. The tip of Durendil's sword emerged from Durensis's chest. The animal-type devil fruit granted him formidable vitality, even with his heart pierced. He managed to muster the strength for one last attack against Cavendish. However, even in his prime, harming Cavendish would have posed a challenge, let alone in such a weakened state. Cavendish felt more like an assassin rather than a swordsman, blessed with exceptional speed and striking power. While his recovery speed could be deemed superhuman, it paled in comparison to that of characters like Lafitte, who could bounce back from life-threatening injuries after a single night's rest. As for his resilience, he deemed it wisest not to tempt fate, for he was inherently averse to pain and death. It was perplexing. Other transmigrators seemed to transform into prodigies upon their arrival, regardless of how weak or cowardly they had been in their past lives. They emerged with hearts of steel, unflinching in the face of death, yet Cavendish felt unchanged, lacking determination, fearful of pain, and indulging in laziness, often succumbing to base instincts in the presence of alluring women. Had he not inherited the abilities of this body, he might have already resigned himself to a life of idleness in a bustling locale. "Captain, the guards outside have been defeated." At that moment, as he was lost in thought, the pirates led by Lafitte had dispatched the remaining soldiers who were still resisting, each one brimming with exhilaration. The pirates had successfully raided the navy, seizing the main base of the West Sea, and all involved were prepared to boast about this achievement for the rest of their lives. "Let us head to the warehouse. The aftermath will be left to Picasser, the acting commander of the West Sea." Cavendish waved his hand toward the dazed Picasser. "Yes, my lord." Picasser's eyes gleamed with ambition, for he realized that not a single soul in the base could be left alive. By eliminating all witnesses, he could present himself as the hero who reclaimed the base from the clutches of evil pirates. If he were not to become the acting commander of the West Sea, who would dare to claim that title? Under the luminous moonlight, 9 warships slowly sailed out of the West Sea base's harbor. Behind them, Picasser led a group of oblivious soldiers in hot pursuit, ultimately managing to reclaim the naval base at a significant cost. In this battle, Admiral Vern perished. Rear Admiral Durensis fell, 12 captains lost their lives, and countless others below the rank of captain perished as well. A total of 1,842 souls from the West Sea naval base lost their lives in service, with 9 warships seized by pirates, 3 destroyed. And Rear Admiral Picasser valiantly resisted, sustaining severe injuries but managing to reclaim 2 warships from the pirates. Scoundrels! Upon receiving the news, the indignant warring states wreaked havoc, reducing the entire office to ruins. Even the typically jovial Carp displayed a rare solemnity. This is no longer a matter of shame, but rather an utter disgrace to the entire navy. The Western Sea Naval Headquarters has been breached by an unknown rookie pirate, resulting in the demise of everyone from the highest commander to the lowly firebrand soldiers. Such catastrophic losses had him questioning whether someone was playing an elaborate joke on him. That rascal truly requires a lesson. Carp was no stranger to Vern. He could even be considered a half-apprentice of sorts. The news of his death struck Carp with profound sorrow. Yet, in contrast to the fall of the Western Sea base, Carp's ire was more directed at the report's mention of Cavendish, who had forced civilians to wear explosives as human bombs to destroy Navy warships. Such actions were simply monstrous. Sengoku, allow me to lead a team to eliminate him. A vile pirate like that should not exist in this world. Carp rarely took such a serious tone. Sengoku, upon hearing Carp's request, was prepared to acquiesce without hesitation. However, before he could issue the order, the transponder snail on the table began to ring. Seeing the unmistakable insignia of the Gore CI on the transponder, Sengoku had no choice but to compose himself and answer the call. Sengoku, Caesar Clown has escaped during transit. I am ordering you to immediately dispatch all available personnel to apprehend him. But Gore CI, a most ruthless rookie pirate, has just emerged in the West Sea. We must allocate resources to capture him, facing the ferocious pirate capable of breaching the Western Sea Navy base. It was clear that without deploying forces of equal strength to an admiral, any effort would be futile. Yet, Sengoku had only a handful of subordinates available. Akainu was stationed in the New World, Kazara was on standby at headquarters, and Akiji was required for defense during the World Summit currently taking place in Mariewa. Carp was essentially Sengoku's last card to play. Forget about that rookie pirate. According to CP0, he is en route to Reverse Mountain. While Caesar Clown has reportedly made contact with Kaido's subordinates. If Kaido acquires Caesar, you should understand the ramifications that would have on the world. Understood. Sengoku reluctantly placed the transponder snail down and addressed Carp. Carp, I now command you to immediately lead your troops to pursue the defector, Caesar Clown. Observing the discontent on his old friend's face, he added soothingly, I will ensure that the matter of the rookie pirate is handled appropriately once the World Summit concludes. I will dispatch Akiji to deal with him. Impossible. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo held a newspaper in his hands, astonished. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips as she gazed at the latest report, her mouth watering at the prospect of such a talented young man. She yearned to claim him as her son-in-law. On Shank's flagship, Ben Beckman held the latest bounty notice with a smile. Captain, this newcomer is even more ferocious than you were in your youth. Indeed, this sea still harbors formidable newcomers. Whitebeard raised his cup in joviality, declaring, Ace. It seems your record has been shattered. At his words, a bare-chested youth wearing a round hat scoffed, his arms emanating faint flickers of flame, betraying his inner unrest. The world erupted in turmoil, as the latest bounty notices and newspapers were dispatched by the newsbirds across the globe. Many initially thought it was a grand jest. Captain, Ross exclaimed excitedly, brandishing the latest bounty notice as he ascended onto Cavendish's flagship. They had collectively claimed 9 warships from the Navy base. And now the Cavendish pirates had burgeoned into an enormous crew of nearly 2,000 members, boasting 9 naval vessels. Even Ross, due to his seniority, was assigned a warship. Finally realizing his dream of becoming a grand captain commanding beautiful women, the bounty notice, framed in blue against a white background, depicted Cavendish standing proudly at the bow of the ship, his Durandal sword pointed forward, exuding an air of I came, I saw, I conquered. This bounty photo is splendid. Cavendish mused, awarding himself 32 internal praises. He had posed for ages to achieve this perfect shot, having dispatched 6 photographers to ensure only the best made the cut. It was said that this edition of the newspaper and bounty notice sold out immediately, with all postings on bulletin boards snatched away by frenzied young women, who plastered them above their beds, engaging in undisclosed activities. Cavendish, the heartless, captain of the beautiful is Justice Pirates, originally known as Rommel the Scythe. Notorious in the Rommel Kingdom for the massacre of countless innocent civilians. After being discovered by the Navy, he turned to piracy. Once employing civilians as human bombs on Mote Island, exhibiting a deranged disposition, he ruthlessly slayed Rear Admiral Vern of the Western Sea Navy, breached the Western Sea Naval Headquarters, and butchered nearly 2,000 Navy soldiers, including 2 Rear Admirals and dozens of officers, seizing numerous naval vessels. This man is heinously vile and exceedingly brutal. Currently designated by the world government as the most ruthless pirate, with a bounty of 560 million berries, dead or alive, due to the dubious nature of Pikahas's report. The entire Navy headquarters erroneously believed Cavendish possessed the capacity to single-handedly eliminate Vern, initially assigning him a bounty of 280 million, reflective of Cavendish's original prowess. However, after he dealt a severe blow to the Navy's pride, Sengoku, facing a lack of capable personnel to confront him, overrode the consensus and doubled the bounty, intending to lure discontented pirates or reckless bounty hunters to pursue him. The bounty of 560 million sent shockwaves through the world. Last year, the one who had declined the government's invitation to become a warlord of the sea and was now the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace, had a bounty of only 550 million at the height of his infamy. Moreover, Cavendish had yet to even set foot in the Grand Line. It's worth noting that the legendary red-haired Shanks, prior to entering the Grand Line, had a bounty of merely 200 million. Ruthless killer Lafitte, bounty of 90 million. Skinner Chiura, bounty of 55 million. Knockout Nalik, bounty of 48 million. Big Hammer Rolled, bounty of 45 million. Twin Blade Kahori, bounty of 35 million. Gold Hook Ross, bounty of 17 million. Big Bucktooth Pahami, bounty of 13 million. Ross, holding his bounty notice, was overcome with joy, never having imagined he would be valued so highly. Beside him, Pahami trembled as he clutched his bounty notice, fully aware of his own limitations. He had always hidden during battles, wondering why he too was being rewarded. Let the festivities commence, everyone. Cavendish felt a bit overwhelmed by the exorbitant bounty placed upon him. However, since events had escalated to this point, fretting was indeed futile. It was better for everyone to indulge in merriment for the time being. A multitude of officers and senior cannon fodder aboard the ship immediately began to dance and sing pirate ballads, feasting on roasted meats and abundant fine wines. The various beautiful captives from Mote Island, regardless of their previous statuses, were humiliated into donning scanty bikinis, prancing about the hall as they were leered at by the ferocious pirates. Should any officer find a particular beauty appealing, she would be swiftly dragged into the corridor or some other secluded spot to engage in acts that brought pleasure to men but were deeply humiliating to women. The trifecta of wine, food, and women lay before these scoundrels, ensnaring them in a web of temptation. Cavendish reclined in a plush seat on the second floor of the banquet hall, cradling a delicate young maiden in his arms, his sinful hands roaming across her form as fear flickered across her innocent visage. Though he appeared handsome and charming to those around him, to the girl, he seemed more terrifying than a demon. The little maid stood behind him, indignant, watching as Cavendish's hands groped the girl's bosom, gnashing her teeth in jealousy. Reflecting that her master had never treated her in such a manner. Was it truly because she was too young? She glanced at the girl's ample curves and then at her own modest figure, feeling a wave of frustration. If Miranda could read minds, she would undoubtedly scold Veer without hesitation. Do you think she desires this? For she was the legitimate daughter of the illustrious Gore family, the most esteemed household on Mote Island, an adored darling, the uncrowned princess of the island, and the fiancée of Rear Admiral Picasa. Now, she was publicly humiliated by a pirate, and her heart ached with despair. Yet, contemplating death was one thing. She would refuse to succumb to it. Lafitte. How long until we reach Reverse Mountain? The girl in his arms was nearly bare, yet Cavendish showed no concern for her modesty to him. She was merely an object for his desires. Lafitte, still dressed in his usual attire, sat upright across from him and spoke reverently. Captain, at our current speed, we should reach Reverse Mountain tonight. However, I advise against sailing at night due to the mountain's peculiarities. Navigating after dark could lead to unnecessary casualties. It would be prudent for us to anchor and rest below the mountain, proceeding at dawn. Cavendish found it hard to comprehend the characters from the original work. While having dreams was admirable, it baffled him that those who held such aspirations behaved like saints, utterly unaffected by other desires, willing to forsake their lives for an elusive dream. Lafitte, his foremost subordinate, epitomized this saintly demeanor, refusing both money and women during the division of spoils. Willing to undertake any dirty work, truly the model of I'll take the risk, you enjoy the benefits. Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Inform them to rest here tonight. We will cross Reverse Mountain at first light. Cavendish's pent-up desires had become unbearable over the past month. Although his subordinates had presented him with numerous beauties, the two that caught his eye were notable socialites from the West Sea. Perhaps the pirates in this world were indifferent to such matters, but as a transmigrator from a grand empire, Cavendish believed that as a leader of thousands, he should not sully his reputation with mere socialites as betting. The little maid had potential, yet she was too young for his taste. Finally, on Mote Island, he had found a girl whose appearance and form met his standards, and he could no longer contain himself. He pinned the girl to the ground, positioning her in a doggy style, and effortlessly seized Miranda's most cherished possession, which she had preserved for nearly 20 years. Captain, do you truly not require my accompaniment? Lafitte inquired, glancing at Cavendish, who stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, undeterred. They were currently navigating the current of Reverse Mountain, the colossal archway atop the mountain now clearly visible, with Lafitte, a master navigator, guiding them, and their ship being a meticulously crafted naval vessel. Reverse Mountain posed little challenge. However, Lafitte was surprised that the captain intended to abandon his crew to venture alone to the East Sea. To traverse the seas, one must either cross the doldrums or navigate the Red Land Continent's canal, but the latter required passage through Mariehua, which even the formidable Whitebeard pirates could not accomplish. Initially, Cavendish had planned to rob the West Sea base, hoping to navigate through the doldrums with a naval vessel. However, after the heist, he learned that the Navy's ships were not equipped with sea prism stone and thus could not pass through the doldrums. Reflecting on it, it seemed that in the anime, the Navy only acquired this technology after Luffy and his crew dealt with Enies Lobby in the summer of 1520, whereas it was currently the end of 1518. Indeed, too early. Nevertheless, no obstacles could deter the heart of a harem king, arriving in the world of One Piece. Allowing little thief cat Nami to escape would be no different than being a floundering fish. Thus, Cavendish resolved that when their fleet reached the summit of Reverse Mountain, he would utilize his abilities to soar to the top, then proceed on foot to the East Sea, commandeering a ship from the nearest town by any means necessary to ensure Nami boarded his vessel. As for what would transpire once she was aboard, well, That was a matter to be deliberated later. The sheer volume of supplies within a naval headquarters was nearly beyond description. It took their pirate crew of over 200 a full day and night to transfer most of the goods from the warehouse. And all 6 naval ships were filled to the brim. Particularly invaluable were the items discovered in the command center's secret warehouse, which could not be measured in monetary terms. The complete handwritten manual of the 6 styles, annotated by Steelbone Kizaru, the guide to mastering armament hockey borrowed from Zifa, along with a plethora of other secret techniques, were bestowed upon his senior cannon fodder. Now, Cavendish had a solid grasp of the moonwalk technique, and his understanding of armament hockey was gradually taking shape. The myriad treasures that enhanced human potential he had appropriated from the naval base had all been consumed. Cavendish could distinctly feel his strength surging compared to earlier. Should he encounter an opponent like Vern, he was confident he could defeat them with minimal injury in a one-on-one confrontation, no longer requiring cunning schemes. Indeed, this method of upgrading akin to a wealthy player suits me perfectly. He has completely exhausted the treasures accumulated over 2 decades at the West Sea base. If his strength does not increase, it would be utterly tragic. The ability to leap from a swiftly moving ship and traverse the tumultuous sea to reach the summit of Upside Down Mountain is a feat only achievable by Cavendish and Lafitte within the entire pirate crew. Cavendish employs the moonwalk and a modicum of magnetic force learned from his battle with Vern, enabling him to glide through the air for roughly 10 minutes. As for Lafitte, he is a user of the bird fruit, having the form of a white dove. Lafitte, Cavendish declared without turning back, in this entire fleet. You are the only one I can trust. If both of us depart, those scoundrels will undoubtedly divide the fleet amongst themselves and flee. I have never believed in the loyalty of my subordinates, who are merely high-level cannon fodder. Hearing such trust from his captain, Lafitte knelt with fervor, declaring, Captain, I shall never betray your trust in this lifetime. You wait for me at the Twin Gorges. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, lead the crew to Alabasta. I shall return within 2 months at most. Having seized a plethora of permanent pointers at the West Sea base, he is now genuinely affluent, capable of discarding pointers at will, with 8 remaining in his possession. Finally, Cavendish gracefully activated his abilities, slowly ascending into the air at the bow of the ship. If there are any with ulterior motives, I permit you to act first and report later. With this, he vanished among the mountains. Low Town, the place of beginnings and endings. Cavendish strolled through the streets, having just commandeered a transport vessel, compelling others to bring him here. After all, Cocoa West Village is an obscure little hamlet. Having eliminated 3 individuals with no knowledge of its location, he reluctantly decided to seek out any East Blue maps in Low Town. The town escort should be that smoky fellow smoker. However, as a natural type user, he is currently the weakest among them, making it a perfect opportunity to test my hockey. As he pondered, he leisurely made his way toward the Navy headquarters in Low Town. There, he was certain to find a comprehensive map of the East Blue, and he had long coveted that bespectacled woman, Tashigi, who served under Smoker. When she first emerged, Tashigi was merely of average beauty and her physique remained concealed. But during the Punk Hazard incident when the Smoky Man and Tashigi swapped bodies, everyone was astonished. Tashigi, it turned out, possessed a surprisingly ample bosom, which was never apparent before. Though she exhibited a heightened sense of justice, was somewhat obsessed with swords, and had a natural airheadness, she would still make a splendid choice for companionship. Regrettably, upon defeating the entire Logtown headquarters, he discovered that Smoker had been summoned to Marineford for training last month, and Tashigi, as his attendant, had accompanied him. What bad luck. Fully aware of his own abilities, Cavendish dared not cause a ruckus at Marineford, so he gloomily reduced the entire Logtown headquarters to rubble. Never mind, although I missed out on the splendid Tashigi, there awaits the even more remarkable Nami. With the East Blue map pilfered from the headquarters in hand, he effortlessly commandeered a rather decent merchant ship, coercing the crew to set sail toward Cocoa West Village under the watchful gazes of the townsfolk, who regarded him as a colossal beast. Knock, knock. Nokia was diligently preparing dinner when she heard a knock at the door. Who could it be? She wondered, aware that Nami would never knock, nor would Aiken come at such a late hour. As for the others, it was even less likely. She grasped the kitchen knife, cautious as she lived alone in the orange grove, mindful that trouble could easily arise. Hello, is this Nami's home? Upon opening the door, she was met by a strikingly handsome man clad in white with golden hair. Nokia would swear by her late mother Belmere that she had never encountered a man so extraordinarily handsome in her 19 years of life. Cavendish swiftly surveyed Nokia from head to toe, his expression impeccable, and his perfect smile unwavering. Disappointed, he had expected his sister-in-law to also possess breathtaking beauty. But upon closer inspection of her dusky skin, tattoos adorning her arms and chest, and somewhat pronounced lips, he found her merely acceptable, lacking the allure to stir his interest. The clatter of the knife dropping onto the floor jolted Nokia from her reverie, and she realized she hadn't yet invited the handsome stranger inside. Please come in. Are you a friend of Nami's? I haven't heard of you. She quickly dashed into her room to tidy her attire and, with utmost diligence, prepared a glass of exceptional orange juice. Though she wished to present something more lavish to this superlative gentleman, her modest means only allowed for orange juice. Cavendish graciously sipped the juice but soon drained the entire glass. Delicious. Is there more? He inquired, raising the empty cup toward Nokiha, who was seated across from him. Somewhat enamored. Yes, yes. One moment. In a flurry, she returned with a bucket-sized serving of orange juice, leaving Cavendish momentarily speechless. It seemed he had forgotten that Nami's sister could be so infatuated, as her current demeanor suggested she might easily abandon all modesty. May I ask if Nami is home today? Cavendish queried, noticing 2 plates set in the kitchen, a hint of confusion in his tone, while Nokiha appeared quite tempting. His focus remained on Nami. He would not sacrifice the larger prize for a lesser one. No, Nami has been home lately. Hearing the White Knight inquire about Nami once again, Nokiha felt a tinge of disappointment. Such a handsome man was not here for her. Seeing Cavendish's gaze linger on the kitchen, Nokiha realized the 2 plates must have caused a misunderstanding. I usually prepare a bit more for dinner because of Nami. She sometimes returns unexpectedly at night. Of course, I finish off the leftovers the next afternoon. Believing Cavendish to be a close friend of Nami's, she hastily clarified. Not at home, huh? Cavendish sighed, realizing his luck was truly lacking, having missed Tashiji and now unable to find Nami. Nami, known as the Little Thief Cat, roamed the East Blue, stealthily pilfering from various pirate ships to redeem Cocoa West Village from Arlong. With her navigational prowess, tracking her down without prior knowledge would be an arduous task. So when might Nami return? Since she was nowhere to be found, he had no choice but to wait patiently. After all, he was determined to claim this remarkable prize. She usually comes back every 2 to 3 months. She has been gone for over 2 months this time, so she should return soon. Before the dashing gentleman, Nokigo swiftly sold her sister. Pardon me. May I stay here and wait for her? Cavendish replied with utmost gentlemanly grace, of course, if it poses any inconvenience. I could find a place to camp in the woods. In the presence of his future sister-in-law, he felt it best to maintain his composure. No. You should stay here. I'll tidy up Nami's room. You can occupy it. Assuming that Nami must have some secret relationship with the handsome man before her, Nokigo resolved to act like a family member, although somewhat disappointed to realize that such a charming prince was merely her brother-in-law. Her years of affection for Nami made her feel grateful that her sister had found such a reliable companion. After dinner, both harbored their thoughts, unaware that Nokigo's culinary skills were quite impressive, although they paled in comparison to the wretched chef Cavendish employed to catch sharks. They were far superior to those of a mere maid. He mused that he might even be able to whisk this sister-in-law away, for while his charm might be lacking, his prowess in the kitchen was undoubtedly sufficient. Of course, the pure-hearted Nokigo vowed that any notion of a sisterly escapade was utterly out of the question. Who could say? Though, after dinner, in such a quaint rural locale, there was little to entertain them. Following a simple wash-up, they retreated to their respective rooms to sleep. Cavendish slumbered peacefully, while Nokigo, sharing a roof with a man she adored, felt a tumult of emotions since he was also her brother-in-law. The sensation was overwhelmingly bittersweet. Thus, when morning arrived and she prepared breakfast, she bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue, resembling 2 dark circles beneath her eyes, nearly startling Cavendish. Good morning, Nokigo. Cavendish greeted as he prepared to step out for a stroll, intending to pay respects at Belmir's grave. After all, she was one of his unofficial mothers-in-law, and it was only fitting he honor her memory. Upon uttering his greeting, Nokigo suddenly realized she did not even know his name, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for having spent an entire night with him without knowing such a fundamental fact. However, before she could inquire, Cavendish opened the door and stepped outside, saying, Nokigo, I'll be out for a bit. If Nami returns, please have her wait for me here. Be cautious of the fishmen outside. It dawned on Nokigo that he was not a local, and should he encounter the fishmen of the Arlong pirate crew, it would spell danger. Yet, by the time she reached the door, he had vanished from sight. For reasons unknown, her collection had been steadily declining since yesterday, causing her considerable distress. Although it was merely a handful of losses, it was disheartening given the already modest numbers of her books collection. She wondered if perhaps something she had written was lacking. She hoped that those who had removed her work would share their thoughts. Nokigo, I'm back. Nami burst through the door, startling her preoccupied sister who was preparing lunch. The clattering of pots and pans echoed in the kitchen as Nami gazed at her usually composed sister, perplexed. Nokigo, what's wrong? You must be thrilled I'm back. But there's no need to be this astonished. Nokigo hastily picked up the fallen utensils, retorting, It's nothing. But little Nami, are you hiding something from your sister? Nami blinked innocently, her large eyes betraying no guilt. Noticing her sister's feigned innocence, Nokigo playfully threatened her with her fists aimed at Nami's temples. It seemed that Nami had grown bold enough to lie to her elder sister. Behold my love's poisonous dragon strike. Ouch, that hurts, Nami exclaimed, recalling the terrors of childhood. Rascal Nokigo, witness my dragon claw. But she was no longer the defenseless child she once was, and she retaliated with a grasp that landed on Nokigo's ample bosom. However, she seemed to forget that in this regard, her own vulnerabilities were far more pronounced than Nokigo's. The sisters engaged in a spirited scuffle until Nokigo raised a white flag of surrender. Nami, I will soon gather 100 million berries. And then I can redeem the village. Everyone, including Aegean and Belmir, will surely rejoice. Exhausted, Nami proclaimed, reveling in the moment. Here. She could let go of her burdens, behaving like a normal 17-year-old girl, and after 7 long years, her dream was within reach. Nami. Nokigo embraced her, tears flowing silently down her cheeks. Only as Nami's closest kin could she comprehend the hardships her sister had endured, how a 10-year-old girl had to venture out alone to pilfer from merciless pirates. Who could truly understand her suffering? Rascal Nokigo, even if you're crying, I won't forgive you for striking me. Though Nami's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her stubbornness would not allow her to concede. Humph. Who's crying? I merely turned on the faucet by accident. Nokigo quickly dried her tears and adopted an interrogative demeanor. You. Confess. When did you become involved with such a handsome man? Has anything inappropriate occurred between you two? Nami was taken aback by the inquiry. What handsome man? Seeing her bewilderment, Nokigo scolded, stop pretending. He came to our house, claiming to be your friend, and stayed in your room overnight, and you didn't know? Damn it, Nokigo, I just got home. How could I possibly know? Besides, who is this super handsome man and what is his name? Nami asked, genuinely puzzled. Over the years, she had occasionally used her charm to manipulate lecherous men to assist her, but it seemed that someone had shown interest without her knowledge. Yet, she had divulged no personal information beyond her name. At this point, Nokigo's expression darkened. Well, I forgot to ask his name. What? Nami nearly collapsed. You let someone whose name you don't even know stay in my room all night? Nokigo, have you lost your mind? Nokigo, feeling slightly guilty, dared not meet Nami's gaze. After all, how could she admit she was caught in a spell of infatuation? He was an extraordinarily handsome gentleman, the kind one could never forget after a single encounter. Nami, think carefully. You seem quite smitten. Nami retorted, exasperated. No, you are the one who's smitten. By the way, that handsome man mentioned he would return shortly. When he does, you will undoubtedly remember him. Oh dear. Nami patted Nokigo's head. You're not feverish. How do you know he isn't a fraud? You should check if anything's gone missing at home. He could be a thief. Impossible. A man so striking could never be a thief, Nokigo mumbled, her conviction wavering. Observing her sister's flushed cheeks, Nami slapped her own face in realization. This guy was truly infatuated. Cocoa West Village, being remote, had a sparse population. This area, nestled beside a mountain range, was virtually lawless, which allowed Arlong to reign as a local tyrant. Cavendish strolled quietly along the path, his instincts guiding him effortlessly to avoid crowds. After all, no one knew when Nami would return, nor how long he would remain here. To prevent any disruptions that might keep Nami away, he decided to limit his interactions. In his memory, Belmir's grave was atop a cliff. As he gazed into the distance, he soon spotted it. The woman on the gravestone bore a broad smile. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a comforting presence. As a traditional citizen of the Celestial Empire, Cavendish felt compelled to pay his respects to the woman resting in the grave, thus he knelt reverently, performing an act he had never done since his arrival in this world. Belmir, I suppose I should address you as mother-in-law, regardless of your consent. I have already decided on your daughter as my own. Out of respect, I thought it best to inform you. Cavendish sensed someone approaching from below the cliff. Yet he continued, Nami is a wonderful girl, and I shall treat her well. I will also ensure Arlong's head is brought to honor you. Should you have any lingering wishes in the afterlife, please send me a dream to communicate them. In gratitude for raising Nami, I will fulfill any request you may have. Who are you? Nami demanded, furious. Confused by Nokigo's words, she intended to find solace at Belmir's grave, but upon her arrival, she overheard this man muttering about mother-in-law, wishes, and gratitude, which made her question whether she was truly married. Hearing that familiar voice from his past life, Cavendish turned excitedly, and there she was, Nami. In the flesh, her orange hair cascaded elegantly, framing an exquisitely beautiful face and a figure that commanded attention, though she wore an expression of indignation. Her slightly angry visage appeared irresistibly cute. At last, my princess, you have arrived. Cavendish removed his hat and bowed gently. Unforgivable, Cavendish. Yet, instead of the reaction he anticipated, Nami fainted upon seeing his face. Cavendish scratched his nose in exasperation. He considered himself quite handsome, yet her reaction left him bewildered. The Navy had bestowed upon him a rather unflattering nickname, suggesting he was unforgivable. With the enchanting beauty collapsed at his feet, he had no choice but to scoop her up in a princess carry, assuring himself he had no ulterior motives. Nami awoke groggily in bed, with Nokigo watching her intently. Nai, little Nami lied to her sister about not knowing that handsome man, yet here you are, returned in his arms. What exactly transpired between you two? You fainted despite your resilience. Nokigo scrutinized Nami, seemingly assessing if her sister was overly sensitive. Shoo. Nami urgently pressed her hand over Nokigo's mouth, glancing around for any sign of Cavendish. Once assured of his absence, she whispered, there is no time. We must flee. Unforgivable Cavendish. He leaves nothing but destruction in his wake, Nami thought. Though the reason for such a notorious figure appearing in Cocoa West Village puzzled her, she understood that if she wished to survive, it was best to escape swiftly. Ugh. Nokigo, bewildered, could not comprehend her sister's panic. Did Nami sustain a head injury? However, with Nami's years of experience at sea, she easily overpowered Nokigo, leading her stealthily towards the door. Ah, our sleeping beauty awakens. Cavendish lounged on the living room sofa, sipping orange juice while watching Nami sneakily attempt to exit with Nokigo in tow. Ah, Nami screamed, nearly deafening Nokigo. Cavendish, why are you here? Even the fearless Nami trembled at his presence, her body shaking uncontrollably, a sight that was hardly dignified. Arlong had loomed as a heavy burden on Nami's heart for so many years, despite her young age of 17. She had grown wise to whom she could provoke and who she must avoid, although Arlong's bounty was a mere 20 million. Making him the most formidable pirate in the East Sea, Cavendish's bounty, rumored to be 560 million, was far more daunting. Whispers of his brutality suggested he had slaughtered thousands and toppled entire nations, with tales claiming his victims could fill half the East Sea, finally managing to escape Nami's grip. Nokigo chastised her. You claim not to know him? Your excitement speaks otherwise. Cavendish, is it? A splendid name indeed. Thank you for the compliment. Cavendish nodded, a smile gracing his lips. How handsome. Nokigo's gaze softened, yet recalling he was to be her brother-in-law dampened her enthusiasm. Let us sit and converse, Nami. Cavendish observed her trembling figure, sensing he might not be as terrifying as she believed. With a stiff gait, Nami approached him cautiously, taking her seat with an air of formality that left Nokigo bewildered. I have come to the East Sea with a request for you, Nami. Cavendish took a sip from the orange juice in his hand, and then handed the empty cup to Nokigo. Can I have a little more? Certainly, just a moment. Nokigo replied, his excitement evident as he dashed into the kitchen, his ears perked up, attentively listening to the sounds from the living room. Please, 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 command me. Nami thought, feeling the weight of the legendary figure before her. She dared not harbor any frivolous thoughts. Who knew if this person might suddenly erupt and wreak havoc upon the entire village? Just as Cavendish was about to speak, Nokigo rushed out from the kitchen, exclaiming, The orange juice is ready. Thank you. Cavendish replied, before continuing, I have come to the East Sea to invite you, Nami, to serve as my navigator. I wonder if I might have the honor. Nami was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. A legendary pirate, whose bounty could bury the entire Cocoa West village, had come here solely to recruit her as a navigator. What a ridiculous notion. My skills are limited. I fear I would not be of assistance to you, sir. With your esteemed reputation, you could surely find a more competent navigator. Though Nami harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates, she was not foolish enough to provoke this seemingly amiable man. She understood that angering him could spell disaster for herself, Nokigo, Ajin, and even the entire village. Cavendish smiled and said, To be frank, I seek a navigator, and the world is my oyster. I could choose anyone, but I have set my sights on you. You possess not only talent, but, most importantly, beauty. You must be aware of my crew's name, right? Beauty is justice. Such a cringeworthy name is unforgettable to anyone who has ever heard it. Nami had never felt such intense disdain for her own beauty. Oh dear. Is beauty truly a curse? But, sir, I am currently an officer of the Arlong pirates. Nami had a sudden flash of inspiration, sensing she had found a clever way to refuse. You wouldn't think that kind of trash deserves my attention, would you? Arlong Park. This villa, situated less than 10 kilometers from the enchanting Cocoa Village, is a luxurious amusement park constructed by Arlong in imitation of the renowned Chambord Park. However, in Cavendish's eyes, this opulence is merely a quaint estate belonging to a rural tycoon. Nami and Nojiko awkwardly trailed behind him. Nami was contemplating how to extricate herself safely once this demon had dispatched Arlong, while Nojiko harbored concerns, perceiving Arlong as nearly invincible. Despite Nami's assurances that the handsome figure before them could indeed overpower Arlong, Nojiko remained unconvinced, seeing only his striking features without recognizing any formidable prowess. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the iron gate swung open, revealing the absurdly decorated lair of the fishmen, who had adorned their surroundings with excessive metallic embellishments, a path to their own demise. Ahoy, Nami. You've returned, exclaimed the dim-witted Hachi, noticing the trio at the entrance. His demeanor cheerful. You cannot bring outsiders here to our pirate base, do you understand? He spat, a foul fishy odor wafting through the air. Cavendish covered his nose, aware that such a gathering of fishmen inevitably produced a peculiar scent, for they were not mermaids, and it was unrealistic to expect them to be particularly clean. What did you say, you filthy human? Don't think you can speak freely just because you're with Nami. Kneel and apologize to our noble fishmen, or I shall slay you. Arlong, lounging on a sunbed by the pond, finally opened his mouth, revealing a set of jagged, glistening teeth. Upon witnessing those menacing fangs, Nojiko instinctively tightened her grip on Cavendish's cloak. It was evident that there was no need to engage with such simpletons. These fishmen had grown accustomed to reigning as local tyrants, likely oblivious to the latest bounties or news. Are all these damn fishmen present? Cavendish inquired, turning to Nami, fully aware that he had pledged to eliminate every last one of them, an essential principle of his character. As a member of Arlong's pirate crew, Nami was well informed about their numbers. After a swift glance around, she nodded affirmatively. They're all here. Then you wretched fishmen shall now kneel before Belmare's grave and confess your sins. Only then will I, in my boundless mercy, grant you a swift demise. Hurry. Kneel and express gratitude for my compassion. Perhaps in Nami's presence, Cavendish allowed his dramatic flair to flourish, raising his right hand theatrically. Filthy human, how dare you adopt such a contemptible stance before our noble fishmen? I will kill you. Arlong, enraged, could not tolerate a being he deemed inferior flaunting bravado before him. He leaped from his sunbed, nostrils flaring, ready to cleave this human in two. To the other fishmen, their leader Arlong was invincible. Yet Cavendish found him delightfully sluggish and weak. He mused that even a shameless individual like Haskapik, who had once offered his fiancée as a plaything, could easily defeat Arlong. With a swift motion, Cavendish grasped Arlong's so-called indestructible nose and, with one forceful tug, ripped it from his face. The excruciating pain sent Arlong rolling on the ground, clutching his face as a stream of pale blue blood oozed from his hands. Tisk, truly a lower life form. Even the color of its blood is different, Cavendish remarked disdainfully, discarding the severed nose, which reeked intolerably of fish. Nojiko's eyes widened in disbelief. The seemingly invincible Arlong had been bested so effortlessly by this striking man. Nami, however, remained composed, for Cavendish's bounty was substantial, and she would not have been surprised if he annihilated all the fishmen in an instant. Brother Arlong. A throng of fishmen, initially spectators, now brandished their weapons and charged toward him. You despicable scoundrel, though you seek death, I shall not show mercy. Cavendish replied playfully, extending his hands with fingers pointed skyward. Magnetism, 1,000 arrows through the body. Though merely a basic application of magnetism, Cavendish believed that embellishing it with a grandiose title was essential to please his audience. All the iron bars of Arlong Park and the fishmen's weapons soared uncontrollably into the air, hurtling towards them with blinding speed. Help, monster! Accompanied by a chorus of shrieks, a rain of pale blue and crimson blood fell throughout Arlong Park, staining the ground in two contrasting hues. Each fishman was impaled by at least 5 or 6 weapons, yet miraculously, these strikes avoided vital organs, leaving them immobilized but alive, still cursing vociferously. Filthy human, release us. Have the courage to face us one-on-one. You wicked demon, we fishmen shall not let you go. Despite their bravado, none of these defiant creatures sought mercy. Perhaps I have been too lenient, Cavendish chuckled. Even Nojiko, typically infatuated, felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing hundreds of fishmen transfixed by weapons, blood streaming from their bodies. Magnetism, chaotic blade slash. For golden discs soared from behind Cavendish, who gleefully guided them toward Arlong. As the leader, one must lead by example. I hope you do not disappoint me. Due to the absence of his nose, Arlong's speech was somewhat garbled. He was skewered by 2 long spears, resembling a grotesque display, with the spearheads protruding from his abdomen and shoulder, reminiscent of a crucified figure. How I adore such a tough man. Please, do not let me down. Cavendish revealed a devilish smile as he gently twirled his finger. Before Arlong could utter a sound, Nami and Nojiko had already started to scream. The disc spun rapidly, and in an instant, 5 grotesque forms appeared on the ground. Although Nami had been traveling extensively over the years, she had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, let alone Nojiko. Arlong's limbs had been severed by Cavendish, and his massive body rolled on the ground like a colossal bloodied worm, rendered speechless by pain. All the fishmen were paralyzed with cold sweat from his cruelty. For those who ventured into piracy, death was merely a fleeting thought, yet before this smiling man, they all seemed to glimpse into hell. Do not rush. Take your time. I have already given you opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. With a shift in tone, Cavendish commanded several discs to soar from the ground, transforming another unfortunate fishman into fish sticks. Nami and Nojiko crouched on the ground, clutching their heads and screaming. Though they had longed to slay these detestable fishmen in their dreams, the actual encounter with such bloodshed and savagery exceeded their capacity to endure. Devil, you are a devil. Spare us. Help. Ignoring the fishmen's wails, Cavendish slowly utilized his powers, reducing the over 100 fishmen in the courtyard to mere fish sticks. Villagers nearby, drawn by the commotion, rushed over, yet upon witnessing the hellish scene, none dared to look a second time. They all crouched down, trembling in fear. Nami and Nojiko huddled together, shaking uncontrollably, the ground beneath them soaked, not with sweat, but something far more distressing. Well, I have dealt with these fishmen. As for what you wish to do with the leftovers, that is entirely up to you. Cavendish grinned wickedly, reaching out to stroke Nami's hair as one would a beloved kitten. He understood that this might leave a demonic impression in her eyes, but he was well aware of this little thief's temperament. If he did not subdue her from the outset, he risked losing control later, jeopardizing his own enjoyment of a harem. However, Nami, despite enjoying his affectionate gesture, felt nothing warm or comforting. Instead, she rolled her eyes and fainted once more. As for Nojiko, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness while Cavendish was dealing with the fishmen. Cavendish felt somewhat helpless, under normal circumstances. He would have been delighted to carry a beauty back, perhaps indulging along the way, but the recent events had escalated too far, leading to both women now exuding an unpleasant odor. For someone with a hint of cleanliness, this was quite unbearable. Fortunately, one of the villagers, slightly braver than the others, mustered the courage to approach. Trembling like a plucked string, he managed to stammer, "Excuse me, my lord, do you have any instructions?" Noticing his formal attire and the multitude of scars on his face, Cavendish recognized him as Akin, presumably a close confidant of Nami and Nojiko. Mr. Akin, I'm a friend of Nami and Nojiko, here to assist in dealing with this refuse. By the way, could you help me find a carriage to take Nami and Nojiko home? Though the young man spoke politely with a sunny smile, he could not shake the feeling that this boy was not a good person, given the hellish scene around them. He quickly instructed the villagers to procure a cart, and Cavendish carefully lifted the two women onto it, making sure to avoid any contact with the unspeakable liquid beneath them. As he prepared to drive away, Akin again mustered his courage to inquire, "My lord, how shall we deal with these fishmen?" He was at a loss for how to refer to the grotesque figures writhing on the ground, their forms unrecognizable and bloodied. The fishmen loathed their own tenacity for life, as, apart from a couple who had succumbed early, the others still writhed in agony, clinging to life by a thread. Fishbone powder makes for excellent fertilizer. Cavendish chuckled, his silver teeth glinting in the sunlight, nearly blinding Akin. Dig some holes in the fields and bury them. The crops will thrive splendidly come next year. Nami awoke from a terrifying dream, convinced she had dreamt of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 560 million arriving in her village and slaying Arlong. Surely, it was just a dream. Thank goodness it was merely a figment of her imagination. A man as heartless as Cavendish could never come here. She patted her chest, her heart still racing from the vividness of the nightmare. Sleeping Beauty awakens. Just as she thought she was still dreaming, a handsome face suddenly appeared beside her. Nami screamed, leaping out of bed only to leap back even faster, wrapping herself in the blanket. Why you? Though she often acted carefree, she was acutely aware of her state. How could she possibly be without pants? With a teasing expression, Cavendish shrugged. What can I say? You and Nojiko are of age yet still wet the bed. I had no choice but to remove your trousers, or else I wouldn't get any sleep tonight if the blanket and bed got soiled. What? Me and Nojiko? Nami suddenly realized another person lay beside her. Nojiko's brows were furrowed, clearly still trapped in a nightmare, and she, too, was without pants, her lower half exposed to the chill. Nami quickly unfurled the blanket to cover both herself and Nojiko, angrily shouting, "You bastard! How dare you undress a lady without permission, you perverted fiend!" Then, she hastily covered her mouth, realizing the man before her was a ruthless and brutal being, if she truly provoked him. An image flashed in her mind of herself being ruthlessly dismembered like those fishmen, leaving her to crawl on the ground, paralyzed by fear. She quickly adjusted her expression. Cavendish, "Dear Lord, how could I trouble your esteemed self to assist us with our trousers? That would be most disrespectful." Seeing her demeanor shift as if a mouse had encountered a cat, Cavendish couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To handle someone like Nami, one must maintain absolute dominance, otherwise she might act out like in the original story, undermining his authority as captain. Very well, once Nojiko awakens, you both can tidy up, bid your farewells, and we shall set sail tomorrow. We've already lingered in the East Blue for over 10 days. The new year has passed. What? Nojiko is coming too? Upon hearing his words, Nami exclaimed in surprise, "But wait, I haven't agreed to join you in piracy. Are you truly prepared to refuse me, my dear Nami?" Cavendish revealed his devilish smile. No, Captain, I shall pack my belongings at once." Upon witnessing his grin, reminiscent of the one he had worn at the amusement park, Nami felt as though her heart might cease to beat. 100 more chapters to be added. The next update will bring us to 200. Very well. I shall step outside to ensure that the villagers are managing the aftermath properly. With a smile, Cavendish exited the room. Just as Nami exhaled in relief, he poked his head back in from outside, grinning sinisterly at the little thieving cat. I trust my delightful navigator would not consider escaping at this moment, would she? No, absolutely not. Nami's head shook vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Though she harbored such thoughts deep within her mind, she would never dare confess to them. That's splendid. Cavendish licked his lips. Today, my spirits are quite high, but should they take a turn for the worse, it would certainly be no easy feat to restore them without the heads of 1,000 or so. This is a blatant threat. Nami had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to escape with Nojiko when their adversary was distracted, but now all avenues of retreat have been blocked. Had Cavendish not so ruthlessly dismembered those fishmen before her eyes, she might have entertained a sliver of hope for a getaway. However, witnessing the man's cold-blooded cruelty, she is certain that if she attempts to flee, he would raze Cocoa Village and even the surrounding areas to the ground. For Nami, who has always regarded the villagers as her family, this is absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, she would not have succumbed to Arlong's tyranny in the first place. Cavendish ambled out of Nami's home, humming a cheerful tune. A short distance away, Adrian stood nervously, suppressing his fear. Nami and Nojiko were like daughters to him. Although this handsome youth claimed to be their friend, anyone capable of such viciously eliminating fishmen could hardly be considered a good person. Thus, as their sole elder, Adrian, despite his terror, trudged toward the cottage with heavy steps. Isn't that Adrian? Here to see Nami and Nojiko? Cavendish remarked, maintaining a demeanor befitting a cultured and morally upstanding young man, as he sought to foster a rapport. Adrian had just unearthed Cavendish's information from the village's freely distributed bounty notices, and he could scarcely fathom how such a prominent figure could be associated with Nami and Nojiko. The highest-ranking official he had ever encountered was merely Colonel Mouse from the East Blue's 16 base. In his eyes, the ranks of Major General and Lieutenant General were astronomical. Yet here stood this youth, who had slain a Lieutenant General, a Major General, and even plundered the West Sea's naval headquarters, comparable to a rural constable suddenly coming face to face with Osama bin Laden. To claim he was unafraid would be an outright lie. There's no need to be so tense. We shall be family from now on. Don't be so formal. Cavendish said with a smile, patting Aegeon's shoulder in an attempt to bridge the gap between them. Unfortunately, perhaps due to his inherent aura of terror, both Nami and Aegeon felt it. Despite his efforts requiring no force, Aegeon promptly plopped down onto the ground, drenched in sweat, terrified he might faint. What are you doing? Cavendish began to help Aegeon up, but two voices cried out behind him, and two figures darted past him like the wind. Nami and Nojiko, protective as mother hens, shielded Aegeon behind them. Nami, with a voice reminiscent of a weeping willow, declared, "We accept your terms, but you must not harm the villagers of Cocoa Village, especially Aegeon." Nojiko glared at him with the expression of a wronged woman, her mournful gaze sending shivers down his spine. "I merely wish to assist him up," Cavendish roared inwardly. Yet understanding that in their eyes, he was no different from a cannibalistic monster, he begrudgingly abandoned the idea. "Aegeon, have those fishmen been dealt with?" Knowing he could not clarify, Cavendish shifted the topic. Why, yes, those fishmen still have many alive. We can only let the doctor treat them," Aegeon stammered, rising with Nami and Nojiko's support. "Heavens, I truly thought I was going to die." To move over 100 humanoid figures had frightened dozens into unconsciousness, and the residents of nearby villages had vomited in distress. Although the fishmen had terrorized the area for years, the villagers, upon witnessing their current state, began to feel sympathy for them. Those fishmen who had perished were buried as per Cavendish's orders. But those who still clung to life were unwittingly taken to the doctor for treatment. Cavendish shook his head, pondering the pathetic nature of these individuals. The moment they saw another in a more grievous state, they would develop an unwarranted sense of compassion. Did they not consider that if those fishmen were truly healed, they would express gratitude for the villagers' mercy? Whether dead or alive, just dig a hole and bury them. Must I really assist you in this trivial task? Cavendish mused to himself, preparing to embrace his villainous role. His physique commanded the lives of thousands, while his menacing aura might not face formidable figures. It was more than sufficient against 3 novices who had never set foot outside the East Blue, let alone taken a life. "Why, yes, I shall attend to it immediately," Aegeon replied, panic-stricken. "Heaven help us. Who knows if this demon might inadvertently bury the villagers as well?" While it was cruel to bury the fishmen alive, he believed it better to offend this monster than to risk his wrath for the sake of former enemies. Aegeon prepared to head to the village to instruct everyone to adhere to the demon's commands. Nami and Nojiko exchanged glances, and Nami then spoke. "I also wish to visit the village to bid farewell to everyone. Rest assured, I will not flee. I shall return by nightfall." "Go ahead." Cavendish waved his hand nonchalantly. With so many villagers, it would be impossible for her to escape in the span of an afternoon. Furthermore, there were few who could elude him. Hearing his shameless threats, Nami stormed off towards the village with Aegeon, but oddly, Nojiko chose to remain behind. "Why aren't you going to say goodbye to them?" Cavendish inquired, curious. "What is there to say? I was never really close to them," Nojiko replied with a hint of a bitter smile. "Nami has endured much for the village over the years, and although no one openly admits it, they're all grateful to her. But what am I? Merely a mere appendage bearing Nami's name." She smiled weakly. "Even you, our esteemed captain, are here solely to seek out Nami. As for me, I suppose I can only be considered a mere trinket of Nami." Under the reign of Arlong over the years, Nokigao had always lived with resilience. She was acutely aware that she lacked Nami's innate talent, yet she had silently supported her from behind. However, with Arlong's demise, the shadows that loomed over her dissipated. Despite Nami's repeated assertions of Cavendish being a nefarious scoundrel without equal, first impressions often hold paramount importance. Even though he had executed those fishmen in a cruel manner at Arlong Park, she stubbornly maintained that he was a good man. Thus, it is said that reasoning with a woman can often prove futile. Upon awakening and learning from Nami that Cavendish had requested both of them to join him in piracy, a flicker of joy ignited within her. She understood that he had come for his sister, and now that his sister had returned, with Arlong eliminated, it was likely they would part ways forever. Yet, the fact that he sought her companionship too, led her to wonder if he held some interest in her as well. She allowed herself to indulge in delightful fantasies, but Nami's subsequent words shattered her idyllic dreams. He likely viewed her merely as a means to restrain Nami, a mere trinket, akin to a garlic clove casually added when purchasing pork, entirely dispensable. Faced with her dejected expression, Cavendish cursed under his breath. It was not his fault for being handsome. Considering Nokigao's current disposition, a few kind words would surely entice her to comply, yet his aim was misplaced. If he were to engage with Nokigao now, it would only complicate his pursuit of Nami, whom he desired to woo genuinely, unlike Miranda, where he could indulge without consequence. Instead, he resolved to keep Nokigao at arm's length, intending to secure Nami's affections first, knowing that once he had her, winning over her sister would be a trivial matter. Thus, he donned the courteous demeanor he had exhibited upon their first meeting. It seems you have misunderstood, Nokigal. My invitation to Nami is not solely based on her beauty. Her navigational skills, though not the best in the world, are certainly unrivaled in the East Blue. I am currently being pursued by the world government, and thus, I require someone of her caliber. Upon hearing his explanation, Nokigal felt a sense of relief. It became evident that his interest in Nami was not merely superficial but rather a recognition of her genuine talents. Similarly, Nokigal, after spending these past 2 days together, I find your character highly commendable, and your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Perhaps I did not articulate this clearly. Cavendish executed a formal nobleman's invitation, extending his hand towards Nokigal. Now, I, Cavendish, captain of the beautiful Justice Pirates, wish to invite you, this elegant, gracious, and charming lady, to be my personal chef. Will you accept? Nokigal trembled as she placed her small hand in his, and though she remained silent, her flushed cheeks conveyed her sentiments unmistakably. When Nami finally extricated herself from the weeping villagers and returned to their humble abode, she found Cavendish leisurely perusing a newspaper on the sofa, while Nokigal hummed a cheerful tune in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Her demeanor was far from that of someone coerced into piracy. It resembled more closely that of a bride preparing for her wedding. What on earth is happening? Nami pondered, momentarily stunned, questioning whether her sister had lost her wits out of fear. Nami, you've returned. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Cavendish greeted her with a smile, while Nokigal, donning an apron, cheerfully set the table. Nami, taken aback by Nokigal's unexpected change in behavior, observed the lavish spread before her, wondering when her frugal sister had learned to indulge in extravagance. Sister. She addressed her sister, who had transformed so drastically, choosing to speak subtly rather than directly. Did that man threaten you in some way? With a playful thump of a ladle on Nami's head, Nokigal retorted, What nonsense. The captain is a truly good person. You shouldn't speak ill of him so often. A good person? Nami glanced at Cavendish, incredulous. What kind of good person would force others into piracy and threaten the lives of an entire village? If he were a good person, then Arlong could just as easily be deemed a pure-hearted youth. Dinner was fraught with tension for Nami, while Nokigal seemed entranced, extolling the virtues of their captain. Despite the meal being delectable, Nami struggled to eat, managing only to push half a bowl aside, exclaiming, I'm full. If I stay here any longer, I might truly question my existence. Finished already? Nokigal asked with a nod. Then, Nami, you should go take a bath. Afterward, come sleep in my room. Why on earth should I sleep in your room? Nami protested. Although it was customary for the sisters to share a bed, today, something felt distinctly off. Because the captain wants to sleep in your room. Don't you wish to sleep with your sister, or would you rather sleep with the captain? The capable navigator performed admirably as Cavendish silently savored his steak, mentally commending Nokigal. Isn't there a sofa? He can sleep on that, with nothing left to lose. And resigned to her fate of being dragged aboard this pirate ship, Nami decided to take the plunge. She certainly did not believe that a few sharp words would cause him to turn hostile. I have a tendency to be particular about beds at night. If I accidentally open someone else's door and climb into bed, don't blame me. However, Cavendish was not one to be trifled with. He casually recounted a seemingly unrelated tale. Damn, were it not for my ladylike demeanor, I would truly like to berate him, Nami thought. Though she felt somewhat hesitant to do so. If she denied him the bed, that shameless scoundrel would undoubtedly sneak into her sheets at night. For someone of his caliber, a locked door was merely a trivial obstacle. If he were to find himself in Nokigal's bed, given her current infatuated state, it would surely lead to her ruin. Thus, with a heavy heart, Nami begrudgingly shared her cozy bed with Nokigal, relinquishing her warm, delightful space to the neighboring despicable fiend. Nami, what do you think of the captain? Nokigal eagerly inquired while nestled in bed. Nokigal, have you lost your mind? Are you not still reeling from this morning's events with Arlong? That man is a merciless demon. Nami felt compelled to correct Nokigal's misguided perceptions, after all. Aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing formidable skills, Cavendish had no other redeeming qualities. Nami could confidently assert, based on her 7 years of wandering experience, that scoundrel was undoubtedly a notorious philanderer. If Nokigal were to become entangled with him, a life of hardship awaited her. But the captain is seeking vengeance for us, Nokigal exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with affection. And Nami, did you not find him strikingly handsome at that moment? Where's the handsomeness in that? Nami retorted, exasperated. The scene around that pervert was drenched in blood, resembling a hellish battleground, which bore no relation to the concept of beauty. Nokigal, Nami admonished, fixing her gaze upon her friend. You must understand, he is a pirate without a shred of morality. Furthermore, it is rumored that he is a lecher. You must realize that forcing us to join his crew is surely indicative of his vile intentions. But the captain is truly handsome. Nokigal persisted, still lost in the reverie of their afternoon hand-holding. And every girl wants to get married. The captain likes you so much, Nami. He will surely take you as his wife, and I'll gladly be the second wife. In this world, wealthy nobles often marry multiple wives. Nami despaired, realizing Nokigal must have lost her senses. Determined to protect her sister's virtue, Nami resolved to sleep beside Noki Gao every night, preventing her from being alone with that scoundrel until she recognized his true nature. Moo. The voice of the sea cow echoed through the air. The ship that once belonged to the Arlong pirates had now been commandeered by Cavendish, and the unruly sea cow, having been thoroughly chastised, now bore the lumps on its head as it dutifully toiled at the bow of the ship. The villagers bidding farewell at the dock were reluctant to part ways, yet faced with Cavendish's imposing presence, they dared not voice their dissent. Moreover, each of them had received a substantial sum of hundreds of thousands of berries. A bittersweet windfall akin to the plight of impoverished families who were forced to sell their daughters for survival. Though Nami had done much for them over the years, the threat of death and the allure of riches overshadowed any concern for whether Nami genuinely wished to follow Cavendish into piracy. Even if Aljin wished to intervene, he was powerless to do so, especially after Cavendish had presented Arlong's head at Belmer's grave and assured them he would treat Nami and Noki Gao well. While this young man was undeniably cruel and perilous, in such chaotic times, where was safety to be found? At the very least, he possessed the strength to protect them. And Nami could only hope he would honor his promises. Nami. She heard Cavendish call, watching the villagers wave her off with mixed emotions. I never expected to encounter a pirate indifferent to wealth. Cavendish had not only refrained from taking her saved 8 million berries intended for purchasing the village, but he also distributed nearly 200 million berries, amassed by Arlong over the years, to the villagers. With such a fortune, the residents of the village would fare well in the future. To you, what is money? He chuckled, dismissing Arlong's meager fortune as insignificant, especially considering that during the raid on the naval base, they had seized a staggering 70 billion berries. Some might question how a naval base could possibly hold such a fortune. But it was because the West Blue Navy's central base not only contained the military funds for the entire West Blue Navy, but also served as a reserve treasury for nearby nations. In these tumultuous times, where even capitals and palaces had fallen to pirate attacks, banks were prime targets for plunder. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for the Navy's central base, the safest place in the West Blue, to function as a treasury. Of course, only Cavendish and Lafitte were privy to this information. Otherwise, their unscrupulous underlings would not hesitate to eliminate their own fathers for such a vast sum. With Arlong eliminated by his own hand, the prospect of peacefully conquering Sherry had become nearly impossible. Nevertheless, considering his position, Cavendish anticipated a clash with Ryugu Palace in the future, rendering concerns about maintaining goodwill moot. He could simply seize what he desired. Set sail, navigator, Cavendish commanded, pointing ahead to Nami. Idiot, that's the direction leading to the East Blue mainland. Though begrudgingly, Nami found herself forcibly aboard this pirate ship, especially with Noki Gao unwilling to flee. With no choice but to follow this rogue captain down a dark path, she vented her frustrations through her words, for venting was Nami's forte. Unfazed by this minor resistance, Cavendish preferred the spirited, resilient Nami over a submissive doormat. As long as he maintained control of the situation, a little turbulence would only serve to deepen their bond. Who said our goal was the Grand Line? Our current aim is the East Navy's 16th base. What are we doing there? Nami inquired with astonishment. Throughout the entirety of Cocoa West Village, there was not a soul who did not harbor animosity towards the notorious Colonel Mouse of the 16th base. Were it not for his protection, Arlong would not have been able to reign as a local tyrant for such an extended period. It is futile to speak of strength, disregarding others, even Smoker. That formidable chain smoker could easily contend with Arlong's crew without breaking a sweat. It is essential to acknowledge that the Navy's assessment of the pirates in the Four Seas is unequivocally accurate. Within the Four Seas, the Navy undoubtedly holds a commanding advantage over the pirates. In the past, the Don Quixote family basked in glory in the North Sea, nearly causing the North Sea Navy base to crumble under their influence, prompting headquarters to dispatch Vice Admiral Akina to confront them, forcing their retreat into the New World. The Navy's sole miscalculation over the years was the unexpected emergence of Cavendish. There is a certain little rat I intend to eliminate with ease. This Colonel Mouse has committed numerous misdeeds. However, Cavendish himself is no paragon of virtue. Yet, his audacity to bully my Nami only serves to demonstrate his lack of discernment. Furthermore, considering the substantial amount of money I have left for Cocoa West Village, it would be utterly preposterous if the scoundrel did not stir some trouble upon discovering it. Thus, for the sake of a permanent solution, it is best to send him to meet Arlong. After all, Cocoa West Village is, in a sense, my own kin, and it is only fitting to treat them with a measure of kindness. This encapsulates the essence of Cavendish's character, benevolent towards his own and ruthless towards outsiders. Occasionally, he may exhibit a fleeting compassion for the more unfortunate souls, yet when confronted with those who obstruct his path or present an advantage, he transforms into a cold-hearted scoundrel. The naval base at Section 16 lies less than a day's journey from Cocoa West Village, where Colonel Mouse has received word that Arlong has been eliminated by the formidable pirate boasting a bounty of 560 million. His singular hope now is that this pirate departs swiftly, showing little interest in the news that Arlong's wealth has been distributed among the commoners. Naturally, once the terrifying pirate has left, Colonel Mouse believes he possesses countless methods to compel these commoners to relinquish their newfound riches. However, Events unfurl contrary to his expectations when a messenger arrives to inform him that the pirate, commandeering Arlong's ship, is already near the base. All personnel swiftly assume combat positions, prepared to unleash cannon fire the moment the vessel enters range. In a panic, Colonel Mouse dispatches distress signals to all nearby naval bases, though given his reputation, who knows if anyone will come to his aid? What shall you do now, you scoundrel captain? When Nami learned that Cavendish was intending to eliminate Colonel Mouse, her opinion of him softened slightly. Yet, facing the closed gates with a dozen cannons aimed directly at them, she was eager to see what this rogue captain could devise. My designated second wife, take note. Teasing Nami, Cavendish brandished Durandal at the ship's bow. What second wife? You scoundrel, who do you intend to marry as your first? Nami shouted instinctively before quickly retorting, even if I were to marry, it would never be you. Dream on. To be classified as a swordsman capable of severing steel indicates the attainment of a novice swordsman as prowess. To advance to the rank of master swordsman, one must progress through 3 phases, dividing clouds, severing seas, and breaking void. At present, Cavendish is at the severing sea stage, and should he ever reach the breaking void level, he would rightfully claim the title of master swordsman, a distinction achieved by only a handful within the pirate world. The might of a single sword can alter the very fabric of the skies, although they are still hundreds of meters from the base. Cavendish's strike cleaves the sea in two, toppling the walls of the East Sea's Section 16 base, along with the soldiers and cannons stationed above. Is this the power of a 560 million bounty pirate? Nami gaped in astonishment. While she had anticipated this rogue captain to be formidable, she never fathomed his strength could reach such heights. The personnel at the Section 16 base no longer dared to obstruct them. Although that single strike had drained nearly 80% of Cavendish's energy, it had only breached the outer wall of the base. Yet the station navy was now paralyzed with fear. Those who had permitted pirates to rampage under Colonel Mouse's command could hardly be expected to exhibit any spirit of sacrifice. We struck it rich. Nami gleefully rolled amidst the treasures, causing Cavendish to grimace. Goodness, those are tangible assets, gold coins, bullion, gemstones, and here she is frolicking in them. Does she not find it uncomfortable? Colonel Mouse, a coward, surrendered all his hidden treasures after merely losing 4 fingers, while Arlong, a true villain, continued to curse even as Cavendish severed his head. What accounts for such a disparity in villainy? To commend his timely surrender, the benevolent Cavendish simply nudged him into the sea, leaving his fate to chance. Of course, should he somehow escape the shark-infested waters, one could only say he possesses the same luck as Lafitte. Noki, with her eyes sparkling at the sight of various jewels, epitomizes the nature of women, like dragons drawn to treasure. Over the years, Colonel Mouse amassed over 100 million berries, and with the resources of the East Sea's Section 16 base, they nearly totaled 200 million. The room was awash with gold, silver, and jewels, while both women clutched their treasures tightly, likely to sleep atop them that night. Bored, Cavendish lounged on the deck, lamenting his misfortune. The navigator and cook were utterly incompetent, necessitating the captain's personal involvement in sailing the ship. Although Nami had already set the sails and the helm, his role was reduced to daydreaming on the deck. With 2 designated companions aboard, he refrained from recruiting any fodder that might disrupt the atmosphere, as 3 individuals alone could foster an air of subtle intimacy. Lafitte had set sail 3 days prior, slowly making his way to Alabasta. With 9 warships, a target of such magnitude could not remain stationary for long, lest the Navy dispatch forces to eliminate them in Cavendish's absence. His primary objective in the East Sea had been accomplished. It was time to return. Sanji, the lecher, was the antithesis of Cavendish, thus he was dismissed from consideration. Eustass's character was ill-suited for piracy, and frankly, his abilities were lackluster. Were it not for his association with Lafitte, he would remain merely a boy with a slingshot. Pirate technology has advanced to an absurd degree. Eustass's slingshot could rival the range of a sniper rifle, a rather unfair advantage. Kaya was merely a decorative figure, and Cavendish held no affection for sickly children. Thus she was also eliminated from consideration. Zaro, however, posed as a viable option, showcasing remarkable potential for growth. Yet, contemplating his personality, Cavendish concluded it prudent to refrain from recruiting him, as Zaro appeared to relish challenging anyone and everyone. Should he join the crew, Cavendish was certain he would be plagued incessantly by challenges, such that Zaro would likely invert his name if he went a day without a challenge. Most importantly, the crew aboard Luffy's ship, aside from Nami and Robin, were not of interest to him. For while they bore the title of pirates, they were, in truth, noble-hearted individuals. One need only observe their deeds, acting heroically, addressing injustices, and championing righteousness. Was this truly the conduct expected of pirates? If one were to recruit a group of particularly foolish individuals aboard their vessel, it would not take long, perhaps a mere 2 months, before a schism arose due to differing moral perspectives. After all, one's sense of right and wrong is exceedingly difficult to alter. As for Nami and Robin, who are both kind-hearted young ladies, one might ponder whether they could part ways over moral disagreements. Cavendish remarked that once women have embarked on a ship, it would be absurd to think he would let them leave. Should such a scenario arise, he would ensure that, even if bound, they could not escape. To paraphrase a common phrase uttered by villains, if I cannot possess your heart, I shall claim your body. Although the East Blue is often deemed the weakest sea, it harbors a treasure of immense value, the slippery fruit consumed by Arlita. It is worth noting that when Arlita first appeared, she was akin to an upgraded version of Feng Jie and Fu Rong Jie combined. Yet, upon consuming that devil fruit, she transformed into a stunning amalgamation of Lu Yifei and Lin Jiling. This was not mere cosmetic surgery, but a true metamorphosis. Such a fruit, while perhaps lacking in practical utility, holds immense allure for him. Even if offered a natural-type fruit, he would refuse to exchange it, setting aside other considerations. Just think of Nojiko. Those fleeting, melancholic glances she cast his way have left him feeling quite uneasy. Unfortunately, in his pursuit of conquering Nami, he must feign ignorance of Nojiko's affections. On another note, Nojiko possesses a certain charm. She could be considered beautiful by ordinary standards, yet when compared to Nami, it is akin to the distinction between a charm rating of 75 and one of 95. It is worth noting that the RQB Miranda, captured by Cavendish on Mote Island, boasted a charm rating of 90. If he could locate that elusive slippery fruit for Nojiko, it would undoubtedly catalyze a significant transformation in her allure. However, the thought cannot linger, for it may devolve into something inappropriate, likely warranting censorship. Regrettably, within a vast expanse of ocean, the likelihood of discovering a devil fruit the size of a watermelon is slimmer than winning the lottery for 30 consecutive years. As for the numerous fanfictions that suggest one could use observation hockey to locate devil fruits, he believes such notions to be wildly imaginative. If devil fruits were so easily found, would the emperors and the navy allow these extraordinary items to slip through their fingers? Those with exceptional observation hockey would surely be out and about, scouring for fruits rather than letting them remain unclaimed. Taking one step at a time, he lazily reclines on the deck, feeling the ship glide gently along the current towards Reverse Mountain. Encountering a devil fruit would be ideal. But he would not squander too much time in the East Blue for the sake of a single fruit. Nami, do you still think the captain is a good person? Inside the cabin, under a mountain of jewels, Nojiko continues to ardently promote Cavendish to her sister, her sparkling eyes reflecting the fervor of someone thoroughly enchanted, akin to a victim of a cunning sales pitch. Humph. Nami pouts, twisting her head. Such a meager sum could never sway her, perhaps if it were doubled or tripled. She might consider it. Before them looms the towering majesty of Reverse Mountain, and both sisters gaze in awe at the breathtaking sight. Even Cavendish, upon encountering this natural marvel for the second time, is taken aback. The peaks rise thousands of meters high, and water flows uphill. If Newton existed in this world, he would surely be left bewildered. The sisters stand on the deck, captivated by the extraordinary view, while their beleaguered captain, Cavendish, struggles to maintain the ship's course. Director, isn't this a bit backwards? It appears that the one playing in the water over there should be the navigator of this vessel, he muses. Unfortunately, his protests go unheard. Upon learning that Cavendish can use the power of the magnet fruit to steer the ship, Nami has effectively adopted a leisurely attitude, inciting Cavendish's frustration. Each day, he fantasizes about pulling her close, delivering a sound reprimand, and then engaging in more wholesome activities. Alas, his affections have yet to reach the requisite level, limiting his teasing to mere verbal jests. After all, she is a woman he has forcibly brought into his crew, and diving straight into a romantic pursuit would likely lead to complications. As for the other companion, she could easily be integrated into a more risky narrative. But that would complicate his attempts to woo Nami, so he must endure for now. Over the past 10 days, Nami has gradually grown accustomed to this insufferable captain. While he may be a bit of a rogue and somewhat ruthless, he pales in comparison to the trials she and Nojiko have faced. Nonetheless, Nami is acutely aware of his ulterior motives in inviting her to join his pirate crew. Thus, any efforts to win her over seem futile. Cavendish, meticulously guiding the ship, constantly seeks to refine his mastery of the magnet fruit. Since acquiring it, he has been consumed by the desire to unlock its full potential. In a world where strength reigns supreme, failing to bolster his own power would render all endeavors mere illusions. Yet, despite his creative aspirations and diligent efforts, mastering this ability proves to be a monumental challenge. Having possessed the fruit for 2 months, he has only succeeded in remotely controlling a few metallic objects. Initially limited to directing a frisbee, he has since progressed to maneuvering the massive warship beneath him, yet fundamentally, he remains akin to a colossal magnet. His ambitions for developing a planetary magnetic field and electromagnetic cannon remain wholly unattainable. After all, the magnetic field of a planet is in constant flux, varying from moment to moment. Without profound knowledge to analyze and research, relying on luck to comprehend these changes is utterly absurd. As for the electromagnetic cannon, he recalls that placing a piece of iron among magnets generates electricity, but the specifics have long evaded him. In a world rife with ignorance, finding a legitimate scientist to assist him in this endeavor would be akin to climbing a mountain. Who would believe that being a pirate requires intellect? Cavendish finds himself wishing he could swap his body for that of a physicist who shares his name, with that man's intellect coupled with his abilities. He could likely construct a planetary railgun. At that point, anyone who displeased him would face the brunt of his wrath, and achieving global domination would no longer be just a dream. Well, while he wallows in self-pity, the sisters are awestruck by the colossal archway built atop Reverse Mountain. If the mountain could be explained through the wonders of nature, this monumental arch defies all logic and comprehension. The sisters remain oblivious to the significance of the arch. Just as the vast majority of the people traversing Reverse Mountain overlook its meaning, they are simply there to marvel. The sheer resources required to construct such a colossal structure spanning the entire Red Line are unfathomable, even in a world filled with advanced technology. This feat deserves a place in the annals of history. Yet, there is no record of the arch's construction. Nami, we have reached the summit. It is time for you to fulfill your duties as navigator. As the battleship ascended to the peak where the four seas converge, Cavendish felt it was time to assign Nami some tasks. After all, who could say whether that rampaging whale was lurking below, ready to slam into the ship? He needed to conserve his energy and focus for dealing with that creature. Frankly, while the whale's loyal nature was somewhat touching, it was absurd to think that it had been colliding with walls for 50 years. Even if it struck 10 ships a year, that would amount to countless lives lost. And yet no one had come to claim it. This only proved how utterly daft the people of this world could be. Drawing his Durandal, he boldly positioned himself at the bow of the ship. If that oblivious whale dared to cause trouble, he would gladly send it to its eternal rest. Nami, somewhat reluctant, took hold of the helm. Although she had been in a state of non-violent resistance lately, she was still the navigator of the ship. Completely relinquishing control to Cavendish could only be seen as a minor protest. After all, she had nearly explored the East Blue, while now, in the Grand Line, she had only just begun her journey. For someone who aspired to chart the world seas and become the foremost navigator, this was an opportune moment for honing her skills. Nami, she had heard that if one loudly declared their desires at the starting point of the Grand Line, those wishes would be granted. Under Nami's direction, Nojiko raised the sails. Despite their delicate appearances, the sisters were far more physically capable than Cavendish had been before his journey. Hey, Nojiko, shall we shout out our wishes too? With the ship now on its designated course, Nami pulled Nojiko to the bow and, standing behind Cavendish, shouted towards the horizon, I will chart the seas of the world and become the greatest navigator. And also, I will defeat a certain scoundrel. Cavendish turned, scratching his nose with a resigned smile. Dear Miss Nami, do you not think it rather impolite to speak ill of others behind their backs? Nami, with a huff of pride, turned away, ignoring their unfortunate captain, and urged Nojiko, what about your wish, Nojiko? Nojiko glanced at Nami, then blushed and looked at Cavendish before closing her eyes and shouting, I want to be with Nami forever, and I also want to be with someone else. Nami shot Nojiko a look that conveyed Yuri beyond saving, wondering what kind of nonsense that scoundrel had whispered to her sister. Cavendish chuckled inwardly upon hearing Nojiko's wish. It seemed his sister-in-law was eager for their trio to journey together. What about your wish, Captain? After both sisters declared theirs, Nojiko noticed Cavendish still standing motionless at the bow and curiously prodded him. Cavendish swung his Durandal down with a flourish. Heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. Until they departed from the Twin Gorges, the reckless whale did not make an appearance. It seemed the creature was a coward. Knowing which ships to collide with and which to avoid, Cavendish had no desire to meet the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Although his crew indeed required a skilled physician, Correja was too old. Even if he extended an invitation, she would likely refuse. Why seek out disappointment? Is this the permanent pointer? Nami curiously examined the exquisite item in her hand, noticing that no matter how she turned it, the needle steadfastly pointed in one direction. Indeed, this was the record pointer used in the Grand Line, available in both temporary and permanent forms. The temporary one could guide one island at a time, while the permanent pointer always directed to a specific island. Knowing Nami had never visited the Grand Line, Cavendish temporarily assumed the role of a life mentor. Oh, Nami curiously placed the pointer on the observation room's table. As a proficient navigator, despite her aversion to him, she decided to tolerate him a bit longer since he was imparting knowledge. According to Lafitte, they were nearing Alabasta, and the Sand Crocodile had already sent someone to contact them. Given the size of his pirate crew, even though Crocodile was a warlord of the sea, he understood the principle of mutual destruction. If he could safely escort this band of pirates out of his territory, Crocodile would gladly pay a price. After all, Cavendish's bounty was extraordinarily high for a newcomer, and he could not guarantee that this local lord could suppress a dragon from the river. Moreover, his plans for usurpation were approaching a critical juncture, and he needed to ensure no unexpected complications arose. In response to Lafayette's report, Cavendish instructed him to placate the Sand Crocodile, indicating that the fleet would only make a brief stop in Alabasta to await the captain's return and would not cause any disturbances there. Regardless of whether Crocodile believed it or not, Cavendish was convinced. His conflict with the Sand Crocodile had begun when the latter took in Nico Robin. Faced with the only person capable of unraveling the information about Pluton, Crocodile would rather offend the world government than relinquish Robin. For Cavendish, Nico Robin was his favorite female character in the entire One Piece saga, a prime candidate for the role of First Lady. This fundamental contradiction left no possibility for reconciliation between them. However, at present, the Sand Crocodile remained oblivious to the fact that this most vicious new pirate had his sights set on his top subordinate, naively assuming that Cavendish was merely passing through. So this is the permanent pointer for Alabasta? Nami observed the pointer while rapidly calculating the direction and speed of the currents. Yes,
This is indeed the permanent pointer for Alabasta, a nation suffering from desertification, where a crucial ally awaited. Imagining a future where he had Robin on one arm and Nami on the other, Cavendish couldn't help but smile. "You lecherous scoundrel." Upon seeing Cavendish's expression, Nami felt a chill. When she had been coerced onto the ship, she had braced herself for the possibility of being assaulted by this beastly man. Yet, thus far, while he often made suggestive remarks, he had kept his hands to himself, occasionally staring vacantly at her chest, much like Nojiko sometimes did with this lecher. It seemed that among the entire crew, only she remained the sane one, reflecting on her self-proclaimed title as the most beautiful navigator in the seas. She felt her life had taken a dark turn, having to travel the world with these two infatuated individuals. "Captain, Nami, it's time for dinner." Fortunately, the shouts of Nokiho pulled both individuals back to reality. Nami, consumed by jealousy, watched as Nokiho attentively tied a pristine napkin for that scoundrel across the table, even slicing his steak into perfectly manageable pieces. To his left, a delightful concoction of juice awaited, while to his right, a vibrant fruit salad looked utterly delectable. In stark contrast, all that lay before her was a piece of meat that appeared decidedly inferior, with not even a glass of water to accompany it. If Belmare in heaven could witness Nokiho's treachery, she would surely wish for a thunderbolt to strike her dead. Nami thought bitterly, gnashing her teeth on the steak as if she were devouring the flesh of the scoundrel himself. "Nokiho, you need not be so fervent with me." A more moderate approach would suffice. Surrounded by Nokiho's unwavering enthusiasm, Cavendish felt an overwhelming sense of being unable to bear the affections of such beauty. Indeed, she embodied the very essence of a devoted wife, attending to every detail since boarding the ship, from laundry to cooking, to making beds and cleanings, ensuring that the three of them maintained impeccable cleanliness, all thanks to Nokiho's diligent efforts. Moreover, her culinary skills had recently soared, nearly rivaling the renowned chef from the West Sea. Nokiho understood that her culinary prowess was the key to earning Cavendish's admiration. Dedicating her spare time to mastering the art of cooking, with an abundance of ingredients at her disposal aboard the ship, it was only natural for her skills to flourish. Alas, it was regrettable that she happened to be Nami's sister, and her appearance paled in comparison to Nami's. It is well known that men often think with their lower halves. So Cavendish could only engage in evasive tactics in response to Nokiho's affections. Unfazed by Nami's murderous glare, Nokiho shifted her chair closer to Cavendish, as if eager to feed him herself. "I am always like this with people, and you know it, don't you, Nami?" "How would I know?" Nami retorted angrily, cursing Nokiho for forgetting her friends in the face of attraction. Ignoring Nami's outburst, Nokiho promptly cleared Cavendish's plate once he finished eating, and in a swift motion, planted a kiss on his cheek. "See you later, Captain," she exclaimed, leaving the two of them in stunned silence as she returned to the kitchen with the dishes. Cavendish struggled to articulate his thoughts, utterly bewildered by being teased by a woman. It was a disgrace. "Humph, you lecher, finally making a move on Nokiho, have you?" Nami seethed, her anger directed more at Cavendish than at her sister, the one she had grown up with. Cavendish felt he could easily claim the title of the most tragic figure. As anyone with eyes could see, he had been flirted with, yet somehow, in Nami's words, he became the perpetrator. He was about to defend himself when suddenly, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, leaving no room for explanations to Nami as he grabbed Durandal and dashed towards the deck. "Who is it? Another sea beast? Why do I feel so unnerved?" He pondered, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he felt such panic. And seeing Nami follow him onto the deck, he realized she was as concerned as he was, despite her resentment towards him. Nami understood that she and Nokiho were on the same ship as the scoundrel. If he were to face danger, the two of them, mere powerless maidens, would be in dire straits. It must be said that after days of gradual influence, Nami instinctively regarded Cavendish as her protector in times of peril. "What has happened, you scoundrel captain?" Nami shouted, brandishing her weather stick as she rushed to his side. Although she was uncertain of the situation, the look on his face suggested that whatever was occurring was far from favorable. Under normal circumstances, Cavendish would have begun his usual flirtations, but now he was wide-eyed, fixated on the horizon, humor completely abandoned. "Who is it? The Navy? Could it be the Marines?" he thought furiously, realizing that very few could exert such pressure upon him before making their entrance, and the Navy was likely among them. Who could be approaching? Akainu? Kizaru? Akiji? Or perhaps Garp? It is unlikely to be Garp, but who could it be? He could faintly see a glimmer of light on the horizon. And regardless of who it was, a fierce battle awaited. "Nami, we must ensure the safety of you too. I possess the magnetism fruit, so even if I cannot fight, I can escape. As long as it isn't Kizaru, they cannot fly, and I still have the means to fight back." "What is it, scoundrel captain?" Nami queried, taken aback by the intensity of his focused demeanor. "Quickly, go below and hide with Nokiho. If anyone discovers you, claim that you were forcibly taken by me, understood?" he instructed. If the Navy were to arrive, they would likely avoid unnecessary bloodshed. His reputation as a lustful rogue was already widespread, and having two abducted maidens aboard was hardly unusual. "But we are the maidens you abducted," Nami grumbled, before hastily descending the deck to find Nokiho. Cavendish remained fixated on the approaching light, a sense of resentment brewing within him. His strength felt inadequate. Although he had touched upon the upper echelons of power, he was still far from being among the true elite. If the admirals were indeed arriving, his only option would be to flee, if Kazara were to come. Even escaping would prove difficult. Am I to endure a miserable existence and impel down? Upon contemplating this, Cavendish could not help but shiver. Firmly resolved to avoid such an ordeal, Noki Gao, her cheeks flushed, was diligently washing the dishes. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly engaged in an act of utter shamelessness. As this realization dawned upon her, she instinctively covered her now crimson face. Perhaps it was the moment she first laid eyes on Cavendish that she succumbed to the enchantment of love at first sight. Subsequently, his refined demeanor and charismatic grace ensnared her further. More importantly, he had avenged her deep-seated grudge against Belmare. Although she was acutely aware that Cavendish harbored affection solely for Nami and treated her with polite camaraderie devoid of any romantic undertones, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, much like a moth to a flame. Love, after all, is an unpredictable force. Even if she existed solely in the periphery of his affections, she stubbornly adored him. In a moment of silent provocation, she had intentionally kissed him in front of Nami. She understood that Nami held no fondness for Cavendish, only disdain, while Cavendish, in contrast, harbored unconfessed feelings for Nami. Yet, she wished to evade such bothersome thoughts. As long as she could remain by his side, quietly preparing his meals and watching him eat, that would be the greatest encouragement for her. Naturally, if she could playfully tease him as she had just done, that would be splendid as well. Noki Gao, just as she indulged in her delightful reverie, Nami burst into the room. Noki Gao looked at Nami with surprise. She had expected that after witnessing such a scene, Nami would be too angry to speak to her today. To her astonishment, Nami approached her without acknowledging her surprise and seized her hand, leading her through a maze to the rear of the ship. Here, a small speedboat secretly positioned by her lay in wait. It is essential to recognize that she is the notorious little thief cat who roams the East China Sea. How could she possibly remain docile under the control of that scoundrel? Nami, what are you planning? Noki Gao, bewildered by her actions, only realized what was unfolding when she spotted the boat. Are you attempting to flee? Noki Gao watched as Nami expertly started the engine and began transferring several large packages hidden nearby onto the vessel. The corners of the packages revealed they were filled with treasures scavenged from Colonel Mouse. Nai, Noki Gao, hurry aboard. Nami cheerfully untied the ropes. Once they escaped, the sky would be their limit, and the vast sea would be theirs to explore. She would no longer have to live in constant fear of certain scoundrels launching night raids. Why? Has the captain treated you poorly? Unfortunately. Noki Gao stood frozen in the cabin, murmuring her question. She was aware that Nami harbored a deep disdain for the captain. Yet Nami had always concealed her true feelings so well that even Noki Gao believed she had resigned herself to their fate. Little did she know, Nami had been orchestrating all these actions behind their backs. Noki Gao, that scoundrel forced us aboard without our consent, threatening the lives of the entire Cocoa Village. We were practically abducted. Nami swiftly opened the cabin partition, and seeing Noki Gao still unmoving, she stepped forward to urge her to join. But, if we escape, the captain will return to trouble the villagers of Cocoa Village. Upon hearing Nami mention Cocoa Village, a light flickered in Noki Gao's mind, and she immediately replied. She truly did not wish for Nami to leave, although she knew that if Nami departed, she would have more opportunities for private encounters with Cavendish. She also understood that Cavendish's affections lay with Nami, not herself. Torn between her sister and her love, she was at a loss. It doesn't matter. Nami pulled Noki Gao towards the small boat. An imposing enemy is approaching. That scoundrel is too preoccupied to concern himself with us. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and he might meet his end tonight. No one will threaten us anymore. She patted the packages aboard the boat, declaring, with this wealth, we can do anything in the future. I plan to buy a ship and become a navigator. I refuse to be a pirate. What? Noki Gao, still in a state of confusion, was jolted to attention upon hearing of Cavendish's peril. She immediately broke free from Nami's grasp and exclaimed angrily, Nami, although the captain forced us to join the pirate crew, ask yourself honestly, has he truly wronged us? He helped us defeat Arlong, killed Mouse, and shared so much wealth with the villagers of Cocoa Village. While we both know he likes you, has he treated you poorly these past few days? After speaking, Noki Gao dashed toward the deck without looking back. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to be with Cavendish. Behind her, Nami stood with outstretched hands, feeling a sense of injustice as she muttered, that scoundrel Noki Gao, that scoundrel. A small, coffin-like wooden boat with dark sails finally drifted closer from the distance, its candles flickering in the evening breeze, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon finally spotting the enemy, Cavendish let out a slight sigh of relief. Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His prowess was a topic of much speculation. No one truly understood the extent of his strength, but it was certain that he was not beneath the admirals. However, in contrast to the relentless navy that would surely fight to the death, at least with him, there remained a chance for negotiation. Mihawk, why are you blocking my ship? I assume that as the world's greatest swordsman, your motivations are not born of boredom. Cavendish sheathed his Durandal, believing it best to avoid provoking the enemy before discerning friend from foe. Moreover, Hawkeye was known to adhere to the code of swordsmen. As long as he did not draw his sword, he would not strike first. The most ruthless rookie pirate, Cavendish, has breached the Navy base in the West Sea and killed the defending Rear Admiral at merely 24 years old. A foe like you is worth my time in battle. Mihawk rose from his coffin-like ship. Despite the height disparity between their vessels, his stature seemed to overshadow Cavendish's. The red and white cloaks billowed in the evening wind, revealing that this man was also a master of posing. Cavendish reluctantly placed his sword behind him. Truth be told, he had no desire to confront the man before him. He could almost guarantee defeat. Even if he managed to win through sheer fury, it would come at a great cost, leaving him battered without any tangible benefit. The title of the world's greatest swordsman was one he had no interest in claiming. Hawkeye Mihawk, I can see that I am not your opponent at this moment. Surely that suffices. Mihawk's expression darkened instantly. He had never anticipated encountering someone so shameless. For those who were mere cannon fodder, face was of little consequence. But for renowned masters, it could at times be far more precious than life itself. You dare to shy away from battle, Cavendish? Have you no pride as a warrior? You are unworthy of being called a true swordsman. Hawkeye could sense that the young man before him was indeed a master of the sword. But his actions utterly insulted the title of swordsman. Unperturbed by the verbal assault, the charming Captain Cavendish maintained his composure. Do you think I am like those hot-headed, foolish bosses easily swayed by your taunts? Dream on. As long as I do not draw my sword, that man will certainly not strike. This was the dignity of a swordsman, utterly laughable. Cavendish. Hawkeye drew his massive black sword, knight, pointing it menacingly at him, filled with murderous intent. Draw your sword. As a swordsman, let me witness your true strength. Dream on. Faced with Mihawk's aggressive demeanor, Cavendish leaned casually against the bow of the ship, adopting a nonchalant posture. Strike away. If I retaliate, you'd be my grandchild. A true swordsman of the highest caliber should feel embarrassed to attack someone who does not fight back. What a joke. With a swift slash of sword energy, Hawkeye severed the plank beside him, igniting a furious blaze within him as he confronted such shamelessness. Yet, observing the nonchalant demeanor of that scoundrel, he realized that even if he struck, the man would likely not resist. As a renowned swordsman, he pondered when he would ever stoop to attack someone who showed no willingness to fight. The moment the sword struck the wood beside him, Cavendish felt his heart momentarily cease. One miscalculation from that man could have sent him to the afterlife. However, he lacked the confidence to engage Hawkeye in battle. Fully aware of his own limitations, his strength barely reaching 90, while Hawkeye likely surpassed 97 or 98, promising a brutal defeat. Determined, he vowed that should he ever surpass that scoundrel, he would repay this grievance tenfold. Whoosh, another blade of sword energy sliced through the air, the invisible pressure sending his golden locks dancing in the wind. Yet, Cavendish remained unfazed, embodying a defiance that seemed to mock Hawkeye, leaving him with a sensation akin to swallowing a fly. You do not deserve to be deemed a warrior, nor even a swordsman. A person devoid of the courage to fight possesses no right to navigate these vast seas. While Hawkeye's swordsmanship might rank among the finest in the world, his verbal prowess lacked lethality. Could someone with such thin skin truly be considered a traveler? He may be strong, let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain peak. He may act as he pleases. As the bright moon illuminates the great river, he may come and go as he likes. I shall remain steadfast. Cavendish silently recited a pirated version of the Nine Young scripture, bolstering himself for his shameless conduct. The two remained at an impasse, with Hawkeye persistently urging him to act while he feigned death upon the ground, frustrating Hawkeye to no end. Suddenly, Noki Gao burst forth from the cabin. Her gaze fell upon Cavendish, sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless, while Hawkeye stood nearby, unleashing sword energy upon him. The scene appeared dangerously perilous. No. In a fit of impulsive passion, the love-struck woman charged towards Cavendish without a moment's thought. Foolish woman. Realizing she had no grasp of the situation, Cavendish's anger boiled over. He had painstakingly worn down Hawkeye's patience, and soon he would tire of the charade. Yet now, witnessing Mihawk raise his blade at Noki Gao, he found himself unable to evade further. Though Hawkeye considered himself a swordsman, he was no benevolent figure. He refrained from killing Cavendish outright because he deemed him worthy of a duel. But with this woman suddenly intervening, he felt no hesitation. He was eager to see whether Cavendish would allow her to perish rather than draw his sword, or if he would fight for her sake. Clang. Before Noki Gao could comprehend the situation, Cavendish appeared before her, cradling her in the embrace she had longed for, and took flight. Thud. In his haste, Cavendish failed to fully shield her from Hawkeye's onslaught, sacrificing his own body to absorb the blow in order to protect the fragile Noki Gao. At this moment, Nami had just reached the doorway of the cabin, witnessing Cavendish clutching Noki Gao as he narrowly evaded a deadly blade, only to see him suddenly spit out blood. He was injured. That wicked villain, devoid of any moral scruples, had sustained harm while attempting to save Noki Gao. Cavendish shoved the somewhat dazed Noki Gao beside Nami, glaring fiercely at the two of them as he commanded, "This is a matter between men. Women, step aside. Leave at once and do not return." As he turned to depart, Noki Gao felt an impulse to call out to him, but Nami quickly covered her mouth, whispering urgently in her ear, "Sister, do not disturb him. This is his battle. If we remain here, we may distract him." Tears welled in Noki Gao's eyes as she finally realized that if she had not rushed to the scene, he would not have been injured on her account. Nami forcibly pulled the tearful Nokigao into the cabin, casting one last glance at the white-clad figure, silently imploring, "Please don't die, you reckless captain." Cavendish, wielding Durandal, shouted furiously, "You shameless coward. To resort to attacking women in order to coerce your adversary, have you no honor as a swordsman?" He continued. "Since she boarded your ship and referred to you as captain, she is a pirate. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, it is entirely justifiable for me to strike down a pirate." Yet, in response to his accusations, Mihawk displayed not a shred of shame, treating the matter as if it were a natural order of things. Scoundrel! Cavendish now comprehended the helplessness Mihawk had evoked in him moments earlier. Indeed, fate turns swiftly, and retribution arrives with alarming speed. Even if he were to discard his weapon now, it would be too late. The moment he drew Durandal, the battle had commenced. Should he abandon his sword now, Mihawk would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to sever his head without hesitation. Starfall, Prince of Stardust, confronted with an opponent of Mihawk's caliber, failure to employ his most formidable technique could result in a swift demise. Thus, he unleashed his strongest single-target skill. However, in the face of this assault capable of slaying a vice admiral, Mihawk merely opened his eyes slightly, raising his black blade with one hand to effortlessly deflect Cavendish's attack. The deafening clash reverberated across the sea, causing the entire warship to tremble under their combined force. Meanwhile, Nami and Nokigao, hidden below deck, observed with rapt attention as items scattered about due to the ship's violent rocking. "Nami, captain is the strongest. He will surely win, right?" Nokigao asked helplessly. Still shaken by the sight of Cavendish's blood, the man she believed to be the mightiest in the world had been injured while saving her. He must win, right? Nami replied, her confidence wavering. She had caught a fleeting glimpse of Mihawk, who was pitted against her reckless captain, and realized he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned as the greatest swordsman in the world. Although she had faith in her captain's prowess, the fact remained that he was also a swordsman, and facing the world's foremost swordsman made her doubt the outcome. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault," Nokigao cried, cradling her head in anguish at the memory of Cavendish's injury. "If it weren't for me, the captain wouldn't have been hurt, and he would have surely defeated that villain. It's all my fault." Nami gently embraced Nokigao, reassuring her, "No, our reckless captain is incredibly strong. He will undoubtedly prevail, I promise you." Death-defying 3 immortal swords, the Prince of Stardust anticipated Mihawk's block. It was a mere formality, as even Kid could withstand such an attack. If Mihawk were unable to, it would be a farcical situation. However, this was merely a feint. As Mihawk countered the Prince of Stardust, a dagger shot forth from the sleeve of his left arm, aimed directly at Mihawk's head. This dagger is a trophy obtained during the raid on the West Sea's main base, although it does not belong to the esteemed category of Grand Blades. Its quality is undoubtedly assured, and its sharpness rivals even that of Durandal. Mihawk tilted his head to evade an aerial strike, only to witness Cavendish countering with a swift downward cut. With a forceful step, he propelled himself backward, narrowly escaping the attack with a thud. The second stance of the deadly 3 immortal swords had been evaded by the Eagle Eye through an extraordinary method. Thus, the third stance could not be altered. Cavendish, left with no choice, retreated in frustration. Damn it, this fellow is not playing by the rules. A slender tear appeared in Mihawk's collar, and he glanced at it before commenting, an impressive sword technique. However, such underhanded tactics do not befit a master. Curse the notion of a master's decorum. If we were to adhere to such principles, we would stand still and strike each other with 1 blow apiece, though I would insist on striking first. Any technique capable of inflicting harm is a worthy technique. Cavendish concealed the dagger back into his sleeve. The deadly 3 immortal swords could only serve as a hidden lethal strike, now rendered ineffective by the scoundrel before him. Mihawk's strength was undeniably superior, yet not entirely insurmountable. Had that last attack been executed with a swifter motion, it could have seriously injured him in a moment of surprise. Recently, he had been reminiscing about the martial arts novels of his youth, hoping to derive a unique martial arts manual from them. Alas, those tales belonged to a lower realm of martial prowess, while pirates dwelled within a higher echelon, against an opponent whose sword energy could cleave the heavens. Even the most exquisite techniques seemed futile. The so-called Huashan's secret technique of the 3 immortal swords proved promising for a surprise attack. Yet it had been thwarted before it could even unfold. Black blade. A flash. Yet, Mihawk did not permit his adversary the luxury of contemplation amidst battle. As Cavendish regained his footing, Mihawk immediately unleashed his signature skill. In Cavendish's line of sight, he saw Mihawk suddenly lower his head, wielding the massive black blade, charging forth with the intent to strike. I cannot evade. Given his nature, Cavendish's first instinct was to withdraw from Mihawk's fierce assault. But his body's instinct screamed that retreat was not an option. Advancing forward was the only path to survival. Evasion would surely lead to his demise. Magnetic escape. Flowing stream. Utilizing the powers of the magnetic fruit, Cavendish accelerated Durandal, a method he had recently devised. His magnetic abilities could remotely control metallic objects, and when applied to Durandal, his sword-drawing speed doubled. However, the speed increase was so drastic that this technique could only be employed against a direct opponent, and fortuitously, Mihawk was precisely such a foe. Boom. The tremendous clash resonated like a thunderclap. The soaring sword light tore through the sky, leaving a rift in its wake. You are quite impressive. A young man with such skills is indeed formidable. As both combatants pivoted, Mihawk's hat was blown away, revealing his flowing black hair. You are also commendable, old man. Cavendish remained composed, his attire unblemished, appearing in a much better state than Mihawk. Observing his condition, Mihawk felt perplexed. He had distinctly sensed that he struck Cavendish. How could he appear entirely unscathed? I shall not hold back any longer, Cavendish. As the most ruthless newcomer. Let the sea become your grave. Mihawk raised his black blade once more. He had genuinely admired such boundless potential in a newcomer. However, prior to his arrival, the 5 elders had conferred with him, urging him to eliminate Cavendish, a figure who had embarrassed the world government, as the Navy's highest combat power was currently unavailable. After all, he, as the world's greatest swordsman, could hardly afford to waste time. Likewise, I shall reveal my true strength now, Mihawk. With a smile rather than anger. Mihawk found it amusing. It had been years since anyone dared to speak such bold words in his presence. In this world, there are scarcely more than 5 individuals who can surpass the prowess of Hawkeye, let alone conceal their true strength before him. Not even the man known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, or the so-called strongest creature, Kaido, would dare to assert that they could hold back against an all-out assault from Hawkeye. You are indeed a formidable young man, yet your arrogance is your undoing. With a swift motion, Hawkeye cast aside his cloak and grasped his sword with both hands, fully prepared to summon every ounce of his spirit to confront the man before him. The blade known as Black Blade, Shash's renowned signature technique. To withstand such a strike without a single scar speaks to the level of strength required to claim the title of the world's strongest. Cavendish, sword in hand, smiled faintly and said, according to ancient legends, when 2 unparalleled swordsmen prepare for their decisive battle, they traditionally introduce their swords to one another. This is the true conduct of a swordsman. Without waiting for Hawkeye's response, he single-handedly positioned Durandal before him and, with a tone of sanctity, introduced it. This is the holy sword Durandal, a treasure of the Rommel kingdom. It measures 97 centimeters in length, 5.5 centimeters in width, and weighs 13 gene and 3 taels, crafted from pure white jade and the iron of Mount Shanshan. In my 14 years of wielding this sword, I have claimed the lives of 4,237. Although Hawkeye was uncertain of Cavendish's intentions, observing his almost reverent demeanor led him to believe this was a peculiar custom of certain nations. After all, the world is vast, and no one can claim to know it all. Hawkeye, who has always held himself to the highest standards of a swordsman, felt compelled to respond in kind. Since his adversary had presented his sword, he could not allow his own spirit to wane. Thus, with a decisive thrust, he plunged the black blade into the deckhand. Emulating Cavendish's earlier gesture, proclaimed, "This is the Black Blade Knight, one of the supreme great swords of the 12 artisans. It is forged from celestial black iron, measuring 2 meters 13 in length, 27 centimeters in width, and weighing 179 gene. I have wielded this blade for 26 years, and in that time, I have claimed lives." For the first time, Hawkeye felt an urge to curse under his breath. Who could possibly remember the number of lives taken? He had been cutting down foes for over 20 years. Who on earth could keep track of every single one? Yet, as he caught sight of Cavendish's incredulous expression, it seemed he had committed a grave error. With resolve, he reminded himself, while the head may be severed and blood may flow, his spirit must not falter. In Cavendish's gaze of pity, Hawkeye's mind raced, recalling from the very first moment he wielded a sword, just how many lives he had claimed with the black blade. Over the years, the number of opponents worthy of being struck down by his black blade has diminished significantly, since he ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The true count of those he has slain with his black knife stands at a mere 47. But what of the past? He began to reminisce. For his memory is remarkably sharp. Within 3 minutes, he recalled everything with clarity. A total of 1,488. After uttering this number, Hawkeye let out a long sigh, vowing to remember it for the future. However, the audacious display was undeniably impressive. The next time he encounters a worthy adversary, he resolved to deliver a similar proclamation, instantly elevating his gravitas several notches. Lost in thought, he prepared to draw his black blade to confront an enemy, only to be jolted back to reality by a startling realization. Where is my sword? Hawkeye nearly lost his composure. For a swordsman of his caliber, a weapon equates to a second life, and to have misplaced it before his very eyes was profoundly disconcerting. Where is your sword? Cavendish chuckled shamelessly, pointing to a massive sea monster in the distance, upon which Hawkeye's renowned black blade was embedded. Although the sword appeared no larger than a toothpick against the creature's gargantuan form, one could only imagine the chaos that ensued if a toothpick were to stab a fish. The sea monster, propelled by an incredible speed, swiftly vanished from sight. Shameless. Hawkeye felt a surge of indignation, realizing that what was intended as a display of prowess had turned into a ruse. If he did not hasten his pursuit, the fish would be long gone. Yet, Cavendish took his furious rebuke as mere praise. Wait for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkeye leapt off the ship and sprinted towards the direction in which the sea monster had disappeared. Remarkable. He even possesses the ability to skim across water with such finesse. As Hawkeye's figure faded into the distance, Cavendish wasted no time in demolishing the coffin ship left behind, then severing the mast rigging to unfurl the sails to catch the wind. Completing these tasks, he could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto the ground, his shirt ripping open to reveal a bloody wound. Help! Nami! Nojiko! He lay there, utterly drained, forcing himself to call out for assistance. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid footsteps echoed as the two women rushed from the cabin. Upon finding him sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his chest, Nojiko immediately burst into tears. However, she was no mere damsel. Despite her distress, she knelt beside Cavendish, ready to attend to his wounds. Nami! Nojiko called, and Nami quickly retrieved the medical kit. The two women worked efficiently to bandage Cavendish, but neither was a trained medic, and afterward, he felt even worse than before. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, and in all likelihood, no one could dispatch him with a single blow. With Nami and Nojiko supporting him, they helped him to the captain's quarters, where he lay down on the bed. To their surprise, even Nami, who typically relished their verbal sparring, became gentle and caring in his moment of vulnerability. You, insufferable captain. Who would have thought you could defeat the world's greatest swordsman? You are now the strongest. Although she despised the man, Nojiko's words and Cavendish's actions softened Nami's perception of him, especially since he had bested the illustrious Hawkeye. Of course, do you not know who I am? When I truly unleash my fury, even I fear myself. Hawkeye would surely take time to return, even with his prowess. Capturing a fleeing fish in the vast ocean was no easy feat, particularly without a ship, which he had severed himself. He could only hope to reach an uninhabited island before exhausting his strength. Reclining on the bed, Cavendish enjoyed the comfort of Nojiko's embrace. Pointing at the grapes on the desk with his left hand, he commanded, "Hey, bring me those grapes to feed me. You scoundrel." Nami seethed, wishing to slap the arrogant man, but seeing the pleading look in Nojiko's eyes made her suppress her murderous thoughts and bring the fruit bowl to Cavendish. He lazily rubbed his head against Nojiko's ample bosom, finding a comfortable position before opening his mouth. Nojiko, blushing from his touch, was about to reach for the grapes to feed him when Cavendish interrupted. "Nojiko, my shoulders ache. Please give them a massage." Nojiko, already at maximum affection for him after he had been injured saving her, would likely not resist even if he posed her in compromising situations in front of Nami. He continued to open his mouth, gesturing for Nami to feed him. Bang! Nami angrily slammed the fruit bowl onto the table. "Do not take it too far. You merely have a superficial wound. Aren't you a grown man with hands of your own?" His injuries, while appearing severe, were not deep. Given the extraordinary healing abilities of his body, he would likely recover within 3 to 5 days. Nami, fully aware of this, could not fathom why Nojiko was so flustered. This wretched fellow, claiming to be incapacitated due to recent injuries, has shamelessly employed the two of them as if they were mere handmaidens. Nokigao, however, revels in this role, finding immense joy even in assisting him with his baths, yet she remains an untouched maiden, who would willingly help the scoundrel bathe. Yet, faced with Nokigao's forlorn gaze, she finds herself unable to refuse, resigning herself to the notion that it is merely a trivial nuisance. However, this rogue bathes with no decorum, splashing water all over them, leaving her soaked and furious, wishing she could deliver a decisive blow to this scoundrel. Regrettably, in the presence of Nokigao, who is fiercely protective, Nami understands that such a desire is but a fantasy. "Nokigao, Nami is being so cruel to me. I am but an injured party." Cavendish interjects, rubbing his nose against her lofty brow, adopting the tone of a mischievous student reporting to a teacher. "Nami, our captain is still an injured party. How can you treat him this way?" The tingling sensations radiating from her chest compel Nokigao to betray her own sister without hesitation. Nami, on the verge of despair, wishes she could simply slap herself into oblivion, regretting her impulsive decision to rush back to the deck to rescue this pair of scoundrels. Having barely endured the daily ordeal, Nami finally escaped during Nokigao's cooking, feeling as though her life had become a tragicomedy. In her past, she had endured torment from Arlong for the sake of her village, and now she found herself entangled with a sister who peddles her sibling. She mused that if the wretched captain were to make suggestive remarks before Nokigao, that infatuated sister might very well restrain her. This ship is utterly terrifying. I must find a way to escape, Nami vowed silently to herself. Meanwhile, Cavendish, aware of the dangers of excess, reclined on the ship, lazily contemplating life. He was never one to harbor grand ambitions, epitomizing the common online adage, lazy by nature, fond of food, inclined to play, skilled at sleeping, intermittently ambitious, and predominantly idle. Since his arrival in this world, he had not been particularly industrious. In his own words, he had never truly exerted himself, yet he found himself in a remarkable position, leading a life as solitary as snow. In the initial days following his arrival, he had diligently worked to adapt to his new body, but ever since vanquishing Vern, his days had been filled with flirtations. He felt quite pleased with himself, having developed his fruit abilities during his leisure between these pursuits. After all, the intelligence he received indicated that the 3 admirals and Garp had pressing matters to attend to and could not concern themselves with him. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were only a handful of potential adversaries, so he had never envisioned encountering formidable opponents. Who could have anticipated that the infamous Hawkeye would confront him? Had he not been misled, he might have been better prepared for the impending encounter. In truth, when he had utilized his fruit abilities to disarm Hawkeye, that moment presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. However, Cavendish admitted to his cowardice. Who could guarantee that the man would not employ techniques such as swordless strikes or invisible blades? Moreover, despite Hawkeye's reputation forged over the years, losing his sword would surely diminish his prowess, albeit to an unknown degree. Such a reckless gamble with one's own life is an act that, regardless of whether in a past life or the present, one would never undertake. As for why he did not utilize the magnetic fruit's abilities to alter the trajectory of his sword during the battle with Mihawk, one can only say that you are overthinking it. Even Cavendish himself, when fully focused in combat, would find it impossible to change the path of his own sword strikes. After all, the true powerhouses of this world possess such formidable strength that they can treat immense weights as if they were nothing. If the magnetic fruit's capabilities were developed to the extent of controlling Mihawk's sword, then one could likely levitate an entire warship with ease. It seems I must intensify my training, Cavendish pondered while leaning against the wall. With my current strength, defeating the sand crocodile under casual circumstances should not pose much difficulty. However, against an admiral, the odds would surely be stacked against me. According to inside information, there are only half a month left until the World Kings Conference concludes. At that time, it is certain that admirals will seize the opportunity to deal with me while escorting the kings back from the first half of the Grand Line. Considering the travel time, there remains at most a month. To elevate my strength to confront an admiral directly within such a short span is indeed a formidable challenge. Captain, dinner is served, Noki cheerfully announced as she entered the room with a tray, and under her attentive service, Cavendish indulged in a generous meal, or rather, dinner. In recent days, he has come to terms with the situation, dismissing the order of events. Regardless, one must indulge in what is necessary, thus, he thought it perfectly acceptable to savor Naka's company before turning to Nami. Moreover, this enchanting beauty possesses an exceptional knack for being a reliable ally. And given her current loyalty, Cavendish felt compelled to reciprocate her devotion. Not to mention, Noki had informed him of Nami's intentions to flee with her, rendering any escape for Nami a mere fantasy while Cavendish remained vigilant. It is indeed unfortunate for Nami to have such a sister. The weather on the Grand Line is peculiar. It should still be winter, yet the heat is unbearable. Cavendish reclined leisurely in a deck chair, enjoying the sea breeze. Shielded from the scorching sun by a parasol, his gaze fixed unabashedly on a stunning beauty at the bow of the ship, expertly steering with her flawless, golden proportions. The sight of her alluring form, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her curves, was tantalizing. Her long, shapely legs, coupled with her efforts to maintain control of the helm, caused her rear to sway enticingly. Alas, he could not gaze any longer lest he find himself in an awkward predicament. A few days prior, he had diligently practiced, yet within 5 days, his old habit of lounging had resurfaced. There was simply no contest between the discomfort of training and the pleasure of admiring beauty. Captain, Noki called, emerging briskly from the cabin, 3 colorful cups of ice cream in hand. After savoring a spoonful of the chilled delight, he managed to quell the fire within him. It was astonishing that after nearly 2 months, he had yet to succumb to the temptation of indulging one of them. Nami, are there any islands nearby? Noki inquired, her ice cream in hand. What is the matter? Why are we looking for islands? Aren't we heading straight to Alabasta? Nami replied, puzzled. Thanks to the eternal pose, they had no need for stops along the way. Their journey had been uninterrupted since they boarded. However, their supplies were dwindling, and most critically, fresh water was nearly depleted. Originally, the ship's provisions were ample for 3, but the sweltering heat necessitated multiple baths daily, and Cavendish, under the pretense of injury, had wasted water in the baths, hastening their need for resupply. Of course, if they could endure for a few more days without bathing, it would not matter. I'll calculate. Nami, reliable when it came to navigation, swiftly assessed the currents, winds, and weather, determining that approximately 60 nautical miles to the southeast, a small island surely awaited them. It was curious how she derived this conclusion. Cavendish observed each step she took, yet the final result eluded him. Was this some sort of exclusive technological prowess of Nami's? The island was modest in size, clearly visible at the edges, adorned with lush trees, and devoid of any signs of civilization. It appeared entirely uninhabited. Let's anchor here and explore together. Cavendish lowered the anchor. It was far too heavy for the 2 women to manage. Don't we need to keep an eye on the ship? Nami asked anxiously, mindful of the treasures they had salvaged from the pirate mouse colonel. Among the 3 of us, I am the only one capable of combat. Do you think I should guard the ship or go ashore? He dismissed her naive concerns. Perhaps you and Noki should go together, and I will stay behind to watch the ship, Nami suggested, believing she was clever. Not a chance, Cavendish exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to her rounded backside. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions to abscond with the ship while Noki and I are away. Initially startled by his boldness, Nami was rendered speechless as he accurately discerned her thoughts. Nami, how could you wish to abandon your sister? I'm heartbroken, Noki chimed in, her eyes glistening with feigned tears. Isn't leaving you, and this man on an uninhabited island your dream? Nami retorted. Hey, Noki, he slapped my behind. Are you just going to stand by and let him take advantage of me? Humph. That's because Nami wants to abandon her sister. It's a punishment for naughty children. Noki giggled as she was suddenly embraced by Cavendish. As Nami attempted to step back, he caught her as well, lifting them both into the air toward the deserted island. The nature of his hands remained a mystery, but the expressions on Naka's blushing face and Nami's indignant glare spoke volumes. After dispatching 4 unknown beasts and gathering a substantial collection of wild mushrooms, the trio returned to the deck laden with their bounty. However, just as Noki prepared to take the ingredients into the kitchen, Cavendish sensed something amiss. Someone is aboard. Since his encounter with Mihawk, he had developed a rudimentary sense of observation, albeit not at the level of Enel, but still capable of basic detection. He drew his sword and made his way to the wine cellar, the 2 women following closely behind, sensing a large presence within. What on earth is that? In the cellar lay a massive bull-headed creature, sound asleep, having destroyed several barrels of fine wine, the aroma intoxicating the air. What a peculiar beast! Nami exclaimed, prodding the slumbering creature with her weather stick, yet it remained unresponsive. A minotaur? Cavendish mused, his lips curling in dismay. Was he not in the world of One Piece, but rather in a realm of monsters? How shall we deal with this creature? The 3 exchanged glances at the bull-headed being, bound tightly. This fellow has quite the tolerance for alcohol. Being dragged out in such a state without waking is nothing short of miraculous. Shall we slaughter it and see how it tastes? Noki suggested, producing a knife from seemingly nowhere, contemplating which part might be the most delectable. Wait, when did you adopt Luffy-esque gluttonous instincts? This is a rare specimen. It would be a pity to consume it. Let us try waking it up and see if it can communicate, Nami proposed, showcasing her maritime sensibility. Agreed, the trio ultimately concurred on this reasonable course of action. Alas, despite their shouts and splashes of cold water, the creature remained in deep slumber, showing no signs of rousing. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Cavendish approached the creature and delivered a swift kick to its enormous face. The bull-headed giant was sent sprawling across the cellar, a distinct footprint marking its nose, and, jolted by pain, it finally awoke with a roar. Who dares strike the mighty Minotaur warrior? Ale? Thus, you are merely an expelled fool who has caused chaos and, in a desperate escape, leapt into the sea, only to find yourself adrift on this desolate island, unaware of your inability to swim? Cavendish inquired, gazing down from his lofty position at the battered Minotaur kneeling before him. Indeed, Captain. The Minotaur, Ale, knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe too heavily. He could feel the gaze of the wicked witch behind the devil, sharpening her knife and scrutinizing him with an expression all too familiar. It was the same predatory look he had once directed towards his own lunches. Oh, God. Though I am a Minotaur, I am no mere beast. As a valiant warrior of the Water Minx Minotaur tribe, Ale's prowess was well known. After being roused from unconsciousness, he prepared to teach a lesson to the 3 diminutive adversaries before him. However, who could have anticipated that the squinting fellow would possess such fighting skills? Even when Ale summoned the ancestral trickery, he still emerged with a bruised visage, nearly reduced to a mere pig's head. Originally, he was the strongest among a group of children in the Mink tribe, but fate intervened when he consumed a peculiar fruit, granting him the ancestral power of deception. This led him to engage in reckless brawls for survival. You claim to be entangled in a romance with the renowned beauty of the water minx, Wanda, yet her grandfather, Kinlan, drove you away. Thus, here you are, a Minotaur adrift? Cavendish stroked his clean-shaven chin. He recalled the Mink tribe and the so-called beauty Wanda, who, in his memory, resembled a dog. But a dog and a cow do seem oddly matched, he mused. Yet, with the Minotaur's lack of intelligence, the idea of deceiving him was laughably premature. Noki, take action. Tonight, we feast on steak. No, Captain, I speak only the truth. Ale sobbed, tears streaming down his face in a display of despair. If you knew you were to become someone else's dinner, your sorrow would eclipse mine. Pray tell, what was the reason for your expulsion? Though steak may be delectable, consuming a talking cow feels rather unsettling. Moreover, this muscle-bound creature did not acquire its physique without costs. After transforming with the devil fruit, even Durandal, armed with haki, could only leave it battered but not vanquished. Had this foolish cow been swifter, it would have posed a greater challenge. If this dim-witted Minotaur truly harbored feelings for Wanda, how foolish must Kinlan have been to expel such a formidable fighter? With proper training, this creature could potentially reach the level of a Marine Admiral, if not higher. As Ale faced imminent peril, he cast aside his pride, no, his cow-like dignity. He recounted the tale with the candor of a bamboo tube spilling its contents. In his youth, Ale and Wanda were childhood sweethearts, having vowed to remain inseparable. However, as they matured, Ale's reputation for brawling led to his disgrace. While Wanda fell for the grandson of a cat viper, leaving Ale forgotten in the shadows. A Minotaur not worthy of its kind is no true Minotaur. Enraged by the realization of his disgrace, Ale stormed to the secret rendezvous of the cat and dog, injuring the feline before attempting to assault the canine. In a turn of events, he was soundly defeated by the dog guardian, who spared him from death due to their childhood bond. Yet he was cast out from the nation. Alone and adrift, Ale sought to emulate pirates by robbing merchant ships, oblivious to the dangers of the New World, where even a vice admiral could be outmatched. With poor eyesight, he attempted to raid a ship belonging to Whitebeard's crew, only to be soundly thrashed by Diamond Jozu, nearly becoming a mere steak himself. In a desperate bid for survival, he leapt into the water, believing his water buffalo instincts would see him through. Yet, once submerged, he found himself utterly exhausted, swept away by the white dragon current, and after a tumultuous ordeal, he inexplicably washed ashore on this uninhabited island. Cavendish stroked his smooth chin, musing that if he had not been mistaken, this minotaur had consumed a zoan-type fruit related to cattle, though the exact nature of the beast remained elusive, as he was, after all, a minotaur. This individual possesses a remarkably resilient physique, exhibiting a level of durability that nearly rivals that of a vice admiral. Although the specifics of his offensive capabilities remain uncertain, it is reasonable to surmise they are not lacking, provided his speed is not excessively slow. He undoubtedly qualifies as a formidable rear admiral. Even Lafitte would likely find himself outmatched by this imposing creature. It is imperative to remember that Cavendish is an agile and high-damage assassin. Thus, confronting a tank with substantial health and resilience naturally grants him an inherent advantage. It is uncertain whether anyone else could adequately contend with such a formidable foe. Confronted with this seemingly heaven-sent pawn, refusing to recruit him would be a disservice to one's conscience. You have two paths before you, Cavendish declared to the towering minotaur kneeling before him. First, you shall join my pirate crew as my combat pet. Should you prove yourself worthy in the future, a promotion to officer may be in your future. What on earth is a combat pet? I am a minotaur, not a mere beast. Ale grumbled in frustration. Are you inclined to choose the second path? The sudden chill in Cavendish's tone caused the minotaur to stutter. What is the second path, Captain? Norkigo, make your move. Tonight we feast on steak. Norkigo's eyes glinted with cold determination as the gleaming kitchen knife reflected the sunlight. No, Captain. I am willing to be a combat pet. Ale, ever the pragmatic, recognized the wisdom in acquiescing to the captain. Indeed, Ale, you shall henceforth serve as the combat pet of my crew, directly under my command. Cavendish replied with a beaming smile, patting the minotaur's large head. Securing such a powerful pawn was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. As for whether this beast might deceive him, given its impressive intelligence score of 250, outsmarting it would be a trivial endeavor. Captain, my name is Ale, not a mere beast. Having ensured his identity was acknowledged, the minotaur felt his life was no longer in jeopardy. Thus, he felt compelled to assert his name with righteous indignation. Noted, Ale. However, our unscrupulous captain paid him no heed, turning instead to Norkigo. Do we have any fodder on board? I imagine Ale will require sustenance. Norkigo, discreetly retracting his knife, pondered. It appears we are out of hay, but we do have some unused grass mats. Perhaps Ale could subsist on those? Captain, I am a minotaur, not a mere beast. I consume meat. Captain, Lafitte exclaimed as he fluttered onto the battleship. With Cavendish absent for over 2 months, managing the crew had become increasingly burdensome. His current strength was insufficient to maintain complete control over everyone, especially with Crocodile frequently sending spies. Had it not been for the latest newspapers, the situation might have escalated to an attempt on his life for treasure. Cavendish welcomed Lafitte with delight. Despite his less than attractive appearance, Lafitte's loyalty was commendable. Not once had he absconded with the substantial treasure entrusted to him, a fact that was quite surprising. This is my first mate, Lafitte, who is also the finest navigator of the West Sea. My second wife. Should you aspire to become the world's greatest navigator, you must learn diligently from Lafitte. After the introductions, some individuals were less than pleased with their titles. Who is your second wife, you scoundrel? Nami roared in indignation, having lost her fear of Cavendish. She was emboldened to speak her mind, though she refrained from physical confrontation. Greetings, second lady. In contrast to her complaints, Lafitte's address only fueled her ire further. This is my third wife and personal chef. While Nami seethed, Norkigo nearly lost her composure upon hearing Cavendish refer to her as his wife. She had long believed she would remain merely a secret mistress, yet, in this moment, Cavendish's public acknowledgement felt like a dream come true. Greetings, third lady. Though somewhat disgruntled that the captain had spent his time seeking additional wives, Lafitte remained exceedingly polite, observing Lafitte's subtle displeasure. Cavendish silently thanked his luck for acquiring the Minotaur on his return journey. Otherwise, Lafitte's loyalty might very well have waned. This is our pirate crew's combat pet, Il. Despite his unassuming appearance, his strength is quite respectable, Cavendish reassured himself as he patted the Minotaur standing beside him. Having entrusted thousands of men to Lafitte while he pursued romantic endeavors was a decision only a foolish ruler would make. Fortunately, discovering Ale on the way home proved to be a delightful surprise. Captain, I have repeatedly stated, my name is Ale, not a beast. The proud Minotaur warrior continued to assert his right to his name, yet alas, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Hello, Ale. I am Ale. The Minotaur warrior's cries echoed in vain as the others had already departed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forlorn Ale lamented, I am Ale, Ale, Ale. The grandest naval vessel of the West Sea, now Cavendish's flagship, buzzed with excitement upon his return with two lovely ladies. The crew, aside from Lafitte, had joined out of admiration for his reputation and prowess. With the captain absent, and with the notorious Shichibukai crocodile sending spies, morale had begun to falter. Had Cavendish not returned soon, the crew's loyalty might have diminished. However, with the arrival of the latest newspaper, the atmosphere shifted to one of exuberance. The sight of their captain, flanked by two beautiful women, invigorated the crew. Stationed on a desolate island near Alabasta, they had refrained from stirring trouble. Wary of the Shichibukai's territory, Cavendish had seen the newspaper, his attention drawn to the disheveled figure resembling a wild man on the cover. Who would have guessed that this seemingly homeless individual, despite the notorious black sword on his back, was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The man had been discovered on a deserted island in the South Sea, reportedly chasing a fish into the windless zone, showcasing his formidable prowess. It is said that upon being rescued, Hawkeye's first utterance was a fervent declaration to eliminate Cavendish. The reasons for this vehement intent remain undisclosed, and he even resorted to slaying a journalist who dared to inquire further. Consequently, major media outlets are now in a frenzy, each striving to uncover the truth behind Hawkeye's sudden disarray and his insistence on extinguishing the life of the so-called most ruthless newcomer pirate. As for the two individuals involved, one is already engaged in acts of violence, while the other has garnered notoriety for his merciless treatment of reporters. Thus, no one daring enough to risk their own life has approached them for commentary. In light of this, speculation abounds, with various narratives circulating wildly. The most widely accepted among the masses suggests that Hawkeye suffered a significant setback at the hands of Cavendish. Moreover, the recent discovery of the wreckage of a coffin ship in the Grand Line has added credence to this theory. In a swift turn of events, some have begun to assert that the title of the world's greatest swordsman ought to be reassigned, with the most evident contender being the formidable Crocodile, who has not only withdrawn all personnel sent for investigation but is also reportedly consolidating forces to fortify his headquarters. Welcome back, Master. Upon Nami and Nojiko's entrance into the flagship's grand hall alongside Cavendish, Miranda, clad in a lace bikini, knelt in greeting. Ah, you pervert. Stay away from me. Nami, already perturbed by being held in his embrace, could no longer contain her disdain upon witnessing this scene and swiftly pushed him away. Cavendish, taken aback by the situation, soon discerned the truth upon encountering Miranda's pleading gaze. It was evident that this woman feared her position, believing that with the arrival of a new favorite, she would be cast aside. Although she would undoubtedly resist becoming Cavendish's personal pet, her treatment in comparison to the other women aboard was exceedingly favorable. Without comparison, there is no pain. She was presently terrified that Cavendish might demote her to the same status as the other women on the ship, forsaking her dignity in the process. Nojiko, blushing slightly, observed the two women kneeling before them. However, in contrast to Nami's reaction, she appeared much more amiable. Captain, I never imagined you harbored such preferences. Her eyes roamed over Miranda's form, contemplating whether she should adorn herself similarly that evening. After days of abstinence, Cavendish felt as if he were about to burst. Now, with Miranda's unexpected arrival, he was overwhelmed. He turned to Vi-El and said, "These are my second and third wives, please escort them to select their rooms." Without waiting for Noki and Nami to respond, he pulled Miranda into a room, shutting the door with a resounding thud. The three women outside exchanged bewildered glances, and moments later, they were met with muffled sounds emanating from within. Pervert. Lecher. Nami cursed under her breath before turning to the dazed Noki. Noki, do you see the true nature of this scoundrel now? You will not find happiness with him. Noki, lost in her thoughts, seemed oblivious, and Nami felt a flicker of triumph, believing she had finally swayed her. However, upon listening closely, her heart sank. It had been 2 months of pent-up frustration for the captain. How had she failed to notice this? After an exhilarating release with Miranda, she lay utterly spent, her eyes vacant as she succumbed to unconsciousness, and the cabin was permeated with an unmistakable scent. Someone crept into the room, and initially, he assumed it was the maid coming to tidy up, but the footsteps suggested otherwise. He opened his eyes to find Noki blushing as she stood before the bed. Noki, what brings you here? Despite being entirely naked beside a woman, Cavendish's brazen demeanor showed no hint of embarrassment. He didn't even bother to cover himself with the sheets. Is it because I'm unattractive that you? Noki stammered, her self-esteem already battered by the comparison to Nami's beauty. Now, gazing upon Miranda, her golden hair, pale blue eyes, and flawless white skin, Noki felt even more inferior. It was no wonder the captain had little regard for her. Cavendish, perceptive to her insecurities, swiftly pulled Noki into his embrace, playfully tapping her head. What nonsense are you imagining? You are my third wife. Do not be jealous of this maid, lest you lose your dignity. With that, he playfully smacked Miranda's rear, rousing her from her stupor. Go back to your room. I wish to spend quality time with my wife. Miranda cast a resentful glance at Noki, but proceeded to exit the room, her naked form betraying her discomfort. Yet she dared not express her ire toward Cavendish. Noki, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Though pleased that he treated her differently. Noki felt that Cavendish had crossed a line. She is merely your maid. Do you expect her to receive the same treatment as I do? As he embraced Noki, Cavendish playfully nibbled on her earlobe. Oh, do as you wish. Though she detested exploiting others, Noki found herself succumbing to his advances. After all, no woman is devoid of selfish desires. Despite her disdain for his treatment of women, her own interests took precedence. Just as their lips were about to meet, Nami's voice rang out. Noki, where are you? Noki scrambled out of bed, hastily adjusting her disheveled clothing, while Cavendish quickly donned his shirt and covered himself with the sheets. Just as they completed this hurried task, Nami burst through the door, oblivious to the etiquette of knocking. "Noki, why do you keep coming to this pervert's room? He is dangerous, you know." Nami shot a disdainful look at Cavendish, her gaze falling upon a lace garment that had been carelessly discarded, evidently left behind by Miranda. Yet, given Cavendish's thick skin, such minor embarrassment was trivial. Reluctantly, Noki allowed Nami to pull her away, but before exiting, she shot a glance that clearly conveyed, "I will come find you tonight." Meanwhile, Cavendish, having regained his composure, dressed with the help of the maid before leisurely making his way to the second warship. The flagship was currently being used as a secret storage facility, necessitating the shift of the banquet to the second ship. The raucous celebration continued, filled with shouts, insults, brawls, and arm wrestling, interspersed with the occasional wail of a woman. The atmosphere was far more chaotic than a bustling market. Though he detested such pandemonium, Cavendish knew he needed these cannon fodder to be engaged. So he resigned himself to the chaos. "Captain, here are the new crew members who joined us this month." Lafitte eagerly approached him with several individuals in tow. It had been a trying time for the first mate, having not seen the captain for months, and if it weren't for the enticing prospects Cavendish had promised, he might have given up entirely. Ghost Warrior Condo Mikage, bounty of 47 million. Dog Fruit, Snow Wolf Form, Werewolf Batteray, bounty of 42 million. Nail Fruit, Nailman Pin, bounty of 37 million. In the past 2 months, Lafitte has gathered several seemingly promising cannon fodder. Condomic, clad entirely in black and masked, is such that even Cavendish's observation hockey might fail to detect him without acute attention, indicating that his assassination skills are remarkably proficient. Batteray, though human, appears significantly influenced by his fruit, with 2 pronounced canine teeth protruding from his mouth, giving him the appearance of a belligerent individual. Gingio is particularly repulsive in appearance. With numerous protrusions resembling nails emerging from his body, he can launch these nails from any part of his form. However, due to his grotesque visage, Cavendish has opted to keep him at a distance, lest he lose his appetite from a mere glance. Though the 3 respectfully address Cavendish as captain, their defiant gazes reveal an underlying belief that they do not consider themselves inferior to him. After all, they have all earned their reputations through combat. During their days aboard the ship, they have challenged every officer on board, and aside from being unable to best Lafitte, none have posed a significant threat to them. Their pride is, therefore, quite justified. The officers on the ship, mere cannon fodder recruited from the West Sea, though now boasting some fame and possessing rewarded cultivation techniques, have had insufficient time to hone their skills compared to these 3 seasoned veterans who have traversed the Grand Line for years. Cavendish smiled faintly, and suddenly an overwhelming aura erupted from him, targeting the trio before him. The Ghost Warrior dissipated into a cloud of dust, Batteray transformed into a wolf, while Gingio aimed all his nails at Cavendish. Yet, in an instant, the Ghost Warrior's figure became visible before Cavendish, collapsing to the ground, coughing blood. Batteray lay heavily suppressed on the ground, panting, and Gingio's nails had all embedded into the Ghost Warrior's body, while he himself had already crumpled to the floor. This is how Cavendish, after harnessing the powers of the magnetic fruit, unleashed his conqueror's hockey, capable of transmuting intangible pressure into tangible harm. While it may prove ineffective against seasoned warriors and requires the expenditure of half his mental energy with each use, it is undeniably the most splendid display for ostentation. Witnessing their captain effortlessly incapacitate the 3 arrogant newcomers, the crew of cannon fodder erupted in a chorus of cheers. "Take them below to tend to their wounds. Once they have recuperated, they shall return to me." The 3 individuals, previously brimming with defiance, were now transformed into fervent admirers. For who among those eking out a living on the tumultuous seas would not wish to cling to a powerful ally? "Boys, continue the festivities. 3 days of revelry await us." After all, he possessed ample wealth. Even if this motley crew of cannon fodder never lifted a finger, his coffers would remain plentiful. "Lafitte, I have a matter to discuss with you." Having dispatched the idlers, Cavendish turned earnestly to his sole capable subordinate. "Miss All Sunday, might I inquire what the most ruthless newcomer pirate seeks in summoning us?" In a brightly lit office, Crocodile and Nico Robin were in a state of distress over the recent call from Cavendish. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile believed few occurrences could genuinely astonish him, yet the audacity of this fierce newcomer had left him thoroughly taken aback. This was a mere rookie who had single-handedly toppled the West Sea Naval Base, slaying both the stationed Rear Admiral and Commodore, a feat unparalleled in the annals of the sea. The notorious Heavenly Night Demon, once a target of relentless pursuit by the Navy in the North Sea, had displayed remarkable bravado. However, such a record, while noteworthy, merely piqued Crocodile's interest. After all, he had forged his own strength through battle, and defeating a couple of rear admirals was hardly an insurmountable task. Yet recent reports had shattered his calm composure. Though publicly reluctant to acknowledge it, the warlords were acutely aware of each other's strengths. Mihawk undoubtedly possessed the greatest prowess in one-on-one combat among them. To think that such a formidable figure would suffer a setback at the hands of this newcomer, though he had not disclosed the particulars, was evident from the disheveled state in which he had been found. This setback was surely significant. Consequently, Crocodile had escalated his view of the newcomer from a noteworthy junior to a formidable adversary of equal standing. This pirate crew was no trifling band. The latest intelligence indicated that the newcomer had amassed over 3,000 ruthless scoundrels. Though many were mere rabble, there were still a considerable number of capable fighters. Even the first mate, Lafitte, might struggle against the likes of him. Unlike other pirate crews, Cavendish recruited indiscriminately, viewing all as expendable, mere fodder to be utilized when necessary. As for loyalty, with enough gold at his disposal, was there ever a concern for allegiance? After all, he had no intention of treating them as his own. They were merely pawns to be sold when the need arose. Mr. Zero, it appears our adversary is not to be trifled with. Should we consider retreating into the shadows? Nico Robin suggested after a moment's contemplation. Crocodile, unfazed, lit a cigar, ever since his fleet anchored outside the harbor. I have known that this audacious lad yearned for a confrontation with me. Such reckless newcomers always seek to prove themselves against renowned veterans. It seems I am to be used as a stepping stone in the world of piracy. The swiftest path to prominence is to ascend upon the corpses of the old guard. Crocodile believed Cavendish sought to bolster his reputation by vanquishing him, a notion not without merit. As a member of the world-renowned 7 Warlords of the Sea, he faced countless unseasoned pirates annually, yet this particular contender surpassed them all in strength. Inform him to meet at the ruins of Ferrol on the edge of the Sahara Desert in 3 days. Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, addressing Nico Robin. Understood, boss. With his decision made, she promptly contacted Lafitte. The Sansan Fruit's capabilities allow for infinite amplification in the desert, fighting on his home turf. Crocodile even felt confident enough to challenge Whitebeard. Should the newcomer harbor any nefarious intentions, he would ensure the lesson of humility was imparted. After confirming the time and place with Lafitte, she inquired, Mr. Zero, shall we alert the peripheral members? Although they had agreed to bring only one companion each, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies in such underground dealings. Notify MR1 and MR2 to remain alert, MR5 to prepare long-range support, and MR4 to lie in ambush underground. The more seasoned one becomes, the more cautious they grow. In the face of a reckless newcomer like Cavendish, Crocodile deemed it wise to bolster his defenses. And one more thing, he continued. Inform MR3 to lead the remainder of our forces to launch a surprise assault on Cavendish's fleet stationed at Lioluan Island after our encounter. His main forces will undoubtedly accompany him to the ruins of Ferrol, leaving behind only newly recruited members. If MR3 executes the ambush skillfully, we shall surely seize victory. As a reckless rookie dared to challenge him, he would teach him a bloody lesson about the cruelty of the seas. Nico Robin, clutching the transponder snail, systematically relayed his orders, envisioning the grave fate awaiting the so-called most ruthless newcomer. Faced with a fully serious warlord, the opponent would likely lack even the capacity to retaliate. They had chosen the most advantageous battleground and stationed heavy forces nearby, prepared to strike decisively at the heart of the enemy's stronghold. Such was Crocodile's style, once unleashed. He left no room for survival, just as she mulled over the jubilant cheers emanating from the other end of the line. She surmised the newcomer was likely still engaged in revelry. Suddenly, the basement door swung open. Who goes there? Crocodile seethed, irate that his explicit orders forbidding entry without his consent had been disobeyed. To his dismay, the casino owner timidly entered, head bowed and drenched in sweat. As if accosted by a band of brutes. What on earth has transpired? Crocodile demanded, his anger mounting. This casino owner had served him faithfully for many years and typically conducted himself with discretion. What could possibly account for such unusual behavior today? No, Mr. Zero. As Nico Robin, who has been evading assassination since the tender age of 7, perhaps possesses only mediocre strength, her vigilance towards danger is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. She deftly leaped backward, and the alerted Crocodile immediately unleashed a sand punch aimed at the casino owner. With a resounding crash as the sand punch made contact, the corpulent casino proprietor erupted in a violent explosion, his flesh and blood scattering through the air. Amidst this gruesome spectacle, an abundance of water was also mingled with the debris. Crocodile observed the traces of water splattered across his fist, had he not received Robin's warning. If that individual had approached him before detonating, although he could have elementalized to evade the blast's harm, the water would undoubtedly have adhered to him, severely crippling his abilities. Wretched Cavendish, you are indeed the vile scoundrel that rumors suggest, Crocodile exclaimed in fury, facing the basement door. The audacious tactics employed by such human bombs are unparalleled. Save for the notorious newcomer, Cavendish, who is reputed to be the most ruthless of pirates. Seizing the moment of Crocodile's taunting, Robin promptly activated her devil fruit ability, causing an eye to sprout from the wall outside. There is no one. This declaration sent shockwaves through both her and the sand crocodile, whose expression shifted dramatically. Both were seasoned individuals well acquainted with the shadows, and neither would naively assume that the other had sent merely one person. If the adversary had infiltrated their stronghold, it was evident that they possessed far more cunning. Sand fortress. In an instant, Crocodile transformed into fine sand, enveloping himself entirely. Meanwhile, Robin deactivated the switch to the seastone prison in the basement, locking herself inside. Although this act effectively imprisoned her, her years of survival experience told her that this was indeed the wisest course of action. The thunderous explosions echoed incessantly, and the once opulent casino, Rain Banquet, was reduced to ruins. A diverse throng of people fled in all directions, none anticipating that Crocodile's territory, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would be embroiled in chaos. After a considerable time, the dust stirred by the explosions began to settle. In this world of pirates, few possessed the inclination to revel in the spectacle, for one misstep could cost them their lives, save for a handful of diligent reporters. The once bustling Rain District had morphed into a ghost town. After all, no one was a fool. The Sand Crocodile had maintained his formidable reputation in this realm for years, warranting respect even from the world government. Now, someone dared to disrupt his domain. As the saying goes, a fierce dragon does not cross a river. It was only natural that anyone seeking to provoke the Sand Crocodile might find themselves facing a swift demise. Tap, tap, tap. Cavendish strolled down the thoroughfare of the Rain District, now a desolate wasteland, and remarked with a smile, "I have long heard of the illustrious name of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, why does the host not make an appearance now that guests have arrived?" Scoundrel! From the debris arose a swirl of yellow sand as Crocodile formed a head-like shape, glaring at him. "You claim 3 days hence," Cavendish swiftly turned, striking with his sword to disrupt Crocodile's intended ambush. "Likewise, Sand Crocodile, we are well aware of the kind of individuals we are. Let us forego the verbal sparring and settle this with our true abilities." "Damn it!" Crocodile resumed his human form, rubbing his right hand. He had used his head to draw attention, preparing for a punch, but he had not anticipated being thwarted by a swift counter. Moreover, how could a newcomer to the Grand Line wield armament hockey with such proficiency? As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, engaging in close combat with a master swordsman was the most foolish decision imaginable. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly. Crescent sand dune. 3 waves of yellow sand surged forth, aimed directly at Cavendish. Anyone caught in these gusts would be swiftly engulfed in desiccated sand, transforming into a mere mummy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cavendish leapt, drawing his sword. Such an attack was merely a test of strength. Sand tornado. Just as he dispersed the 3 sand dunes, Crocodile swiftly drew circles with his hands, unleashing a tornado several meters wide. Blade, parting the clouds. Faced with the oncoming tornado, Cavendish was determined not to be swept away. Though the tornado posed little threat to him, only a fool would absorb an enemy's ultimate move head-on. Witnessing his sword energy shatter Crocodile's tornado, the Sand Crocodile recognized that it was time to reveal his trump card. With several swift movements, he distanced himself and pressed his hands to the ground, unleashing his ultimate technique, Raging Sandstorm. This technique is undoubtedly his most formidable move. Were it not for the desert kingdom of Alabasta, Crocodile would never have been allowed to unleash it. In the original narrative, he had previously dealt devastating blows to Luffy on 2 occasions, but refrained from delivering the final strike. As if the heavens themselves had conspired to grant the protagonist an advantage. Given Crocodile's cunning and ruthlessness, it is inconceivable that he would make the same mistake twice. A whirlwind of yellow sand ascended with alarming speed, reducing visibility from an initial 30 meters to a mere 20, then 15, and finally 10. The merciless sandstorm drove away the journalists who had hoped to capture exclusive news, for in such an environment where one could scarcely see their own hand before their face, remaining there served no purpose and was tantamount to courting disaster. Whoosh! Crocodile gasped within the tempest. Even with his powers, conjuring a sandstorm that enveloped the entire rain base demanded an immense expenditure of both stamina and mental fortitude. Cavendish, eyes closed amidst the storm, sensed that even holding his breath could not shield him from the relentless assault of sand that bore down upon him, transforming his once pristine white cloak into a tawny hue. Indeed, Crocodile is no ordinary foe. He stood at the heart of the tempest, attuned to the unfolding scene around him. Such a miraculous feat, where one individual can alter the very elements, can only be accomplished by those adept masters who have honed their abilities to perfection. Within the tempest of sand, visibility is nearly obliterated and hearing rendered useless. One can only rely on the hockey of observation to faintly perceive the movements of Crocodile. However, the seasoned Sand Crocodile has long anticipated such trivialities. He merges entirely with the swirling sands, ensuring that anyone attempting to sense him through observation hockey would only discern the overwhelming presence of his shadow amidst the storm. Yet, any assault on this vast expanse of sand would have no effect on him, as it consists predominantly of genuine sand, with perhaps only a few grains infused with his elemental essence. Unless someone possesses the strength to disperse the entire tempest with a single strike, he remains utterly unaffected. Cavendish stands poised, his sword at the ready, now entirely on the defensive, relying solely on the moment when Crocodile reveals himself to launch a counterattack. The surging sands gather around him, quickly engulfing his legs. With a swift motion, he extracts himself, for as a swordsman of high offense and speed, being immobilized spells doom. As he withdraws, Durandal arcs through the air, deflecting the venomous strike aimed at him from behind. Crocodile, having missed his target, dissipates into the vastness of the landscape, demonstrating the patience of a seasoned hunter. Cavendish closes his eyes, attuning himself to the lethal aura surrounding him. He understands that his only opportunity for retaliation lies in the moment of Crocodile's assault, a precarious situation indeed. Yet, a victorious smile graces his lips. Faster, increase the flames. At a kiln 10 kilometers away from Rain Base, Lafitte directs his subordinates in their efforts to incinerate their materials. The roaring flames swiftly consume the crates, and a faint green mist begins to rise from the chimney. Even from this distance, the overwhelming force of the distant sandstorm can be felt, casting the entire sky in a yellow hue, obscuring the sun. The 7 warlords are indeed formidable, Lafitte muses to himself. Having once thought himself one of the top talents in the West Blue, underestimating the prowess of others, believing that so-called masters were mere illusions. Yet, after meeting the captain, he realized how narrow his perspective had been. Crocodile, despite his reputation as a lower-tier warlord, possesses capabilities beyond imagination. First mate, we have finished burning. Pahami rushes to report to Lafitte. Lafitte gazes at the sky, although it remains a dull yellow due to the sandstorm. His keen eyesight allows him to perceive a strange pale green above. Checking his pocket watch, he calculates the time. Prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, we will assist the captain. Pahami's expression turns to one of shock, realizing that aside from Lafitte, only he and a handful of subordinates are available to confront Crocodile. How can we possibly face a warlord with such inadequate support? He frets, drenched in sweat as he watches the encroaching sandstorm. A cacophony of clashing weapons fills the air. Undeterred by the raging storm, Crocodile, akin to a skilled hound, patiently lurks, waiting for any sign of weakness from his prey to strike decisively. Cavendish adopts a defensive stance atop the shifting sands, appearing quite disheveled. The inability to detect his opponent's location and having to rely solely on the fleeting aura of impending attack to mount a counteroffensive is utterly exhausting. He longs to breathe freely, yet the relentless sand forces him to suppress this desire, knowing that to open his mouth would mean swallowing a mouthful of grit. You truly are a formidable newcomer, yet you foolishly challenge me. Such audacity. Has the Navy's incompetence led you to overestimate your own capabilities? Crocodile's voice echoes ominously around him. But Cavendish struggles to pinpoint his location, ultimately returning empty-handed. Are you waiting for me to exhaust my strength? That will never happen. This sandstorm has become a natural phenomenon. It will not dissipate unless time itself allows it. In this desert kingdom, such storms can last for 3 days. And do you possess the stamina to endure for that long? Since ancient times, villains have met their end through excessive chatter, Crocodile muses. Believing it best to ensure Cavendish understands his fate, as this is his first adversary since mastering this technique. After losing a hand to Whitebeard, his armament hockey was rendered ineffective, subjected to a perpetual state of vibration due to the tremor fruit's properties, which is the reason for the scar on his face. Yet he is the Sand Crocodile. Though he knows he can never match Whitebeard, he is determined to defeat him. To conquer an opponent does not require a straightforward victory. For years he has focused on developing his fruit's powers, and this tempest is the fruit of his labor. Moreover, the legendary Pluton is within his grasp. With the protective abilities of the Sand fruit and the cataclysmic firepower of Pluton, he is confident in defeating Whitebeard and claiming the title of Pirate King. He has contemplated infusing the sands with a corrosive ability to drain Cavendish's strength, but the latter's reflexes are too sharp. Any attempt to do so is thwarted. Thus, he resorts to this tedious method of wearing him down. Cavendish remains silent within the storm, aware that speaking would invite a mouthful of sand, which would undoubtedly slow his reactions, leading to his demise. Lafitte, that scoundrel, why is he taking so long? Surely he doesn't intend to use me as bait. To confront Crocodile, he has prepared meticulously, knowing that the depiction of this man as a fool defeated by the newly emerged Luffy is merely a narrative device. In reality, 3 Luffies would not suffice to match Crocodile's true power. Lafitte has already dispatched several tons of dance powder to the vicinity. Once ignited, it will unleash torrential rains for 10 days across the region, but the aftermath will leave the area parched for years. Your reflexes are slowing, Crocodile taunts, reveling in the impending confrontation. After yet another stealthy assault, Crocodile finally left a small scar on Cavendish, a mark that, albeit minor, signified his diminishing strength. Just as the Sand Crocodile prepared to capitalize on his advantage, he suddenly felt the sand growing heavier, and the act of elemental transformation became increasingly laborious, akin to being drenched in rain. He was about to lift his gaze to ascertain the cause when, without warning, a torrential downpour began. In truth, the rain had been poised to fall long ago. However, the ferocity of the sandstorm conjured by Crocodile had rendered the gentle raindrops incapable of penetrating its veil. It was only when the rain intensified, overwhelming the storm, that it finally cascaded down. Crocodile stood bewildered, caught off guard by the sudden deluge that soaked him to the skin. Although the rainy land was reputed for its precipitation, it was merely an oasis in the desert, blessed with only a few rains each year. Such a downpour had never been witnessed before. Cavendish shook the sand from his cloak. As torrents of yellow sand washed away in the rain, he raised his sword, pointing it at Crocodile, and declared, "Sand Crocodile, that was quite enjoyable. Now it is my turn. Where am I?" Nico Robin awoke suddenly, recalling that she had been strategizing with Crocodile on how to deal with the new pirate, only to realize that he had struck first. A danger alert had spurred her into action, sealing the hockey prison of sea prism stone beneath her. Shortly thereafter, the ground collapsed entirely. Fortunately, the prison was sturdy enough to preserve her life, but soon after, she felt a series of tremors, and when the vibration ceased, water began seeping from above. Although the water was not seawater, she was unable to swim, trapped within the sea prism stone prison and unable to utilize her abilities. She found herself overwhelmed by the rising tide. And then, she woke up. Wake up already, stop pretending to be dead. A voice, alluring yet tinged with dissatisfaction, echoed nearby. Miranda regarded the woman lying on the bed with disdain. What was so special about her? Aside from being more voluptuous, she possessed no redeeming qualities. Appearing darker and taller than Noki. At her age, she couldn't fathom what had drawn her masteress' attention. In her own estimation, apart from the second wife, Nami. She was far more attractive than the dark woman before her and Noki, yet they were treated as ladies while she was relegated to the role of a servant. It was utterly infuriating. Robin sat up, finding her attire had been changed. She was no longer clad in her deep purple cloak, but rather adorned in a floral long dress. Habitually, she touched her chest, only to discover the absence of any undergarments. This is her peculiar habit. Due to her ample bosom, wearing a bra would impede the circulation across her chest. Nevertheless, her unique abilities enable her to manipulate her own body at will, thus eliminating any concerns of sagging. Miranda observed the black woman before her, who, upon rising, showcased her excessively large breasts with a display of pride. A surge of resentment welled within Miranda. How could such substantial attributes still stand so defiantly? Shouldn't they succumb to gravity? Where am I? Robin surveyed her surroundings. This was a bedroom, approximately 30 to 40 square meters in size. Aside from the bed where she had been resting, there were merely a few wardrobes and a table, adorned with various feminine items. And beneath her feet lay a plush carpet. However, her 20 years of survival experience had equipped her well. The moment she landed, she sensed a slight swaying beneath her, indicating she was aboard a vessel, one far grander than any she had previously encountered. This was the Master's flagship. The Master and his entourage were hosting a banquet on the second ship and had mentioned that if she awakened, she was free to explore the ship. Should she wish to see him, she could simply call. Miranda brimmed with jealousy. How could a man like Cavendish, known for his ruthlessness, ever exhibit such gentleness toward another? Robin glanced at the young girl before her, a beauty deserving of empathy, yet utterly powerless. The so-called master had carelessly placed her alongside this woman, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for coercion. She pondered, could the master you speak of be the heartless Cavendish? Before Miranda could voice her thoughts, a cheerful voice rang from outside the door. Madam, it would be wise not to mention that nickname in the master's presence. He despises it. The young maid, Vere, entered, pushing a cart laden with food. Unlike Miranda's indignation, Vere, who prided herself as the chief maid, treated the women Cavendish brought back with utmost respect, even earning some affection from Nami. She deftly unloaded the delectable dishes from the cart. I made Vere. Please, do not hesitate to request anything, madam. These dishes were prepared by the third lady herself. She mentioned you had been unconscious for 2 days and might be hungry, so she made something light for you to try. Robin found herself bewildered by the situation. Over the years, she had endured the most grotesque aspects of humanity, betrayal, mockery, and suspicion. Before her fainting, she had envisioned what scenarios might await her if she survived, mentally rehearsing every conceivable encounter. Yet, the current circumstances surpassed her expectations. Dumbfounded, she grasped the utensils and began to eat. After over 2 days of unconsciousness, hunger had indeed set in. Moreover, if there were any ulterior motives at play, they would not have waited until now to act. Just as she was halfway through her meal, the door swung open once more, revealing a man clad in white, with cascading golden hair. This was her first encounter with the renowned new pirate, who appeared even more strikingly handsome than the wanted posters suggested. Even her long-cultivated tranquility was stirred by a flicker of emotion. Coincidentally, she had yet to dine. Viola, prepare the utensils for me, she instructed. As Robin awakened, Cavendish was acutely aware of her presence. How could he disregard the woman who had haunted his thoughts in both this life and the last? It was, after all, to confront the sand crocodile that he had taken up arms. If Crocodile had known that harboring Robin had drawn such a deadly foe upon him, he might have succumbed to despair once more. Soaked to the bone, the sand crocodile had become a mere shadow of his former self, despite his formidable physical prowess. As a natural fruit user unable to elementalize, he stood no chance against Cavendish. Moreover, as an elemental mage, once deprived of his magic, he would find himself utterly unable to escape the onslaught of the Wind Assassin. Thus, the unfortunate crocodile was dispatched to meet his grim fate. In the midst of clearing the ruins, Pahami and his companions stumbled upon a woman in the underground of the casino. Upon receiving the news, Cavendish was filled with dread. Had he known that his beloved Robin was concealed in the basement, he would have never allowed the explosives to wreak such havoc. To think that while he was striving to eliminate Crocodile, Robin could have perished in the explosion, such a loss would render all his efforts futile. Fortunately, Robin had merely been submerged and suffered no injuries. All they needed to do was wait for her to awaken naturally. With the sand crocodile gone, the Baroque works were swiftly apprehended by Cavendish's crew. A few managed to escape, but it was of little consequence. Viola promptly prepared the dining utensils for Cavendish, who took a seat across from Robin and began to eat. Meanwhile, the crew above deck was celebrating heartily, having dispatched a shichibukai. Such an achievement was worthy of boasting. Though the handsome young man across from her maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, his notorious reputation preceded him, and Robin held no illusions about his character. Thus, even she felt a twinge of apprehension in his presence. Captain Cavendish, may I inquire about the condition of Mr. Crocodile? After some thought, she decided to ask about her former employer, who had not treated her poorly during her nearly 2 decades of evasion. He has passed away. But I have ordered him a grand burial. After all, he was a notable figure, and I cannot be excessively harsh, Cavendish replied with a smile. Initially, he had intended to display Crocodile's head as a trophy on his flagship, but Nami and Noki vehemently opposed the idea upon seeing him return with a head in tow. No woman wished to confront such a sight daily. Thus, he relinquished that notion, leaving Crocodile with a complete corpse, even though she had already suspected the outcome. Robin felt a jolt in her heart at his nonchalant revelation. The infamous Shichibukai, the sand crocodile, had met his end. In recent years, she had followed Crocodile closely and witnessed his prowess on multiple occasions. Although he could not be compared to a Kainu, there was a distinct sense of power emanating from him. Yet, this youthful and seemingly inexperienced individual before her had effortlessly taken a life. The ease with which he dispatched his foe was reminiscent of merely slaying insignificant pirates by the roadside. The most brutal rookie pirate in history was indeed a terrifying prospect. Captain Cavendish, how do you intend to deal with me? Robin inquired, her smile betraying a hint of unease. If this captain was merely captivated by her beauty, it would be utterly absurd. The slave who had just attended to him was undoubtedly far more striking in appearance. As for other matters, the information concerning the Dark King was shrouded in utmost secrecy. Even Crocodile would not be privy to it were it not for his identity as a warlord of the sea. While her bounty might be viewed as a fortune by many, the man before her would certainly regard such a sum as trivial. Of course, you shall become my wife, Cavendish declared cheerfully, sidling up to Robin and taking a seat beside her. Robin, taken aback by his unabashed advances, shifted slightly away. Yet the man seemed oblivious to the concept of modesty, nearly pressing his entire being against her. Captain Cavendish, you jest. A woman of my stature could hardly be your lady, and besides, it appears you might already have a wife. Despite his frivolous demeanor, Robin found it prudent not to rebuff him outright. After all, it was wise to tread carefully in the presence of one who could so easily dispense with life. Cavendish leaned closer, inhaling deeply at the nape of her neck, his gaze fixated on the alluring curves she possessed, the faint scent of milk enveloping his senses. Nico Robin, the orphan of O'Hara in the West Blue, wanted by the world government since the tender age of 8. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist. And although Robin stiffened momentarily, she soon relinquished her resistance. Did you know? I vowed to marry you when I turned 10, but lacked the means until now. I possess the ability to protect you, so whether you desire it or not, you shall be my wife, Cavendish's wife, and no one can alter that. I have never encountered such a proposal before, Robin remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Captain Cavendish, you are remarkably domineering. Feeling the warmth radiating from the man beside her, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and resignation. Over the years, she had traversed many lands and endured countless trials, often at the mercy of pirates who coveted her beauty. Yet, none had ever broached the subject of marriage. At 27, she felt the weight of age pressing upon her. Wherever she went, she was viewed as a woman past her prime. Her identity precluded any hope for a stable life, and her desires for marriage and children had long since dissipated. In truth, she had resigned herself to the notion of aging alone, provided she evaded the clutches of the world government. This is not a mere proposal, it is a decree, Robin. It is destined, and you cannot resist it. In my past life, I cherished you above all else, and now that I have entered this fantastical realm, no calamity shall sway my resolve. Uncertain of the sincerity behind his affections, Robin had never experienced such a protective embrace, while she found a strange comfort in his audacious manner. The echoes of betrayal haunted her. She had learned not to easily invest her emotions again. If you truly wish to marry me, Captain, are you aware of the troubles that await? My identity is one that even the warlord Sir Crocodile would not dare to reveal. As the only person capable of deciphering the true history, the world government's pursuit of her was more fervent than that of the most heinous criminals. Had they known that she was in Crocodile's grasp, they would have demanded her return. Now, if the most ruthless rookie pirate were to unite with a remnant of history such as herself, the world government would undoubtedly be sent into a frenzy. Fear not, for I shall face whatever challenges arise. There is nothing in this world that Cavendish dares not undertake. He grinned wickedly, tightening his hold on the beauty in his arms. Indeed, this man is notorious for his lack of morals and audacity. There seems to be nothing in this world he would shy away from. Moreover, given my own capabilities, there is scarcely a place I cannot venture. Should I encounter an insurmountable challenge, I assure you, facilitating your escape would be effortless. Even Robin, known for her composure, could not suppress a laugh at his words. The illustrious Captain Cavendish, uttering such sentiments about fleeing when faced with defeat, is undeniably a blow to his esteemed reputation. You look far more charming when you smile, Cavendish teased, pinching Robin's chin playfully with 2 fingers, although slightly irked by his frivolous gesture. Robin recognized that this was not the moment to show her displeasure. Despite his persistent declarations of wanting to marry her, one could never truly predict his actions. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Veer entered anxiously, fully aware that the captain was likely inside cultivating a bond with the First Lady, perhaps even engaging in activities inappropriate for minors. At such a moment, her intrusion would undoubtedly yield unfavorable consequences. However, the first mate insisted that the call was of utmost importance and required the captain's personal attention. Thus, she approached the door, steeling herself with a sense of gallant sacrifice. Fortunately, the captain was merely embracing the lady of the house, their attire still neatly arranged, suggesting that they were yet unprepared for any business affairs. Otherwise, she feared that the captain, disturbed in his intimate moment, might have struck her down with a swift blade. What is it? Upon witnessing Vale enter like a startled rabbit, Cavendish realized that, had it not been a matter of pressing urgency, she would not have dared to disrupt him. Captain, the first mate requests your presence. There is a highly significant call that necessitates your direct involvement. Lafitte is looking for me. Cavendish maintained a largely hands-off approach with his entire crew, delegating most responsibilities to Lafitte, save for the crucial funds secured beneath his flagship. As for the concern about Lafitte becoming too powerful or harboring rebellious intentions, he could only remark that such fears were unfounded. What place is this? This is the world of One Piece, a realm where power reigns supreme. Unlike the scheming court dramas of my previous life, here, dominance is determined by strength, as long as he ensures his prowess remains unrivaled. His subordinates will never dare entertain untoward thoughts. Despite his lack of rigorous training, the innate potential of this body is astonishing. With each battle, he feels his abilities augmenting. Although he may still fall short compared to an admiral, he believes it won't be long before he can withstand their might. Regrettably, both he and the original owner of this body possess a rather lazy disposition. Otherwise, with such talent, he would have long since achieved renown across the seas. Come, my lady, let us see what the first mate desires. Cavendish remarked with a smile towards Robin. Are you truly not afraid that I will discover this important matter? Robin replied, her gaze warm as she looked at the boy, who was several years her junior. You are my wife. My affairs are yours. And there are no secrets between us. Without waiting for Robin's response, he embraced her and stood up. Understanding that Robin was uneasy about being left alone, she willingly leaned against him as they made their way to the door. Lafitte awaited just outside, holding a transponder snail. Although Cavendish had granted him considerable authority, he remained acutely aware of his duties. The captain was known for his flirtatious nature, so even in urgent situations, Lafitte would not dare knock on the door himself. What is the emergency? He asked. Captain, it's a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Lafitte exclaimed, his face pale with fear. The transponder snail displayed Sengoku's iconic glasses. The communication device in this pirate world is indeed peculiar, with its ability to recognize faces, ensuring no one can impersonate another. Taking the transponder snail from Lafitte, Cavendish felt no unease about Sengoku's call. If the Navy couldn't even acquire Lafitte's transponder number, that would be absurd. Hello? Is this Fleet Admiral Sengoku? I've long admired your reputation. The figure on the other end, with braided hair and a beard, might be considered affable. But their opposing positions left Cavendish uncertain of Sengoku's purpose for calling. You, the most ruthless newcomer in the pirate world, Cavendish, have committed unforgivable crimes. You have murdered hundreds of innocent citizens in the Rommel Kingdom, besieged a naval base in the West Sea, and slaughtered thousands on Mote Island. Just 2 days ago, you wreaked havoc in Alabasta. For scoundrels like you, we in the Navy. Sengoku's authoritative tone was relentless. Enough with your prattle. Get to the point, or I shall hang up. Cavendish interjected, bewildered by the audacity of interrupting Sengoku. Robin and Lafitte stood in stunned silence, aware of the gravity of the situation. Sengoku was the head of the most powerful military organization in the world, and even a mere encounter would typically instill dread. If Sengoku were to confront Cavendish in person, he would undoubtedly act submissively, recognizing the vast power disparity. Yet, with Sengoku far away in Marineford, Cavendish felt little fear. If you have the ability, come here and bite me. How dare you? Sengoku seethed on the other end, infuriated by the insolence. If you would dare interrupt him. And while there were higher-ups like the Gore and friends like Garp and Zephyr, only the elusive Shiki and Whitebeard among pirates would speak so boldly. Even the Yonko Charlotte Lin would be courteous in her dealings with the Fleet Admiral, almost throwing the transponder snail in frustration. Sengoku recalled the mission given to him by the Gore and forced himself to continue. In light of your defeat of Crocodile, the world government has decided to bestow upon you the title of Warlord of the Sea. Were it not for the unexpected upheaval caused by the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku would have dispatched someone to deal with this reckless newcomer long ago. However, resources were stretched thin. And as the CP agency unearthed the astounding plan while seizing Crocodile's belongings, it became imperative to placate Cavendish. Warlord of the Sea. It seems the world government indeed evaluates individuals based on their capabilities. They summoned Mihawk to eliminate me, yet failed, and now realizing they cannot easily dispose of me. They seek to recruit me instead? Cavendish mused. Very well, if you agree to one condition, the world government will approve your entry into the Warlords. Speak. Cavendish replied, willing to entertain the proposal as he had pressing matters in the New World. The title of Warlord would expedite his endeavors significantly. Surrender the Devil Child, Nico Robin. Robin's complexion drained instantly. She had never anticipated the world government would place such significance on her, offering the Warlord position as a bargaining chip. Though previously a target due to her historical research, she was merely seen as a discontented intellectual by the Gore. Yet, The recent discovery of the ancient weapon Pluton transformed her from a mere scholar into a formidable physicist with knowledge of nuclear weaponry. The danger level of her situation was incomparably heightened. Lafitte felt his heart race at the mention of the warlord title. While pirates often scoffed at the warlords, viewing them as lapdogs of the world government, the allure of becoming one was undeniable. They could plunder freely and enjoy the protection of the world government, no longer fearing bounties on their heads. Who would T prefer to transition from the shadows to a position of authority? Glancing at the woman embraced by the captain, Lafitte noted her attractive figure but felt she was too dark-skinned, with a nose that seemed overly prominent. Based on his understanding of the captain, such a woman would typically not pique his interest. However, if he could deliver this woman, the captain would ascend to the ranks of the warlords, and Lafitte could become a figure of authority as well. The temptation was overwhelming. Sensing the tremor in his beloved's frame, Cavendish tightened his embrace. Addressing the transponder snail, it seems that Fleet Admiral Sengoku lacks sincerity. Nico Robin is my wife. No force in this world can separate us. If this is your condition, then there is no need for further discussion. What do you mean? Burgess was on the verge of insanity. Initially, he was already discontented with the Five Elders' request to recruit the pirate who had slapped their navy multiple times, but now this audacious individual dared to reject his proposal. It was utterly incomprehensible. Who did he think he was? He even claimed that Nico Robin was his wife. Did he believe that Burgess was a fool? Cavendish had never even met Robin before. They had only known each other for less than a day. To forsake the position of a warlord of the sea for a woman he had just met was the height of childishness. Cavendish, he warned, do not presume that the world government is powerless against you. Do not think that defeating Vernier and Crocodile makes you invincible. The strength of the world government is beyond your imagination. Surrender that woman willingly, or do not blame me for sending an admiral to hunt you down. Admirals are strategic weapons and must not be deployed unless absolutely necessary. Even during the days of Pirate King Roger, the Navy did not dispatch an admiral to besiege him until he entered the New World, at which point the world government assembled a dedicated fleet. An admiral, that was the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. Lafitte felt a pang of anxiety and wanted to remind the captain not to let desire cloud his judgment. But before he could speak, Cavendish shot him a fierce glare. Cavendish understood Lafitte's unvoiced concern, but it was absolutely out of the question. After all, Lafitte was his first confidant. It would be unwise to jeopardize their relationship over this matter with Robin. The beauty in his arms was growing cold. Robin knew that no pirate could refuse such temptation and threat. On one side lay the glorious throne of the warlords, and on the other, the peril of being hunted by an admiral. Reputation, status, wealth, life, and a woman he had just met for mere hours. What was truly important was evident. Mr. Burgess, even if you were to relinquish your position to me, I would never surrender my wife, Cavendish declared resolutely. As a time traveler, if he could not protect the one he cherished most, then what was the point of his journey? He might as well return home and sleep peacefully. You fool. You are courting death. I will send an admiral. But before he could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. Aha! A deafening roar echoed through the Marine headquarters in Marineford. All the soldiers, upon hearing that terrible scream, were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. They could not fathom who had provoked the usually amiable admiral to such fury. It seemed they had to tread carefully from now on, lest they be turned into punching bags for the irate admiral. Lafitte glanced at Cavendish, somewhat perplexed, but he had no time to dwell on the old man's thoughts. Let us go check on those brats. Today's events must not be disclosed. Yes, Captain. Though he did not fully understand the captain's actions, the young man had made a decision. As first mate, Lafitte ought not to question his choice, even if the path he chose led to a bottomless abyss. Cavendish carried the dazed Nico Robin back to the cabin and laid her on the sofa. It was only at that moment that she regained her senses. Why? She asked, staring blankly at the young man, hoping he would unravel the confusion in her heart. I have already told you, you are my wife, and will only ever be my wife. I, Cavendish, may have committed many wrongs, but I will never trade my wife for glory, despite still being held in his embrace. Robin could sense that this time, his hold was imbued with warmth, perhaps the sensation of being protected. Why would the world government go to such lengths to capture me? Robin nestled closer, finding a comfortable position on his shoulder. She was utterly exhausted, having evaded for 20 years. Her childhood had been a dance on the edge of a blade. Without parents since childhood and branded a monster due to her devil fruit abilities. She had been on the run since the age of 8, carrying a bounty of 79 million. Such a life would wear down even the strongest of souls. Thus, her longing for safety and friendship was more profound than anyone else's. Nami had at least had no Jiko and Jin, but she had no one. Today, this man was willing to forsake the invitation of the warlords for her, daring to confront the threat of the admiral. Even if his intentions were not pure, even if he had committed unspeakable acts, he had become the sole lifeline for her sorrowful heart. Despite knowing the fragility of that lifeline, she leaped towards it without hesitation. Cavendish caressed the beauty resting against him. Due to a childhood of abuse and constant evasion, Robin's skin was far from perfect. Compared to Nami or Miranda, even Cavendish's skin was superior. However, with proper care and maintenance, Robin would undoubtedly radiate beauty and astonish everyone. 2 years later, when Robin reappeared, she would be unrecognizable. The abilities of the flower fruit possessed a beautifying effect, But in her initial days of survival, she had no time to focus on her appearance. After meeting the Straw Hats, her life had been fraught with peril. Under such circumstances, who had the luxury to maintain their looks? Yet, during her time at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Robin finally had the opportunity to care for herself, transforming from a tomboy into a goddess, leaving many in awe. Although he did not know the specifics of the historical texts, he understood that once these texts were deciphered and disseminated, they would undoubtedly strike a significant blow against the current world government, likely igniting a war that would engulf the entire continent. Therefore, those in power would never permit such an occurrence. Robin appeared somewhat dazed. The study of historical texts was merely a lingering obsession for the scholars of O'Hara, who had foolishly dedicated their lives to it. As a historian, how could one claim expertise while being unaware of the events that transpired between 800 to 900 years ago? What audacity! Thus, these foolish individuals, driven by a ridiculous motive, defied the world government's prohibitions and secretly studied the historical texts. In their minds, truth was supreme. They believed that if they could unveil the secrets of that blank period, their lives would be worth the sacrifice. Yet, no one anticipated the government's cold-blooded ruthlessness. Their actions not only led to their demise but also to the annihilation of all residents of O'Hara. Robin's obsession over the years stemmed from a desire to uncover the secrets behind that blank history, which had become the collective resentment of all the souls lost in O'Hara, now haunting her. It was merely a blank period of history. How could it possibly impact the world government? Even if the government had employed despicable means to secure victory, 800 years had passed. Surely no one would wage war over such ancient grievances? Robin is not foolish, nor are the scholars of O'Hara. The world government has repeatedly mandated that no one is to study the true history nor the century of blankness. And anyone with a modicum of sense must recognize the underlying intricacies at play. However, they all share this sentiment, after 8 centuries. Regardless of the unjust actions of the world government in the past, it cannot serve as a justification for present-day rebellion. Humans reside in the realm of reality. They cannot be driven to self-destruction for an abstract reason. As for the specifics, I cannot claim to know, for I am not an archaeologist. Cavendish shrugged, lamenting that WT refuses to divulge any spoilers, leaving him in the dark about the true purpose. Robin found her own inquiry somewhat amusing. Such veiled questions would likely only be comprehended by the true rulers of the world government. Nonetheless, I am aware of the locations of several stone tablets. The woman in his arms seemed to have completely relied on him. Yet Cavendish understood that breaking through this lady's emotional defenses built over 2 decades would not be achieved through mere words. Where? The previously melancholic Robin instantly regained her vitality, her eyes sparkling with intensity as they fixed on Cavendish. The indoctrination of the cult has a profound effect. Observing her fervent gaze, it was clear that should anyone offer to exchange the true history with Robin, she would do anything to seize it. There exists one within the royal tombs of Alabasta. Oh, Robin softly responded, her expression dimming. There is indeed a piece of true history in Alabasta, a fact known to both her and Crocodile, and upon it, the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton should be inscribed. Crocodile had devoted years to plotting here for the sake of Pluton. As Robin pondered this, her mind connected the dots, why this young man had proposed to marry her upon their first meeting. Why he would forsake his position as a warlord to protect her. This was the reason. Noticing the woman in his arms stiffen slightly, Cavendish chuckled softly. Indeed. A beautiful woman is not easily pleased. I know what you're thinking. To you, Pluton is of little consequence. I would not ask you to assist in its deciphering. Robin regarded him with skepticism, surprised he was aware of such matters. Could this be a tactic of feigned vulnerability? Aware that she had developed a trust issue with everyone, Cavendish held her even tighter. This version of Robin was utterly endearing. After all, Pluton is merely a warship at its most. And perhaps even Vegapunk has already constructed vessels superior to it. Furthermore, if one truly desires it, Frankie must still possess the design schematics. Should he demand Robin reveal Pluton's location now, regardless of her willingness, their rapport would surely plummet. Relinquishing a wife for a mere warship is hardly a game worth playing. Hearing his assurances, Robin remained somewhat distrustful, yet the fact that this man had not coerced her allowed her to relish the warmth of his embrace. A sensation she had never experienced before. Gazing at the slumbering beauty in his arms, Cavendish found himself captivated. Robin's features were strikingly sculpted, with a distinct elegance. If Nami embodied the beauty of Eastern women, Robin resembled the enchanting allure of those from the northern regions, especially her ample bosom, which remained defiantly upright even in slumber. In a previous life, such a form would have been deemed artificial, yet for a man who had once been a reclusive otaku, he recognized this as a natural gift that transcended the limits of the human physique. It is worth noting that Robin had endured malnutrition and relentless travels during her formative years, and to have developed thus is a testament to her resilience. Had she lived a stable life, her beauty could have reached astonishing heights. The slumbering beauty furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, she had been unconscious for 2 days. Physically, she required no sleep, but psychologically, Cavendish was the first person in 20 years to evoke any semblance of emotion in her. Though she could not ascertain the authenticity of her feelings, she longed to enjoy a peaceful slumber before reality intruded. The chance to sleep in the embrace of a lover might only come once in a lifetime. Cavendish, cradling the beauty, contemplated his future plans. Because of Robin, He had likely secured a place on the Navy's most wanted list, yet regrettably, the most crucial resources remained out of reach. Confronting a vice admiral reputed to be the Navy's strongest force, he found his strength lacking. Furthermore, having dealt a significant blow to Sengoku, his arrival would not be met with merely one vice admiral, while it was improbable that two would be dispatched. It was certain that 2 or 3 elite rear admirals would accompany him. Without a vice admiral, he might contend with 2 rear admirals at parity. But 3 would pose a daunting challenge. One should not underestimate the seasoned rear admirals of the Navy. 5 or 6 working in unison could easily subdue even a vice admiral. After a brief slumber, Robin awoke to find herself nestled in this man's embrace, a faint smile gracing her lips. Awake? Cavendish chuckled. Come, let me introduce you to 2 of my sisters. Noki, bustling in the kitchen, was preparing a splendid candlelit dinner for the captain and the now awakened older sister. Nami, is it really all right for you to be so busy? That woman is your rival. After all, Nami glared at Noki, who seemed to be taking liberties. Not at all. Noki replied, pouring a fine red wine over marinated steaks with remarkable skill. If we're discussing rivals, Nami, you are a rival to my sister as well. What nonsense. Nami retorted angrily, I have no connection to that pervert, scoundrel, or failure. Little Nami, your words wound me deeply. After all, we have been together for over 3 months, and you still view me this way. Cavendish entered the kitchen with Robin just in time to hear Nami's outburst. Lecher. Nami ignored him, turning her head away in irritation. Noki, flustered, turned off the stove. Captain, what brings you here? It's not ready yet. Nothing much, just thought we would all be family from here on out, so I brought Robin to meet you. Cavendish smiled, presenting Robin to Noki. This is my esteemed wife, Nico Robin. You may call her sister. Noki wiped her hands and extended her hand to Robin. Greetings, sister. Robin reciprocated the gesture. This is Noki, my 3rd wife. Please do not bully her. Both women blushed slightly at the remark. Cavendish then pointed to Nami. And this is my 2nd wife, Nami, who is also Naka's sister. She is currently in a bit of a tiff with me, but that will soon pass. Who is your 2nd wife? Nami protested. I am merely a commoner you have abducted. Nami had truly had enough of this arrogant man. Yet, aboard this ship, even Noki was his informant, leaving her unable to make even the slightest move or escape. Nami, the captain is a good person, Noki said with a hint of reluctance, tugging at Nami's arm, trying to save face in front of Robin. Though somewhat unwilling, Nami still extended her hand. Let me tell you, it would be wise to keep your distance from this scoundrel. He is a notorious lecher, having not only abducted our sisters but also harboring other women aboard this vessel. You will find no happiness with someone like him. Robin smiled as she shook hands with Nami, recognizing her as a stubborn little girl. However, the way the so-called fiercest pirate smiled unperturbed at her provocation made her view him with newfound respect. Glancing around, Robin noticed the beautiful girl who had been sitting beside her upon waking was nowhere to be found. Where is that blonde-haired, blue-eyed sister? You mean Miranda? Cavendish was surprised that Robin remembered her, waving his hand dismissively. She is my slave, not my wife. Please do not confuse that. As for you 3, he pointed at Nami and Noki, I consider you my wives. You must learn to live harmoniously. Nami completely ignored him, pushing past Cavendish, blocking the doorway and stepping outside. I apologize. Nami doesn't harbor any ill will towards you. She merely has some misunderstandings about the captain. Noki hastily explained, fearing Robin might take offense. Robin smiled and reassured him that it was fine, though her gaze towards Cavendish held an unspoken complexity. Damn him. Nami stormed onto the deck, cursing at the sky. After the incident with Mihawk, she had begun to harbor some fondness for Cavendish. But who could have known that man could be so loathsome? Not only did he keep a maid and a slave on the ship, but he had also returned from this battle with several women. He was nothing short of a human cannon. No woman would tolerate a man who was a promiscuous philanderer. Though Noki's intelligence could hardly be counted, if Cavendish were to have only her and Noki as his companions, Nami had even considered granting him a chance. For among all the men she had encountered, that scoundrel had almost no flaws aside from his mischief. It seems you harbor quite a dislike for the captain, Robin remarked, having stealthily approached her while she raged against the heavens. Of course. That man is selfish, shameless, lecherous, and utterly depraved, a complete scoundrel. It is only natural to detest him. Nami continued her tirade. Compared to Robin, Nami remained too kind-hearted, though she had not witnessed Cavendish's actions firsthand. She felt sorrow for the innocent victims mentioned in passing conversations. If he is indeed as depraved as you say, then why do you not fear him in the slightest? Robin asked, leaning against the railing as the sea breeze tousled her hair. Why should I fear him? He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Nami replied quickly. Oh. Robin chuckled softly at this. What are you laughing at? You claim he is a villain of the worst order, yet you assert he wouldn't harm you. Does that not seem contradictory? With the wind playing with her hair, Robin began to perceive that perhaps the captain was not so bad to his own crew after all. If he truly was not deceiving her because of the underworld, then what would it mean to genuinely marry him? As she gazed at the setting sun, Robin felt her heart, which had been cold for 20 years, stir for the first time. Behind her, Nami lay on the deck, feeling somewhat defeated by Robin's words. Why? He is undeniably a wicked villain. I have witnessed his brutal side multiple times, yet I no longer feel the terror I once experienced in Cocoa Village. Even after committing murder, with blood on his hands, I am no longer afraid of him. Even as she berated him in his presence, accusing him of cruelty, that merciless demon, merely accepted her words with a smile. It was absurd that she could tremble in fear at his murderous intent while still feeling emboldened to confront him. As she walked through the dim, ancient path, Nefertali Vivi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. This is the tomb of the ancestors of Alabasta, and naturally, aside from her and her father, King Cobra, no third party is permitted to enter. However, the couple trailing behind her is unrelentingly flaunting their affection, leaving her. The solitary observer, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the display of intimacy. Be careful, my dear. It's so dark and narrow here. Watch your step. Cavendish, holding Robin's hand, exudes a tender demeanor reminiscent of a young lover, making Vivi, who leads the way, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Robin beams in response, though his gestures are exceedingly contrived. She is no fragile child prone to stumbling. Yet, the warmth of his concern is undeniably heartwarming. After all, this young man is a figure of immense notoriety. A force that has stirred the world. Even knowing that once they behold the historical relic, such tenderness may be lost to her forever in this moment. Robin wishes for this path to stretch into eternity. Upon arrival, Vivi reluctantly activates the mechanism that only the direct descendants of the royal lineage can operate, unveiling the grand mausoleum before the three of them. As a princess of Alabasta, she is understandably reluctant to bring outsiders to plunder her ancestors' resting place. Yet this man is reputed to be the most ruthless pirate in history, having even bested the formidable crocodile of the seven warlords. She initially concealed her identity in hopes of uncovering the reasons behind Alabasta's recent turmoil, but who could have anticipated that before she could identify the true mastermind, that very mastermind would be eliminated? The feeling of being deceived made her nearly question the meaning of her existence. Before she could even entertain such thoughts, she found herself captured by a young man, reputed to be the most ruthless pirate in history. Faced with this charmingly smiling figure, who held the bloodied head of a sand crocodile, how could she dare to refuse him? O ancestors, I, the unfilial daughter Neferuta Vivian, beseech you. To ensure that the people of my nation do not suffer any longer, this unfilial daughter must accompany this fierce pirate to steal the treasures of our forebears. I hope you will not be angered. Let any retribution fall solely upon me. She prayed fervently. There was no choice. Cavendish's reputation was notorious for silencing the cries of children at night, and now he was compelling her to breach the tombs of emperors, undoubtedly seeking burial treasures. Fortunately, this girl was somewhat naive, lacking any resolve to protect her ancestors' graves. The moment Cavendish spoke, she acquiesced and meticulously dismissed all the guards, fearful of causing a ruckus. The grand hall was nearly devoid of furnishings, save for a massive stone tablet. Cavendish had no interest in rummaging through graves for treasures, after all. He was a man of great skill, and such petty theft would tarnish his reputation. Robin gazed greedily at the stone tablet, determined to examine it thoroughly. Even if the sky were to collapse. Vivi watched the two with curiosity, recognizing the woman. Was she not supposed to be Crocodile's subordinate? How was it that the moment the sand crocodile perished, she leaped into this man's embrace? Nothing. There was nothing. Robin felt disheartened as she collapsed, but Cavendish, ever attentive to her condition, swiftly caught her. If this one is devoid of answers, then we shall search the next. If that too yields nothing, then I shall accompany you to raise Mariewa, where surely you will find the answers you seek. He had long known that this stone tablet was not the one Robin sought. The one inscribed with history was likely housed in Raftel. Robin surrendered herself into Cavendish's embrace, closing her eyes, slowly succumbing to her sorrow. She had searched for 20 years, yet found nothing. This stone, though devoid of true historical records, contained information regarding the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. As she nestled against him, she pondered whether he was truly motivated by Pluton. Soon she would know. Yet, she longed to remain in this warm embrace a while longer, even if it were fleeting, for it was the only warmth she had felt in many years. All right, let us return, Cavendish declared, lifting Robin in a princess carry, addressing Vivi, who remained kneeling in astonishment. It was fortunate that this body was tall, standing at 2 meters. Had he been in his own 175-meter frame, he would have struggled to hold Robin, who was 188 meters tall. Euphii. Both women stared at him, astonished and incredulous. You, did you not come to steal treasure? Vivi questioned, bewildered by his intentions. Are you dissatisfied that I have not defiled your ancestors' tombs? Cavendish replied, somewhat frustrated. After all, he was a renowned pirate, not a mere grave robber. No, let us depart quickly. Vivi dismissed the notion. As long as he did not desecrate the tombs of her forebears, she was unconcerned. She regarded it as merely escorting 2 outsiders on a tour. Do you truly not wish to know the whereabouts of Pluton? Robin asked softly, as Vivi led them out of the tomb until the mechanism clicked shut. Only then did Robin voice her thoughts, resting against Cavendish's chest. Cavendish found himself faced with 2 choices. Yes, embark on Robin's path, gaining 30 affinity and unlocking her harem route, or no, lose -70 affinity, closing Robin's route but acquiring the ancient weapon Pluton, gaining 10 strength. Shaking his head to dispel such chaotic thoughts, he looked into Robin's yearning eyes and said, I have long maintained that, in comparison to you, Those celestial beings and Pluton are of little consequence. Do you truly believe my reputation to be so tarnished in your eyes? Feeling his unwavering stance, Robin's heart began to waver. Could it be that someone would care for her, not for her bounty, knowledge, or status, but simply for who she was? A peculiar warmth blossomed within her icy heart as she gazed at Cavendish, realizing he was indeed quite handsome. With a swift motion, she tilted her head up and planted a kiss on his cheek, embodying the boldness of a woman unafraid of love. All right, we are out, Vivi exclaimed joyously upon exiting the secret passage. With the sand crocodile dead and the ancestral tomb untouched, and with no rebellion brewing, the land she cherished was on the cusp of peace, which filled her with happiness. However, her joy was short-lived. She turned to find her world darkening. Cavendish held Robin, the two of them engaged in a fervent kiss behind her. Cold dog food splattered on my face, Vivi thought, inexplicably overcome with the urge to sing. Captain, is it truly acceptable for you to be so leisurely? Robin, clad in a strapless mini-dress, inquired of the man nestled in her embrace. Though she longed for him to call her his wife, both she and Noki insisted on referring to him as Captain, while only Miranda called him Master. Lying on the sofa, Cavendish enjoyed a massage from Miranda, who knelt before him. It is merely that you are too formidable. My legs remain weak even now. The once restrained woman, having surrendered to passion after 27 years, had left Cavendish nearly unable to rise the previous night. Indeed, there are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. Observing how love had imbued Robin's complexion with radiance, Cavendish could not resist reaching out, playfully squeezing the melons before him. You fiend. Robin shot him a glare. Though she did not protest further, instead leaning into the sofa to facilitate his touch. Adulterous couple. Miranda cursed silently from the ground, though she dared not express her resentment. She had initially believed Cavendish treated the three women kindly, hoping to elevate her status. But this devil had stripped her of her clothing and forced her to kneel naked in the corridor for an entire night after she had disrespected that shameless woman. Moreover, he claimed this was merely a preliminary warning. Should she fail to recognize her place, she would be relegated to another ship as a slave. Oh God. She knew all too well the tragic fates of those women consigned to other vessels, where hundreds of pirates would be present for only a handful of women. A fate far worse than anything she could endure. Every day, she witnessed the gruesome sight of women's corpses being cast into the sea from other vessels. The appearance of each lifeless form was harrowing, and the thought of being relegated to the status of a ship slave, uncertain of surviving until dawn, was too dreadful to contemplate. Cavendish untied Robin's halter top, exposing a pair of voluptuous curves that defied the laws of gravity, suspended in midair. For there was no one else in the room. Oh, Miranda, in Cavendish's eyes, was merely a vessel for his desires, not worthy of being regarded as human. Robin felt a twinge of shyness at being so suddenly exposed to another's gaze, yet in the presence of Cavendish, she found herself ensnared, unable to extricate herself from him. Yet fearful of his deceit. This delicate balance of anxiety and hope rendered her nearly powerless against his advances. Cavendish, with a confident tilt of his head, held a red agate between his lips and mumbled, lying at home, frolicking with my wife, that is the most important thing in the world. In a state of weakened resistance, Robin replied, but the Navy is soon to send a general to hunt us down. Is it truly wise to remain idly unprepared? In just 3 short days, she had grown fond of the companionship he provided. No worries, Cavendish proclaimed, spitting out the agate with renewed confidence. I have long devised a plan for dealing with the Navy's lackeys. Rest assured, my dear, I shall whisk you away to traverse the globe, culminating in our reign overall. A mere general is but a drizzle in the storm. Feeling the assurance in his tone, Robin chose not to voice further objections. After all, if it came to it, she would willingly accompany him to the grave. Finding a true love before her demise was worth any price. Marry Geos, the highest institution of the world government, the Five Elders' office. So, this newcomer has audaciously rejected our goodwill? He refuses to surrender Nico Robin? A menacing elder, bearing a scar across his face, inquired of Sengoku, who had come to report. Indeed. This new pirate not only spurned the world government's benevolence, but also dared to speak insolently. Such an ungrateful scoundrel must be dealt with decisively. Sengoku stood within the grand hall, addressing the 5 elders. Heaven knows, Sengoku's visage is not one to be trifled with. Those who dared to strike him in the past, like Roger and the Golden Lion, had met their demise, and even Whitebeard, though he had yet to be vanquished, was rumored to be nearing his end. It could be said that anyone who had struck Sengoku's face had not lived to tell the tale. Did this newcomer truly believe himself significant? He, the illustrious Admiral of the Navy, the commander of the world's foremost violent organization, would not allow his dignity to be trampled upon. Of course, since he is so oblivious to the times, there is no reason to spare him, proclaimed the elder with the prominent mustache from his high seat. While that is true, who shall we dispatch to handle this newcomer? Asked the elder wielding a sword, his demeanor calm. The fact that Mihawk had failed to eliminate the opponent surprised them. And with Cavendish's recent triumph over the sand crocodile, his reputation soared. Sending inadequately prepared personnel would be akin to tossing a meat bun to a dog. While they boasted of possessing the authority of the world, their elite combatants were limited, capable of handling only minor nuisances. The Guardians from Mary Geos possessed sufficient strength. Yet they were the last line of defense for the celestial dragons and could not be mobilized. Surely, They could not send all 5 of them to eliminate a mere pirate. Did the Navy have any available forces to deploy? After much consideration, it seemed they would need to devise a strategy from within the Navy itself. Not at present. The Whitebeard pirates appear to be embroiled in internal strife, and the New World is in turmoil. Moreover, the World Kings Conference is ongoing, and we must retain adequate personnel. Sengoku shook his head. For if he could muster the forces needed, Cavendish would not be so brazen. And after the conference concludes? Inquired the elder with the long beard, pondering the situation. Very well, I can arrange for Akiji to escort the kings of the Grand Line back to their countries, resolving that pirate matter in the process, Sengoku affirmed. Akiji. The 5 elders expressed dissatisfaction with Sengoku's selection. They critiqued Akiji's languid approach to tasks, believing that for someone like Cavendish, Akainu would be a more suitable choice. However, Sengoku was reluctant to employ Akainu, viewing the elimination of Cavendish as a significant achievement and wishing for Akiji to ascend to a higher position. Such matters should not be muddled by Akainu's involvement. Sakazuki was needed to maintain order in the New World, and if swapped with Akiji, the delicate balance could easily be disrupted. Despite being aware of Sengoku's ulterior motives, the 5 elders could not entirely dismiss him, conceding to his request. Next time, they ought to provide less sugar. The mole sipped his coffee, finding it excessively sweet. There was little choice, as the head chef had to cater to the palates of the nobility, who could not abide bitter coffee. Maynard drained his cup, unlike the mole. He was not so finicky, and considering this was a genuine delicacy from Cocoa Island, he knew he would struggle to afford such luxuries were it not for the ship transporting the kings of allied nations. Akiji reclined languidly on the sofa. For this mission against the new pirate, the Admiral had not only dispatched him but also 3 vice admirals from headquarters. Though ostensibly tasked with escorting the kings of the Grand Line back to their homelands, there were murmurs of discontent within the government ranks. After all, he was merely a fledgling pirate. While his actions were indeed audacious, was it truly necessary for the Navy to mobilize such force? Alas, any bureaucratic institution that has functioned for years tends to develop inertia, resulting in inefficiencies and interdepartmental squabbling. The world government's ability to maintain its current level of operational efficiency after 8 centuries is commendable. Where is that pirate's fleet now? Bastille inquired of the naval officer standing nearby while examining the nautical chart hanging on the wall. The officer pointed to a region of the sea and replied, according to the latest intelligence, the nefarious fleet should have reached this area, leaving us with 3 days of journey ahead. However, we are still a day away from Water 7. Should I consult Admiral Akiji about whether to escort these nobles there? This time, the naval headquarters dispatched 2 of the latest colossal warships, equipped with sea stone that allows them to traverse the comm belts effortlessly, accompanied by over 2,000 elite soldiers. Leading the charge was Admiral Akiji, flanked by the 3 vice admirals, Mote, Maynard, and Bastille. This formidable force was poised to deliver a harsh lesson to the audacious newcomer, while simultaneously bolstering Akiji's prestige for succession and restoring the Navy's reputation. The reckless actions of that insufferable rookie pirate had resulted in a minuscule decline in the Navy and the world government's standing among the populace. However, aboard this vessel, there were not only Navy personnel but also kings from the nations participating in the first half of the Grand Line. Indeed, the status of Admiral Akiji could be likened to that of a 4-star general or Secretary of State in the United States. While the kings of these nations were akin to the leaders of Sierra Leone, Botswana, and Barbados, the world government, in this context, resembled a modern-day United Nations. Regardless of his superior identity and strength, Akiji's administrative rank appeared to be slightly inferior to those of these monarchs. Furthermore, there was also Cobra, a figure reminiscent of a contemporary New Zealand president, which complicated matters. Should any of these kings sustain injury or psychological distress during combat, Akiji would bear the burden of responsibility. Is that rookie pirate on his ship? Akiji pondered before inquiring. Yes, according to our intelligence. He was spotted on the flagship this morning, and his first mate, Lafitte, has also made an appearance within the fleet, replied the assured naval officer. After all, betrayal lurked in every corner, especially within the notoriously leaky pirate crew led by Cavendish. The CP agency had cleverly infiltrated several spies into their ranks, who, though hidden, were still capable of relaying crucial information. Bastille, you will lead half the forces to escort the dignitaries to Water 7. Mote, Maynard, and I shall take the remaining troops to deal with the rookie pirate. Once our task is complete, we will send you a message. And you and Maynard will continue to escort the dignitaries back home, Akiji decided after a moment of contemplation. It was more than sufficient to assign a couple of vice admirals to escort the kings back home. Akiji's presence was primarily to eliminate Cavendish. With Bastille and Maynard accompanying him, the first half of the Grand Line would be entirely secure. Moreover, Akiji was not being arrogant, based on all available intelligence. The rookie pirate possessed some strength, but nothing extraordinary. His extensive battlefield experience allowed him to deduce the enemy's capabilities from the slightest clues. The opponent was likely at the level of a sand crocodile, which might pose a slight challenge but was entirely manageable, a confidence stemming from his rank as an admiral. With seasoned warriors like Mote and the newly promoted Vice Admiral Maynard by his side, Cavendish's motley crew stood no chance of reversing their fate. Akiji was assured that he could capture every last one of them without exception. Yes, Admiral Akiji. Although he was to continue serving the esteemed dignitaries, Bastille understood that he was the weakest among the 3 vice-admirals. Compared to the seasoned Mole and even the capable Maynard, he had faced numerous defeats. Thus bearing the brunt of this demanding and thankless task, Mole, lighting a cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke as he remarked, "Shouldn't we analyze that nefarious fleet? Regardless of their circumstances, they currently command 9 warships and have over 3,000 pirates at their disposal. Our manpower might be insufficient to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Ideally, if they could take down Cavendish and Lafitte while capturing Nico Robin, their mission would be deemed a success. However, with the Navy investing such substantial resources and mobilizing numerous elite personnel, failing to annihilate Cavendish's crew would be somewhat embarrassing." Akiji recognized Mole's concern for his well-being. The intention behind the Marshal Sengoku's decision to send him was clear to those within the Navy. Everyone was aware that Sengoku was aging, over 70 years old, and lacked the vigor to shoulder such a heavy burden any longer. The operation this time must be executed flawlessly. Not a single member of that rabble should be allowed to escape. Only then can this battle serve as a significant achievement for him as he assumes the mantle of the next Admiral of the Navy. After all, due to Akiji's lax attitude, while the notorious pirate captain may have been eliminated, many of the accomplices have evaded capture, which has drawn considerable criticism. Unlike Akainu, who spares no one, whether they are aged 99 or merely learning to walk, he instructed Jonathan of G8 to prepare his forces to follow Cavendish's fleet, ensuring that not a single fish slips through the net. Observing Akiji's momentary compassion, the Mole hastily took charge of issuing orders. Fire! Fire! The thunderous sound of cannon fire echoed relentlessly. Even though over 1,000 elite sailors had been dispatched from headquarters, their numbers were still woefully inadequate compared to the enemy's. 9 ships against 2, with the latter occupying AT formation, and the 2 vessels had yet to be sunk, which was already commendable. Damn it! The Mole soared into the air, slicing a cannonball aimed at the lookout tower in 2. Those wretched pirates were firing at them from a distance. According to the original plan, they were supposed to encircle the pirates. Who could have anticipated that they would charge headlong into the pirates' trap? Unlike previous encounters, these pirates offered no opportunity for the elite Navy to engage at close quarters, instead maintaining their distance and launching ammunition from maximum range. Each time he commanded the warships to pursue, they would be swiftly outmaneuvered, allowing the pirates to re-establish their strategic line and continue firing from afar. Captain, this so-called kiting tactic is indeed formidable. Lafitte stood at the bow, peering through a telescope at the movements of the opposing vessels. Within mere minutes of engagement, the 2 ships were already battered and bruised. Had it not been for a cadre of monstrous rear admirals and vice-admirals intercepting most of the projectiles, he would have been left to salvage the aftermath. Akiji remained seated, unmoving. Cavendish, emboldened by his brazen words, must possess considerable skill. However, that alone was insufficient. Look out! Is that new pirate over there? He disregarded the projectiles whizzing past and inquired of the lookout. Yes. The lookout raised his telescope, scrutinizing the enemy fleet. Akiji took the telescope and beheld a figure clad in flowing white garments, adorned with a deep blue hat and golden hair cascading like a mantle, standing atop the flagship and speaking loudly. With the target finally revealed, Akiji shed his lethargy, leaping directly into the sea. The Admiral is finally taking action. Upon witnessing Akiji's movement, the soldiers aboard the 2 warships were filled with exhilaration, as encounters with such a formidable master were rare. Ice Age. Without hesitation, Akiji unleashed his ultimate technique. The entire ocean froze at a visible pace, and upon witnessing this cataclysmic scene, Lafitte quickly ordered his crew to change course to evade the onslaught. However, if evading the Admiral's ultimate attack were so simple, he would hardly be worthy of the title. The entire pirate fleet was ensnared in the frozen sea. Not a single vessel was spared from being immobilized. This is the power of an Admiral. Cavendish stuttered, nearly collapsing onto the deck, but Lafitte swiftly steadied him. Captain, give the order to charge. We have 3,000 men, and they only have 1,000. 3 to 1. We have nothing to fear. Lafitte urgently reminded him. Yes, yes. Charge, men, charge. Cavendish finally reacted to the reminder, issuing the command that roused his bewildered pirates from their stupor. Indeed, we have our captain. The strength of their captain was monstrous. They felt secure leaving the Admiral to him while they dealt with the Navy. Ever since aligning with Cavendish, these once disregarded individuals had risen to prominence. Those who once looked down upon them now eagerly sought to curry favor with the news of their allegiance. Thus, they surged forward with zeal, utterly undaunted by the presence of the Admiral's forces. It appeared these pirates were truly fearless. The Mole regarded the raucous throng charging towards them with disdain, commanding, Navy, advance. Thus commenced a skirmish that could only be described as a small-scale encounter deep within the ocean. Kondo Mitsumitsu vanished like a wraith, only to converge upon his targets. 3 Navy soldiers who would never open their eyes again. Damn it. The furious Vice Admiral Minard, seeking his subordinates, spotted the cloaked figure and charged forward, delivering a mighty blow. With a resounding crash, Kondo was obliterated into dust, yet moments later, he reappeared on the battlefield's opposite side. That Vice Admiral was too formidable for him to confront directly. In a crowd like this, pursuing him would be futile. Kondo smirked slyly as he approached several lower-ranking Navy soldiers engaged in combat. He excelled at dispatching weaklings. Minard furiously pursued Kondo, but the latter possessed an extraordinary talent for evasion. Even though Minard was far more formidable, he could not catch up in a mere moment. The mole unsheathed his sword, and any pirate foolish enough to stand in his way would be swiftly cut down. After dispatching a dozen or so oblivious foes, none dared to oppose him again, fearing for their lives. Yet, exceptions exist. Our valiant Minotaur warrior, Ale, charged towards him, eyes ablaze with fervor, clutching an iron pillar. Ale had recently reveled in a paradise of abundant meat and fine wine, flanked by sycophantic followers. He had even indulged in pleasures reserved for the masculine elite. Although he had inadvertently caused the demise of a female counterpart in a moment of passion, it had opened a new world for him. Now, he could scarcely bear to part with it. Faced with the formidable Minotaur barreling towards him, even the mole was somewhat cautious. For this towering beast exceeding 7 meters in height wielded a massive iron pillar weighing several thousand pounds. Should it strike him, even his robust frame would not withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, the impact reverberated across the ice, fracturing the surface like a spider's web. The surrounding combatants were thrown into disarray by the shockwave. Originally, Ale fought without weapons, yet Cavendish had insisted that a Minotaur without a totem pillar was no proper shaman, thus equipping him with a massive iron pillar towering 6 meters high. I, Ale, stand here, who dares to challenge me? The Minotaur roared, brandishing the iron pillar and shattering the ice beneath him once more. Seeking death, the mole swiftly wielded its dagger, aiming for the neck of the formidable beast before it. Engaging in a direct confrontation with such a powerful creature would be the act of a fool. Despite its bravado, Ale was struck by the mole's blade, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, as a Minotaur, Ale possessed an augmented constitution, and due to the thickness of its neck, the mole's strike, though plunging a whole foot deep, failed to sever its carotid artery. Agonized cries erupted from Ale as it was racked by excruciating pain, prompting it to unleash the ancestral power of intimidation. Its already imposing physique swelled further, muscles gleaming like polished steel. In reality, there were no invincibility transformations, and while Ale underwent this change, the mole continued to stab it with alarming speed. However, empowered by the devil fruit, Ale was an entity that even Cavendish had struggled to defeat swiftly, let alone the mole. Though the mole's repeated stabs inflicted considerable damage, they were ultimately inconsequential to Ale. With eyes ablaze, Ale unleashed a furious barrage of magic, turning any who dared approach, be they navy or pirate, into indistinguishable remnants. Faced with such reckless ferocity, the mole found itself increasingly perturbed. The sheer size of its opponent suggested that mere slashes would yield little effect, yet a single blow from Ale could spell disaster for the mole. Particularly as a vice admiral of the navy, it seemed beneath him to engage in such a futile contest with a mere bull. Thus, after a rapid assessment of the power dynamics, the mole resolved to execute a strategic retreat. However, Ale, having firmly established enmity, could not abide the notion of this assailant attempting to flee after having inflicted numerous wounds. Fueled by indignation, Ale pursued Minard, who was racing towards Kondo Mitsukichi. The other warriors of the Oni warrior were not particularly adept in battle but excelled in flight. Although they faced peril, their lives were not immediately at risk. Meanwhile, the mole was relentlessly pursued by Ale, who, despite its sluggish attack speed, managed to land several more strikes. Yet, given Ale's massive stature, the mole's attempts to bleed it out would not yield swift results. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic spectacle as pirates, emboldened by reckless courage, began to gain the upper hand. Gradually, however, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the navy, as these elite forces dispatched from headquarters proved superior to the pirate crew's leadership. Akiji advanced toward the distant flagship, where Cavendish and Lafitte stood, their path littered with the frozen remains of any pirate who dared obstruct their way. Cavendish, as the most ruthless newcomer among pirates, will you not descend now? Akiji called out, raising his voice toward the pirate captain on the flagship. The entire battlefield turned its attention to this proclamation, for all understood that the true battle was not one of life and death here, but rather the outcome determined by their captain. Of course, this did not include Ale, whose rage had morphed into a bizarre game of whack-a-mole with a massive iron pillar. The world government has dispatched someone of your caliber to hunt us down, Akiji, something even the pirate king Roger never experienced. Lafitte interjected, standing before Cavendish. After all, the fleet that pursued Roger was led by a mere rear admiral, Carp, whose might, although surpassing that of a typical admiral, nonetheless fell short in rank compared to Akiji. Hearing these words, the pirates felt a surge of morale. They realized they were enjoying a treatment far beyond that of the pirate king Roger, suggesting their captain was deemed even more formidable in the eyes of the world government. The thought of serving the future pirate king ignited their spirits, and they rallied with renewed fervor, launching a counter-offensive that disrupted the navy's formation. Ice block. Two-pronged spear. Akiji observed the morale shift and, forgoing further words, summoned 2 icy spears, hurling them towards Cavendish and Lafitte. This highlights the importance of choosing one's battles wisely. Unlike the golden-haired fiend from another realm, who simply revels in combat, Akiji understood the necessity of strategy. With a clang, Lafitte leapt into action, cleaving through the 2 icy spears with his sword staff. However, his strength paled in comparison to Akiji's, and even the latter's exploratory strikes were beyond his capability to withstand. While he managed to deflect the spear aimed at Cavendish, he could not evade the one directed at him, which struck his left leg, causing an immediate frost to creep upward. In a moment of desperation, Lafitte sprouted wings from his back, utilizing the powers of the devil fruit to save himself from immediate doom. However, he was now enveloped in a layer of frost, rendering him incapacitated for the foreseeable future. Following his attack, Akiji remained vigilant against a potential ambush from Cavendish, whose reputation preceded him. The icy spears served as mere distractions. His true lethal strike lay in the freezing aura surrounding him, ready to punish any pirate who dared seize an opportunity. Yet, to his surprise, the enemy remained still. Unperturbed even as the icy spears neared his head, and despite his first mate being gravely injured, Cavendish maintained a calm demeanor. Had Akiji not noticed the slight tremor in his form, he might have mistaken him for a mere statue. What, then, was the source of this trembling? If he were an ordinary rookie pirate, Akiji might have assumed the tremors were born of fear, as countless pirates had quaked at his presence. However, Cavendish was a bold figure, known for attacking navy bases and openly deriding the fleet admiral. The notion of fear seemed absurd. Akiji fortified his defenses. While he was confident in his ability to subdue Cavendish, he remained cautious to avoid any unexpected turns. The fervor of the pirates was being systematically quashed by the Navy's overwhelming power. Ale, having endured countless wounds from the mole, was now showing signs of fatigue, while Kondo Mitsukage lay coughing blood on the ground. Minard, having toyed with him long enough, finally executed a swift punch, inflicting internal damage that rendered Kondo incapable of maintaining his flamboyant movements. The three strongest fighters were now gravely injured, and the remaining crew, far weaker, had been reduced to a shell of their former selves. Were it not for Cavendish's stoic presence at the bow of the ship, they would have long since scattered. Even with their morale at rock bottom, Cavendish remained steadfast, unmoving at the ship's prow. Even Akiji, with all his experience, could not discern his thoughts. Yet, in the grand scheme, such musings mattered little. Iceblock, Blizzard Pecker. Akiji methodically recalled the names of his opponents, the Mole, Minard, Bastille, and Jonathan. It appeared that he was indeed familiar with these individuals. There is no need to elaborate on Akiji. A being who wields ice magic with such finesse that he can freeze time and space itself, he is undoubtedly a level 95 ice mage. Confronting him with my meager skills is utterly futile. As for the Mole and Jonathan, they too seem to possess individual animated storylines, indicating that their ability to appear in multiple narratives is a testament to their formidable nature. Minard and Bastille, on the other hand, leave little impression, likely akin to Vern in their roles as generic mid-ranking officers. Yet, regardless of their unremarkable appearances, they are still mid-ranking officers, and aside from Cavendish, it seems no one else in the fleet could contend with these two. Akiji. Upon hearing his name, Robin, cradled in his arms, felt a chill run through her. The man, akin to a deity or demon, had just transformed Saul into an ice statue before her very eyes. Why not just hand me over? Fear gripped Robin for a moment, as that man represented a nightmare for her. In recent days, she had savored the rare warmth and affection from Cavendish, which extended beyond mere physical intimacy. She could no longer bear the anguish of possibly losing the one she cherished. Smack. Cavendish playfully slapped her ample bosom, causing it to sway back and forth. Enough of your nonsense. I've already declared you my wife. You shall forever be my wife. Without my command. You are forbidden from making any reckless decisions. Although the slap stung, Robin felt a warmth in her heart. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the Navy's efforts to capture them left her feeling uneasy. Noticing her lingering worries, Cavendish reassured her, patting her bosom once more, "Worry not. Akiji is but a trivial matter. I, your husband, shall teach him a lesson in no time." He swore on his honor that his motives were solely to alleviate Robin's fears, not merely for the amusement of the playful gesture. TCH. Such sweet words. If you truly weren't afraid, why are you running? Unfortunately, the radiant girl across from him, Noki, bluntly exposed the essence of his current demeanor. As the impending battle loomed, his subordinates believed that under their leader's guidance, they could triumph over their foes, even against an army led by a vice admiral. The morale among the grunts remained surprisingly unbroken, as they had yet to display signs of collapse or retreat. However, as the leader, he found himself in this emergency escape submarine, with his anxious first wife, Robin, in one arm, and his infatuated third wife, Noki, in the other, while the second wife, Nami, was forcibly taken, and in the corner sat the well-trained beauty, Miranda. The current situation is such that if you claim he is not fleeing, it is truly absurd. Do you comprehend the essence of strategy? Cavendish, with one hand grasping a watermelon and the other a red Fuji apple, mused that while the watermelon is delightful, one must also indulge in apples to maintain balance. Witnessing the lecherous man opposite him shamelessly undressing the cow-like creature in front of her, Nami could no longer tolerate it. How dare you lack even a modicum of courage befitting a pirate? To flee in the face of an enemy, abandoning your loyal subordinates and maid. Do you possess no humanity? The crew is well aware of the deep bond between the second Lady Nami and their captain, as they often engage in playful banter, thus treating her with utmost respect. Over the past 2 months, she has developed fondness for many among them. Reflecting on how those individuals hold the scoundrel before her in such high esteem, believing they could conquer the seas under his leadership. It is hard to fathom that the captain they revered would choose to abandon them on the eve of battle. Noticing the young lady's fury, and recognizing that the two companions beside her, though having somewhat accepted their trio, understood that this was hardly an appropriate moment for romantic exchanges. Firstly, I am 99% certain I can ensure Akiji departs quietly this time. However, that remaining 1% hinges on the First Lady. As he spoke, he squeezed the watermelon, infuriating Robin, who shot him a fierce glare. With the world government dispatching such formidable forces to capture me, although my prior provocations against the Navy played a part, ultimately, it is the First Lady's current influence that unsettles them. Hence, I must guarantee your safety. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if I were to hesitate. After all, while Akiji can be coerced, should Robin fall into the hands of CP, Spandam would be unlikely to exchange hostages. Moreover, if my wife were to be subjected to his unwanted advances, I would certainly find myself in a compromising position. This situation must conclude, and I shall deal with that scoundrel Spandam afterward, lest my thoughts remain unfulfilled. Upon hearing his words, Robin understood that this was all due to her circumstances. So she chose to overlook his crude gestures. Yet, this rogue had the audacity to remove his shirt in the presence of others. Nami, barely suppressing her rage, refrained from delivering a punch to the lecher's head, appalled that he could still engage in such antics during these tense moments. After teasing Robin for a while, Cavendish wiped his mouth and continued, "As for you, without your abilities, we could not accomplish this mission, so you must accompany us." He then turned to kiss Nojiko, whose delight was evident despite the lingering scent of milk on his breath. Observing Nojiko's dazed expression, Nami realized her sister was beyond redemption. Angrily pointing at Miranda huddled in the corner. And what about her? Why must she be included? Miranda felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune, muttering that she had been trying to render herself invisible, yet here they were, provoking her. "You mean her?" Cavendish exclaimed as if just noticing Miranda. "Come over here and assist me, or I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish, believe it." Aware of his ruthlessness, Miranda hurriedly crawled over to kneel before him, retrieving the unwashed loot to place in her mouth with alarming proficiency. "Lecher! Scoundrel! Pervert!" Nami shouted in frustration. But this cursed escape submarine was so small that she had nowhere to run. "Take stock of our numbers. What are our casualties?" The mole shouted at the major who was tidying up the aftermath. "Report. Major, we have lost 147 men, with 135 seriously injured. While we eliminated 621 of the enemy, capturing all from Captain Cavendish down." The major responded swiftly. The fact that nearly one-third of our valiant naval soldiers were injured cast a shadow over the mole's countenance. These pirates are merely a disorganized rabble, should they disperse. Even the mere presence of a naval major would send them fleeing in terror. Yet, when united, they audaciously dared to confront the forces of an admiral. However, the scoundrel capable of rallying these miscreants has now been transformed into an ice sculpture, standing there with a visage betraying a look of panic. Reflecting on the fact that such a cowardly and ineffectual individual has thrown the entire navy into disarray, the mole cannot help but reveal a wry smile. Standing beside Cavendish, Akiji is taken aback. If this man had merely withstood his attack or evaded it, or even countered it with lethal force, it would not have astonished him as much. Yet, confronted with his onslaught, the opponent offered no resistance whatsoever and was instantly rendered into an ice statue. The formation of an icy layer was far from a simple external occurrence. He could distinctly sense that Cavendish had been frozen from within. Both his blood and internal organs had completely solidified beneath the frost. He found himself perplexed. How could such a figure possibly defeat Vern and the sand crocodile? Ascending to become the most ruthless rookie pirate in history? "Admiral, we have scoured every ship, yet we have found no trace of the devil fruit user Nico Robin," reported the Navy in charge of the search. Indeed, Akiji nodded silently. It was evident that the woman had managed to escape. However, it was perhaps for the best. He had promised Sauron to spare her life, and now that she had fled, it was for the better. On board the ship, they discovered hundreds of women. Despite these Navy soldiers having endured the brutalities of battle, they were nonetheless taken aback when they opened the lowest deck of each vessel. Beautiful women were herded like livestock below deck, their bodies barely clothed, their expressions vacant. Many were left speechless upon seeing them, and a few had completely lost their sanity. These vile pirates, even Akiji, a seasoned soldier, had encountered numerous horrors. Yet, the sight of those hundreds of hollow-eyed souls pierced even his hardened heart. "We must shelter these victims, ascertain their backgrounds, and return them home," he declared. The oppressive atmosphere was such that even Akiji hesitated to linger. "Yes, sir." The just major quickly accepted the order and then inquired, "Admiral, what shall we do regarding the captured pirates?" "You decide," Akiji replied. Initially, he intended for all of them to be sent to impel down, but witnessing the plight of these women compelled him to delegate authority to the soldiers below. Although these soldiers were unlikely to execute the captives, maltreatment was assured. After all, they were all scoundrels. Akiji reclined on a lounge chair, for the first time contemplating that perhaps Akainu's actions were justified. Haha. In the command room of Marine Ford, Sengoku laughed heartily. "You little brat. How does it feel to be slapped in the face?" The latest news reported that the turmoil caused by Whitebeard stemmed from internal strife among his crew. a revelation that sent shockwaves through the Navy. It was well known that Whitebeard led the most united pirate crew in the world, even under such a man. Internal conflict had erupted, signaling the decline of his power. Now, with Cavendish captured by Aokiji, it was noteworthy that this rookie pirate had rapidly risen to prominence. Widely regarded as the most likely successor to the Pirate King's throne, as the most seasoned candidate to assume the title of Pirate King. Whitebeard was now in his twilight years, while the most qualified newcomer had been apprehended. This indicated that the world remained firmly under the Navy's dominion. Bree 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 bree. Bree bree bree, the snail phone of the five elders rang, signaling a discussion regarding Aokiji's commendable performance. Given the success of this operation, it seemed only natural for Aokiji to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. Five elders, this is Sengoku. Regarding my previous submission to promote Aokiji to the next Fleet Admiral fool, before Sengoku could finish, an enraged voice erupted from the other end, nearly leaving him stunned. Frustration washed over him. While the five elders held a higher status, such blatant disrespect was intolerable. What do you mean by this, five elders? I am one of the leaders of the world government. Sengoku protested, unable to endure the humiliation. You fool, Sengoku. Your incompetence has tarnished the world government's reputation. The tirade continued, leaving Sengoku momentarily speechless. Holding the snail phone, Sengoku found himself at a loss, unsure whether to hang up or retaliate, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. After enduring the onslaught of insults, he prepared to inquire into the matter, only to realize that the five elders had merely called to berate him before promptly hanging up. Sengoku felt utterly exasperated, wondering what the purpose of it all was. Fortunately, there were those within the Navy headquarters who understood the situation and quickly informed Sengoku about a live broadcast on the global news channel. Cough cough. Is the audio set? Amidst the testing tones, an exceptionally handsome man appeared on the screen. Cavendish? Sengoku was taken aback. Had he not been captured by Aokiji? How could he possibly be on television? Hello, everyone watching from your screens. But the Cavendish on screen showed no intention of alleviating Sengoku's confusion. Instead, he waved at the camera with the flair of a celebrity at a concert. As you all know, I am a person of honesty and integrity, strikingly handsome, kind-hearted. In law-abiding, he began to extol his virtues, his shameless demeanor prompting even Robin to nearly look away in disbelief. Shameless. At that moment, the two words echoed in the minds of all who witnessed this scene. The synchronized news broadcast was a privilege reserved for the world government. However, this time, numerous journalists accompanied Cavendish aboard the ship he had plundered. As it was entirely normal for a fleet composed of kings from the first half of the Grand Line to be followed by several global reporters. The reporters lacked the indomitable spirit one would expect. With a casual gesture, one who dared to resist was cleaved in two, while the others submissively connected to the global broadcast, commencing the transmission. Cavendish extolled his own virtues for an extended duration into the image phone, before finally commanding the cameraman to adjust the angle. The screen displayed a multitude of prominent figures shackled by sea stone. The kings of the 17 participating nations from the Grand Line's first half appeared in their entirety on screen. Among this assembly of monarchs, a few bore the marks of bruises and lay incapacitated on the ground. The Navy and the world government received his message loud and clear. He now held hostages and demanded the return of his fleet by sunset, or else. For every hour that passed, he would commence executions. Before collapsing, Lafitte managed to relay a message to Cavendish, who was astonished that the cannon fodder had managed to endure for several hours. My lord, a call from the Navy headquarters. Just as he was boasting before the camera, the trembling cameraman approached, cradling a phone buck. Upon seeing its design, Cavendish recognized it as belonging to Sengoku. Sengoku, what business brings you here? We have yet to enter negotiations, he impatiently exclaimed, holding up the phone buck. Cavendish, you would do well to release those kings immediately, or I shall order the execution of all your subordinates. Remember, you have only a handful of hostages, while we have captured over 2,000 of your men. Sengoku shouted. Infuriated. Have you lost your mind? Ignoring Sengoku's fury, Cavendish abruptly hung up the phone buck. Sengoku would likely be driven to exasperation by this newcomer. Whitebeard, witnessing the broadcast aboard the Moby Dick, nearly laughed himself into a fit, causing his crew to scramble in a panic. A nurse, wielding a syringe capable of inflicting mortal harm, plunged it into his robust arm. The needle was as thick as a finger, and only Whitebeard's formidable constitution saved him. For a mere mortal would not have survived such an injection. On screen, Cavendish addressed the phone buck, in light of the Navy's earlier flippancy regarding this matter. I find myself quite enraged. Thus, I have resolved to execute one of the hostages. Do not blame me, it is Sengoku who has forced my hand. With that, he cheerfully approached the hostages, seemingly preparing to select one for sacrifice. Among his subordinates, aside from Lafayette's unwavering loyalty and Aile's promising strength, the rest were mere fodder. Easily expendable, Sengoku must have been quite foolish to think he could leverage them against him. My lord, a call. Just as Cavendish was dragging a hapless soul from the crowd, ignoring the desperate screams akin to a slaughtered pig, the cameraman presented another phone buck. Goodness, are you Doryman? You have so many phone bucks. The Navy was not responding. He brandished Durandal against the throat of the unfortunate captive, rendering him incoherent with fear. Please don't kill me. I am the king of the Pear Blossom Kingdom. I am wealthy. I have riches. Please don't kill me, my lord. A call from the world government. The cameraman nearly soiled himself under Cavendish's glare, yet the significance of this call compelled him to present the phone bug. Who is it? Cavendish took the phone bug and addressed the world. Heh. The most ferocious newcomer among pirates. I am Ji Lao. An aged voice resonated from the other end. Ji Lao. Quan Lao, Hui Lao, Li Lao, Wu Lao, the revered five elders. Ah, it is the five elders. My apologies. What is the matter? Though he uttered polite words, it was evident that he harbored no genuine respect. We have agreed to your previous terms. Your fleet will soon be returned to you in pristine condition. But you must not harm any of the kings. While these kings held little significance within the world government, the broadcast was being viewed by the entire world. And the member nations were aware that 17 of their peers had been captured by pirates. Regardless of the cost, the five elders were compelled to rescue these kings. Failure to do so would surely fracture the bonds of loyalty among the nations. This is akin to convening a United Nations Assembly, only for 17 presidents of underdeveloped nations to be seized by terrorists. Had this incident remained concealed, those in power might have resorted to violent suppression. However, once exposed, no one dares to assume responsibility, leaving them at the mercy of the terrorists. This is indeed a significant turn of events. If the Navy were to possess even half the reasonableness of a world government, many conflicts would be alleviated. For the time being, it is unwise to offend these five elderly gentlemen to the point of no return. It is prudent to grant them a measure of respect. Now, Cavendish, what conditions must be met for you to release those kings? Elder Stars, he mused. Is it truly necessary for us to discuss these conditions in front of the entire world? Cavendish chuckled, gesturing towards the screen. After all, negotiations of this nature should ideally be conducted in private. Should Cavendish proclaim his terms now? What if they deem them unacceptable? This is a global live broadcast, leaving no room for negotiation. After some contemplation, the five elders instructed Cavendish to secure the phone bug and reconnect later in the evening. The cameraman, filled with trepidation, prepared to retract the imaging device. Despite being a renowned cinematographer with several global broadcasts under his belt, this particular event was the most exhilarating of his career. How could it not be thrilling, especially with his longtime partner's upper body lying at his feet? Don't rush, don't rush. Cavendish, unwilling to end the spectacle before he had his fill, seized the moment. Such a forced display before the entire world was a rare occurrence indeed. My lord, is there anything else you require? He inquired. First wife, second wife, third wife, come here. Let us take a family portrait. He beckoned to his three spouses. Family portrait? Nonsense. The viewers glued to their screens nearly choked in disbelief. Yet, the ostentatious Cavendish paid no heed to the audience's reactions. Possessing the most exquisite beauties in the world, he felt compelled to flaunt his fortune, teasing the single souls watching from their televisions. Cavendish beamed like a sunflower. While Nico Robin appeared slightly perturbed, Nami wore an expression of reluctance, and Nojiko radiated sunshine. Meanwhile, who was the woman behind the backdrop? Tethered to the ground by a dog leash? Damn it, why must you drag me into that detestable family portrait? My image as the world's most beautiful navigator has been utterly tarnished. Nami fumed, muttering grievances throughout the afternoon, contemplating the likelihood of a transformation into a tragic figure. With Cavendish's insistence on capturing a family photo, she had unwittingly become a household name across the globe, though this notoriety was far from her desire. Now, the entire world was aware of her status as Cavendish's second wife, leaving her with nowhere to escape. This wretched man, whose misdeeds could fill the great rout with enemies, put her, a lovely and charming maiden, at the mercy of those who harbored vengeance yet lacked the courage to act. The prospect of falling into the hands of such individuals was far more harrowing than that of mere shipbound slaves. Nojiko, Nami is indeed part of our family. Of course. We must take the photo together. Nojiko exclaimed joyfully. Who would have thought the captain would publicly acknowledge her as his wife? Just the thought of it sent shivers of excitement through her. This hopeless, foolish woman. After months of interaction, Nami has not only failed to extricate her from the curse of love for that scoundrel, but has almost undergone a reversal of brainwashing herself. The woman is beyond salvation. Nami has now sunk into despair regarding Nojiko. Captain, Lafitte gradually descended from the staircase below. The crew had suffered a significant reduction, with 1/5 lost, and those who remained bore injuries. However, in the world of pirates, everyone is as resilient as cockroaches. Many light injuries can be mended with a brief rest. Lafitte had endured an attack from Akiji, and his body remained in a semi-rigid state. Lafitte, we owe you a great deal this time. Cavendish mused, pondering whether Lafitte was indeed the legendary 5-star hero gifted at the outset of a journey. Without his presence to hold the fort, Akiji would not have assumed they were still in the fleet, and thus would not have relaxed his protection of these kings. If a single blow could not ensure victory, the situation would have been perilous. Captain, you're being too modest. These actions are merely the duties of a subordinate, Lafitte expressed, gazing up at the man before him with admiration. Faced with an inevitable death trap, a mere deft maneuver could manipulate the entire world at will. Such a man could accomplish anything. Lafitte yearned for acknowledgement and validation, It seemed to him that within 5 years, the title of Pirate King would be within reach. And he too would become a living legend, akin to Silver's Rayleigh. Are the others below doing well? As a somewhat detached captain, Cavendish realized he knew less about his crew than Lafitte did. Aile's injuries were the most severe, but given his robust physique, he would likely recover in 2 weeks. The others fared better. Lafitte glanced at Cavendish and spoke softly. However, the fact that Finklai impersonated you has become known among the crew. Although they have not voiced their discontent, my observations suggest a sense of dissatisfaction brewing beneath the surface. He understood the full scope of the plan and held no grievances. Yet the pirates under him were unaware. They simply knew that while they fought for their lives, their captain had sent a counterfeit to impersonate him while he launched a surprise attack. It felt as though they were being treated as expendable pawns. Yet, in the face of Cavendish's fearsome reputation, no one dared to openly express their grievances. Still, there was an undercurrent of discontent regarding the captain's treatment of all crew members as mere fodder. It appears you are facing a crisis of credibility, Captain. Robin approached from behind, having just been inquiring with Cobra about the historical text within the royal tomb. However, Cobra himself was unaware of the inscriptions on that stone tablet. Rendering her efforts futile, Cavendish playfully caressed her ample bosom, finding endless delight in her allure. My dear, what do you suggest I do now? Faced with his playful demeanor, Robin felt exasperated. This man seemed to lack a serious moment. Typically, when a pirate crew faces discontent, it results in either a brutal suppression by the captain or the crew conspiring against the captain, with the most likely outcome being a division between the two factions. I believe if they harbor ill intentions towards you, it would be prudent to take decisive action now. Having navigated such treacherous waters in the West Sea for over a decade, she quickly rendered her judgment. The notion that a pirate crew would wholly rely on one another in mutual trust was sheer nonsense. Pirates are, after all, a collection of ruthless individuals devoid of conscience. For the sake of money, power, and personal gain, many would betray even their closest kin. Why would they care about comradeship? The most united pirate crew in the world would undoubtedly be Whitebeard's crew, yet that unity was upheld by Whitebeard's unparalleled might. Should another crew be tested, it would likely disband within a month. Of course, those with protagonist-like advantages are an exception. Captain, these crew members are still quite competent, and so far, it seems their grievances are merely whispers, with no intentions of betrayal. Upon hearing Robin's words, Lafitte hastily clarified. It was his first realization of Robin's cunning nature. With a captain like Cavendish, who often quashed threats at their inception, it was possible he might take drastic measures against any dissenters. Seeing Lafitte's anxious demeanor, Robin stifled a laugh, aware that Cavendish had playfully pinched her behind as a form of reprimand. All right, dear, let us not frighten him unnecessarily. These crew members proved themselves valuable in battle. Cavendish waved his hand, noting that the Expendables had managed to endure an hour against 2 admirals and 6 captains before succumbing. They had demonstrated commendable resilience. While it was true that pirates thrived in abundance worldwide, and he could quickly recruit a new crew, he had invested considerable time training these Expendables. Replacing them would not be seamless. Yet, it was evident they harbored resentment. He lifted Robin onto his lap, while Lafitte had grown accustomed to the captain's lecherous nature, keeping his gaze averted. Fortunately, Cavendish's domineering masculinity allowed him to disregard the opinions of others. Miranda was merely a slave for show, but Robin was his wife. He would not tolerate anyone else feasting their eyes upon her. Thus, this shameless man only held her close without crossing any boundaries. Now we simply need to devise a way for them to vent their frustrations. Initially indifferent towards these Expendables, he now recognized their worth. The most incompetent had already been dispatched by the Navy, leaving behind a cadre of capable fighters, the backbone of any crew. To waste such invaluable resources would be an unforgivable act. Damn it! Kuhad swung his twin blades, reducing a thoroughly defeated foe to a pulp. Similar scenes unfolded in several locations, and once the pirates had vented their anger, the captured individuals were indistinguishable from one another. Enough! Cavendish clapped his hands, drawing the attention of these dangerous malcontents. The traitors had been dealt with, although he had chosen not to disclose this plan to prevent these traitors from gaining foreknowledge. It was still my fault as captain for not being present on the battlefield, and I sincerely apologize to all of you. As the saying goes, attack when you can, defend when you must. With a fierce disposition, Cavendish adeptly navigated confrontations, confronting the timid while yielding to the formidable. A mere acknowledgement of fault was a trivial matter for him. Captain, it is the Navy and government who are the true scoundrels. If it weren't for your brilliant wisdom, we, the scum of the sea, could never have achieved this moment of triumph. You are our guiding light, our son. It is our blindness that failed to recognize these traitors, which put you at risk. We are the ones who should apologize. Pahami clung to Cavendish's leg, weeping with heartfelt sincerity, his cries resonating with deep emotion. This commendation of 90 points, with a deduction of 3, serves to temper any potential arrogance you may harbor in the future. A contingent of high-ranking cannon fodder, who had previously harbored significant grievances during the execution of the traitor, found their resentment dissipated almost entirely. Now, upon witnessing Pahami's tears, it seems we must not only refrain from reproaching the captain for considering himself expendable, but should rather express our gratitude towards him. Were it not for the captain's audacious foray into the lion's den, we would all be facing the dire consequences of the impelled down report. In an instant, all lingering animosity evaporated. Regardless of whether some individuals privately entertained lingering doubts, at least on the surface, the entire pirate crew now stands united. And the situation appears exceedingly favorable. The spies from these CP agencies truly lack professional integrity. They meander aimlessly, seeking information as if they had the words "I am a spy" emblazoned across their foreheads. Yet, remarkably, not a single one of these pirates has discerned their true nature. It seems the collective intelligence of the entire pirate crew is profoundly concerning. Shortly thereafter, Cavendish generously rewarded these individuals based on their contributions, causing their already heightened loyalty to surge alarmingly close to the brink of treachery. Regrettably, although the Navy returned their ships and equipment, they absconded with all the women. Akiji, steadfast in executing the orders of the five elders, retrieved those women. Otherwise, hosting a ball might have significantly boosted morale. Thus, the matter was settled. Leaving behind a cadre of underlings with bulging eyes fixated on their newfound wealth, Cavendish returned to his flagship, where the alluring lady had been awaiting his arrival. Indeed, it was thanks to his wife that he had navigated this predicament so deftly. He embraced Robin and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Were it not for Robin's vigilant surveillance throughout the fleet, uncovering the identities of these spies would have proven exceedingly challenging, especially given Cavendish's growing disconnection from the crew below. In a small conference room, Lafitte and Kondo Mitsukij sat cross-legged, engaged in discussion. This demon warrior's prowess in battle had prompted Cavendish to consider promoting him, for his skills in evasion were truly exceptional. Now, let us deliberate on the issue of seeking compensation from the world government, Cavendish announced as he entered, still holding Robin. Captain, how about we request a warlord title from the world government? Lafitte swiftly suggested. Although the crisis faced by the pirate crew was resolved through the stratagem of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, confronting the government head-on still poses significant dangers. After all, they currently hold hostages, and demanding a position among the 7 warlords will certainly deter the government from insisting on unreasonable requests such as surrendering the captain's wife. That is utterly impossible, Cavendish remarked with an air of detachment. Having publicly embarrassed the world government this time has eliminated any possibility of negotiation. They will certainly not grant me the title of warlord. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the infamous celestial dragon, once plundered the treasure of the heavens. And the world government had no choice but to compromise. Lafitte pondered aloud. That is quite different. Doflamingo was a celestial dragon himself, privy to certain secrets of the world government, which forced them to acquiesce. Upon hearing this, both Lafitte and Robin's eyes lit up. It seemed their captain possessed knowledge that was beyond what others knew. Do not look at me like that. I have no idea what those secrets are. Otherwise, the Navy would not dare to come at me so brazenly. The captain, understanding their gaze, had to deflect the blame. Are we to settle for just a ransom then? Robin expressed her disappointment, lamenting that with such a powerful bargaining chip, it would be a shame to only demand monetary compensation. Of course, money is essential, but we must not neglect other demands. With a firm resolve, Cavendish declared, this time, my primary objective is to request a person from the world government. Gasped. A collective sigh escaped the group. Even Kondo Mikazuki, who had been silent, appeared astonished. Robin glared at Cavendish with a look that suggested, you're in trouble, while Lafitte regarded him with a gaze that conveyed, you're beyond redemption. What do you mean by that? Do you think I, the illustrious and formidable captain, would take such a great risk merely for a woman? Observing their expressions, Cavendish sensed they were conjuring unsavory thoughts. Lafitte began to tally the captain's past exploits. The first time you commandeered a ship, you acquired a maid. After seizing the West Sea base, you claimed a slave. Later, you abandoned your newly formed pirate crew to pursue a second and third wife, and now, you're willing to clash with Crocodile just to secure a first wife. Goodness, Lafitte, how cunning you have become. Each of his words darkened Robin's expression further. Nearing a breaking point, Captain, might you clarify whom you intend to request from the government? The mature woman had entered a scheming state. She had initially thought the captain risked so much for her sake, only to discover he had orchestrated this chaos merely to request someone from the government. Who could possess such a lure that he would dare offend the entire world? Could it be an old flame? Marshal, we have a call from the West Sea Division. A soldier, bearing a pained expression, presented the snail phone helplessly. Seeing the tear-streaked face on the phone, Sengoku felt a chill. He wished he could tell the weeping figure to disappear as far away as possible. However, considering the individual was a victim's relative, he felt it unkind to chastise him further. Marshal, you must help me. That scoundrel is inhumane. He has so cruelly mistreated my fiancée. The voice cried. Marshal, you are our Navy support. You are my pillar. Speak, Marshal. Otherwise, give me the command to pursue that scoundrel. As soon as the connection was established, a cacophony of lamentations from the other end nearly brought Sengoku to tears. It had been revealed that the woman depicted in the so-called family portrait taken by Cavendish, who was treated as a slave, was none other than the fiancée of Vice Admiral Pikahasa from the West Sea. Given the humiliation Pikahasa faced, it was perfectly reasonable for him to seek solace with his superior. After countless assurances and words of comfort, Sengoku finally managed to dismiss the weeping individual. feeling more exhausted than if he had faced Whitebeard in battle. Hanging up the snail phone, Paikahasa turned to the female officer kneeling before him. You wretched thing. Even now you haven't helped me. Your skills are utterly lacking. It seems you won't be receiving a promotion this year. Please, Commander. It was my first time. My skills were bound to be insufficient. The woman, squatting at his feet, replied coyly. Oh, your first time? Then let me verify your claims. To see if it truly was your first. Ah, so you are the notorious rookie pirate. Caesar Clown circled Cavendish before finally speaking. Indeed, Mr. Clown. From now on, you shall be the chief scientist of our pirate crew. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Cavendish extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. While I'm unsure of your intentions in retrieving me from the world government, for the moment, I see no reason not to assist you, given your efforts to rescue me. As a scientist, Caesar Clown's intellect was well above the average individual. He understood the substantial cost Cavendish had borne to bring him here. And he knew that failing to appreciate this would yield no rewards. Mr. Clown is the greatest scientist in the world. Though your ideas may not be acknowledged by those hypocritical individuals, I believe you can indeed develop formidable weaponry that will surpass even Vegapunk. Cavendish, aware of Clown's eccentricities, also grasped his vulnerabilities. Really? Is that true? Hearing Cavendish extol his potential to surpass Vegapunk, Caesar Clown's confidence surged. From a young age, he had excelled in various electrical engineering disciplines, independently developing toxic gas bombs by the age of 12, and earning the title of the smartest person in the world by 16. However, Vegapunk, an unknown rival, had relentlessly overshadowed him, rendering all his achievements insignificant. He had battled Vegapunk for 2 decades, suffering utter defeat, while the latter never regarded him as a worthy opponent, a fact that gnawed at his pride. The line between genius and madness is perilously thin. It was Vegapunk who had driven him to madness, having been abandoned by the world government. He had merely created a death country, but the research Vegapunk conducted reduced fatalities. They simply wished to eliminate him as he had become a nuisance. Yet he never expected that a rookie pirate who had never even set foot in the New World could comprehend his philosophy. Captain, since you understand me so well, you must know of my research, Caesar exclaimed with excitement. The death country is my proudest invention, while it currently remains a mobile and punk hazard. If you can provide the necessary equipment, I can recreate it within 3 months. There's no rush, Mr. Clown. First, please take a shower and change your clothes. Then we shall discuss other matters. After leaving Caesar Clown in the care of a young maid, Cavendish turned back to find Lafitte and Robin standing behind him, still perplexed. During this hostage exchange, Cavendish procured a substantial amount of compensation materials from the Navy, amounting to several billion berries. While such a sum may appear astronomical to the average person, it merely represents a slight sacrifice when compared to the wealth of 17 kings. Most crucially, he demanded the presence of Caesar Clown from the Navy. Consequently, Caesar Clown, recently apprehended by Carp in the New World, soon found himself in Cavendish's possession. Both Lafitte and Robin viewed this peculiar individual with skepticism, questioning what merit could justify such a trade involving 17 monarchs. It is worth noting that during negotiations, Vice Admiral Tsuru adopted a stance indicative of impending warfare, yet Cavendish remained steadfast, unwavering in his insistence on acquiring this seemingly deranged character. Captain, although he possesses a Logia-type power, he appears rather weak, Lafitte remarked, his curiosity piqued. Initially, he assumed that the individual receiving the captain's utmost attention must be formidable, only to discover upon meeting Caesar that, despite being a Logia user, he had evidently neglected his training and was likely less powerful than Lafitte himself. Haha. Cavendish could hardly contain his laughter. In the world of One Piece, it ultimately revolves around brawn. Regardless of whom one encounters, strength is the standard of comparison. The true value of Caesar Clown lies in his brilliant scientific mind, not to mention the artificial devil fruits he has developed. In that realm of death he created, both are invaluable assets. In a chaotic battle, having one of those at hand is undeniably a game-changer. What do you believe to be the greatest power in this world? After regaining his composure, he posed the question to Robin and Lafitte. Strength. Robin recalled the moment when Akiji unleashed his power. Power. Lafitte contemplated before responding. Incorrect. Ha ha ha. In this world, science reigns supreme. Ah. I never would have imagined that someone like you would accompany us on a shopping spree, Nami remarked, gazing at Cavendish, somewhat incredulous. Please, do not cast such a negative light on my husband, Cavendish exclaimed, embracing her and disregarding her feeble protests as he planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Ugh, you scoundrel, pervert. I compliment you once, and you reveal your true nature. Over time, Nami's perspective began to shift, having been forced into the limelight alongside him. She realized that resisting was futile and that she might as well find ways to enjoy herself. Once she adjusted her mindset, she began to recognize his redeeming qualities. Of course, given their current rapport, there remained a considerable distance before they could engage in more pleasurable endeavors. Ah, it seems that with new acquaintances, old ones are forgotten. Robin teased from behind. Not at all. Who are his new acquaintances? Nami retorted, puffing up in indignation, determined to channel her frustration into a shopping spree that would see her purchase an entire city's worth of clothing. After all, it was the money of that unfortunate soul that would be spent. Is that truly wise? Robin inquired, catching up to Cavendish. Aren't you concerned about the government reneging on their word while we traverse this city so brazenly? Indeed, we are in Water 7, the most prosperous city in the first half of the Grand Line. Here we are, our esteemed captain, gallivanting with his 3 wives, he replied nonchalantly, wrapping an arm around the lovely Robin. After a month or 2 of care, her complexion had lightened considerably and had become remarkably smooth. With a bit more time, she might emerge as a radiant goddess. With Lafitte and Annie to keeping watch aboard, and with Caesar, that chaotic madman, even if an admiral were to launch a surprise attack, we could hold our ground for a while. As for me, he chuckled as he brushed his fingers against the device adorning his right arm. I genuinely hope for a few reckless souls to test its power. Ah, it seems that mad scientists truly crafted something remarkable for you. Our captain has never been so confident before. Robin smiled as she linked her arm with his. She had grown unafraid of the world government. Given that even admirals had faced setbacks against her partner, the CP organization seemed little more than a bunch of insignificant rodents. Robin offered a subtle smile towards the shadows, while Cavendish turned to see a fleeting figure. Although Robin's devil fruit powers were not particularly advantageous in direct combat, they proved exceptional for reconnaissance. Even Cavendish's observation hockey paled in comparison to her abilities. The audacity of someone daring enough to spy on them struck him as amusing. According to the agreement with the world government, they were granted a 6-month truce, a guarantee from the 5 elders. So it was likely that they would still wish to maintain some semblance of dignity for the time being. Who, then, was the sneaky little mouse? Zanbai hurriedly dashed into the secret base, panting heavily. He was well acquainted with the area and evading pursuers was a simple task for him. Zanbai, why are you in such a rush? Kiwi asked, adjusting his hairstyle alongside Maz. Zanbai's frantic entrance was reminiscent of someone fleeing from a ghost. More terrifying than a ghost, Zanbai exclaimed, his face a mask of distress. I just wanted to find someone with a bit of oil to grease my palms, and I ended up encountering that individual. When Cavendish's pirate crew entered Water 7 that morning, they had frightened the local populace half to death. Although the city was accustomed to dealing with pirates, they had never faced one as brazen as Cavendish. He boldly entered the city, with 9 modified warships docked at the official port, showing no intention of concealing their presence. Coupled with his notoriously foul reputation, the entire city was on edge, fearing that he might embark on yet another rampage. Fortunately, Cavendish had just signed an agreement with the world government, prohibiting him from indiscriminate violence and pillaging for the time being. In return, as long as he refrained from making the first move, the world government would not act against him. However, with the wealth aboard his ship surpassing the 100 billion mark, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in some retail therapy. Thus, he found himself accompanied by his 3 wives on a shopping excursion. Ah, Captain, it appears in the eyes of ordinary folk, you are even more fearsome than a ghost. Just as Zanbai prepared to reveal the identity of the figure he had encountered, a cool, aloof voice interrupted from outside. Faced with the formidable presence of his companions, Cavendish felt a twinge of frustration. He had initially thought that the CP9 operatives were simply growing restless and seeking trouble, which was why he had been so eager to wander around with Robin. After all, Khalifa's office attire certainly had a way of igniting desire, did it not? As the saying goes, a secretary is meant to handle matters, while a secretary without tasks is merely a secretary. In the world of One Piece, Khalifa and Mote were the prime candidates for the role. What, you all believe that Robin would be the top choice for a secretary? Come now, allow me to offer my blessing. She is my wife, after all. Our illustrious Captain Cavendish, steadfast in his commitment to maintaining the red flag at home while indulging in colorful banners abroad, would never consider swapping one for the other. Ah, Captain, how shall we deal with these little pests attempting to pilfer our possessions? Shall we dismember them? Is it better to sever one's limbs? The cunning and sly woman spoke words that could terrify those across from her. Cavendish remained entranced by the image of Khalifa, adorned in her fishnet stockings. From their midday encounter with Ace Bug, although he was already surrounded by 2 breathtaking beauties, Robin and Nami, along with the equally striking Miranda and Nojiko, men are seldom content. However, given that Khalifa's current public role is that of Ace Bug's secretary, any notion of seizing her by force would be futile unless Cavendish wished to sever ties with the icy figure altogether. Thus, he turned his attention to CP9. Should this group of meddlesome individuals present themselves, he could, with reason and legality, claim that long-legged beauty for himself. After all, the allure of long legs paired with black stockings is the essence of leg appreciation. As the captain's musings floated into the air, he suddenly realized the precariousness of his situation. What did you just say, dear Captain? Robin inquired with a measured tone. I was wrong. My love, please, have mercy in front of others. Zanbai and Kiwi Maz stared in disbelief as the notorious pirate, with a bounty of 880 million, was so easily led away by a captivating woman with a slightly darker complexion. A wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers. Was this truly the most fearsome pirate in history? Next week's recommendation for mosquito legs. There would be no share for perseverance. Haha, the world has darkened. In the group, I have been relentlessly criticized, leaving me devoid of the will to write. My persistence in crafting 100,000 words only earned me a meager push, which turned out to be a consolation prize designated for the least favored works. Moreover, this consolation has brought little comfort, as the daily increase in collections is scarcely noticeable. In essence, this book has been relegated to the ranks of failures. Nevertheless, I firmly resolve to persevere, not for others, but to uphold the integrity of my name. I hereby pledge that this book shall never be abandoned, nor shall it cease updates, and it will remain unpublished. It seems such a lackluster work could never be published anyway. Haha, I feel utterly drained. Cavendish, trembling, managed to prop himself up with quaking hands on the specially designed large bed, where 3 stunning beauties lay sprawled in a state of slumber. The room was permeated with a disordered atmosphere. Last night, Robin had exerted herself fiercely, pulling both Noki and Miranda into the fray, even employing the powers of her fruit. The flower fruit, indeed, is the most ferocious fruit in existence. Even Cavendish, robust as he is, could not withstand it, only crying for mercy before Robin finally relented. Upon hearing a sound, the lady opened her eyes, gazing at the seemingly ghostly figure. Captain, do you still desire those lovely legs and black stockings? Robin teased, licking her lips. I dare not, my dear wife. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shall never dare again. The pitiful captain immediately lost his bravado upon witnessing her poised for another round. It was unwise to be defiant. Just the previous night, he had the upper hand, facing 3 adversaries with confidence, but Robin unleashed a flurry of her abilities, and he was promptly defeated. Who could envision the sensation of 100 delicate hands caressing one's body, each accompanied by a small mouth, and numerous tongues exploring every inch? Exhausted, Robin yawned and turned over, returning to sleep, despite having utilized her ultimate move to compel this rogue to plead for mercy. Employing such abilities for this purpose left her feeling quite embarrassed. Even now, her tongue tingled. Seeing her drift back into slumber, Cavendish wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting his lack of vigor. Next time, he must find a way to restrain her, otherwise he would be left without a voice in such matters. However, it seemed the flower fruit was indeed quite useful. If Robin were to cooperate in the future, it would mean the opportunity to attempt many legendary techniques. Lost in fanciful thoughts, the captain remained dazed until he reached the meeting room. Cavendish, Captain, do you think this design needs any additions? Icebark unfurled the design before him. Of course, let us add something. I want to try a bed full of watermelons next time. Cavendish mused, contemplating whether to suggest to Robin that they experiment with the 100 blossoms again. Upon uttering it, he realized he had misspoken. Icebark observed the man who had been grinning foolishly since entering, his heart twitching in dismay. I am the mayor of Water 7, commanding hundreds of thousands at a moment's notice, yet here I am, humbling myself to assist this pirate captain in discussing ship design, while he is lost in depravity. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that this scoundrel was an infamous criminal worth 880 million, one who had even bested a marine admiral. For the sake of harmony in Water 7, he must endure. Finally coming to his senses, Cavendish recalled that he had arranged this meeting with the esteemed mayor of Water 7, the finest shipwright in the city, to design his flagship, while the Navy's warships, after years of updates, boasted unparalleled stability and safety, they lacked in entertainment value. After all, no one constructs warships for leisure. They are designed to be armed to the teeth, with no room for relaxation. For someone with a hedonistic inclination like him, this was a grave inconvenience. The simplest example? Sleep. He occupied the largest room, yet sharing it with 3 others made it feel cramped, limiting the range of positions they could explore. Naturally, this was not the sole reason he wished to change ships. Surveying the room, he noticed it was only he and Icebark present. Where had his leggy, black-stockinged assistant gone? Ahem. Mayor, why haven't I seen your secretary, Khalifa, today? Cavendish inquired curiously. Heaven bear witness, he was merely inquisitive, with no ulterior motives. Icebark's perpetually frosty demeanor cracked slightly as he replied, Khalifa fell ill yesterday and must rest at home for a few days. Captain Cavendish, I appreciate your concern. I shall convey your regards. Ill. Even a fierce woman trained by CP9 can fall ill? Cavendish pondered. In that case, may I ask which hospital she is in? I would like to pay her a visit. Your concern is unwarranted, Captain Cavendish. Let us focus on the design matters at hand. If he were not at a loss against this fellow, Icebark would be inclined to deliver a few sharp slaps to him. It was indeed the lecherous gaze he had cast upon Khalifa that frightened her into hiding today. Khalifa had encountered all sorts of individuals during her years of service, but this man was unlike any she had faced before. His heart was cold, his actions ruthless, and his lust insatiable. In the past, no matter who it was, he would at least afford some respect, and Khalifa herself was no slouch. Yet this man was a force capable of challenging the world government, rumored to have abducted the wife of a high-ranking marine official for his own pleasures. What could he not accomplish? Knowing that Cavendish sought to discuss design matters today, Khalifa had wisely chosen to avoid the encounter. Observing Icebark's protective expression, Cavendish understood that he had no chance. After all, Icebark, at his age, remained single. And with such a beautiful and capable secretary by his side, one would be hard-pressed to believe there was nothing amiss between them. Had Khalifa not been a spy for CP9, they might already have children running about. Just a casual inquiry. Mayor Icebark, let us now discuss the new ship. Since I cannot have Khalifa, so be it. The shipwrights of Water 7 have all harbored fantasies about her. and I wish to avoid mishaps on my newly launched vessel. Seeing that he had finally ceased his inquiries about Khalifa, Icebark breathed a sigh of relief. However, keeping such a dangerous individual around was not a viable solution. It seemed the best course would be to grant Khalifa an extended leave, allowing her to hide elsewhere for a time. Captain Cavendish, here is the design our senior designers at Carrera Company completed yesterday. According to your instructions, this ship will feature a ballroom, a dining hall, a swimming pool, and a cinema. In Dock 8, a cacophony of urgency erupted as Telston bellowed, shaking the very foundations of the shipyard. Here they come. A contingent of workers rushed in, swiftly maneuvering a 50-meter beam into the keel. Over there, quickly. Position the entire crystal tank. Hurry. Where are the steel materials? I need the steel, now. 2 painters, come over here. We need a fresh coat. Inside the Carrera shipyard, every employee was laboring tirelessly, with thousands of shipbuilders toiling day and night. The magnitude of the current order was unprecedented, and the client was undeniably formidable, leaving no room for dissent. Typically, even the largest warships would not exceed 200 meters in length. Yet this time, Cavendish had boldly drawn plans for a colossal vessel measuring 1,500 meters long and 400 meters wide. The designers were left utterly astounded. Do you even comprehend what shipbuilding entails? One exclaimed. If you lack understanding, refrain from imposing such whims. Constructing a ship that adheres to all specifications necessitates meticulous data analysis across various dimensions, starting with the fundamental issue of size. Indeed, constructing a large ship is not an impossibility. Consider the likes of Noah's Ark from Fishman Island or Moria's ship, the Thriller Bark, which surpasses even 1,000 meters in length. However, the question remains, can such a behemoth navigate the seas? Without the aid of those colossal sea kings, Noah's vessel would be utterly immobile, and Moria's Thriller Bark could only remain stationary, its movement subject to the whims of fate. What purpose does such a vessel serve? In the past, Cavendish would have been at a loss to address this dilemma. However, in the present, we possess external aids. Caesar Coran, after all, is a superlative scientist, second only to Vegapunk in this world. Installing a few power devices is merely a trifling task. As for the issue of the water city lacking a sufficiently large keel, this predicament has been adeptly resolved. This is because among the ransom that Cavendish sought from the world government, there was a colossal branch of the atom tree. After a month of transportation, this massive timber has finally arrived in the water city. It is worth mentioning that this branch, measuring an astonishing 1,500 meters, is merely a larger limb of the atom tree. One can only speculate how immense the tree itself must be. The 2 most formidable challenges have been surmounted, and coupled with Cavendish's generous expenditure, the construction of the luxurious Emperor has commenced forthwith. In a bid to expeditiously rid themselves of this calamity, Iceberg, utilizing the mayor's authority, commanded all shipwrights to mobilize, striving to complete the construction of this colossal warship at the earliest opportunity. They even went so far as to suspend all other necessary repairs and construction tasks. After all, Cavendish's notorious reputation precedes him, despite his recent demeanor appearing somewhat innocuous. Merely escorting his wives on leisurely excursions, none could guarantee that he would not suddenly unleash his wrath. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that as long as this harbinger of misfortune lingered, Iceberg could not summon Khalifa back, which rendered him quite unaccustomed, as he was used to having his beautiful secretary orchestrate his life. Thus, for the sake of world peace, for the harmony of the water city, and particularly to spare himself the loneliness of his empty nights without relying on a companion, both for personal and professional reasons, he was eager to send that rascal packing. What do you mean, you rascals? Do you have any idea who our captain is? Just as Iceberg valiantly led all the shipwrights in their efforts, the dock's entrance was forcefully kicked open. A burly man, sporting a thick beard, strode in with an air of confidence, flanked by a cadre of lackeys, resembling a quintessential minor antagonist. You shipwrights have some audacity, thinking you could hide from me while I seek repairs. The bearded man's robust physique towered nearly 10 feet, resembling a small giant, nearly blocking the doorway. His pirate crew had recently endured a skirmish. Despite their arduous victory, their ship was in dire disrepair, prompting them to seek the renowned shipyard, reputed to be the strongest along the Grand Line. However, upon landing, he discovered that not a single shipwright could be found in the entire water city, which was intolerable. Guided by a few well-meaning individuals, he learned that the shipwrights had all taken refuge. Enraged, the bearded man decided to teach these presumptuous shipwrights a lesson. Listen well, you ship-repairing rascals. I am the infamous T-Beard, with a bounty of 47 million. You will assist me in repairing my ship immediately, or else, he bellowed, summoning his formidable presence. Or else what, big guy? Pahami yawned, rising from his seat. He possessed no particular talent for combat. As one of the earliest followers of Cavendish, his current abilities were likely only sufficient to bully the common folk, ranking among the lowest in the entire pirate crew. Yet, he could not withstand the scrutiny of others. This fellow possesses an extraordinary talent for flattery, having mastered the art to perfection. Within the entire pirate crew, from Cavendish to Lafitte, from Robin to Noki, and from Ania to Wire, there is not a single soul who has not succumbed to his sycophantic charm. Thus, during this rare period of respite, While other officers frivolously squander their fortunes in Water City, he selflessly volunteers to remain at the dock, albeit with an understanding that he comprehends little of what transpires. Yet, such an attitude is of paramount importance. A mere pirate with a bounty of 40 million dares to cause a ruckus. It is truly a reckless endeavor. He ought to hastily vacate the premises, for should he impede our Captain's significant affairs, he may find himself facing dire consequences. Despite the imposing figure before him, who appears capable of taking on 100 Pahami, he exhibits no trace of fear. After all, he is a man who has boldly faced an admiral head-on. What is a mere pirate with a bounty of 40 million in comparison? Of course, during that fateful battle, Pahami indeed confronted Admiral Akiji directly, albeit from a considerable distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. You dare to underestimate me? T-Beard. Enraged, the pirate raises his battle axe, prepared to cleave the yawning figure before him in two. However, before he can strike, his comrades swiftly restrain him. Captain, remain calm. This is the notorious Pahami with a bounty of 25 million. Recognizing Pahami's identity, the crew members are reluctant to accompany their captain to certain doom and quickly implore him to reconsider. Fortunately, T-Beard is not a fool like Kid. One must be astute in the treacherous seas, discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid. The subordinate of the formidable Cavendish, whose bounty has skyrocketed to 880 million. Pahami? A cold sweat instantly breaks out across T-Beard's brow. The Navy has once again updated Cavendish's bounty, increasing it from 560 million to 880 million, while Lafitte's has risen to 140 million. As for Ale, he has made his debut on the list with a bounty of 100 million. Those who have merely survived have typically seen increases of 30 to 50 million, while Pahami's rise of 10 million is the least of all. Meanwhile, Noki strolls hand in hand with Robin through the streets of Water City, with Miranda and Wire meandering behind them. Early that morning, Robin had insisted that Cavendish accompany Nami to foster their relationship, leaving him astonished at his wife's understanding. He and Nami have since ventured off, unaware of their destination. Robin, alongside Noki, Miranda, and Wire, embarks on a shopping expedition. Though Water City is a bustling metropolis, Robin and Noki have explored much of it already, finding it less enticing than before. However, for Miranda and Wire, it remains a novel experience, particularly for Miranda, who, due to certain undisclosed secrets, has been virtually imprisoned aboard the ship by Cavendish. This rare opportunity to step ashore fills her with excitement as she drags Wire from window to window. As she gazes at the array of opulent accessories and high-end garments displayed in the shop windows, a wave of sorrow washes over Miranda. Once upon a time, she was a devoted patron of these luxurious brands, always the first to acquire the latest perfumes, handbags, and attire throughout the West Sea, embodying the brand image of the Gore family. Back then, her days were filled with countless tea parties and press events, and she often wished to escape the farcical social gatherings she found so tedious. Now, her wish has been granted. She no longer participates in such frivolities. Her world has shrunk to a mere radius of a few hundred meters aboard the ship, free from the incessant competition among her former socialite friends. Her current status is that of a mere slave, with her daily existence reduced to fulfilling her master's whims without the need to engage in lessons of etiquette or tea ceremonies. Even the goods displayed in the windows, which would once have compelled her to purchase them all without a second thought, now serve merely as a fleeting indulgence. Cavendish has never bestowed upon her even a single belly. Even the maid Wire now carries tens of thousands, while she remains penniless. Just as she wallows in self-pity, Robin approaches her side. What is this? Have you found something you like? No, madam, not at all. I'm merely looking, just looking. Since the incident where she was punished by kneeling in the corridor for an entire night, Miranda regards Robin with both respect and trepidation, daring not to harbor even the slightest thought in her presence. Now that the dead man is absent, there is no need to fear me so. Robin chuckles at Miranda's cautious demeanor. Take this card, buy whatever catches your eye. A girl should treat herself well. Handing a crystal card to Miranda, Robin then drags Noki away. Noki and I will wander a bit. You two can explore at your leisure. Miranda clutches the crystal card tightly. A premium card issued by the World Government Bank, with a limit of 200 million, a sum she never possessed even in her days as a lady of privilege. The woman not only allocated a substantial sum of money for herself, but also astonishingly refrained from assigning anyone to shadow her. In a state of bewilderment, Miranda reflected on her recent days aboard the ship, consumed by the thought of escape. However, being a pragmatic individual, she realized that attempting to flee from Cavendish's pirate crew alone was nothing short of a fanciful dream. That notorious figure was far from merciful. The slightest indication of her desire to escape would undoubtedly lead to her dire misfortune. Yet, here she was, amidst the bustling streets of the City of Water, accompanied solely by a young maid, devoid of any other surveillance, and clutching a considerable fortune, in a metropolis teeming with millions. Should she choose to flee at this very moment, there existed a genuine possibility of eluding the clutches of that ruthless devil before he could find her. If all else failed, she could at least seek refuge somewhere. Should she run? Miranda hesitated, gripping the crystal card, torn between her overwhelming desire to escape and the deep-seated terror instilled by that demon, which stifled any thoughts of flight, even when alone. What to do? She found herself at a critical juncture, caught in a battle between her desires and fears. Robin, is this truly wise? Nojiko inquired, her voice laced with unease. Naturally, she harbored sympathy for Miranda's plight, yet she understood that the woman was privy to secrets that ought to remain undisclosed. If she were to flee or divulge such information, it could yield detrimental consequences for her beloved. Thus, even the inherently kind-hearted Nojiko remained vigilant against Miranda. However, since Robin had taken it upon herself to escort Miranda for a shopping excursion, Nojiko felt constrained from voicing her concerns. After all, with Robin present, Miranda's potential schemes seemed inconsequential. But now, Robin had inexplicably allowed Miranda to venture off alone. Goodness, had Robin uttered such words in her presence, Nojiko would have been inclined to think she was mistaken. There's nothing to worry about. She's an adult, she won't get lost. Besides, the entire City of Water knows of our pirate crew's reputation. None would dare commit robbery or assault, Robin remarked with a smile. The beauty products in the City of Water were remarkably effective, and it was hard to discern her appearance from a few months prior. Her complexion was now exquisite and radiant. Coupled with the nourishment of love, her allure had surged from an initial score of 78 to a remarkable 93. With further gradual enhancement anticipated. Similarly, Nojiko had undergone subtle changes over the past few days. While her transformation was not as pronounced as Robin's, she had certainly secured her place among the elite of beauties. You comprehend my meaning, Robin. If that woman escapes or speaks indiscreetly, it jeopardizes the captain's contingency plans. Nojiko whispered urgently. The invaluable asset of Pikahasa must remain concealed. Only 5 individuals in the entire crew were privy to this knowledge: Cavendish, Lafitte, Robin, Nojiko, and Miranda. With even Nami unaware. Ah, fret not. Robin waved her hand nonchalantly, revealing an eye and an ear blinking within her palm. Faced with this rather unsettling sight, Nojiko felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. Robin, what is your purpose in this? Knowing that Robin had placed a surveillance mechanism on Miranda, her curiosity piqued. What is my purpose indeed? Robin chuckled, yet she refrained from answering Nojiko's inquiry. Meanwhile, on the other side, hurry along, you slowpoke, Nami exclaimed, darting ahead as she selected merchandise, while behind her floated hundreds of shopping bags. Our beloved captain navigated cautiously beneath the floating burden. Thank goodness those merchants replaced all the bag seals with metal, otherwise, I would be utterly exhausted by now. Having set out with Nami to strengthen their bond, she had left her laboring subordinates behind. Yet, Nami's shopping fervor had ignited, making it impossible for her to leave without a fulfilling spree. That one. And that one, Cavendish ambled leisurely behind Nami, observing her commanding presence in a high-end clothing store as she directed the shopkeeper and sales staff. The bald shopkeeper beamed with flattery, for their pirate crew had lingered here for over 10 days. Cavendish had decreed that no unruly behavior was to occur, thus, to the residents of the City of Water, these pirates were perceived rather favorably. The commerce of the City of Water heavily relied on pirates, as the Navy and government maintained their own shipyards, and no king would travel great distances to commission vessels here. Moreover, among the pirates, the beautiful Justice pirate crew stood as one of the few affluent factions, for few possessed the audacity of Cavendish to rob Navy treasuries or kidnap kings for ransom from the world government. Particularly, his 3 wives epitomized extravagance, according to incomplete statistics. These 3 alone had bolstered the economic growth of the jewelry, clothing, and cosmetics industry in the City of Water by 30% over the past 10 days. Thus, the opportunity for the second wife to grace his humble shop was a dream come true for the bald shopkeeper. Madam, shall I package all these for you? Nami had selected 20 to 30 pieces of clothing in one breath, pausing only to catch her breath when the sales clerk approached her. These garments are indeed high-end brands. The selections made by Nami are worth over 100,000 berries, and her commission amounts to more than 10,000 berries, equivalent to several months' salary. How absurd. Nami, filled with indignation, declared, I don't want any of these. Ever since Cavendish forcibly dragged her into that dreadful family portrait, she has been addressed as Madam wherever she goes, which infuriates her. After all, she is still a pure and innocent young girl. However, due to this title, everyone treats her with utmost respect, and Nami, suddenly experiencing such treatment, feels somewhat, how should I put it? She still finds Cavendish utterly displeasing, yet she revels in the various privileges he affords her. It's as if she has become someone who desires everything while simultaneously receiving everything. The bald shopkeeper and the sales staff were utterly astonished, wondering why she dismissed their selections so swiftly, leaving them feeling quite foolish. Had it not been for the terrifying man behind this woman, the bald shopkeeper would have surely shown her the true meaning of despair. Besides those, I'll take every other piece in this store, package them all, I'll buy them, Nami exclaimed, slamming her crystal card on the counter with commanding authority. After all, it is all the scoundrel's money, so she considers it a compensation for her tarnished reputation. The rapid rise and fall of life left the saleswoman nearly having a heart attack. Once Nami had commandeered the entire store, Cavendish leisurely strolled over. Controlling several hundred items simultaneously is undeniably exhausting. You're so slow. Hurry up and pack these clothes. We need to move on to the next store. Nami efficiently directed the shop staff as she turned her back to Cavendish. I can't let her leave me around like this. Robin had sent her out to build rapport, not to serve as reporter. With a rattle, mountains of shopping bags suddenly fell from the air, piling up before the bald shopkeeper. Take all these and the items I just purchased to the dock for my fleet. Understood? Faced with the amiable captain. The bald shopkeeper and several sales staff turned pale, perspiring profusely, responding in a prostrated position. Understood. We will ensure it is delivered. Finally freed from the burden of being a human shopping bag, Cavendish seized Nami's hand, grinning as he said, Dear wife, let us enjoy our shopping together. You scoundrel. Nami muttered under her breath, yet she made no effort to break free, allowing him to lead her along. Meanwhile, Miranda stood at the crossroads, torn between indecision and anxiety. One step towards paradise, the next towards perdition. She found herself at a pivotal moment in her fate. A misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Robin observed her silently from a distance, ready to subdue her at a moment's notice should she waver. After standing there for a good 10 minutes, Miranda finally took her first step towards the luxury store where V had been browsing for quite some time. Miranda, could you help me decide between these two brands? The young maid inquired, holding up two exquisite crystal bottles. Madame Munsaw's cosmetics are more suited for older women. At your age, you shouldn't choose this. The Rose's Tail brand is actually a counterfeit made by the North Sea Bellflower Trade Association, but many are unaware. You should opt for this one. When faced with such specialized queries, Miranda immediately showcased her formidable expertise, taking the two bottles from the maid and selecting a modest box among the multitude of cosmetics. Intimate Lovers, a brand from the South Sea flower language island, is rarely known due to its limited daily production. However, its cosmetics rank among the world's top 3. Who would have thought to find it here in the Water City? She skillfully opened the box and applied a drop to V's face. How does it feel? Are you not feeling much fresher? Yes. This is far superior to what I tried earlier. You're amazing, Miranda, V exclaimed with admiration. Among the entire pirate crew, Miranda possessed the best knowledge of luxury goods, given her background. Nami and Nojiko were both impoverished. Robin was busy escaping danger, and V came from a maid's upbringing. None of them had ever been able to afford such high-end items. They merely bought whatever was expensive, truly embodying the essence of nouveau riche. Indeed, there are 47 brands of cosmetics here, but only 6 are genuinely effective. Speaking about her area of expertise, Miranda immediately revealed her prowess as a beauty expert. Robin subtly retracted her hidden flower fruit powers, initially feeling a sense of familiarity with this woman. After all, when Robin was alone and hiding among pirate crews, she too had faced numerous adversities. However, those who mistake the elegant woman for being soft-hearted are gravely mistaken. While she felt some sympathy for Miranda's plight, she would not defy Cavendish for such matters. Instead, she aimed to test Miranda. If she succeeded, her future would be more favorable. Let us go find Miss Miranda and have her choose some items for us. Robin took Nojiko by the hand and headed back, realizing for the first time how intricate the world of luxury cosmetics could be. Boss Pahami, this is our newly acquired merchandise. Please try it. T-Beard, with a sycophantic smile, opened a box of top-quality cigars from Bogwa Island. A clever subordinate had already cut the cigar and presented it respectfully before Pahami. Taking a hearty puff of this so-called top-tier cigar, Pahami nearly choked on the smoke. Cough, cough. This formerly impoverished man had spent his early years scavenging the remnants of other cigars. Only in the past half-year had fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to rise to a semblance of status. Having never smoked a cigar himself, he attempted to inhale it like a regular cigarette. Nearly not choking to death was a stroke of luck. Opposite him, T-Beard was splattered with spittle, but this burly man dared not show any displeasure. Take it slow, Boss Pahami. If not for fearing that a single slap would flatten him, T-Beard would have offered a comforting pat on the back. Once he managed to regain his composure, Pahami finally spoke. T, regarding your desire to join our pirate crew, this is quite difficult. T-Beard had just endured a fierce battle, losing many subordinates, suffering significant damage to his ship, and sustaining injuries himself. He was still a novice, far from the domineering pirate he would become later. Drifting in the Grand Line for several months had taught him the harsh reality of lacking support. Once a local tyrant in his hometown, he had been deceived by an old blind man who insisted that true men must conquer the seas, leading a band of petty thieves with great enthusiasm. Looking back now, it felt like a tale filled with both laughter and tears. Upon venturing outside, he found himself besieged by the Navy. A group of individuals, relying solely on their years of honed survival skills, leaped into the sea and swam to escape. Yet, they were relentlessly pursued by formidable sea creatures and hunted down by passing bounty hunters. After considerable effort, they managed to establish a foothold, only to face the threat of betrayal from within. Had it not been for the absence of coordinates preventing his return, T-Beard would have long since led his crew home. Who, in their right mind, would choose the life of a pirate? He longed to return to a life of comfort as a landowner. Regrettably, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. He now finds himself in a precarious situation, fully aware that he is wanted. What alternatives remain for a man who refuses to be a pirate? Even seeking a secluded refuge seems impossible. The likes of Rayleigh can afford to hide at the Navy's doorstep, possessing the means to escape even if the Navy were to unleash its full might. Moreover, if he were to provoke them, constant ambushes would be unbearable. Yet, T-Beard finds himself in a position of insignificance. Should he dare to dissolve his crew, he would surely find bounty hunters at his door the very next day. However, continuing the life of a pirate fills him with trepidation. Who knows when the Navy might apprehend him under the guise of justice, or when a misstep might lead him to ruin. Now, having finally encountered a lucrative opportunity, how could he let it slip away? T-Beard had heard of Captain Cavendish and his pirate crew for some time. It was said that the captain welcomed all, leaving no one behind. He had contemplated seeking refuge with them, but their paths had not aligned until now. Finally, they had converged in Water City, yet Cavendish, now with over 2,000 subordinates, seemed disinterested in recruiting more cannon fodder. T-Beard understood that Captain Cavendish was a man of considerable stature with many concerns to him. The likes of weak pirates were merely superfluous. Nevertheless, he implored Pahami, a trusted aide of the captain, to speak favorably on his behalf, shamelessly flattering him while discreetly slipping him a substantial sum of cash. Pahami inspected the stack, estimating it to be around 200,000 to 300,000 berries, and confidently declared, "Of course, I am one of the captain's oldest subordinates, and I carry significant weight in his presence. Your matter is in my hands." "Thank you, boss. Thank you," exclaimed T-Beard, a pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries, expressing gratitude to a fellow pirate with a bounty of 25 million. The stark contrast in their physiques only added to the absurdity of the scene. Nami, clutching a bouquet of purple roses, followed closely behind Cavendish. She had indulged her desires throughout the day, nearly emptying the entire street of goods. While passing a flower shop, she was unexpectedly gifted a bouquet by the man in front of her. To be honest, Nami no longer harbored much animosity towards Cavendish, but she resented his arbitrary decisions regarding her. Unfortunately, while the captain could compromise on trivial matters, he remained inflexible on issues of principle. Thus, our dear Miss Nami, resigned to her fate, followed him with the bouquet in hand, akin to a condemned prisoner. At 17, she was no Navi girl. Combined with her alluring figure and charming appearance, the captain had certainly taken liberties with her. She had endured so much that she could hardly muster the energy to complain. After all, facing a man with the audacity of a brick wall, her retorts would be futile. Furthermore, living on the same ship, she was subjected to an array of raucous noises emanating from his quarters each night. How could a blossoming young woman endure such an ordeal? The ship's poor soundproofing, particularly with her room adjacent to Cavendish's, compounded her frustration. "Move faster. Why are you so slow?" he chided, watching as they neared the pirate cruise base. While Nami's pace was reminiscent of a snail-ass crawl. In response to his inquiry, the sun-kissed beauty merely offered a bittersweet smile. The individual spent the day in his own company, purchasing flowers for himself, seemingly intending to engage in intimate activities. However, Nami expressed that she had yet to forgive him. This person, who had unceremoniously abducted her into a pirate crew, would not be easily forgiven for such trivial gestures. It was evident that his patience was also quite limited. After months of toying with him, she sensed he was nearing his breaking point. If he were to adopt an unreasonable demeanor, it would spell disaster. What a mess of thoughts! Cavendish abruptly embraced Nami, giving her a playful squeeze. Nami, weary of such advances, found herself unable to accept the notion of accompanying him in a more intimate manner. "You won't be getting into bed with me so soon. The way you act makes it seem like I'm merely here to bolster your ego." "Really?" Upon hearing that she could escape a close call, Nami regained her spirit. Although she felt somewhat disliked, Cavendish observed her sudden revitalization and wondered if he had misspoken. "Is that wretched pirate still in Water City?" Sengoku ruffled his disheveled hair, directing a query at the messenger nearby. "Report, Marshal. That pirate has indeed remained in Water City for the past fortnight, reportedly to have the Carella Company craft him a new flagship, as the most dangerous and most embarrassing newcomer for the Navy." All intelligence regarding Cavendish was under the utmost scrutiny at the naval headquarters. "Damn it." Sengoku turned in frustration, addressing Vice Admiral Akainu. "How's the matter concerning the Shichibukai progressing?" Akainu shrugged helplessly. "Doflamingo refuses to take action, and Mihawk claims his summons has already been utilized by the Gore CI this year. Hancock remains unresponsive, and Kuma, well, Vegapunk insists he's at a critical testing phase and cannot release him. What about Jinbei and Moria?" The world government had guaranteed no trouble for Cavendish for 6 months, thus official forces were strictly forbidden from intervening. Yet allowing him to roam freely on the seas was an affront to the Navy's dignity. Sengoku resolved to mobilize the Shichibukai to encircle Cavendish, believing that as fellow pirates, they might successfully eliminate him, allowing the Navy to shift the blame afterward. However, such actions could only be conducted discreetly, as even a forced summons could not be issued without risking the Gore CI's ire. Moria demands 300 corpses of powerful individuals, while Jinbei insists on securing legal status for fishermen and mermaids. Akainu reported with a grimace. Moria's demands were outrageous, treating the Navy as a graveyard. As for the definition of powerful, that was subjective. Jinbei's conditions were equally absurd. While the Navy wielded considerable authority, matters of national policy were beyond Sengoku's jurisdiction. Agree to Moria's demands. Sengoku pondered for a moment, speaking through gritted teeth. After all, many criminals perish each year in Impel Down. We can simply offer their remains to Moria as a form of resource recycling. As for Jinbei's issue, I shall address it with the Gore CI. After all, even the admirals have faced setbacks against Cavendish, and relying solely on Moria may not suffice. He contemplated alerting bounty-hunting pirates, offering the title of Shichibukai to anyone capable of defeating Cavendish. Sengoku felt that Jinbei and Moria alone were not a reliable combination and decided to play a more audacious hand. Isn't this a bit excessive? Akainu, serving as the Navy's chief strategist, felt that Sengoku was acting impulsively. Although Cavendish had caught Akiji off guard, resulting in some embarrassment for the Navy, his capabilities were assessed to be at most on par with the Shichibukai. Moreover, given that the Gore CI had nodded in agreement to abstain from action for 6 months, covertly employing the Shichibukai to undermine him could complicate matters with the world government. I have made my decision, Sengoku asserted firmly, dismissing Akainu's concerns. This incident had diminished Akiji's standing among the higher-ups of the world government, weakening Sengoku's position to endorse him as marshal. Thus, even if he were to be vilified as untrustworthy, Sengoku felt compelled to bring that scoundrel pirate to justice to alleviate his own frustration. Sunshine, sandy beaches, bikinis, palm trees, barbecues, and sunbathing. After more than 20 days of tireless labor from thousands of shipwrights, what could be considered the most extravagant and luxurious vessel, the Supreme Emperor, had finally set sail. Measuring 1,642 meters in length and 487 meters in width, with a deck area nearing 800,000 square meters, it was akin to a floating city. Even more astonishingly, Cavendish had designed the deck to resemble a beach jungle. Since devil fruit users could not enter the ocean, he had long been deprived of beachside pleasures. Therefore, he whimsically transformed half of the deck into a vast swimming pool, with an artificial sandy beach beside it and various trees planted on the deck. Amidst the grove stood several wooden villas, creating an illusion that one was not aboard a ship. Wow, this ship's construction is truly fascinating. Robin, clad in a revealing bikini, exclaimed as she gazed upon the beach before diving into the sea. Cavendish lay on the water's surface, relishing a massage from Miranda. Though the deck appeared expansive, the water was quite shallow, with the deepest parts measuring only 3 to 4 meters, as devil fruit users would lose their strength upon entering water deep enough to submerge them. Nami led a group in a spirited game of beach volleyball, while Noki utilized the abilities of the thorn fruit to construct a barbecue grill, filling the air with enticing aromas. Despite the vessel's enormity, it housed relatively few individuals, as it primarily accommodated Cavendish's chosen harem. Allowing unsightly or unsuitable individuals aboard would detract from the ship's allure. He contemplated ways to attract more beautiful women. Initially, all the forcibly abducted women had been taken by Akiji, leaving only those recruited in Water City. After all, there were many gold-digging women in the world, with sufficient payment. They would do anything. However, Water City was somewhat isolated, and Cavendish had only managed to recruit 20 to 30 individuals for his flagship, dispatching the rest, those deemed unattractive or not virgins, to other warships. In comparison to such a colossal cruise ship, a mere few dozen people were hardly noticeable, prompting him to summon 200 more to assist in navigating the vessel. Once we reach Shambadi, I must procure a fine batch of beautiful slave girls. If that proves insufficient, I shall venture to Fishman Island and capture 100 or so mermaids, he murmured to himself. What devious schemes are you concocting now, dear Captain? Robin suddenly burst forth from beneath the surface of the water, showcasing an impressive pair of breasts upon his arms. She felt a mixture of affection and exasperation towards this man. The affection stemmed from his apparent self-importance, which resonated deeply with Robin, who had long yearned for care and attention. However, her frustration arose from his unabashed lechery. It seemed that the moment she let her guard down, he would venture out and attract a host of admirers. She had merely been learning from Miranda about the best whitening products, and yet he had gone to Water City and procured dozens of beautiful women, leaving her utterly infuriated. After all, in this world, one could find any type of person. But discovering a woman who did not harbor jealousy was a mere fantasy. Her collection had been steadily declining, filling her heart with profound sorrow. Yesterday, during a discussion in the group, it appeared that my update time was problematic. Henceforth, I shall adjust it to 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. Captain, are we truly not going to confront that Cavendish? Bosch hopped restlessly on the massive raft, unable to find peace. Fool. What benefit do we gain from confronting a pirate crew of thousands? Venoka aimed his sniper scope at a seagull in the distance and fired. Isn't there news that whoever can eliminate that pirate will be appointed the new Shichibukai by the world government? Bosch inquired indignantly. Coughing several times, Q finally said, there are just a handful of us. Do you really think we can take on a pirate crew of thousands, Bosch? Have you lost your mind? Blackbeard sat silently at the bow of the ship, deep in contemplation since he had slain Sachi and secured the dark fruit, constantly strategizing on how to ascend to the pinnacle of life and become the pirate king. This plan was established in his 18th year, and now, 2 decades have elapsed. So much so that he nearly forgot his original intention. Had it not been for that day when he ventured out on a cruise with Sachi, had Sachi been alone during the voyage, had he swallowed that fruit immediately upon acquiring it, so many what-ifs render his ambition seemingly fragile. Yet, Despite the non-fulfillment of these scenarios, he attained the coveted power he had long yearned for. The capabilities bestowed by the dark fruit affirmed the worth of his years of restraint. However, it was still insufficient, far from enough, especially with that old man, Whitebeard. Although he had aged to the point of requiring daily infusions, he remained a formidable mountain obstructing his path. Since the death of Roger, countless individuals had surged forth, each vying for the throne of the king, from the distant figures of the Golden Lion and the Red Count to the more recent contenders like Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. Yet, regardless of who they were, none could accomplish the final feat, for Whitebeard, this ancient and undying figure, stood resolutely in the way, prompting a multitude of pirates each year to seek his downfall. It is widely recognized that the four emperors reign over the latter half of the Grand Line, regarded as the strongest, the uncrowned kings of the New World. However, the world is even more acutely aware that Whitebeard is the true sovereign. Were it not for his arrogance, his pursuits binding him, he would have long ascended as the second pirate king. As long as Whitebeard endures, Blackbeard cannot find peace, especially since he still requires Whitebeard's strength. Bosch's, listlessly maneuvering the massive helm, lamented that they had yet to find a competent navigator, thus leaving him, a mere second-rate sailor, to steer the vessel. Bosch's, turn the helm. We are heading to Subordinates. Blackbeard pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Captain, are we not in search of a navigator? Why are we turning back to Subordinates? Van Augur inquired, perplexed. We are turning back to hunt sharks, wahahaha. Blackbeard chuckled, revealing his toothless grin. Hee. Moria laughed sweetly at the freshly delivered corpses. Bastile's expression darkened as he observed the pirates before him, feeling a profound aversion to the current task. I am a proud Rear Admiral of the Navy, not a corpse mover. Unfortunately, having committed a grievous error, he lacked the courage to defy Sengoku now. Initially responsible for guarding the 17 kings, he was ambushed by Cavendish, rendered unconscious before he ever laid eyes on his assailant. This humiliation left him utterly ashamed to face anyone. Once the negotiations concluded, he was returned, but all his Navy colleagues regarded him as a failure, believing that had he not been incompetent, the Navy would not have suffered such disgrace. Even the usually affable Akiji had grown distant from him. Such disgrace has rendered the Rear Admiral nearly incapable of standing firm. Were it not for the lingering desire for vengeance against Cavendish, he might have already contemplated self-destruction as a form of atonement. Hiss, Lord Moria, these corpses are remarkably fresh, and upon examination, their strength in life was commendable. Hogubaka swiftly applied patches to each body. After all, there exists a distinction between the deceased and the living. His task was to ensure these corpses could perform at their former capabilities without fail. After all, they were all bodies sent from Impel down, thus their power remained assured. He. With these corpses, my army of the undead shall be further perfected. Moria chuckled joyfully. However, midway through his laughter, a thought seemed to strike him. And he turned to Bastile, inquiring, Rear Admiral, it appears you harbor a deep-seated grudge against that pirate, do you not? That pirate is indeed my mortal enemy. But fret not, this matter shall not trouble you. Bastile's scars were reopened, inciting his fury. Do not be so agitated. I have a delightful proposition to discuss with you. He. Moria twisted his enormous head, wearing a mischievous grin. At Ryugu Palace, the world government has acquiesced to my request. From this day forth, both fishmen and mermaids shall enjoy the freedom to traverse the land, and no individual or group shall dare to assault them. Jinbei presented a document signed by the 5 elders of the world government to Neptune. What can I possibly say to this? Neptune gazed at the paper before him, feeling its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. For this document, the entirety of Fishman Island had labored for decades, and even his queen had perished in pursuit of this cause. Yet now, the world government, for the sake of an ethereal notion of honor, had so effortlessly issued this decree. It is nothing, as a member of the Fishman race. This is a duty I must fulfill, Your Majesty. Jinbei declared respectfully, his mouth filled with sharp teeth. However, if you intend to confront that merciless pirate, it is exceedingly perilous, is it not? For many years, Jinbei has served as the guardian of Fishman Island. Should anything befall him, it could precipitate a grave crisis for our home. I am not acting alone this time. Due to their commitments, the world government cannot intervene directly. But they have arranged for many to accompany me. Safety shall not be a concern. Jinbei paused before continuing. Moreover, regarding Arlong's affairs, he owes me an explanation. The news of the annihilation of the Arlong pirates had long reached Jinbei's ears, although he has devoted himself to fostering peace between humans and fishmen. He would show no mercy to someone as deranged and discriminatory as Cavendish. Captain, a massive fleet has been sighted 30 kilometers ahead. It is likely the Cavendish pirates. Then Oka reported urgently after observing the enemy's movements through a high-powered telescope. This unfolds upon the vast expanse of the ocean, although they have lowered the masts. Approaching too closely would still render them easily detectable. It appears he is utterly unconcerned, as the ship sails at such a leisurely pace. Blackbeard stroked the faint stubble that had just begun to grow on his chin. We are merely 4 individuals. Charging forth would be tantamount to courting death. Coughing lightly, Poison Q produced an apple, took a bite, and then tossed it into the sea. Moments later, a column of water erupted from the depths, dislodging several large fish. Haha, we have fish to eat. Basis gleefully exclaimed as he retrieved the fish and set up a barbecue grill on the large raft. What a relief. Haha. Given the substantial bounty issued by the Navy, others will surely come to deal with him. We merely need to linger at a distance and strike at the opportune moment. Since acquiring the powers of the dark fruit, Blackbeard now possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. The colossal fleet drifted slowly across the sea. It wasn't he that Cavendish desired to move swiftly, but rather that the Supreme King was simply incapable of such speed. The immense vessel took a considerable effort to mobilize, and expecting it to match the pace of a warship was sheer folly. Ah, Captain, it seems trouble is on the horizon, Robin remarked from her hammock, clutching a book as she addressed Cavendish. The charming captain, clad in beach shorts, reclined in a rocking chair. One must wonder why this fellow is always lounging about. Joker. When can I expect the goods I requested? Cavendish inquired of the snail phone, his tone tinged with impatience. If one were to identify the world's most notorious arms dealer and human trafficker, it would undoubtedly be Don Quixote Doflamingo. This gentleman holds the title of Warlord of the Sea, boasts a lineage as a former celestial dragon, reigns as the king of Dressrosa, and possesses certain secrets of the world government. Truly a figure who straddles both light and shadow. Moreover, Doflamingo's character embodies the qualities of a true tyrant, merciless towards enemies yet exceptionally considerate towards his allies, adept at bending and yielding. Notably, Trafalgar Law and Gil Desaro were both fruits he had claimed. One must wonder how Doflamingo could possibly harbor animosity towards them. Yet, upon their display of sufficient strength, he swiftly donned a congenial demeanor, forging alliances with these two individuals. Among all the pirates in the realm, none could match Doflamingo's adeptness at human relations. Heh. Captain Cavendish, my reputation is well established. Your shipment is already in transit, but I must inquire, are you certain you can afford it when the time comes? Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed from the snail. Ah, those insignificant little bugs, squash them. Cavendish dismissed Doflamingo's warning with indifference. Truly, the most ruthless pirate in history. Two warlords of the sea collaborating alongside a horde of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Indeed, it is rather audacious of him to consider them mere nuisances. While having powerful allies as beneficial, Cavendish's arrogance was rather excessive. He had already conveyed the intelligence he had gathered. Jinbi and Moria were set to join forces, alongside a number of self-proclaimed formidable pirates with bounties over 100 million. Such power warrants caution, even from the emperors of the sea. Yet, in the mouth of this new pirate, they were rendered inconsequential. One must remember, he too, as a warlord of the sea, is a figure of considerable import. Cavendish's blatant disregard for these individuals begs the question of how he perceives himself. The world government, a pitiful lot that dares not act openly, instead resorts to sending out these sacrificial pawns, a truly contemptible display. Enough of this idle chatter, Joker. Prepare the items I requested promptly. Cavendish, eyeing Robin's elegantly crossed legs, had little patience to spare for idle banter. Very well, I shall await your arrival at Subordinates Archipelago, within the palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo deftly evaded the relentless pursuit of Baby 5 while concluding the call. Doflamingo, you scoundrel. Baby 5 spat out her cigarette. This marked the fifth fiancé that Doflamingo had dispatched. The first 3 times, she had managed to endure, but since the fourth, her patience had worn thin. However, everyone knew that against Doflamingo, whose mastery of observation hockey was unparalleled, she was merely swinging her blade for show. Hehehe, Baby 5, that call was not for you to interrupt. That new pirate is no ordinary foe, Doflamingo remarked, casually flicking his finger against Baby 5's forehead, rendering her unconscious. Observing her sprawled on the ground, Doflamingo felt a headache coming on. This foolish woman could be easily swayed by a few sweet words. Despite possessing some strength, had he not protected her, she would have long since been sold into obscurity. Hee. Jinbi, this is your first visit to my territory. Moria grinned at the Sharkman before him. Jinbi, a solitary warrior of undeniable strength, would find it implausible to single-handedly assault Cavendish's crew. After all, Jinbi was not foolish. Presently, the Justice Pirates boasted a flagship, 9 escort warships, and a total of 21 various-sized vessels, comprising over 1,800 original crew members, alongside 12 newly recruited pirate crews totaling over 5,000 individuals, culminating in a staggering total of 7,000. The 7,000 individuals are far from the likes of Hody, mere pawns gathered to swell numbers. Each has blood on their hands. While those pirate crews may not boast billion bounty titans, many possess bounties in the tens of millions. Should Jinbi dare to venture alone, he likely would not even catch a glimpse of Cavendish. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Moria, I seek you out specifically to devise a strategy against that newcomer. Do you have any plans? Jinbi stated with unwavering resolve. To claim Jinbi is not cunning would be entirely erroneous. With a mere flick of his wrist at Fishman Island, he could summon tens of thousands of expendables. However, for him, the fishmen of Fishman Island are kin, and their demise would weigh heavily on his heart. Moria, known for his legion of underlings, would naturally take the lead in this endeavor. Ho. Patience, Jinbi, allow me to introduce you to 2 friends, Moria said, shifting his immense bulk to reveal 2 figures behind him. Moria, who are these individuals? Jinbi inquired, having approached Moria to discuss strategies against Cavendish, only to be surprised by the presence of 2 Navy officers beside him. Although the Shichibukai acknowledge the world government's authority, they are, after all, pirates. Fundamentally on a different path from the Navy. This world is dreadfully dull. On board the Supreme King, Captain Cavendish, resembling a child, nestled his head between Robin's bosoms, his face comically bouncing against her. As a recluse, one might fantasize about traversing into another world, yet upon actual arrival, one discovers that true life can be unbearably tedious, leading to explosive frustration. A world devoid of the internet is a terrifying prospect. In leisure, one can merely read books, peruse the news, play cards, or engage in physical exercise. Yet, these activities are the domain of the energetic youth. As for matters of shared interest among men, they certainly exist. However, spending 24 hours a day solely on sleep or exercise is taxing even for the most steadfast of individuals. Robin gazed with exasperation at the childish man in her embrace, his antics both infuriating and amusing. Should anyone discover that the notorious pirate with an 880 million bounty exhibited such behavior, they would undoubtedly shatter their spectacles in disbelief. All right, enough of this nonsense. Robin firmly pressed down on the head that was insistently rubbing against her chest, adopting a tone akin to soothing a child. If you're bored, find something to do. What kind of thoughts are these? You are not a 3-year-old. Absolutely not. I am a child, and I shall act like one. The shameless captain unabashedly feigned innocence. Robin rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed she was simultaneously playing the role of wife and mother, tasked with addressing this man's psychological dilemmas. Initially, she had believed him to be a cold and ruthless character, yet as their familiarity grew, she now perceived Cavendish as nothing more than a comical buffoon. His interests were fleeting, indifferent to the strange gazes of others, relentlessly pursuing whatever he desired, even at the cost of offending everyone around him. Living entirely within his own fantasies without a care for the thoughts of others. Were it not for his extraordinary strength and cunning intellect, such a character would have long since met his demise. Yet, despite his foolishness, Robin gazed at him with a hint of affection. This seemingly unreliable man had saved her during her darkest days, and even in the face of threats and temptations from the world government. He never relinquished his faith in her. This feeling of being protected was something she had never experienced in her 20-plus years of life. Ugh. Cavendish buried his entire face in Robin's chest, emitting nonsensical hums. What is it? Robin asked, lifting his face. Wife, I want milk, the brazen captain declared, uttering a scandalous statement with utmost seriousness. But I have no milk, Robin responded, unperturbed by his teasing. To contend with her, the captain would need to hone his skills for another decade or so. This is no fun. Cavendish lamented internally, feeling frustrated that in his attempts to tease his wife, he ended up being playfully teased in return. This life was becoming unbearable. This is also why men seldom tease mature women, because they can often outdo you in lewd banter, and if one is not careful, they may find themselves on the receiving end of the jest. What satisfaction could there be in that? Fortunately, there is not just one mature woman present. He climbed off Robin's chest and leaned towards Nami. Nami, I want some milk, he exclaimed, preparing to bury his face in her ample bosom. Get lost. Nami swiftly dodged the lecherous wolf, her face contorting in disgust as she walked away. So boring. Seeing his teasing target flee, Cavendish shamelessly approached Robin, burying his face into her bosom, seemingly intent on suffocating himself in the process. Observing such a derelict captain, Robin could only smile. After all, she had neither the heart nor the means to intervene. This gentleman is Rear Admiral Bastille from the Navy headquarters, and this individual is his acquaintance, the Vice Chief of Staff of the Navy, Admiral Kongming. Moria introduced the 2 naval officers to Jinbi. For Bastille, as long as he could eliminate Cavendish, he would agree to any means, even if it meant his own demise. Upon Moria's suggestion, he immediately acquiesced. However, everyone was aware of the adage that one should not strike a serpent's head without ensuring its death. Thus, a decisive blow was imperative. Failing to do so could invite retaliation, a prospect Moria himself was uncertain he could withstand. Hence, Bastille hurried back to Marineford to summon his friend Kongming. For compared to Cavendish's strength, it was his despicable nature that posed the greater threat. Kongming, though perhaps not formidable in strength as a staff officer, was recognized for his sharp intellect, and it was widely believed that he would eventually succeed Admiral Akainu as the Chief of Staff of the Navy. Of course, Sengoku was aware of the 2 admirals' clandestine collaboration with the Shichibukai, yet he feigned ignorance, choosing to turn a blind eye. Jinbi greeted the 2 admirals, wisely refraining from inquiring about the Navy's collusion with pirates. Since introductions had been made, it was time to discuss how to deal with that pirate. Moria tilted his enormous head and spoke. I have no grand strategy. I defer to you. Understanding his own limitations, Jinbi knew that even if he had a plan, Moria would likely ignore it, so he preferred to leave everything in Moria's capable hands. Admiral Kongming, why don't you share your insights? Recognizing his own lack of aptitude for crafty schemes, Moria sensibly entrusted this task to the Vice Chief of Staff. Kongming, sporting a triangular beard and adorned in a traditional Chinese military robe, brandished a white folding fan and said, It is well known that the unscrupulous Cavendish, while powerful, is not insurmountable. His victories stem from his cunning strategies and his utter lack of ethics. During his time in the West Blue, he employed human bombs to ambush our Vice Admiral Vern, and later, when facing the former Shichibukai crocodile in Alabasta, he allegedly utilized dancing powder to negate Crocodile's Logia abilities. When confronted by Admiral Akiji, he did not even reveal himself, instead using his crew as cannon fodder to draw fire while he plundered the escort vessel carrying the world government's king, ultimately forcing their hand to negotiate. Hee. Using his entire crew as cannon fodder, such a person is truly detestable. After failing to claim the title of Emperor from Kaido, Moria had lost all his crew members, saved only by the sacrifice of his first mate. Thus, he harbored a particular disdain for those who treat their crew as mere pawns. Indeed, against such a shameless individual, it is challenging to identify any weakness. However, through our persistent efforts, we have finally discerned a single vulnerability, Kongming declared, shaking his fan in triumph, pleased with his discovery. What weakness? Jinbe inquired with curiosity. His lasciviousness. A collective scoff arose from the group, including Bastille. Cavendish's lechery is common knowledge. Who in the world is unaware that his first act upon arriving anywhere is to scour for beautiful women? Seeing their dismissive reactions, Kongming explained, indeed. While Cavendish is a notorious lecher and ruthless, what you may not know is that when Admiral Akiji attacked his fleet, Cavendish left all his officers and crew behind as bait, yet he brought his 3 wives and female servants with him. Nanny? Bastille was taken aback, hearing such news for the first time. So he abandoned his entire crew as cannon fodder, yet took his women with him, likely anticipating a hasty retreat should his ambush fail. As a seasoned pirate who had roamed the seas for decades, Moria quickly grasped Cavendish's initial intentions. Indeed, we believe he must have harbored such thoughts. Thus, I propose we exploit this knowledge, Kongming suggested thoughtfully. Ho. So we are to employ the allure of beauty. Perona floated in from the opposite wall, grinning. Shall I, the world's most beautiful girl, take center stage? Tempting the most fearsome pirate in history, ho, my charm is unrivaled. With just my appearance, he will be groveling at my feet. Kongming calmly regarded her, observing Perona in her pink Gothic princess dress, holding a parasol, her large dark circles hovering above her head. He shook his fan and replied, I fear you may not suffice. What do you mean, you wretched navy? How dare you underestimate the allure of Lady Perona? Kneel before me. Perona, incensed by the slight against her charm, swiftly unleashed 2 negative spirits towards Kongming. Exorcism fan. In response to the oncoming spirits, Kongming deftly waved his fan, dispersing the 2 spirits effortlessly. Perona was astonished to see her spirits dismissed so nonchalantly, nearly forgetting to remain airborne. Exorcism? Are you a priest? Kongming did not answer but turned to the others, stating, after our research, it is evident that while Cavendish is indeed infatuated with beauty, he is also quite discerning in his targets. Our investigation suggests he has a particular preference for ample bosoms, which makes it unlikely that he would find Miss Perona's attributes appealing. Oh, Perona nodded, then her expression shifted. You scoundrel, are you implying that I am flat-chested? Initially, the individuals present had not contemplated this notion, but upon Perona's exclamation, all eyes, including Moria's, shifted towards her, casting a fleeting glance at her pitiable bosom. A collective sigh escaped their lips, laden with sympathy, and though no words were uttered, the unspoken sentiments reflected in their gazes shattered the ghost princess. You wretched fools. A bunch of idiotic old bachelors. Perona, in her frustration, vanished through the wall, fearing she might lose control and resort to unleashing a devastating attack upon these imbeciles. General Kongming, you've managed to scare off my most valued subordinate. Do you perhaps have a suitable replacement in mind? Moria chuckled lightly. Indeed. I possess a most fitting candidate who will undoubtedly comply with our demands. Marshal. General Kongming and General Bastille report that they have successfully established contact with Moonlight Moria and Jinbe. The messenger relayed the latest updates. Did I not make myself clear? They are currently on leave. Any matters concerning them are unrelated to the Navy, and I do not require updates on their affairs, Sengoku retorted, his tone tinged with irritation. The messenger was truly lacking in discernment. Even if he were to report, such a loud proclamation was utterly inappropriate. I beg your pardon, Marshal, I was mistaken. Fortunately, the messenger was not entirely without sense, quickly correcting himself. Marshal, I have recently heard some rumors and came specifically to report. Well then, do share. It is said that General Kongming has persuaded Moonlight Moria and Jinbe to act according to his plans. Additionally, I have heard that Phoenix Bizarro, Fallen Major Drake, and Troll Demon Swords Woakin will also join this endeavor. Are only 3 pirates preparing to take action? Sengoku pondered, perplexed. He had offered such generous rewards. How could only 3 pirates step forward? Under such circumstances, one would expect a multitude of followers to gather, employing a strategy of sheer numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Marshal. The cruelty of that new pirate has become notorious throughout the world, and his power has escalated rapidly. Some even compare him to the 4 emperors. Moreover, there are not many well-known pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, so having these 3 is already quite remarkable. Sengoku scratched his head in frustration. So this is my fault. Were it not for my principle of driving all those dangerous pirates to the New World, I would certainly have summoned a large horde of reckless pirates by now. Even if Cavendish had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be unable to withstand them. By the way, Marshal, the messenger seemed to remember something and whispered, the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard, is said to be participating in this operation as well. But to this day, he has not contacted our informants, so this news is not yet fully confirmed. Sengoku was infuriated, wishing he could slap the messenger for revealing such crucial information only now. Blackbeard was the first to dare betray Whitebeard in many years, and considering he had killed Whitebeard's 4th Division commander, Sachi, his strength was not much inferior to that of the 7 warlords. Immediately send someone to contact Blackbeard and inform Kongming and the others to ensure that Blackbeard is brought into the alliance. But Marshal, aren't General Kongming and the others on vacation? The messenger replied, looking bewildered. To hell with vacation. Is your brain filled with nonsense? Despite Sengoku's normally calm demeanor, he could no longer tolerate the stupidity of this messenger and erupted in anger. Captain, how many more days must we endure this? Bosch said weakly, leaning against the raft. For over 10 days, they had been trailing behind Cavendish's fleet, which was excruciatingly slow and had yet to reach the next island, forcing them to drift along in its wake. While it was common for ordinary pirate crews to drift for 2 or 3 months at sea, Blackbeard's crew could not afford such luxury. To emphasize his individuality, Blackbeard's ship was merely a massive raft constructed from several enormous logs, lacking even a cabin or restroom. Fortunately, the crew consisted of sturdy men, so there were no significant issues of discomfort, but even so, the inconveniences were numerous. The most frustrating part was that the vessel offered no shelter from the elements, and the weather of the Grand Line was notoriously unpredictable. The 4 of them often found themselves preparing meals when suddenly a rainstorm would hit, or just as they were about to sleep, a snowfall would descend. Just yesterday, as Bosch squatted at the stern of the ship to relieve himself, a hailstorm struck, landing directly on his freshly deposited waist, forcing him to spend the night in the sea washing himself off. Blackbeard, witnessing the state of his crew, understood the hardships they had been enduring. Yet he too had not anticipated such a slow journey. Who could have foreseen that the new pirate would sail at such a snail's pace? He was not suited for piracy. He was merely enjoying a leisurely excursion. Just hold on a little longer. The Navy contacted me yesterday. They, along with 2 of the 7 warlords, have already set up a trap ahead. I will ensure that scoundrel pays for all the hardships we've endured. Do we have any food left? Then Oka lamented, gnawing on his lips. The provisions they had brought aboard were exhausted by the 3rd day at sea, and they had been surviving on fish for days. Had it not been for Poison Q's medical skills, they would have been finished long ago. Damn it, Blackbeard said, scratching his head, which had become matted after 10 days without fresh water, pulling out several lice from his hair. This was the first time he realized how difficult it was to be a captain. The enemy had yet to be encountered. Yet these trivial matters were already driving him mad. Good stuff. Captain, don't throw them away. Bosch quickly snatched the lice from Blackbeard's hands and began munching on them. Captain, catch a few more for us to try. Poison Q and Van Oka watched with envious eyes, making even the fearless Blackbeard feel uneasy. On board the Supreme Ruler, 3 women and 1 man were engaged in a game. Cavendish had his eyes covered, his mouth wide open as he lunged around, while the 3 women, armed with fruit, evaded him. Smack. Noki narrowly avoided being bitten and quickly offered her apple to his mouth. Crunch, he bit the apple in half, shaking his head in annoyance as he redirected his attention toward Robin. Before he could reach Robin, the alluring woman extended 2 arms from her own, each holding an orange. Smack. Cavendish bit down, his mouth filled with citrus juice. When he turned to charge at Nami, she confidently held 2 bananas in front of her. After all, her weapon appeared longer than those of Robin and Noki. But the captain, who had been pretending to be foolish moments ago, skillfully dodged Nami's banana attack, sinking his teeth into her left breast instead. Pervert, let go, Nami exclaimed, desperately attempting to pry him off, but against his inhuman strength, her feeble efforts were futile. Cavendish clung to the grape in his mouth, refusing to release it. Nami thought he couldn't see her because of his blindfold, which was utterly laughable. Did she truly believe observation hockey was merely for show? Caught in his grip, Nami felt as if she were a puppet, her face flushed with embarrassment, while Noki and Robin watched with amusement, intensifying her humiliation. Let go, you scoundrel. Now she felt utterly regretful for agreeing to play such an indecent game. Leaving her with no face to show, Cavendish could distinctly feel the cherry in his mouth growing increasingly firm, prompting him to take further liberties by extending his tongue to lick it. Wearing only a simple bikini, Nami's cherry was easily extracted from her bra by his tongue. Nami, inexperienced in such matters, could not help but cry out. What is wrong, Nami? Seeing her reaction, Noki asked with concern. All right, Captain, you've had your fun. Let her go? You've bitten Nami too hard. Faint. It's not that I bit too hard. She actually enjoyed it. Cavendish reluctantly released his hold, revealing a cherry, engorged and standing proudly on Nami's left breast. Oh my, so it seems she enjoyed it. Noki-gal, how could you? Did you not see how excited Nami was? You had to ruin her moment, Robin said with a mischievous grin. Nana, it seems little Nami has grown up. It appears that the elder sister has made a mistake. Witnessing the unnatural blush on Nami's face, the seasoned Noki-gal instantly recognized her state and quickly joined in the jest. The orange-haired girl, flustered by their teasing, dashed into the forest. Come on, is it really appropriate to tease her like that? Cavendish remarked, somewhat disheartened as he watched the opportunity slip away. Oh dear. It seems the young ladies are indeed the ones in demand. Now they've started to complain about me. Robin feigned a pitiful expression. Utter nonsense, Cavendish exclaimed, pulling Robin close, mischievously tearing at her clothing, and biting into a grape perched atop a watermelon, growling, do you dare doubt my resolve? How annoying. Robin shot him a provocative glance. If you have the courage, go ahead and bite. Let us see who will care if you ruin it. With a laugh, Cavendish spat out the grape, realizing that Robin was becoming increasingly formidable, exhibiting a trend that could easily overpower him. This was an unsettling development. Seeing his defeated expression, Robin felt a surge of delight. She chose not to retrieve her discarded clothing and instead embraced him, rubbing her chest against him with a playful taunt. What is the matter? Upset? You wouldn't be so petty, would you? Impossible. I am the most magnanimous man in the world, he declared stubbornly. Just as their playful banter escalated, the phone bug on the table began to ring. Hello, is this Caesar? What is going on? Cavendish recognized the familiar face on the phone bug and knew it was Caesar. When Caesar first joined his crew, he insisted on continuing his research on poison gas bombs, as it was his dream. However, after a few gentle manipulations from Cavendish, he had abandoned that ambition. After all, those bombs served little purpose. They weren't instant kill poisons and were ineffective against skilled adversaries. Similarly, the so-called human gigantification experiment seemed absurd. How foolish must one be to devise such a plan? This world isn't devoid of giants. Capturing a few giants for breeding would be far more beneficial than pursuing such a notion. Captain, I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded, Caesar exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. Is it true, Caesar? Cavendish's heart raced at the enthusiasm in Caesar's voice. Yes, Captain. The experiment is a success. Would you like to come and try it? Absolutely. I'll be right there. Just wait. After hanging up, Cavendish turned to Robin. My dear, let us go witness the power of science. He lifted her into his arms, preparing to soar towards Caesar. Idiot. Let go. I'm not even dressed. Despite usually being compliant, Robin was determined this time and began to strike back at him. Oh, at that moment, Cavendish realized that both he and Robin were completely unclothed. Relieved, he quickly descended. Fortunately, the ship, the Supreme King, was large enough, and they were in a secluded area where no one dared approach. Had he flown too high? It would have been quite a scandal. It was one thing for his own mishap to be exposed, but it would be disastrous if others laid eyes on his wife. Robin, her cheeks flushed, hastily donned her clothes. You absolute fool, why the rush? Once they were both properly attired, Cavendish lifted Robin into the air once more. Caesar's experimental vessel followed closely behind, a repurposed research ship acquired through less than noble means. While not entirely suitable, it would have to suffice for now, as Cavendish was unwilling to sacrifice his flagship for the experiments. Haha, my dear, you'll soon see what awaits. Cavendish felt triumphant, knowing that Caesar had successfully created something remarkable. Although he had been lounging on the flagship these days, merely biding his time, he remained acutely aware of the happenings outside. The vast machinations of the Wano country had long reached his ears. The alliance between Gecko Moria and Jinbei, coupled with the potential interference from the Navy, left Cavendish in a state of concern that was impossible to dismiss entirely. However, as the leader of so many, he had to maintain a demeanor of composure. If the captain panicked, how could he expect his subordinates to remain calm? Thus, his indulgence on the flagship, eating, drinking, and reveling was a calculated ruse to both distract the enemy and uplift the spirits of his crew. Certainly not a reflection of lethargy or an overindulgence in the company of beautiful women. Absolutely not. Captain, behold this genius invention crafted by yours truly, Caesar. I am indeed the most brilliant of minds. With this marvel, what is Vegapunk in comparison? I am the preeminent scientist, Caesar exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent as he approached Cavendish. Robin, intrigued, observed the contraption Caesar had developed. Two massive iron rails stood firmly upon a support, with a fist-sized groove nestled between them. The rails were adorned with an array of peculiar engravings, leaving even someone as well-read as Robin puzzled as to its purpose. Caesar, have you tested it yet? Cavendish inquired, circling the apparatus. The electromagnetic railgun, a technology that would be considered cutting-edge even in the 21st century, was indeed a testament to the extraordinary advancements prevalent in the world of One Piece. It was clear that Caesar had not squandered his resources. With merely a hint of inspiration from Cavendish, he had managed to construct this remarkable device. Not yet, Captain, Caesar replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Without your capabilities, this device remains inoperative. The concept of an electromagnetic cannon is fundamentally straightforward. It employs a tremendous current to create multiple powerful magnetic fields across two rails, resulting in an astonishing magnetic force between them. If a diamagnetic slider were placed within this magnetic field, it would be propelled at extraordinary speeds due to the force exerted by the magnetic fields, yielding unparalleled destructive power. It is understood that even the simplest electromagnetic launch systems can propel projectiles at 3 times the speed of sound, while Caesar's electromagnetic railgun, by its design, could potentially launch projectiles at 10 times the speed of sound. Consider a basic bullet. Measuring merely 2 cubic centimeters and traveling at 200 meters per second. This is lethal to humans. Now, imagine if this weapon were magnified to a volume of 4 cubic decimeters, propelling at a velocity of 3,400 meters per second. At this moment, Lafitte, having received the news, hurried over. He had only a vague understanding of the contraption that Caesar had constructed, but the specifics eluded him. Are the pirates still trailing us? He inquired. Blackbeard and his crew believed they were well concealed, unaware that our captain, who harbors a profound fear of death, had taken extensive precautions since the Navy began to mobilize against them. The captain had arranged for numerous personnel to monitor the area, even deploying individuals beneath the sea. For who could predict whether Jean Bay would lead a band of fishmen to sabotage the ship? Blackbeard mistakenly assumed that remaining 30 kilometers away would keep him hidden. Yet he did not reckon with Lafitte's devil fruit ability, which, though not as extraordinary as the Mara Nami, granted him exceptional vision. Tests had shown that pigeons flying at 700 meters could effectively spot targets within 100 kilometers. Consequently, Blackbeard and his crew were discovered the very day after they began their pursuit. At that time, Cavendish had thought that someone audacious enough to meddle with a tiger was indeed foolhardy, but upon receiving Lafitte's report, he realized it was no ordinary foe. Possessing the powers of the Yami Nomi, Blackbeard could be regarded as the ultimate antagonist of the original narrative, although he had yet to fully mature. His strength was undeniably formidable, given the extraordinary nature of his devil fruit abilities. Now, let Blackbeard experience the might of technology. Following Caesar's instructions, Cavendish placed his hands on the designated spots of the railgun, channeling the full extent of his powers. The reason why electromagnetic railguns have not been fully developed in the real world is due to energy constraints. However, in this realm, a mere devil fruit had resolved this challenging issue. Gradually, concentric circles of magnetic force began to materialize along the intricately carved tracks, transforming what was once invisible to the naked eye into a stunning spectacle of azure light. With a sound akin to beep, beep, the machine finally announced the completion of its charging process as the peculiar light circles began to emerge between the two tracks. Cavendish released his hands, and Robin, ever considerate, promptly produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. The energy consumption of this machine was astonishing, despite his ability to manipulate the entire fleet's course. Merely charging it nearly depleted his strength. Caesar commanded his subordinates to place a specially designed metal block into the designated slot. Ideally, this electromagnetic weapon would utilize tungsten alloy as ammunition, but in this world, tungsten was non-existent, necessitating the use of sea stone, a native specialty of the One Piece world. The 4 leaders present were all devil fruit users, making the sea stone hazardous for them. Hence, this honorable task fell to others. First mate, please provide the coordinates. With everything in place, Caesar prepared to commence the experiment. Lafitte soared into the air and proclaimed, 85 degrees to the rear. At a distance of 30 kilometers and 470 meters. Let this unknown band of pirates serve as Caesar's experimental subjects. He declared fervently, future generations will surely remember your insignificant contributions to the advancement of human science. With fervor, Caesar set the railgun's coordinates and supplied power to the 2 iron tracks. It should be noted that Blackbeard was hardly an unknown pirate. He might very well be the greatest villain in this world. The great captain silently mused. My dear, let us ascend and behold. With everything prepared, Cavendish was eager to witness whether Blackbeard, reputed to possess the strongest devil fruit powers, could withstand this marvel of technology. As the 2 tracks were electrified, a brilliant light erupted, and the device crackled and popped. The sea stone block became completely enveloped in lightning, transforming into a dazzling orb of white light. Behold, this is power. This is science. Cavendish exclaimed as he flew into the air with Robin, followed closely by Caesar. Observing Lafitte and Caesar, Cavendish realized that several of his senior officers possessed the ability to fly as well. All eyes were drawn to the radiant light that erupted from the railgun, and after a considerable pause, a sound akin to a whoosh echoed. Captain, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. After ridding themselves of the lice on Blackbeard's head, several crew members languidly reclined on the wooden raft, basking in the sun, a rare occurrence on a clear day unmarred by rain or snow. Yet, Van Oka had been restless since earlier. As a top-tier sniper, his perception of danger far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. When one is targeted, one is already teetering on the brink of death. Is there a problem? The weather is splendid today. Old Van, are you unwell? Basis queried from the stern, fishing. Although he had grown weary of fish, what else could one consume? Ahem. I feel something is off as well. Ahem. Toxic Q, a doctor lacking in medical ethics, had initially felt nothing amiss, but Van Oka's words prompted him to sense unease. With 2 of his senior officers expressing concern, even Blackbeard, known for his carefree demeanor, began to take heed. He raised his gaze towards the direction of Cavendish's fleet, reasoning that if any danger lurked, it would likely originate from there. However, they were still several dozen kilometers away, even if the enemy discovered them. It would take over an hour for anyone to reach them. How could Van Oka possibly sense danger? Light. Captain. Light. As doubts lingered, the keen-eyed Van Oka had already spotted a glimmer of light within his line of sight. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Blackbeard had also glimpsed the light, which moved with such swiftness that it seemed to traverse the spatial divide just as he registered its presence, poised to strike their vessel. The interval between Van Oka's discovery of the light and Blackbeard's recognition was scarcely a second. As a seasoned veteran, Blackbeard, though unaware of the nature of the threat, was undeterred in making a decisive choice. In an instant, a dense shroud of black mist enveloped the raft completely, casting an all-consuming darkness across the vast ocean, rendering their concealment unnecessary in the face of imminent attack. Captain Bosch's had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. He merely witnessed Blackbeard unleashing his powers. Just as he prepared to speak, he felt a tremendous surge of energy rise skyward. Robin and Lafitte stared in astonishment at the horizon, while Caesar's jaw dropped in disbelief. Although he had been responsible for constructing the orbital cannon, no one had ever envisioned such a weapon before. Even Caesar was taken aback by its overwhelming might, though too distant to discern clearly. A fleeting moment revealed a dark cloud on the horizon, presumably a manifestation of Blackbeard's devil fruit ability, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. A blinding radiance ascended from the sea's surface, akin to the sun descending into the ocean, its brilliance forcing all to shield their eyes. Once the light dissipated, a colossal pit emerged in the ocean. Even from afar, its enormity was evident, spanning over 10 square kilometers, with all seawater within that expanse evaporated. This, indeed, was the power of science. I, Lord Caesar Clown, am undoubtedly the most formidable scientist in the world. With exhilaration akin to madness, Caesar erupted in jubilant exclamations. This is a weapon of annihilation. Robin gazed somberly at the vast chasm in the ocean, contemplating the destructive potential it harbored. Were it to unleash its fury on land, it could obliterate an island in a single strike. The fabled Poseidon paled in comparison. Alarmingly, Lafitte, the most reliable member of their quartet, suddenly changed countenance and promptly summoned his crew via the transponder snail, shouting, "All crew members, take your positions immediately. Steer the fleet hard to starboard. Lower all sails. Increase speed." When water encounters a sufficiently low area, it generates spiral vortices due to the interplay of forces. This is the essence of whirlpool formation. The question arose, what magnitude of whirlpool would manifest from a 10 square kilometer pit in the ocean? Accelerate. We're being drawn in. T-Beard bellowed, his fear boiling over. He had just pledged his allegiance to Captain Cavendish, with countless promising tomorrows ahead. He could not resign himself to such a dismal fate. The pit had transformed into a massive whirlpool, devouring everything in its path like a voracious beast. T-Beard's ship, positioned at the rear of the fleet, had responded to Lafitte's orders to turn and lower the sails, but it was a moment too late, already caught at the edge of the vortex. The crew of pirates struggled desperately to control the sails and rudder, some even resorted to paddling with wooden oars. Yet, against the might of the colossal vessel, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Should they succumb to the whirlpool's pull, their chances of survival would be virtually nil. The prospect of jumping overboard to escape was even more ludicrous. Relying on the ship's momentum offered a slim chance of survival, but the current's force would surely drag anyone who jumped into its depths. As the ship inched backward, the crew began to pen their final farewells in their hearts. Why must fate be so cruel just as I was about to embark on a new life? T-Beard knelt at the ship's bow, tears welling in his eyes, lamenting his misfortune. Big guy, hurry and tell them to secure the sails. Just as T-Beard wallowed in self-pity, a voice rang above him. Cavendish, cradling Robin, floated above their pirate ship. Thanks to Lafitte's swift response, the entire fleet had evaded significant turmoil, although this particular vessel was doomed. Given Captain Cavendish's nature, he would typically disregard the fate of this ship, but Robin, with her wisdom, urged him to intervene and save the hapless crew. After all, they were his subordinates, and rescuing them would bolster his reputation. The captain is coming to save us. Everyone, hold on. T-Beard, having only glimpsed Cavendish once during his initial allegiance, was now overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of his savior in their moment of peril. Let us go, Cavendish commanded as he descended to the deck, employing the minuscule remnant of his magnetic power to propel the warship forward. The vessel had been teetering on the brink of succumbing to the vortex, but with his assistance, it easily broke free from its grasp. As they escaped the whirlpool, the entire crew erupted in jubilant cheers. T-Beard knelt before Cavendish, weeping profusely, embodying the gratefulness and loyalty of a follower who would traverse fire and sword on command. Witnessing this display of devotion, Cavendish felt a surge of appreciation. It was evident that T-Beard's loyalty had skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in the opposing faction, the anti-Cavendish alliance, the news sparked alarm. What? The latest intel reveals that Blackbeard's crew has encountered a colossal whirlpool at sea and has lost contact, unknown whether they live or die. Even Kong Ming, who prided himself on his sagacity, furrowed his brow. What's the matter, General Kong Ming? Didn't the report say it was due to weather? Such a massive whirlpool cannot be controlled by human hands, Moria chimed in. The whirlpool had been so immense that it subsequently triggered a tsunami, affecting thousands of kilometers. Even Whitebeard could not conjure such a monumental force. It could only be a natural disaster. Kong Ming adjusted his hat with his fan. Perhaps I was overly cautious. However, without Blackbeard's crew to guide them, we may need to modify our plans. Doesn't he matter? I am merely responsible for the execution. The rest is beyond my concern, Jibei asserted with authority from the doorway. This alliance had coalesced 2 Shichibukai, 2 vice admirals, 3 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, and a horde of over 5,000 zombie soldiers courtesy of Moria. From a numerical perspective, they were not at a disadvantage. Calming pointed at the map. They are currently positioned here, on the route to the Subordinate archipelago, and this island is a mandatory passage. Therefore, we shall set our ambush here. There is only one essential route along the entire passage. Even a fool could deduce the ideal spot for an ambush. Drake cast a disdainful glance at Kongming. As a pirate who had betrayed the Navy, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them. Indeed, if he were Cavendish, he would certainly suspect a trap lay in wait here. However, who said we had to lay an ambush on the island? Kongming smiled and remarked, Colonel Tina, the success of this endeavor rests entirely upon your shoulders. From the shadows emerged a striking woman clad in a crimson professional outfit. Her soft pink hair flowed gracefully in the wind, framing her angular face and large, expressive eyes. Notably, her slender waist and curvaceous figure accentuated the contours of her attire. Tina, visibly irked, felt disheartened that as a proud member of the Navy, she was compelled to resort to such base tactics. I am quite disappointed in you, she declared. Kongming raised his fan to shield his slightly embarrassed visage. Although the probability of success for this plan was high, the nature of the undertaking left him feeling somewhat sheepish. Colonel Tina, your sacrifices in confronting that deranged pirate will be forever remembered by the people. Enough of your grandiloquent speeches. I simply wish to know, if that pirate truly makes a move against me, may I resist? The pink-haired beauty bypassed Kongming's rhetoric and posed the most pressing question. Well, you see, technically you should wait for our signal before taking action. Kongming responded, his expression one of distress. Are you suggesting that I allow myself to be subjected to his whims? What do you take me for? I am quite furious, Tina retorted. As an accomplished naval officer, she was resolute in fulfilling orders, yet as a woman, she was unwilling to relinquish her cherished first experience to that pirate in such a disarrayed manner. Having just navigated through a vortex, they were now confronted by a tsunami. Fortunately, with Lafitte's world-class navigation skills, the fleet managed to avert unnecessary calamities. However, Cavendish lamented. Caesar, are you truly telling me that this contraption is a one-time use? Gazing at the charred remnants of the railgun, he felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. This device is truly a formidable weapon. If I could transform it into a standard armament, I would have the confidence to assault the naval headquarters and unleash a barrage upon Marineford, which would undoubtedly leave nothing but ruin in its wake. However, it seems that due to material constraints, despite utilizing the latest alloy, it still cannot withstand the immense kinetic energy at the moment of launch. Caesar replied with a hint of trepidation. Cavendish covered his face. Even in the 21st century, railguns face limitations due to material issues. Although the world of One Piece is replete with advanced technology, it appears that in terms of materials, surpassing existing limitations remains a challenge. How long would it take to recreate one? Since it is already damaged, we might as well forge another. After all, I possess ample funds. So crafting 100 or more would be feasible. I have grasped all the crucial elements. In just 15 days, I can produce another one, Caesar asserted with unwavering confidence. Is it possible to manufacture several simultaneously, or delegate the task to others? Lafitte suggested. That is utterly impossible, first mate. Caesar declared with pride. The principle behind this rail gun is rather simple, devoid of complex structures. However, the essence lies in the engravings on it. Each rail possesses unique materials and characteristics. Only I, the genius Caesar clown, can ascertain the magnetic points on each rail through analysis, and connect them to form a magnetic loop via engravings. It is a complex mechanical endeavor, and I am the sole individual capable of such analysis in the entire world. Curse it. After all this, it turns out to be non-mass producible. Furthermore, Vegapunk could undoubtedly analyze it as well. Yet, Cavendish refrained from voicing such thoughts, knowing he still required this eccentric to serve him. Very well. Caesar, continue your research. Embracing the alluring Robin, Cavendish soared back to his flagship. He had anticipated acquiring a divine weapon capable of vanquishing all foes, only to discover it was a one-time use product with a cooling period of half a month. Would he still be able to bask in glory? Fortunately, the greatest threat, Blackbeard, had been sent to meet his maker, though the question lingered, was he truly dead? Noticing his discontent, Robin gently reassured him, do not be disheartened. Such a weapon should never exist in this world, and besides, Caesar can always create another. Sigh. I initially thought possessing a strategic weapon would allow me to sweep through the world, yet it has turned out to be merely a grand gesture. This is truly disheartening. Cavendish lamented. Let me share something to lift your spirits. Noticing his rare expression of gloom, Robin sought to console him. According to intelligence, the Navy is likely to employ a beauty trap to entice you, which is quite advantageous for you. Really? A beauty trap? Who could it be? Des Bones? Tina? Peach Rabbit? As soon as this topic arose, Cavendish's spirit revived. The prospect of a beauty trap was indeed enticing. Oh, dear Captain. May I inquire how you are so familiar with the beauties of the Navy? With each name escaping his lips, Robin's expression gradually darkened. She had merely intended to cheer him up, but was taken aback by his extensive knowledge of the Navy's alluring women. What was his true intention? Well, I certainly cannot disclose that I learned about them from a manga. I am unwell these days. Please do not seek me out, Robin huffed. turning away and leaving him with a graceful silhouette. Oh, the burden of the heart. Tomeo's Island. This is a relatively obscure island within the Great Route. Home to merely a few thousand inhabitants, devoid of notable specialties or attractions. It has become a professional transit station, situated precisely between the Water City and Chambord. Naturally, the island primarily accommodates pirates and slave traders. When the flag of the beautiful Justice pirate crew emerged above the horizon, the entire island erupted in excitement. For the fleet was astonishingly vast. Even the long-time residents, accustomed to hosting various pirates, were left in utter astonishment. The pirate ships, casting shadows over the island, crowded the harbor to the point of congestion. The crew members, vociferously cursing, expelled all other vessels still docked, leaving those displaced too incensed to express their outrage. Mayor Lambert cast a nervous glance at the woman beside him. Initially, he had consented to act as an informant, hoping to leverage the influence of the Navy and the 7 warlords, but it now appeared that the opposing force was rather formidable. Mayor, it would be prudent for you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Should the world government issue a bounty on your head, your children back home would undoubtedly suffer the consequences, cautioned Kong Ming, disguised as a slave trader, noticing the mayor's hesitation. Understood, my lord. Mayor Lambert pondered for a moment. At over 60 years of age, he felt he had enjoyed his share of life as pleasures. He could not, under any circumstances, jeopardize his family now. Hurry. Bring forth all the delectable food and drink from your island. And do you have any skilled laborers? If so, summon them all. We are not short on funds. Ross boisterously laughed, reveling in a display of authority he had seldom exhibited before. Were it not for the captain's recent decree to refrain from excessive looting, he would have undoubtedly plundered the small island instead of politely purchasing its offerings. Sir. Just then, a minion hurried over. Sir. We encountered an old man claiming to be the mayor, who has promised to present a stunning beauty to the captain. Oh, I must see this beauty for myself. Ross replied with a grin. Such a quaint place could hardly be home to any exquisite beauties. It is indeed a rarity to encounter one. I have journeyed through tumultuous seas alongside the captain and have seen my fair share of beautiful women. Good sir, I am Lambert, the mayor of this town. And this gentleman beside me is Mr. Nelson, who engages in the trade of human beings. Upon hearing of the illustrious Captain Cavendish, he has graciously offered to present the town's treasure to you, esteemed captain. Tina, clad in a white dress, adorned with shackles on her wrists and neck, appeared woefully delicate. Ross's eyes widened. Although she may not rival the first or second lady, she undoubtedly belonged in the same league as Miranda, particularly with her ample bosom, only slightly smaller than that of the first lady. Very well, I shall escort you to meet the captain at once. While the beauty was captivating, she was not his to claim. Knowing the captain's disposition, he dared not overstep. Mr. Nelson, the humble trader, bowed before the valiant Captain Cavendish. Yet, the captain seemed disinterested, his gaze fixated entirely upon the shackled beauty, with her pink hair and blue eyes, a waist that could be grasped in one hand, and a figure boasting an F-cup. Her tattered white dress could not conceal her striking presence. Tina, known as the Black Tamer, possessed the unique ability to conjure iron shackles upon physical contact with others. It was clear the Navy had chosen her not solely for her beauty but also for her formidable skills. Observing the captain's rapt attention on the enslaved beauty, Robin felt a pang of jealousy, yet she knew better than to undermine Cavendish's authority in front of outsiders. Mr. Nelson, what is your intention here? She inquired. I am a trader in human commodities, Nelson replied. Having heard of Captain Cavendish's fondness for beauty, I thought it fitting to present this town's gem as a tribute. Tina feigned a pitiful demeanor. Had her fellow naval cadets seen her in such a state, they would have been utterly astonished. Cavendish stroked his smooth chin, nodding as if to acknowledge the appropriateness of the gift. Recently graduated from the Naval Officer Training Academy, Tina was not widely known even within the Navy. Nelson never anticipated that Cavendish would recognize her, let alone be aware of her abilities. Robin, observing the captain's lecherous demeanor, felt disdain for the Navy's underhanded tactics. This will not do. We cannot allow Mr. Nelson to incur expenses on our behalf. We shall purchase the slave instead, she declared. Ah, this is merely a token of my goodwill, Nelson protested, taken aback by her unexpected integrity. We pirates are known for our honesty. Name your price. Understanding the captain was playing along, Robin maintained her composure. I assure you, I genuinely intend to gift this to you, Nelson stammered, realizing he had no actual documentation for the transaction. This is unacceptable. Typically, the price for human female slaves ranges from 500,000 to $1 million. Your slave appears quite remarkable, and at auction, she might fetch 7 to 8 million. However, considering her age and prior use, I shall offer you 500,000. Robin suggested with a smile. Tina nearly ground her teeth at the insinuations regarding her age and prior experiences. If not for her mission, she would have unleashed her fury upon Robin. Cold sweat trickled down Nelson's brow as he pondered how Robin seemed so well versed in the rules of the trade. A chest was unceremoniously tossed at his feet. Count the amount, Mr. Nelson, Robin instructed. No need. Captain Cavendish's reputation ensures that such a trivial sum poses no issue. Nelson replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and preparing to leave. With Tina delivered, his task was complete, and all that remained was to await the evening's events. Wait. Robin called out as he attempted to depart. Have you forgotten the protocol? We have made the payment, but what are the documents? The contract? The legal proof of ownership for this slave? Nelson inwardly groaned. Who truly prepared such things? Yet, he quickly improvised. I intended to gift this slave to you. So I left the documents on my ship. Please allow me to retrieve them and deliver them to you by tomorrow. He was determined to make the pirates regret their actions. Do not trouble Mr. Nelson further. Robin commanded, summoning a subordinate. You, accompany Mr. Nelson to his ship. Ensure you retrieve the proof and documents for this slave. Yes, madam, I will fulfill this task, the subordinate eagerly affirmed, bowing respectfully. Nelson felt trapped as he escorted the subordinate off the ship, but as a member of the world government, obtaining the necessary documentation would not be difficult. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that he had been outwitted. Viola, take the slave below for a bath and check for any ailments. Such unclean women must be thoroughly examined, Robin ordered with a cunning smile. Remembering something, she turned to Tina and asked, by the way, slave, what is your name? Tina seethed with indignation, cursing Nelson and his schemes. Having never faced such humiliation, she replied, Tina is angry. My name is Tina. Robin chuckled mischievously, a slave exhibiting anger? Clearly, you have not been properly trained. From now on, I shall call you Milker, given your ample bosom. Tina felt her rage boil over, nearly speechless. Does this slave require further training? Viola, fetch the whip. Robin exclaimed, recognizing the brewing storm within Tina. Milker, understood. She thought, vowing to remember Robin's transgressions. If she caught that woman later, she would unleash the wrath of a queen. Once all irrelevant parties had departed, Robin knelt beside Captain Cavendish. Captain, I hope you do not mind my interference. Not at all, he replied, his hand playfully caressing her voluptuous form. I was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. I must say, my dear, you are quite formidable when roused. Robin noticed that he was not angry, which eased her anxiety slightly. Leaning against him, she was aware that this flirtatious man would undoubtedly have a multitude of women around him, yet the sight of another woman approaching him always left her feeling uneasy. We had sold the drug-laced food and drinks to that pirate crew, and they were indulging themselves without noticing anything amiss. In the mayor's office of Timaeus Island, Drake, disguised as a gourmet supplier, reported his findings. Were those drugs truly as miraculous as claimed? Kongming shook his fan. The events that transpired aboard Cavendish's ship today had far exceeded his expectations, leading him to doubt himself. My medical expertise, renowned throughout the world, ensures that the remedies I concoct are flawless. Hawkbark, resembling a baboon, declared with irritation. One may question his character, but his medical skill was beyond reproach. This was Hawkbark's principle in life. Kongming wisely refrained from debating this point with him. Since this baboon insisted there were no issues, there surely were none. Even the world government's records ranked his medical prowess among the best. My subordinates, disguised as delivery workers and maintenance laborers, have infiltrated approximately several hundred individuals, all equipped with high explosives, set to detonate simultaneously at 9 o'clock tonight, reported the immortal bird Paziulu. The zombie legion had completely submerged beneath the harbor. Poised for an attack, Absalom chimed in. As the primary assault force, the zombies had concealed themselves beneath the ship, requiring no breath as mere zombies. That is splendid. Upon seeing that all departments were in position, Kongming regained his confidence. Once the drugs took effect tonight, combined with our internal and external coordination, we would undoubtedly crush the enemy. That troublesome fellow, Cavendish, would have to deal with the two Shichibukai. Kongming nodded towards Jean Bay and Moria, then addressed Bastille, Drake, Paziulu, Zwoakin, Absalom, Perona, and others, and the remaining officers will be in your capable hands. Lazily lying atop Cavendish, Robin languidly inquired, Captain, are we truly doing nothing? Those fellows are likely hiding somewhere on this island, secretly plotting against you. Ever since being by this man's side, she felt herself becoming increasingly lethargic. It must be his fault, she thought with certainty. What is there to contemplate? Those ruffians can only think of poisoning, arson, betrayal, and scuttling the ship. They have already handed me their greatest trump card. Let us see how I can outmaneuver them. Cavendish yawned. The schemes employed by the Pirate King and his crew were laughably rudimentary by my homeland standards. Even a casual observer of the romance of the Three Kingdoms could easily outsmart them. They dared display their prowess before Guan Yu, ignorant of their impending doom. Captain, I have thoroughly examined the food, Caesar announced, flying in with a laboratory report. While not a doctor, Caesar was quite adept at handling poisons, rivaling even the likes of Magellan. What kind of poison is it? The enemy had designed their plot meticulously, so it was unlikely they would have used a potent toxin. They must have employed a slow-acting poison, with the onset of symptoms coinciding with their ambush. It is a mixed toxin, harmless to life, but after 10 hours of ingestion, it causes complete body weakness and muscle paralysis. Initially, the afflicted might believe they are merely fatigued, but when the poison manifests, they will lose their combat capability. Albeit the effects will subside after a few hours, Caesar reported. So, if they intend to ambush us, it will likely be between 8 o'clock tonight and 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. After skimming the report and performing a rough mental calculation, Cavendish surmised the timing of Kongming's ambush. Is there an antidote? He inquired casually. This toxin is quite rare. Even if I were to concoct an antidote now, it would not be ready until tomorrow morning. That is utterly useless. By tomorrow morning, the battle will be over, and the poison will have resolved itself. What use is an antidote then? He turned to the nearby transponder snail and asked, Lafitte, what is the situation on your end? Captain, everything appears normal in the town. No abnormalities detected. However, 80 kilometers southeast, there is a vast shadow. Due to the distance, I cannot ascertain what lies within. 80 kilometers is quite a distance. That should be Moria's devil fruit ship, and perhaps even Or's, that war machine, resides within. Although size does not always equate to power. Larger vessels often hold advantages in various aspects. The most evident example was Aile's confrontation with the mole. Had Aile not possessed a neck thicker than an ordinary person's waist, he would have been severed in two. As young Ors fell in battle during the Marineford War, many lost faith in the giant race. Yet they failed to consider the caliber of his foes. It took the combined might of Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma to defeat him. And he had merely been rendered unconscious. He tapped his fingers, contemplating how to handle the impending crisis tonight. Jibe, Moria, Drake, Pazialu, Zwoakin, Perona, Absalom. And that fellow disguised as a slave trader earlier, along with Tina already aboard his ship. These were the enemies in plain sight. The hidden cards remained unknown. Cavendish held a modicum of confidence in his abilities. Facing Jinbei alone would likely yield an advantage, and as for Moria, he was a necromancer whose inclination to confront an assassin head-on would be the height of folly. He would assign Aile to deal with Drake, Kondo Mitsumitsu with Zwoakin, and Pazialu and Absalom could be dispatched with a few subordinates. As for Perona, the ghost princess's strength was undeniably formidable, had she not encountered the perfect counter in Usopp. The Straw Hats would have been annihilated. Glancing around, it seemed only the fool Caesar could be sent to confront her, yet Caesar appeared rather unreliable. What troubles you? Noticing the man's unease, Robin asked with concern. During the chaos tonight, I expect to encounter a woman wielding a crown and an umbrella. I'm contemplating how to handle her, Cavendish admitted, upon hearing that he was once again preoccupied with a woman. Even as Robin admonished herself not to be angry or jealous, she could not help but tease, another woman? You haven't dealt with the one on the ship yet. And you're already thinking of pursuing another? Unjust. My dear, I am genuinely pondering how to address her. Her abilities are quite troublesome. Seeing his sincerity, Robin inquired further, what? Is that young lady truly formidable? After explaining Perona's fruit abilities, even Robin found herself slightly overwhelmed. Moo, watch yourself clean inside. He instructed Tina as they approached an outdoor bathhouse. Here? Tina gazed at the open-air facilities, feeling a sense of discomfort. It was merely a wooden board with a showerhead hanging above, and nothing else, just emptiness. Of course, what did she expect? She was nothing more than a slave. Having access to a wash was already a privilege, and she couldn't afford to be picky. Hurry up and clean yourself, especially down below. Use plenty of disinfectant soap. We can't have you bringing any filthy diseases along, Veer ordered imperiously. The current Veer was no longer the pitiful little girl she used to be. She had become the chief mate of our captain, overseeing a multitude of subordinates. The once helpless Veer had transformed into Miss Veer, the formidable housekeeper. I shall endure. For the sake of the plan, Tina resolved to hold back for now. By nightfall, she would ensure that those who had wronged her would pay dearly. She intended to remove her clothing to bathe, considering that it was only Veer present, she could treat it as a bathhouse. To her dismay, Tina soon realized that she was unable to wash herself. In order to masquerade as a female slave, she was still shackled. Though the chains were mere props that she could easily remove if not for being under the enemy's watchful gaze. What on earth is wrong? This is such a hassle. If it weren't for the task entrusted to me by the madam, I wouldn't bother with this slave at all. Veer huffed. As her scheduled beauty appointment with Miranda was fast approaching. I can't undress, nor can I bathe. Tina raised her hands to indicate the shackles. Could you at least help me remove these? Ugh, what a bother. I don't have the key. Forget it. I'll call someone to help you wash. Veer replied, exasperated. Tina watched as two burly women were summoned by Veer, her heart sinking in despair. What kind of torment was she enduring? Ignoring the pitiful sight of Colonel Tina being treated like mere cargo, the two women stripped her of her clothes and turned the hose on her. Veer happily retreated to her quarters, laden with cosmetics, eager to glean insights from Miranda. Our unfortunate Colonel Tina, unable to reveal her true capabilities, was nearly stripped of her dignity, her silver teeth nearly chattering in frustration. Oh dear, if she can endure this, her ambitions must be considerable, Robin remarked, having observed the events through a surveillance device. Indeed, look at her waist, her bosom, and her complexion. She is clearly still a novice. The captain chimed in, drooling over the image of Tina. Warning, high energy alert ahead. No, dear wife, I was merely noting her flaws. Look, her bosom is sagging. And her waist is nowhere near as slender as yours, the captain retorted, feigning righteousness. Enough. I know your sly intentions well. You wouldn't pass up an opportunity for some fresh meat, Robin sighed, exasperated. Let's get to the point. Why do you think the Navy sent her here? This girl possesses the abilities of the cancan fruit. Though she is not yet well known, her strength is adequate, at least on par with Kondo's level. If she plays her cards right, even Rafe might find himself at a disadvantage against her. However, if she is meant to confront you, my dear husband, she may still fall short, Cavendish speculated. Unless Tina is willing to take a significant risk and launch a surprise attack during their training, it would be quite difficult to harm him. Why go to such lengths to send this woman here? Surely it can't be just to give you an advantage? Robin pondered, observing the image of Tina, soap suds covering her backside. Regardless of the sweet exterior, once the candy coating is gone, it's just a matter of dealing with the consequences. She is already on my turf, and bending her to my will is a trivial matter. The unscrupulous captain boasted once more. Tina, feeling humiliated, donned her clothes and dutifully followed the two women, her backside still smarting from their rough treatment. Veer had assigned her to the most primitive slave quarters, a mere 10 square meters, containing only a bed with nothing else. Leaning against the bed, she had no choice. Her rear was still sore, making sitting unbearable. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, finding no anomalies, and retrieved a miniature surveillance device from the shackles on her wrists. Moses, this is Kong Ming. How goes the mission? As soon as the connection was established, Kong Ming impatiently inquired. Get lost, Kong Ming. Tomorrow. I'll ensure you spend a few months and impelled down for this, Tina muttered angrily, feeling as though she had endured all the indignities possible in one day. After she finished her tirade, Kong Ming timidly asked, Colonel Tina, did that pirate take advantage of you? Go to hell. Is that what you want? For me to be violated? Then why are you so angry? Kong Ming replied, bemused. You weren't taken advantage of, so why the fierce reaction? Tina opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Her experiences that day had been far too humiliating to articulate. Colonel Tina, have you identified the target? Kong Ming pressed, not allowing her any time to dwell on her embarrassment. I've only identified the first target. I have not located the second and third, Tina stated, shifting her focus back to the mission. Do you have a chance to secure the first target? The absence of the second and third targets frustrated Kong Ming. According to intel, they were mere ordinary individuals, easily dealt with. Meanwhile, the first target was notorious, and Tina found herself in a perilous position. If she couldn't act decisively, the consequences could be dire. The first target is always in close proximity to the main objective, making it challenging to strike, Tina mused. Then lie low for now. Wait until we launch our attack tonight before making your move. It's best to locate the second and third targets as well. Understood, Tina acknowledged. After a moment of thought, she added, once the operation concludes tonight, remember to leave a few of them for me to handle. They shall learn that Tina is not to be trifled with. Paziulu, bearing his iron chains, lay in ambush amidst the grass by the shore. Poised as the vanguard of the first wave of attack, ready to surge onto the ship the moment his men ignited the gunpowder. Despite the notorious reputation of Cavendish instilling fear in most pirates, there were always a few formidable and self-assured individuals who looked down upon him. Today, the 3 pirate captains present belonged to this category. Paziulu, the immortal phoenix, had engaged in 47 battles over 3 years at sea, never tasting defeat. In one of his most perilous moments, he endured 15 stab wounds yet remained standing, ultimately vanquishing his foe through sheer willpower, thus earning his remarkable moniker. With a bounty now reaching 100 million berries, he was undeniably a significant pirate in any location. However, at his level, enhancing his notoriety proved challenging. Thus, upon hearing the news disseminated by the Navy, he promptly gathered his crew to participate. Casting a glance at his crew, Paziulu declared, Today's battle shall be the most arduous our pirate crew has ever faced. Yet, remember, victory shall be ours. Once the conflict concludes, I shall treat you all to 3 splendid days at the finest brothel in Sabaody. Our captain is the best. Well done, Captain. That one do, Captain. After this, I must return home to prepare for my wedding. The longtime first mate, Bigaro, said with a troubled expression. His childhood sweetheart had been urging him for some time now. After this battle, the captain would undoubtedly rise to the position of Warlord of the Sea, allowing him to return home and marry. Ah, first mate, you're getting married? We must celebrate with you. The crew members chimed in, extending their congratulations. Suddenly, Kong Ming sneezed thrice, drenching Zhua Jin, who stood opposite him, from head to toe. My apologies. He quickly reached for his sleeve to wipe Zhua Jin's face, but hesitated and instead retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Zhua Jin, feeling vexed, accepted the handkerchief. Reflecting on his formidable reputation as a demon sword and recalling how, in the past, he would have reacted with violence. However, with the imminent battle, he chose to maintain his composure over such trivial matters. Kong Ming gazed perplexedly at the distant sky. Although night had fallen, he discerned a hint of crimson ahead, a portent of doom. Did the heavens themselves know that this pirate was destined for calamity today? The flagship, the Supreme Emperor, lay anchored far in the depths of the sea. Such a grand vessel could only dock in ports of substantial cities like Water 7. Serving under Captain Cavendish was a stroke of fortune for the pirates, as they could attain everything other pirates yearned for with minimal effort. Yet, they were also unfortunate, for they had a shameless captain who perpetually schemed to sell them out. On numerous pirate ships, feasts of varying scales transpired, with each pirate indulging in a life of opulence. Meanwhile, the hidden spies aboard watched as the crew consumed food and drink laced with drugs, reveling in their glee. I'm so tired. At last, one pirate succumbed to the drug's effects, merely feeling fatigued as if he hadn't slept for days, his body aching all over. Haha. Tired? You must have overexerted yourself with that lady today, and now your legs are weak. A companion jested, playfully slapping his shoulder. Ah, the pirate, already drained of strength, fell to the ground from the sudden impact. Hey, don't play dead. I didn't tee at you hard. Don't take it out on me. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, his companion was puzzled and bent down to assist him. Yet, as he did so, he felt a wave of weakness. His legs gave way, and he collapsed. The reveling pirates, once engaged in merriment, fell like dominoes. At this point, even the dimmest among them sensed something awry. Unfortunately, it was too late. The traitors lurking in the crowd immediately ignited the gunpowder, and brilliant fireworks illuminated the skies over Timaeus Island. Charge, everyone. Pazula swung his chains and swiftly climbed aboard a nearby pirate vessel. The pirates, previously lying in wait, surged forth, eager to leap onto the ship. Zombie Legion, arise, commanded Absalom, and the zombies that had been lurking beneath the water climbed up the ship's anchor. A few remaining crew members sounded the alarm. But the majority of the pirates had succumbed to hawkback drugs and were too incapacitated to fight back, allowing the zombies to swiftly seize the deck. The surrounding pirate crews disintegrated almost instantly, with many still lying on the ground transformed into corpses. In a battle for survival, mercy was a luxury no one could afford. Hee, what a so-called fierce and powerful new pirate. It seems they are not so formidable after all. Moria, accompanied by Perona, boarded a pirate ship at the port. Flames erupted from dozens of pirate vessels, and several warships ignited as well, the night filled with explosions, clashes, and cries of despair. Ho, it appears we need not intervene. They are nearing their end. Perona laughed, floating in midair as a few ghosts accompanied her in silent mirth. Ignoring the chaos around them, Moria, alongside Perona, traversed the plank connecting the pirate ships towards the flagship anchored in the depths. Jinbei had already swum ahead, for only he and Jinbei possessed the qualifications to confront that new pirate. Along the way, a few reckless pirates charged at him, but under Perona's negative ghost attack, they all knelt on the deck in repentance, only to have their heads severed by the zombies nearby. Hawback, standing at the bow, commanded the zombies to transport the slain pirates' corpses below deck, for they would serve as future soldiers. Bastille, wielding the Serpent Slayer, charged forth, cleaving every pirate in his path asunder. For this day, he had forsaken the honor of the Navy and even his own dignity, believing that if he could eliminate that accursed pirate, it would all be worth it. Drake, armed and positioned at the bow of the ship, noted the overwhelming number of pirate ships arriving under Cavendish's command, making it impossible for them all to dock at the port. Thus, they were scattered around the vicinity. The situation progressed smoothly, so much so that he found himself questioning if that pirate truly possessed such limited capability, given how the world government had suffered in silence at his hands. As a recently defected Rear Admiral of the Navy, he was acutely aware of the Navy's formidable power. Yet, this terrifying might had repeatedly suffered severe blows at the hands of a mere pirate. Although the joint force led by two warlords was undoubtedly powerful, it could never rival the Navy's strength. Just as he crossed a mast, a sudden gust of wind whooshed beneath his feet, with vigilance ingrained in him. Drake swiftly brandished his four-bladed axe, striking out. The impact sent him hurtling backward, shattering several masts and embedding him into the deck. He scoffed, having expected more from what he believed to be the captain's specially assigned crew member, only to discover it was nothing more than a Fade. Eli emerged from the cabin, wielding a specialized iron pillar, following the captain's orders. It had been hiding inside and seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack as Drake passed overhead, successfully landing a strike. It was undeniable that after following Cavendish, these companions had learned to adopt underhanded tactics. Even the typically honest Minotaur had taken to ambushes, as Eli prepared to leave. The sound of cracking would echoed from the deck, followed by the emergence of a Tyrannosaurus Rex from below. Drake shook his head, realizing that had he not sensed something amiss and activated his Fruit S powers, he might have been crushed by the Minotaur's blow, such was its terrifying strength. Is Eli part of the Cavendish pirate crew's battle pets? Drake inquired, his mouth agape. Fool, I am not a mere battle pet. I am the captain of the combat division, Eli retorted, having shed the identity of a battle pet through numerous displays of valor in battle, although that label remained an indelible stain in its heart. Drake's words were a direct provocation, igniting Eli's fury. In an instant, Eli transformed, and two towering beasts, each about 10 meters tall, engaged in a real-life rendition of Pacific Rim. Their path was one of destruction, walls crumbled, and chaos reigned. The members of the Cavendish pirate crew were well acquainted with Eli's combat style. Upon witnessing its transformation, they hurriedly sought to distance themselves, wishing for extra legs to escape swiftly. Conversely, the so-called anti-Cavendish alliance lacked such awareness. Many were unwittingly swept into the fray, transforming from ordinary individuals into mere remnants, as those two giants possessed formidable strength. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was renowned as history's most ferocious predator, with its short forelimbs, it could only attack with its jaws and tail. Whereas Eli wielded a massive iron pillar weighing 3,000 pounds, utterly dominating the unarmed Drake. This illustrates the distinction between players of ample means and those of modest means. Even though Jinbei possesses extensive combat experience and skill, facing an opponent clad in formidable gear while unarmed can be quite overwhelming. Since Jinbei has arrived, why remain concealed? Cavendish, Sensing the presence of someone lurking beneath the water with his observation hockey, promptly spoke up. Robin wisely retreated to the side. Such a level of combat was beyond her current capabilities. A colossal whale shark fishman leapt from the depths, landing firmly on the warship. His robust aquamarine physique exhibiting fluid contours. One cannot deny that, despite both being fishmen, Jinbei's appearance is markedly superior to that of Arlong. Did you already know I was coming? Jinbei, surprised by the revelation of his whereabouts, pondered. Given the opponent's mastery of haki, it is hardly surprising that he could sense an ambush lurking below the surface. After all, he is a master of stealth attacks. However, discerning the identity of the ambusher is quite another matter, indicating that information has been leaked. With such a porous information network, do you really think you can catch me off guard? It is utterly laughable. Cavendish chuckled as he drew Durandal, standing poised with his sword. I have long known that those humans are unreliable. Jinbei spread his large, fan-like hand, droplets of water forming instantly. 5-element water strike. Though the ambush had failed, Jinbei remained confident in his abilities. 5 droplets of water shot toward Robin like arrows. While this technique would be ineffective against that pirate, it could certainly compel the demon child to intervene. The esteemed Sea Knight Jinbei, it turns out, is also adept at ambush tactics. Cavendish, who typically calculated the moves of others, nearly choked on his own frustration. Director, this script is incorrect. To contend with despicable individuals, if I do not surpass your treachery, how could I ever hope to triumph? As Cavendish raised his sword to intercept the water strike, Jinbei gathered his strength. Ultimate technique, water sphere. A massive water sphere, the size of a human head, materialized between Jinbei's colossal hands, a signature move capable of penetrating mountains. His target, however, remained hidden aside. Nico Robin. Damn it. You have ignited my wrath, you desiccated fish. Initially, Cavendish harbored a modicum of goodwill towards Jinbei, but as their allegiances diverged, admiration transformed into profound resentment. As a comrade, Jinbei is undoubtedly competent, yet as an adversary, he is exceedingly loathsome. The captain swiftly positioned himself in front of Robin, shielding her from the impending water sphere. The kinetic energy of this water sphere was immense, accompanied by a whistling sound as it hurtled forward. With a stroke of luck, it might be possible to block it. However, in such a frantic moment, attempting to counter this lethal strike would undoubtedly come at a cost. After launching his attack, Jinbei did not hesitate for a moment. He extended his hand and swiftly drew a stream of water from the ocean, propelling himself forward in pursuit of the water sphere. Water-hard, ocean current dragon strike. The colossal fishman, enveloped in a swirling vortex of water, followed closely behind the sphere. Even if Cavendish could cleave through the water sphere, Jinbei would easily strike him from behind. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea and the captain of the Sun Pirates, Jinbei's 30 years of combat experience was not to be underestimated. Real battles were not like those depicted in comics, where opponents exchanged blows in a leisurely manner. When one struck, it was with the intent to obliterate the opponent in an instant. Unless Cavendish was willing to forsake Robin's life, he would have to endure the full brunt of this relentless assault. It seems our ally has engaged in battle. Moonlight Moria observed the immense light emanating from a distance, clearly the result of a clash between 2 formidable foes. If Captain Moria could retreat at this moment, there might still be a chance for cooperation between them. Lafitte, brandishing his sword staff, stood resolutely in front of him. It appears I have been underestimated. Cavendish is absent. And you think you can challenge the great Moonlight Moria? Moria shook his large head, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. I am certainly not your match, Lord Moria, but since the captain has instructed me to hold off the enemy here, anyone wishing to pass must do so over my dead body. Lafitte retorted with unwavering resolve. Though Moria was a necromancer of considerable power, Lafitte recognized that challenging him would be akin to throwing an egg at a rock. Yet, given Cavendish's orders, he was determined to fulfill his task. Furthermore, after experiencing Akiji's trials, Lafitte was not entirely defenseless against Moria, at the very least. He could delay him for a moment. With a vice-captain like you, Cavendish is truly fortunate. Why not follow me instead? Moria jested. Suddenly, as he spoke, his shadow transformed into a sharp spear aimed at Lafitte. The massive shadow spear pierced through the air, elongating to hundreds of meters under the influence of darkness, striking a warship behind them with devastating force. Lafitte soared through the air, resolutely declaring, Lord Moria, if our pirate crew were to be ambushed, I fear the captain would be furious. Indeed, your crew has built its reputation on ambushes. If you were to be ambushed, that pirate would surely be. Scatterbats. Moria's massive form suddenly morphed into a swarm of bats, diving towards Lafitte, who remained suspended in the air. Ho, you lowly wretch. Who gave you the audacity to stand before the great Perona? Perona glared at the man blocking her path, feeling insulted by his presence. The bounty of 25 million on the big-toothed Pahami might grant him a modicum of respect in other pirate crews, but Perona, privy to the truth, knew he was the weakest member of Cavendish's crew, barely holding his position due to seniority. Pahami trembled before the floating ghost princess, bewildered as to why the captain assigned him such a task. He understood his own limitations. Bullying ordinary folks was manageable, but facing even a couple of desperate individuals was daunting, especially when the girl before him could fly. Forget it. I'll deal with you first and then seek out the captain, Perona dismissively waved her hand. Against such a weakling, all she required was a single negative ghost. Negative, negative, she chanted, summoning a negative ghost that emerged from Pahami's chest. As he knelt, muttering to himself about his worthlessness and lack of ability. Perona cast a scornful glance at him, ready to depart. Wait, am I not exactly that type of person? So what if I flatter others? It's an art in itself. Before she could turn away, she noticed Pahami rising from the ground. The big-toothed man dusted himself off, grinning proudly. What if I lack skill? What if I can't fight? What if I only flatter? I still live better than most. And as long as I cling to the captain's leg, that's all that matters. How can someone be so shameless? Perona exclaimed in disbelief. In the world of One Piece, appearances held significant weight. Even the most incompetent individuals would not openly admit to their shortcomings. Pahami, however, was a rare breed who had cast aside all semblance of shame due to the influence of their captain. Perona nearly spat blood in frustration, unleashing two negative ghosts that pierced through Pahami without him even kneeling this time. He merely wobbled slightly before regaining his composure. Having grasped the profound truth, a person without shame is invincible, Zukin licked a crescent-shaped blade in his hand. His menacing appearance matched by his penchant for tasting the blood of his victims, earning him the title of the Demon Blade. Chiura and Kahori stood united before him. Having joined Cavendish's crew long ago, their strength having grown considerably since then. With a bounty of 81 million for the skin peeler Chiura and 62 million for the dual-wielding Kahori, they did not consider themselves on par with Zukin. Ho ho ho. Even though you are a pirate with a bounty of 120 million, you are still no match for us. Having witnessed numerous grand spectacles alongside their captain, they were undeterred by Zukin's higher bounty, as they were now high-ranking officers themselves, serving as the second and fourth squad leaders of their crew. Arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm between you, these worthless pirates, and myself. As a lone pirate, Zukin's strength far surpassed that of many others. The crescent blade sliced through the air, and Kahori raised his dual blades to block it. With a single strike, Kahori's dual blades were sent flying. While Chiura had only just thrown his grappling hook, Zukin did not even glance back. With a swift motion, he caught the grappling hook with one hand, pulling Chiura forward several meters. Wow, this guy is something else. Kahori, initially returning with his weapon to continue the assault, realized that they might not be able to handle Zukin together. With a flourish, I, the illustrious Caesar, declare myself the foremost scientist in the realm. While others are mere dross. Caesar exultantly poured the concocted solvent into a specially designed shell, humming a tune as he did so. My lord Caesar, could you expedite matters? It appears that a skirmish has already erupted over by the captain. T-Beard remarked anxiously, gazing at the flames leaping into the sky in the distance. Since being rescued by Cavendish during their last encounter, he had eagerly volunteered to serve the captain, thus finding himself assisting Caesar, who often required a sturdy hand to manage heavy materials for his experiments. Why the rush? We have only just begun. One must learn to remain calm, do you understand? Caesar leisurely mixed various vials, exuding an air of unperturbed confidence. It was preposterous to think that a man capable of outsmarting the world government would falter now. He recalled Cavendish's initial suggestion, recognizing it as a true display of audacity, though sadly it had been dismissed by the captain's wife. Had the captain followed his instincts, the battle would likely be concluded by now. Caesar shook his head, musing on the troublesome nature of women. How could she dismiss such a brilliant idea from a genius like the captain? At last, when the sparkling white crystals were properly prepared, Caesar broke into a triumphant grin. Behold, I, Caesar, am truly remarkable, he proclaimed. Big fellow, stuff all of this into the cannon. He gestured toward a chaotic assortment of items. T-Beard, panting, began to stuff the unknown objects into a massive cannon, one as thick as his waist, typically reserved for coastal defense. Now, align the cannon's muzzle towards the fleet and fire, Caesar commanded, pointing at the battlefield ablaze with conflict in the distance. T-Beard nearly dropped the torch he was holding, stammering, My lord Caesar, this is a coastal defense cannon. Firing it could result in fatalities. Although the contents were not traditional ammunition, the sheer force of the cannon would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Even if those struck are merely contributing to science, spare me your words. And fire. Caesar was indifferent to the potential for collateral damage, believing that as long as the captain's women remained unharmed, the loss of others would go unnoticed. Under Caesar's fierce gaze, T-Beard hastily lit the cannon, having merely intended to offer a friendly reminder. After all, he was not intimately acquainted with the unfortunate souls outside. As a ninja, one must acknowledge the prowess of an opponent. Allow me to demonstrate my extraordinary skills. Ryoma, wielding the famed sword Akiyuki, addressed Kondo Mikage before him. Kondo was deeply frustrated. The captain had tasked him with retrieving Perona's true form from behind enemy lines, yet before he could disembark, he encountered this zombie swordsman. As a defector from Wano, Kondo recognized Ryoma, the dragon slayer, whose grave robbery had stirred a national uproar. Reluctant to engage in battle, Kondo realized that despite Ryoma's undead state, his combat experience remained intact. After several failed attempts to escape, Kondo surmised that he had no choice but to confront this formidable zombie swordsman head-on. Ninja kill. 3 shadow shurikens. Kondo summoned 3 illusions, launching them from 3 separate angles towards Ryoma, while simultaneously unleashing 6 shurikens in varied directions. Nose-piercing 3 songs. Blade tail slash. Ryoma surged forward, encountering one of the shadows and slicing through it with a swift stroke. In a puff of smoke, the illusion was cleaved in two. The remaining two shadows were already closing in, one poised to stab Ryoma with a dagger. Kondo leapt backward, narrowly evading the strike. Yet, the dagger of the other shadow found its mark, embedding itself into Ryoma. However, for one of his undead ilk, such a minor injury was inconsequential. Kondo, panting from a distance, reflected on how his instincts had saved him, unlike battling a living foe. There was no expectation of defense against a creature that did not succumb to death. Zombies lacked the vulnerabilities of the living, and unless dismembered, conventional attacks were futile. Even a wound to the heart merely causing superficial damage. Jinbei stared wide-eyed at the man before him, even against the formidable Whitebeard. His combination of skills would leave his opponent flustered. He could not fathom that Cavendish possessed such prowess. Cavendish pushed Robin aside, raising his left arm. Electromagnetic cannon. Activate. Originally, this was a trump card he intended to keep for the final showdown with the general, but now he was compelled by Jinbei to deploy it prematurely. On his right arm, he had installed a set of magnetic rings that could generate a magnetic force akin to an electromagnetic railgun. However, this was a piece of individual equipment, thus its power was significantly inferior to that of Caesar's creation. Nevertheless, this apparatus was far superior to the disposable types, as it could be utilized multiple times in succession, though it could only be activated 3 times continuously before requiring a halt. Otherwise, the excessive magnetic force could not only render the equipment inoperative but also disrupt his own biological magnetic field, leading to dire consequences. The metallic sphere pierced through the water sphere with tremendous kinetic energy, even triggering spatial tremors that unleashed a blinding flash of light. The elegant lady swiftly retreated into the depths of the pirate crew, cognizant that her presence would only complicate matters for Cavendish. Who would have anticipated that the chivalrous Jinbei could resort to such a stealthy ambush? The metallic sphere shattered Jinbei's martial arts, akin to a glowing iron ball plunging into ice, instantly vaporizing the water sphere. The sphere, undeterred, continued its trajectory towards Jinbei. Drake found himself in an exceedingly vexing predicament. Since setting sail, he had never experienced such a frustrating battle. The Tyrannosaurus fruit, an ancient type of devil fruit, provided immense physical enhancement. And with his towering stature and formidable lethality, he had never faltered even against the giants. Yet today, he encountered a more reckless adversary. In terms of physical prowess, no matter how diligently Drake trained, as a human, he was inherently at a disadvantage compared to Ale, the Minotaur. While his Tyrannosaurus fruit was indeed rare, Ale's Minotaur fruit also belonged to the Zoan type, and thus was not inferior. Most crucially, he lacked equipment. The Tyrannosaurus's forelimbs were almost ornamental, even if armed. He could not wield them effectively, relying instead on his tail or jaws to attack. However, in comparison to Ale's physical attributes, even a sweep from his tail would merely cause a minor disruption. Consequently, to inflict decisive harm upon Ale, he needed to land a bite. The biting force of a Tyrannosaurus is 20,000 newtons, combined with its long fangs. A targeted bite could spell doom for even the most resilient of foes. Unfortunately, since joining their captain, Ale had mastered the art of deceit and manipulation, wielding a massive iron pillar with ferocity. At the slightest hint of Drake attempting to bite, Ale would swing the pillar with unrelenting force. No matter how formidable Drake's bite, confronting a nearly 1-meter diameter solid alloy pillar rendered his efforts futile. Had he not been vigilant, he might have shattered his teeth. Thus, despite Drake's superior fighting skills, he was steadily pushed back by Ale's relentless and chaotic assault, his frustration palpable. He deftly evaded Ale's triple sweep, knowing that a few thousand pounds of iron would be unbearable even for a Tyrannosaurus. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he misstepped, inadvertently stepping into a large hole he had created earlier, losing his balance and crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Ale, sensing an opportunity, hoisted the colossal iron pillar and aimed it at Drake's head. It was a dire moment. As the massive pillar descended, Drake felt time slow to a crawl. With a thunderous boom, which splinters flew across the ship, and Ale's towering form was propelled away by an unknown cannonball. It was the cannoner. Their skill was remarkable. Grateful, Drake gazed in the direction of the cannon's fire, relieved that someone had come to his aid. However, upon regaining his composure, he realized that it appeared to be deep within Cavendish's pirate crew. Had his comrades already infiltrated their ranks? T-Beard, holding a torch that had fallen to the ground, turned stiffly to Caesar and stammered, "CC Caesar-sama, was that Aeldano who just got blasted away by the cannon?" Following Caesar's instructions, he had been indiscriminately firing at the battlefield. Initially, he had aimed for empty spaces, but as he grew more comfortable, he began shooting with reckless abandon. Emboldened by the belief that with Caesar's formidable presence, he was shielded from misfortune. Unfortunately, the first shot had caused such a catastrophic incident. Had it struck an enemy, it would have surely obliterated them, but given the distance, he had been unaware. Yet Ale was different. His towering form could be seen even from a kilometer away. Just moments ago, T-Beard had witnessed Ale raise his iron pillar to deliver a devastating blow to the Tyrannosaurus, only to be blasted away by a cannonball. And now his whereabouts were unknown. Did we fire a cannon? T-Beard pondered, his mind racing. True to his scientific nature, Caesar was already preparing to shift the blame. Of course, we didn't T-fire a cannon. Upon hearing Caesar's reminder, T-Beard realized the chaos of battle made it impossible to discern the source of the cannon fire. Indeed, my esteemed Caesar-sama, how could we possibly harm our own? Ale must have been struck by an enemy cannon. With a flourish, Caesar declared, "Let us take a moment to pray for him." With that, Caesar's work was done, and with nothing but leisure ahead. He eagerly turned his attention to the unfolding chaos of battle. As he put it himself, "I am a scientist, not a brawler. Fighting is certainly not my forte." Absalom was commanding his army of zombies to assault several individuals who appeared to be enemy officers. Initially, the zombie legion was unstoppable, however. Once they breached the first line of defense, a fresh contingent surged forth from within the pirate crew, staunching the tide of their retreat. Our esteemed captain, well aware of the poison plot, had long prepared a countermeasure. Rather than making a grand announcement about the poison, he instructed his crew to allocate the food originally stored in the ship's hold to the former members of the pirate crew, while distributing the fresh provisions procured on the island to the newly recruited pirates, thereby ensuring the combat effectiveness of the crew without alarming anyone. After all, the newly allied pirates generally lacked formidable combat prowess and were significantly less loyal. Thus, employing them as bait to lure the enemy was a strategy of utmost advantage. Originally, Cavendish envisioned filling the outer pirate ships with Caesar's newly developed explosives, so that when the enemy invaded, detonating the explosives would swiftly send them to their demise. However, this proposal was dismissed by Robin. According to her, he had already become a prominent figure. If he resorted to such a method of inflicting harm that would also damage his own forces, it would be challenging to recruit loyal subordinates in the future. After all, while one might tolerate such actions once or twice, acquiring a reputation for betraying one's own would make it exceedingly difficult to enlist capable allies thereafter. Thus, the disheartened captain was compelled to abandon this seemingly foolproof plan, much to Caesar's disappointment, while Lafitte expressed relief, glad that someone could temper the captain's impulses. Nulik and the others were visibly shaken as the relentless tide of zombies advanced. These creatures feared not death, for they were already deceased, and their sheer numbers included several powerful individuals. As they struggled to withstand the onslaught, a brilliant explosion erupted overhead, showering down a cascade of snowflakes. Hehehe, indeed. You are worthy of your association with that pirate. I had underestimated you. Moria chuckled, observing Lafitte soaring through the air. Despite successfully evading several of Moria's surprise attacks, he finally began to regard his adversary with the seriousness it warranted. Breathless in the air, Lafitte recollected the captain's prior admonitions and found it peculiar how he had known of Moria's attack methods and abilities, which were typically closely guarded secrets. Pushing aside his confusion, Lafitte aimed his pistol at Moria. Hehehe, do you truly believe a mere firearm can harm me? Moria felt a twinge of condescension. In the world of pirates, firearms do possess destructive capabilities, particularly when considering figures like Kaido and Whitebeard, who rely solely on pure physical strength. Yet, even formidable adversaries such as Kizaru or Mihawk would not dare to confront cannon fire head-on. Although firearms could theoretically inflict damage, historically, no skilled warrior had fallen to gunfire, save for the unfortunate Fisher Tiger. This is no ordinary firearm, Lord Moria, Lafitte proclaimed with a grin, his lips painted with vivid lipstick. As a sword-wielding combatant, he had to forego close combat given Moria's ability to ensnare shadows. The weapon he wielded was a technologically advanced version crafted by Caesar, capable of slaying giants with a single shot and firing at 4 times the rate of a standard pistol, albeit it was a limited edition, handcrafted and not mass-producible. Initially, the captain had envisioned a revolution in weaponry to conquer the world, imagining each crew member armed with Gatling guns and rocket launchers. In such a scenario, even the likes of Garp and Sengoku would be brought to their knees. However, after discussions with Caesar, he learned that, influenced by the world's loss, many advanced technologies could not be mass-produced. For instance, the world government's ongoing research into pacifistas, robots with the strength of a rear admiral, illustrates that. Had the Navy been able to produce tens of thousands, the world would have been obliterated long ago. Yet, while the outer components could be fabricated by others, the core elements must be crafted personally by Vegapunk. Otherwise, the results would amount to mere scrap. Similarly, while Caesar could design formidable weapons like the Gatling gun, the essential components had to be produced by him for the weapons to function correctly. Thus, even if Caesar worked tirelessly, how many could he feasibly create in a day? The dream of modernizing firearms had to be relinquished. Nonetheless, Caesar could still manage to modify a few for the protection of select women and senior officers. With a swift bio, expertly crafted streamlined bullets sliced through the air towards Moria's colossal form. Pizarro wielded his chains, resembling a silver dragon, crossing them to assault Batteray. The snow wolf danced amidst the chains with unparalleled speed, narrowly evading their grasp. You dog, face me like a man, Pizarro bellowed, his fury igniting as the chains left behind afterimages. Batteray, regretting his decision to engage, wondered why Pizarro had chosen to confront him directly rather than stealthily attacking from the shadows, especially when the foe resembled a deceased ally who had gone berserk. Pizarro, consumed by rage, had fought alongside Bigaro for over a decade, forging a deep bond. Had it not been for Bigaro's plans to return home and marry, he would not have been caught off guard by Batteray's ambush. Recollecting the memories shared with Bigaro, Pizarro felt himself melting with grief. He vowed to avenge his beloved first mate at any cost. In his eyes, the only entity that mattered was the accursed wolf. Break. Bay hurled a water vortex, evading a lethal metallic sphere just in time. As the vapor exploded into the air, the massive water whirlpool opened a gaping void, the air within consumed by flames. As if a water dragon had been struck through its maw. Huff, huff. The immense whale shark, gasping for breath, instilled a sense of trepidation within the heart of the man, though he remained uncertain of its nature. Its formidable power even evoked memories of Whitebeard's fist. It is ill-advised to be distracted in the midst of a battle. Fat fish. Cavendish had already reached Jinbe's side, thrusting his Durandal towards the round belly of his opponent. 8,000 Vazen fists. Jinbe realized it was too late to evade, hastily altering his technique to strike down at Cavendish's head. Damn it. The captain had no choice but to change his approach, retreating midair. He harbored no intention of trading blows with Jinbe. Jinbe, tightening his muscles, staunched the wound. And although his desperate gambit had momentarily caused his opponent to hesitate, Cavendish's sword tip was already dangerously close to his skin. Were it not for Jinbe's body, hardened through rigorous training, the sword's aura would have pierced him through completely. Fat fish, you're already injured. Shouldn't you consider retreating? Cavendish inquired with a tone of concern. Given that the earlier desperate counterattack had failed to eliminate Jinbe, the prospect of defeating him now, with his guard up, seemed even more daunting. After all, a renowned warlord of the sea was not easily vanquished. If Crocodile hadn't been so thoroughly outmaneuvered, he would not have been so easily dispatched. A horde of uniquely shaped zombies surrounded several pirates. While each individual zombie lacked the strength of the pirates, their peculiar resilience to death and injury made them well-suited for protracted battles, especially given their overwhelming numbers. Damn it, am I to perish here today? Ross swung his hefty axe, decapitating one of the zombies. Unfortunately, this proved futile. The zombie groped for its severed head, reattaching it with a sickening crack before wielding its blade once more. Although its head was askew, rendering its advance absurdly comical, the encircled pirates had little inclination to mock the creatures. The humans surrounded by zombies were unlikely to find humor in their grim situation. Captain Ross, should we not withdraw? One of the trembling subordinates suggested. Withdraw. Ross wished to escape, but the thought of the captain's methods for dealing with those who fled during battle sent a shiver down his spine. We'll fight to the last. Surely reinforcements will arrive soon. Anyone who dares to flee can contemplate the captain's punishment. The initial fear among the crew transformed into cold dread as they recalled the captain's notorious punishments, reminiscent of the most gruesome tortures of history. Let us fight. One subordinate, driven mad by desperation, charged into the throng of zombies with his blade, preferring to meet a swift end rather than be subjected to the captain's wrath. The last unfortunate soul who had been captured as an example had suffered for 7 days before finally succumbing. And even the most hardened pirates could feel their scalps prickle at the thought. Against all odds, the reckless retaliation of Ross and his crew managed to momentarily repel the zombie onslaught, yet he understood this was merely a fleeting reprieve. Captain, we've done our utmost. Where's the support? Ross muttered to himself. As one of the earliest followers of Cavendish, Ross's strength and potential were woefully inadequate, relegating him to the lowest rank. Thankfully, in the interest of establishing a precedent, his benefits remained satisfactory, though he lacked access to core secrets, such as the impending ambush that even Puffami was privy to. Suddenly, a flurry of white objects descended from the sky, drenching everyone in a viscous substance. What is this? Confusion rippled through the crowd as the oily liquid, upon contact, became sticky and began to seep into their bodies at a visible rate. What is this? How revolting. Water. I feel so thirsty. Those doused in the liquid felt dizzy and trembled, leading both sides to momentarily cease hostilities, while the humans merely experienced thirst and lightheadedness. The zombies appeared to lose their very essence, shadows escaping their forms as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What in the world is happening? Moria, who had been pressing down on Lafitte, asked in astonishment. Having relied on the supremacy of his zombie army, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, where his minions had been dispatched with such ease. Unlike other zombies, Moria's creations were nearly immortal as long as their shadows remained intact. Even if they lost limbs, they could simply be reassembled by Hogback. However, if the shadows fled, they became mere corpses, devoid of any resilience. Moria had always kept the secret of zombies' vulnerability to salt tightly guarded, in this time. He had coated each zombie with a protective layer to ensure they could withstand any challenge. Now, however, they had all lost their fighting spirit due to an inexplicable rain, leaving him in a state of alarm. Bayou was the only response he received, as Lafitte fired another shot without any intention of providing an explanation. Anticipating Moria's involvement in the assault, Cavendish had instructed Caesar to concoct a solvent that could dissolve upon contact with the body, and true to his reputation for innovation, Caesar had swiftly developed the salt-based solution that infiltrated the body upon contact. This particular solvent may only cause mild symptoms such as dry mouth, dizziness, and trembling in humans. But for zombies, it could spell certain doom. The devastating power of a single shot rendered Moria's formidable army of zombies utterly incapacitated. The Shadow Sorcerer, despite being profoundly astonished, managed to evade the bullet through the instinctive reflexes of a seasoned warrior. Damn it, I am truly enraged. Let me show you the terrifying might of Lord Moria. With his zombie legion decimated, Moria was engulfed in fury, disregarding all else as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. It appears I have arrived just in time. Moonlight Moria. I cannot comprehend the immense cost the Navy has paid, allowing a coward like you to willingly march toward death. Just as Moria was about to unleash his power, a languid voice echoed from the distance. Cavendish? Where's Jinbei? Upon seeing Cavendish approaching, Moria was taken aback. He was well aware of Jinbei's strength, and even if he wouldn't admit it, he was unsure of his chances in a one-on-one confrontation with that formidable fishman. The corpulent fishman had fled. How unfortunate. Cavendish twirled his Durandal with flair. Jinbei had initially hoped to engage Cavendish in a fair duel, for although he bore minor injuries, they were negligible compared to the robust physique of the whale shark fishman. However, before they could exchange blows, the fishman had no choice but to leap into the sea and escape. Who would have expected that the great swordsman Cavendish would resort to poison on his blade? Faced with Jinbei's hasty retreat into the ocean, Cavendish could only spit in frustration. Had that dead fish dared to linger a moment longer, the neurotoxin would have taken effect, and he could have claimed a double kill among the 7 warlords. Capturing a fishman fleeing into the sea was nearly an impossible task, especially one with the powers of a devil fruit, and Cavendish could only watch as the blue behemoth vanished from sight. Help! Pahami dashed across the deck, his 2 legs flailing as a horde of plush toy zombies pursued him. After finding the negative spirits ineffective against him, Princess Perona had become enraged and summoned her toy army to deal with him. Initially, Pahami had thought the plush toys would be easy to handle, only to discover their terrifying strength upon engagement. Since Perona's toy soldiers were not crafted from corpses, the liquid that splashed upon them merely increased their weight without extracting any shadows. Hey, Pahami, your current predicament is truly a disgrace to our pirate crew. A toy bear, in hot pursuit of Pahami, was suddenly crushed by a massive spiked club that fell from above. Bullock watched with amusement as Pahami, exhausted from fleeing, struggled under pressure. Truth be told, few high-ranking members of the crew held him in high regard, as in this world, strength was paramount. However, despite their disdain, none dared to ignore his plight. This young man was favored by the captain, and even during the recent internal meeting regarding strategies against enemy pirate alliances, he had a place at the table. Although many officers found it perplexing to assign Pahami to confront the enemy leader, no one dared to voice their objections against the captain's orders. In this pirate crew, Cavendish's directives were absolute. Aside from Robin, who might have attempted to intervene, no one, including Lafitte, dared to question the orders, no matter how bewildering they might seem. Hiki, here come a few oblivious little ants. Perona floated over, intrigued by the individuals before her. Head Crusher Bullock, Great Hammer Rolled, and Nailman Gene 9, all mid-level officers of the crew, each boasting bounties in the tens of millions, could be considered formidable figures anywhere. Can I smash that insufferable little girl into a pulp with one blow? Rolled inquired, swinging his hammer. She's not bad looking. The captain might take a liking to her. If I kill her, I'd surely miss out on the glory of capturing her alive. Bullock mused, stroking his chin. Hee, I didn't expect you little insects to recognize the allure of my lady Perona. Upon hearing the pirates compliment her beauty, Perona's spirits lifted. Gene 9, feeling insulted by her referring to them as insects, retorted, no need for that. Just look at her flat chest. There's no way the captain would fancy such a washboard. But don't kill her. Let us just break her limbs for some fun. With that, he launched several long nails aimed at Perona's limbs. The nails pierced the air, whistling past her without inflicting a scratch. Eh? The 3 were taken aback. For Perona was tasked to protect by Cavendish and Condomikage, and they were unaware of her devil fruit abilities. Currently, Perona was merely a spirit, rendering any attack against her futile. The spirit fruit was indeed a remarkably powerful ability. Negative, negative, negative. Princess Perona wiggled her fingers, and several negative spirits swiftly passed through the 3 men. I was abandoned by my parents at birth, ugly as I am. What is the point of living in this world? It's like being a maggot in a sea of filth. I am neither human nor ghost. What is the meaning of my existence? The 3 simultaneously knelt, confessing their sorrows, much to the shock of Pahami, who had been watching the spectacle. Goodness. If they know all this dark material about me, will they silence me? Damn it. Do you have any last words? Pazura looked at Bahare, bound by his chains, a sense of vengeful delight washing over him. Bahare's body was tightly ensnared by several chains, rendering him immobile. Despite being a notorious pirate with a bounty in the billions, he had only displayed a hint of fatigue after a prolonged struggle before being captured. I will slowly strangle you, then burn your corpse to ashes and bury them before Bigaro's grave, forcing you to repent in hell. Pazura sneered, tightening the steel chains around Bahare's flesh. However, Bahare responded with laughter, the white-silver wolf howling joyfully amidst the chains, his pristine fur stained with blood. What are you laughing at, you bastard? Scream for me. Confess your sins, and admit your scum. Pazura's anger intensified at the sight of his victim's carefree demeanor. Oh, come on. Our crew's officers are not for you to discipline. Just as Pazura prepared to tighten the chains further, a flash of silver light appeared, and the chains binding Bahare shattered into fragments that clattered to the ground. First mate. The wolfman shook himself off before standing. You should rest now. You did well this time, Lafitte remarked, glancing at the furious Pazura. Undying bird Pazura. I must say you are quite the man. Would you consider joining my captain's crew? I can guarantee your survival. Confronted with Lafitte's invitation, Pazalu remained utterly indifferent. His gaze was solely fixated on the receding silhouette of the werewolf. Halt, you wretched cur, you shall not escape. As Batteray prepared to retreat, Pazalu, consumed by the anguish of a fallen comrade, let out a furious roar and charged forward. Lafitte, stung by the humiliation of being disregarded, seethed with indignation. He had spent the evening feigning cowardice before Moria, harboring a reservoir of resentment, and Pazalu's brazen actions only served to exacerbate his fury. I ask you, have you truly not heard a word spoken? Yet, before Pazalu could advance further, a blade of light intercepted his path. Get out of my way. Enraged, Pazalu was undeterred. Even if the obstacle before him was a venerable elder, nothing could quell his thirst for vengeance on behalf of his fallen friend. Lafitte, his visage a stormy gray, obstructed Pazalu's chains, his patience wearing thin after being repeatedly dismissed. You fool, if you seek death, then I shall gladly usher you to your demise. As a merciless enforcer, he harbored an unwavering zeal for extinguishing his foes, particularly those who possessed formidable prowess, which only heightened his exhilaration. Drake shook his head, slightly dazed from the shockwave, and began to retreat slowly. The alliance had faltered. Though he was unaware of the details surrounding the conflict between the two Shichibukai, it did not impede him from drawing such a conclusion. That inexplicable deluge that had descended from the heavens had rendered the zombies, initially deemed expendable cannon fodder, utterly useless. Without the tide of undead leading the charge, what significance did the presence of two Shichibukai hold? Although this world venerates the strong, even the mightiest are not invulnerable. Even a general can be overwhelmed, albeit at a tremendous cost that few would willingly bear. Reflecting on his ambush after boarding, Drake surmises that the peculiar potion was not hastily concocted. Every indication suggests the enemy had long been prepared. Thus, even though the Allied forces have yet to exhibit signs of defeat, Drake has resolved to escape. He has no intention of accompanying these pirates to their demise. Cavendish, notorious for his ruthlessness, would certainly not spare those who dared to assault him. The notion of leaving after a skirmish, indeed. It appears I have inadvertently become part of someone else's amusement park. Just as Drake prepared to stealthily retreat, a voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow, his eyes, concealed beneath his hat and eye patch, widened in shock. The diabolical Cavendish, a man of striking beauty, is a rare sight in this world, and as the key target of the ambush, Drake could not mistake him. Without any idle chatter or inquiries about the whereabouts of the two warlords, Drake transformed into a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, charging forth with thunderous momentum towards the island. If he could break free, amidst the ensuing chaos, the supreme leader would surely be preoccupied with the myriad of affairs demanding his attention, leaving little opportunity to pursue Drake. He had already prepared a small vessel at the island's rear as a contingency for such a scenario. Every pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million is undoubtedly shrewd, save for a few naturally oblivious souls. Confronted by the onslaught of the Tyrannosaurus, Cavendish stood resolute with his sword. If it were a reckless brute like Jack the Drought barreling toward him, the captain might have chosen to dodge. However, the merely 130 million bounty on Drake was not nearly formidable enough to warrant such caution. Beautiful sword, Bluebird, a brilliant silver light streaked across the starry sky, illuminating the night with its radiant glow. Drake lunged downward. The skull of the Tyrannosaurus is its most formidable feature, with a density rivaling that of tempered steel. Yet, facing a master swordsman, even the hardest sea prism stone would merely be a matter of 1 or 2 strikes, with no path of retreat available. Drake realized that he must break through Cavendish to secure his survival. With a resounding clang, Durandal met the massive head of Drake, the force of their collision propelling the pirate ship toward the harbor. The blade of Durandal bent into a crescent shape, and had it not been a legendary weapon, it might have shattered long ago. Crimson blood trickled from the colossal head of the Tyrannosaurus, though only the surface was breached, the resilient skull remained unscathed. As they remained locked in a stalemate, Cavendish suddenly uttered a word. An invisible ripple emanated from the tip of Durandal's blade, generated by the force of his wrist and arm, combined with the unique properties of his magnetic fruit, creating an effect akin to a martial arts strike. In an instant, Drake felt as though a massive bronze bell had been thrust into his mind, ringing incessantly. With a guttural sound, the enormous Tyrannosaurus collapsed, its gaping maw heaving as it retched. The sensation of an ultra-high-frequency grenade detonating within one's skull is utterly disorienting. Now, do you wish for life or death? With the cold edge of a blade at his throat, did Drake truly have any choice left? Ho ho ho, you pitiful insects, kneel before my Lady Perona and repent. The ghost princess laughed heartily beneath her parasol, while before her, a dense line of pirate officers knelt in submission. The numerous pirates, each boasting a notorious reputation, found themselves utterly powerless against the enigmatic ghost princess, collapsing to the ground in a state of despair. They murmured incessantly, I am not human. At 13, I betrayed my sister-in-law and framed my brother. I am a beast. I am guilty. At 4, I stole. At 5, I set fires. At 7, I exterminated an entire family simply for a fleeting glance directed at me. What purpose does the existence of such scum serve in this world? Father, it was not my intention to harm you. It was that provocative young mistress you had who lured me. A congregation of wretches transformed the space into a confessional. while the only unaffected individual, Pahami, was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with terror. With the weight of these dark secrets upon him, he feared he would soon become a mere fish in the sea, never to reach the shore again, amidst the throng of kneeling souls. He stood as a beacon of light in the ocean, too radiant to ignore. Pahami cautiously began to retreat, hoping to escape unnoticed. As he resolved to cling to the captain's flagship, no matter how shamelessly, lest he be driven to despair. Hee, little bug, do you think you can sneak away? He thought, blissfully unaware that Perona had already taken note of his presence. This marked the first occasion for Perona to encounter an individual immune to the effects of her fruit. It was the enigmatic Kong Ming, and she soon comprehended the reason behind his ability to disperse her ghosts. His fan was crafted from sea stone. What do you intend to do? I am not afraid of you. Puffing with trepidation, she trembled on her rattling legs, attempting to maintain her composure. Ho, it is because of you, wretched insect, that my toys have been lost. Now, I demand that you apologize to Kuma. Although those pirates could not withstand her negative ghosts, they were sufficiently equipped to deal with her plush toys. Perona's toy army was annihilated before it could even engage, or else those mid-level officers would have been swiftly vanquished. Divine Wind Bomb. Perona clasped her hands together, releasing a colossal ghostly doll from her palms. However, this specter was primed to explode. You fiend, I will ensure your demise. Moria manipulated the immense corpse of Oz, resembling a prehistoric behemoth, as it advanced towards Cavendish's pirate crew. This was originally meant to be his concealed secret weapon. But the failure of this operation ignited his fury, leaving him unconcerned about hiding his true strength. He was determined to make that arrogant newcomer pay the price. As a necromancer, confronting the Sword Saint head-on was akin to courting annihilation. Even a tank-like fighter such as Jean Bay had been outwitted by Cavendish. What chance did Moria have to advance? Within mere exchanges, he found himself retreating steadily, forced to utilize the Shadow Mage's unique abilities to escape. However, as a seasoned powerhouse, his pride would not allow him to be bested by a newcomer, prompting him to deploy this war machine while simultaneously testing Oz's capabilities. The members of the beautiful Justice pirate crew were diligently cleaning up the aftermath. 2 of the 7 warlords had fled, Drake had been captured, and Paziulu, grieving the loss of his comrade, ignored Lafitte's pleas to surrender, only to be brutally dismembered by the first mate. Zhua Jin considered surrender, but was quickly overwhelmed by a throng of officers, unable to utter a word before being reduced to a bloody pulp. What a joke. If you surrender, what happens to our positions? Chiola thought angrily while lifting Zhua Jin by the scalp with his claw. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Absalom and Hawkback made their escape. With Absalom's transparent fruit powers, no one could catch him. The Phantom Princess had been rampaging, but Kondo Mick finally managed to locate her physical form and swiftly incapacitated her. Now shackled in hockey cuffs and confined in the captain's small darkroom. Despite the loss of several newly allied pirates, the outcome was favorable, and the future appeared bright. Under the leadership of their great captain, these scoundrels were destined for a splendid future. A thunderous boom echoed from the opposite shore, interrupting the deliberations of Lick and Rold, who had been contemplating their rewards. The ground trembled. In the distance, a colossal shadow approached with a slow yet swift motion, enhanced by the darkness, giving the impression that a mountain was moving. How could they possibly confront such a behemoth? Captain, a refined woman emerged from her hiding place. Her previous neutrality towards fishmen now transformed into deep disdain, all due to Jinbei's insufferable nature. Should we have Caesar fire another shot? Lafitte suggested. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that it was a moving giant, though this giant was so immense that it could indeed be categorized as a monster. Cavendish shook his head. It's futile. While dissolving salt can penetrate biological skin, it would be impossible to infuse it into Oz's massive form. Understanding the formidable nature of this creature, he had long prepared various contingencies. Oz, the legendary demon? The moving library of Wano? Robin immediately recalled accounts of this gigantic monster. 500 years ago, this mythical figure was known for uprooting entire islands during raids, an entity so elusive that even the world government could not capture him. He truly existed. Gazing at the colossal silhouette spanning the heavens, Robin murmured, "Indeed, it is the Wano Oz. That fellow Moria went to great lengths to locate this creature's corpse to fashion his ultimate weapon, but whose shadow did he embed within it?" The captain sheathed his sword. Compared to Oz's towering height of 200 meters, striking him with Durandal would be akin to a mosquito's bite on a normal human. Let the lesser ones fire first. Though unlikely to yield much effect, it might at least slow his advance. If Oz were still alive, a volley from hundreds of cannons could inflict some damage. But against a corpse, their projectiles would merely serve to marginally reduce his speed. Upon receiving the command, the pirates hurried to prepare the cannons. Their captain and crew displayed remarkable composure in the face of such a legendary monster, but how many others could remain calm? A 200-meter-tall demon is no trivial matter. By the standard of 3 to 3.5 meters per floor, Oz was roughly equivalent to a 60-story skyscraper. In the realm of the Pirate King, everyone had some level of experience. Were such a creature to appear in the real world, it would not merely frighten many to death, but also prevent any from daring to fight. Countless cannonballs soared towards Oz, but striking his immense body was akin to a mere tickle. Even coastal defenses merely dented his form without breaking skin. Do not assume that Doflamingo's effortless severing of a leg from Little Oz indicates the demon's vulnerability. He would be more than happy to enlighten you about the immense effort required for such a display. Struggle. Repent, you scoundrels. Moria commanded us to advance. And despite the demon's colossal size, each step covered dozens of meters, making even his slow movement appear rapid. Regrettably, Caesar's second electromagnetic railgun was not yet operational. It would have been perfect for dealing with such a foe, Robin lamented. Cavendish rolled his eyes at the woman in his arms. Had the railgun been ready, he would have swiftly taken down the giant without her needing to offer post-facto commentary. Let's try the smaller model. Let's see its power. He raised his left arm, channeling magnetic energy into it. Super electromagnetic cannon. A dazzling white light shot forth amidst the rain of projectiles towards Oz. Moria had no intention of evading the attack. Given the size of the target, dodging was a ludicrous notion, and the cannonballs were essentially futile. However, this time, Oz did not follow Moria's directive but swiftly raised both hands to shield his chest, palms meeting the incoming metal sphere. With two muffled thuds, Oz's several-meter-thick palms were pierced. The metal ball entering his palm and exiting through the back, striking the control room on his chest. Moria watched in trepidation as the metal ball lodged in Oz's chest. Had the zombie not reacted in time to block, the projectile would have penetrated through his skin and into the control room, likely inflicting serious injury on Moria himself as the operator. The results were indeed significantly different. Cavendish observed the cannonball halted by Oz, realizing that this maneuver was limited by the machine's power, equating it to a full-force strike from a vice-admiral, far inferior to the world-shattering might of the railgun. Nevertheless, this tactic could serve as a means of surprise attack, as his current strength was comparable to that of an elite warlord. In the heat of battle, catching the enemy off guard with such a strike could indeed spell trouble for even an admiral. Where's Ale? Where has he gone? He asked, turning back to the looming Oz. Here he comes. Ale sprinted towards them, carrying a massive iron column. He had been blasted away by a cannon from T-Beard, but, fortunately, suffered little harm due to his robust physique, albeit he had been sent flying a considerable distance. Ale, go intercept that guy, Cavendish commanded, pointing at the gigantic figure striding across the sea. Alei hesitated as he gazed at the imposing figure before him, then turned to glance at his own elongated bovine face, despair etched upon it. Captain, I truly cannot do this. Standing at a modest height of around 10 meters, he might be considered a small giant among ordinary folk. However, beside the towering Oz, who stood at 200 meters, Alei's diminutive stature resembled that of a mere toy doll in the palm of a hand. Despite his earlier bravado in confronting Drake against Oz, a mere slap could send him soaring into the heavens. Here, drink this before you fight. Caesar, akin to unscrupulous doctors from underground clinics, seductively produced a glimmering vial of suspicious liquid, bubbling ominously. This, Captain, can we actually consume this? Though Alei's intellect was somewhat hasty, he was not truly foolish. Who would dare drink something so evidently dubious? If you refuse to drink, you may challenge him directly. Cavendish pointed towards the approaching Oz, presenting Alei with two choices. Alei oscillated between the two options, contemplating the likelihood of his demise should he confront Oz. The potion, however, might not lead to his immediate death. Resolutely, he decided to consume the enigmatic concoction with a spirit reminiscent of the bleak winds of the Ashue River. How do you feel? Caesar inquired with feigned concern. Yet, his interest lay not in Alei's well-being, but rather in the potent giant serum. No one had yet provided the much-needed experimental data. Those captured for research typically met a grim fate, their bodies inflating and bursting before the serum was fully ingested. I feel a bit dizzy. And there's an itch all over. Alei replied hazily. Oh woo. Caesar, ready with a notepad for further questioning, was startled by Alei's sudden bellow, the entire being no. The entire bovine head began to swell at a visible rate. In a flash, Cavendish delivered a swift kick to Alei, propelling him towards Oz. As Alei soared through the air, he rapidly grew from a mere 10 meters to 20, then 30, and finally 50 meters, colliding with Oz, the colossal demon, and sending him sprawling to the ground. By the time Moria regained control of Oz, a creature of approximately 140 to 150 meters in height stood before him, a formidable behemoth. Albeit slightly shorter than Oz, Alei's muscles were fully defined, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Caesar, the unprincipled, had added stimulants to the giant serum. Now, Alei was consumed by a singular thirst for blood, charging at Oz without hesitation. What transpired between these two epic monsters was a spectacle to behold. The entire sea was thrown into chaos as Lafitte, ever composed, directed the pirate crew to steer the ship away. For a mere brush from either creature could spell disaster for any vessel. Indeed, it seems only a robust individual like Alei can serve as a test subject. Caesar sidled up to Cavendish, his face a mask of flattery. Absolutely not. Alei is a vital member of this crew, and I refuse to offer him as a test subject. The captain, aware of Caesar's ulterior motives, swiftly silenced him. Yet without a formidable test subject, many of my experiments cannot proceed. Caesar grumbled, his face a portrait of frustration. He had countless brilliant ideas, which he had been unable to implement with the Navy. And now, although Cavendish appeared relatively accommodating, human subjects with ordinary physiques could hardly withstand Caesar's experiments. For instance, the giant serum often resulted in explosive fatalities long before completion. Only someone as robust as Alii could endure the tremendous energy contained within. In the future, should we manage to capture someone equally formidable, I will consider allowing you to conduct experiments, Cavendish stated calmly. Robin, ever thoughtful, approached and embraced him. Captain, we achieved a resounding victory today. How shall we celebrate? As the captain's lady leaned in to whisper to him, all present, including Caesar, tactfully withdrew. What is it? Are you injured? Once the others had retreated, Robin gently inquired, her voice laced with concern. My foot, it's gone numb, the captain replied, half laughing, half crying. He had not anticipated that the Alii, having consumed the giant serum, would prove so resilient. His own kick had not only propelled Alii but also left his foot tingling. With a sigh, Robin knelt to massage his foot, aiming to restore circulation. Yet, to onlookers from a distance, it merely appeared as though the captain's lady was crouching before him, causing many to leap to conclusions regarding their captain's peculiar preferences. They wished to distance themselves, fearing any repercussions from their leader. Where did he acquire such a monster? Moria fumed from the cockpit. As one of the oldest members of the 7 warlords, he had invested years to procure Oz, a war machine of unparalleled might, traversing the frigid north for corpses, patching together with Hawkback, and recently persuading Bastille to relinquish his own shadow, all to create this terrifying creature. Yet, what had Cavendish done? He had merely flung forth Alii, who had transformed into a beast capable of contending with Oz, and Moria lamented the unfairness of it all. The entire Timaeus island trembled beneath the onslaught of the 2 titans, as whirlpools surged upon the ocean as surface. Oz, a mere corpse, possessed no weaknesses, while Alii, fueled by Caesar's illicit stimulants, felt no pain. The titanic fists collided with bone-crunching force, each impact resonating painfully. Such a clash must be excruciating, Cavendish remarked to Rafik, reflecting on the scene. As a man who valued his life above all else, he had never entertained the notion of trading harm for harm. The gravest injury he had suffered since his arrival had merely been an encounter with the infamous Mihawk. In battle, their captain was always meticulous and calculated. The idea of engaging in such reckless brawls was utterly unthinkable. Although Alii and Oz appeared evenly matched, Alii's strength was artificially induced by the serum, and once its effects waned, the bovine would require ample recovery time, if they did not swiftly defeat the monstrous foe before them. Alii's inevitable collapse would leave no one capable of withstanding Oz's assault. Even if Cavendish were to consume the giant serum himself, he would barely reach a height of 20 meters, still insufficient to withstand a single hand from Oz. Proceed as planned, Cavendish commanded Rafik, who was hovering nearby. Yes, Captain. Regarding the capabilities of Lafitte in executing tasks, he felt an unwavering confidence. Controlling his pace, Cavendish gracefully descended upon Oz. Despite the fierce struggle between the 2 monsters, it felt as if he were traversing solid ground. Had Oz's attention been directed towards him, stealth would have posed a challenge, however. With both Moria and others' focus diverted by Ale, climbing the demon's body became a remarkably simple endeavor. Inside the cockpit, Moria furiously commanded the demon to strike the Minotaur before him. The moment he witnessed the rain of dissolving salt from the sky, he realized his ambush plan was doomed to fail. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Oz, his trump card, was fully prepared for confrontation. Could it be that scoundrel, Hawkback, betrayed me? Moria pondered, suspecting that the plan had been compromised due to too many loose tongues. Although only a few were privy to the secret that zombies feared salt, he could not dismiss the possibility of a leak, especially considering that many aboard his devilish trimasted ship were aware of this fact. However, only he and Hawkback knew about Oz. Even Absalom and Perona were in the dark. As doubts plagued his mind, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Though Moria had enjoyed years of comfort, his skills had waned, yet his fundamental reflexes remained intact. The Shadow Sorcerer, a versatile escape skill, once again saved his life. In an instant, the cockpit radiated brilliance, illuminating the confined space. Damn it. Although he had evaded the attack with the powers of the Shadow Fruit, Moria seethed with rage, for Cavendish had maliciously dismantled all the control systems within the cockpit. They had previously harbored no grievances against one another, and he had no intention of seeking trouble. Yet, why had Cavendish recklessly invited his own demise? Within the cramped cockpit, the 2 stood facing each other. The captain helplessly remarked. He truly had no desire to trouble Moria. After all, this fool posed no hindrance to him. While the Ghost Princess was certainly an intriguing addition to his harem, he was already stretched thin managing his existing entourage. There was no need to stir up trouble over a mere woman. Of course, if it were a calamity like the Empress Shirahoshi, he would dare to engage. Trouble or not, Moria, feeling somewhat disgruntled, thought to himself that had he known Cavendish would be so formidable, he would not have been foolish enough to provoke him. Especially after being misled by the Navy, who had claimed Cavendish was merely a soft target, only to find himself outwitted. Such words, of course, could never be uttered. With a flourish of the massive scissors in his hand, Moria lunged towards Cavendish. However, if Jinbei were in pristine condition, battling Cavendish in such a confined space might have caused him to hesitate. As for Mihawk, he would undoubtedly turn on his heel without a second thought. But Moria, the captain, believed it was far too easy to bully a mere necromancer up close. Although their shadows had intertwined, Cavendish remained unperturbed. confident that Moria would not dare to seize the opportunity to sever his shadow. If he were foolish enough to attempt such a thing, Moria would surely report to the underworld before his shadow could even be caught. Outside, two prehistoric beasts clashed fiercely, while within Oz, Moria and Cavendish engaged in a perilous struggle. Naturally, all the peril was Moria's, while Cavendish fought with an unwavering resolve. Moria's colossal form was repeatedly pulled by wounds, and as he felt the ebbing vitality within him and the tingling of his injuries, he realized that if he did not make a swift escape, he might very well meet his end today. Though he was deeply disgruntled at the thought of being bested by this newcomer pirate, he understood the wisdom in preserving one's life. After all, one could always find fuel as long as the green hills remained. Scatter, bats. Once again employing his shadow magic to evade the attack, he transformed into countless shadow bats that flew away. Of swordsmanship, wings of radiance. The dispersed shadow bats immediately collided with the shimmering barrier, which Lafitte had been guarding for this very moment. Eradicating threats at their root was the guiding principle of our esteemed captain. Jinbei had already made his escape. If Moria were also to flee, they would forever be on guard against these two warlords causing trouble. Such a scenario was utterly unreasonable. After all, enmity had been established to avoid constant anxiety over ambushes. It was wiser to ensure the dead were truly dead. Moria, battered and bruised, was repelled back, while Lafitte stood at the entrance of the cockpit. Under normal circumstances, Moria would have needed but a few seconds to break free, but with Cavendish, the master of ambush, lurking behind, those few seconds could very well cost him his life. A moment of unnecessary reflection. My resolve has faltered these past few days, the reasons too embarrassing to disclose. However, through these experiences, I have come to recognize my own shortcomings. I once aspired to greatness while being but a wretch. It can only be said that I have brought this upon myself. If I am indeed a wretch, I shall rise from my knees, for attempting to soar is merely self-inflicted folly, and being ridiculed is a fitting consequence. Worthless, worthless. All are worthless. Kongming and Bastille stood before Sengoku, lambasted mercilessly by the furious Marine Admiral. Having gathered forces from the Navy, pirates, and the warlords of the sea, they had still failed to eliminate that arrogant newcomer pirate. Such an outcome left even Kongming at a loss for words. Get out. All of you, get out. After a lengthy tirade, Sengoku, parched and exhausted, simply wished to dismiss these two inept individuals from his sight. The two retreated with hunched shoulders from Sengoku's office. From the moment Cavendish began his counterattack, Kongming had pulled Bastille back. Despite Bastille's fervent desire to confront Cavendish, Kongming could not allow such recklessness. After all, on the surface, the world government was still in a state of truce with this pirate. If they were discovered, it would be a slap in the face to the elders. Why did my plans become known to the enemy in advance? Who leaked the information? Kongming pondered in confusion. This time, he meticulously advanced step by step, resorting to treachery and arson, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, his adversary effortlessly absorbed all his efforts. At that moment, ensconced in the battlefield, he remained oblivious, but in retrospect, it seemed as though every move he made had been anticipated by his opponent. Such a scenario left him utterly perplexed. Only a handful of individuals, including himself, Moria, Jinbei, and Drake, were privy to the entire plan. However, with Moria deceased, Jinbei injured and fled, and Zuodakin and Pazalu also gone, the deceased could hardly divulge such secrets. As for Jinbei, with his understanding, he would likely refrain from revealing anything as well. Was it possible that Drake, who had reportedly been captured, had leaked information? Damn it. Just as Kongming was lost in thought, a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed into his face. His not-so-mighty frame was propelled backward, crashing into the wall of the corridor, leaving a human-shaped hole. Dazed by the blow, he realized the gravity of the situation at Marineford Naval Headquarters. Who would dare commit such an act here? Before he could gather his wits, a towering figure rushed through the very hole he had created, mounted him, and raised two furious iron fists, raining down blows upon his face with reckless abandon. The brutal assault left him seeing stars and his ears ringing. And by the time he was knocked unconscious, he had yet to discern the identity of his assailant. Upon witnessing Kongming succumb to unconsciousness, Sakazuki approached, seizing the arm of the assailant. Smoker, cease at once. If you continue, he will perish. The one unleashing fury upon Kongming was none other than White Hunter Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit. Though currently holding the rank of colonel, it was well known within the Navy that he was a candidate for the next admiral, possessing excellent rapport with the current high-ranking officers, including the formidable Sakazuki, who maintained a cordial relationship with him. Damn it. Smoker, restrained by Sakazuki, was acutely aware that even if he were to kill Kongming, it would serve no purpose. Yet, the mere thought of Tina falling into the hands of such a person felt like a dagger to his heart. It was all because of that wretched individual. He couldn't fathom how he had persuaded Admiral Sengoku to allow Tina to embark on such a perilous mission. By the time he received the news and returned, it was already too late. Observing the desolation in Smoker's expression, Sakazuki felt a pang of sympathy. Despite his fierce disdain for evil, he harbored a certain fondness for his own. Do not despair too deeply. As long as no news of Tina's demise has surfaced, she is likely not in mortal danger. That pirate fleet is heading towards Subordinates. I will accompany you to retrieve her. Of course, if she had fallen into the hands of such a person, her virtue would undoubtedly be compromised. but preserving her life would still be a small consolation. I will join you as well. Akiji approached, patting Smoker's shoulder. Thank you. Thank you. Smoker, a man of considerable stature, found himself weeping openly. Although he and Tina had harbored feelings for each other, the final barrier had never been breached. Now, upon hearing news of her peril, he realized that she had long since taken root in his heart. This time, he is determined to marry Tina once he brings her back. What do you mean by that? Nami exclaimed furiously, slamming her hand on the table as she questioned the captain across from her. Cavendish, lazily reclining in Robin's embrace, was leisurely enjoying the roasted meat that Noki had offered him. What a fuss over nothing. Nami angrily pointed towards the distant Timaeus island, still shrouded in smoke. Even from the flagship, she could sense the devastation carried by the wind. The captain was indeed furious, although he had anticipated this ambush. He had refrained from informing the lower-ranking crew members in advance to hone their responsiveness. For elite soldiers are not forged in training but are born through the crucible of battle. Surviving dozens of encounters on the bloody battlefield transforms even the most inept individuals into formidable killing machines. Although this battle has reduced the pirate crew from nearly 7,000 to a mere 3,000. The current 3,000 are more than capable of confronting the original 7,000, with the potential to defeat 3 or more. Naturally, after such a bloody conflict, it is essential to allow them some respite. And what better way to unwind than through catharsis? To release their fears, to indulge their desires, to confront the demons within. After all, Cavendish does not intend to forge an ironclad army. He merely requires a pack of ravenous wolves ready to strike. Furthermore, since their time in the West Sea, he has scarcely fulfilled his obligations as a pirate. The island of Timaeus has barely a population of around 10,000. How could the locals, having hosted so many pirates, remain oblivious? At the very least, the enticing beauty that Tina represents was delivered to him by none other than the town mayor. The pirate crew shall remain for 3 days, during which time every crew member is free to pursue their desires. Upon issuing this command, the entire island of Timaeus was immediately plunged into chaos, transforming into a veritable hell on earth. The remaining 3,000 ruffians swiftly embraced the delightful principles of looting, burning, and killing, turning into ravenous wolves. Robin felt a twinge of hesitation regarding such a decree, yet after a moment's contemplation, she remained silent. After all, she had always existed in the delicate balance between good and evil. And her subsequent transformation into a more benevolent character in the original narrative was largely influenced by the Straw Hat crew. Now, in the company of our esteemed captain, her moral compass had undoubtedly tilted somewhat downward. Nokigo, on the other hand, was primarily concerned with the captain's happiness, caring little for the rest. It was only Nami, with her innate sense of justice, who expressed vehement outrage at such inhumane actions. A quick glance revealed that chapters 49 and 79 had been devoured by the system. If you wish to read them, join the group. I am as perplexed as you. Also, I humbly request a wave of donations, recommendations, and collections. Are you listening to me? Nami exclaimed, glaring at the languid Cavendish across from her. Although those people were merely strangers to her, the thought of innocent lives being ruthlessly extinguished ignited her sense of justice, compelling her to confront this scoundrel. Nokigo, Nami, calm down. The captain must have his reasons for acting this way. As the two seemed on the brink of a quarrel, Nokigo hurriedly stepped in to mediate. With her beloved on one side and her sister on the other, the potential for conflict was a matter of grave concern. Nokigo, do not restrain me. Unless this scoundrel orders those pirates to cease their actions immediately, I shall never forgive him. As a former victim of Arlong's tyranny, Nami harbored an intense hatred for pirates. Though Cavendish had forcibly brought her aboard his ship, after months of interaction, she had finally begun to harbor some affection for him. Yet, with his recent order to massacre the island, her opinion of him plummeted to an all-time low. My dear, what should be done with a disobedient second wife? The captain queried, leaning against Robin, seeking her counsel. I cannot say. You must decide for yourself, Robin replied. Her experience among various crowds rendering her astute enough not to answer such a question. And you, Nokigo? As a crew member and my second wife, how should disobedience to the captain and husband be punished? With Robin refusing to engage, Cavendish turned to Nokigo for guidance. Nami. The captain understands you are merely a bit agitated and does not take your words to heart. Nokigo quickly interjected on behalf of her sister. I am not agitated, Nokigo. Do not fear him. He is a villain. I genuinely believed he was becoming a better person. How wrong I was. Nami shouted, pounding her fist on the table. I wish to leave this place. The air reeks of blood, and everything here is stained with the lifeblood of innocent residents. Nokigo. Do you not see the true nature of this man? He is a demon in human guise. Come with me. With each word, Nami grew more fervent, grasping Nokigo's wrist in an attempt to depart, leaving Nokigo helplessly glancing at Cavendish. Enough. The captain sat upright, fixing his gaze on Nami. I have tolerated your antics for too long. Your insolence knows no bounds. Now, go back to your room at once, and I shall pretend none of this has transpired. Nokigo seized Nami's hand, attempting to guide her back, but Nami, in her fury, was beyond her sister's control. It is I who am causing a ruckus? You are the one in the wrong. Those marauding pirates have already been dealt with, and this island is home to innocent villagers. Why issue such a command? You are treating lives as mere trifles. Those wretches dared to harbor pirates, so they must accept the consequences. Furthermore, that cow fellow was sent by their mayor as a spy. Had I not been privy to their scheme, you would now be in his position, understand, foolish woman? At the mention of the exposed cow, Nami shuddered, recalling Tina's recent ordeal, which made her avoid even glimpsing at the situation. But that is merely the wrongdoing of a select few. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience for wreaking havoc upon the entire island? While I acknowledge some residents participated in or sheltered the attack, I am more convinced that the majority are innocent. The captain rubbed his nose, his patience waning. I have no time to discern who is innocent and who is not. This island is so small that everyone is likely related. According to the principle of punishing the 9 clans, there are no innocents here. You are no human. You are a devil. Nami shouted, witnessing the captain's unwavering demeanor. Clearly, you are the one who has not been reprimanded for 3 days. You dare to challenge me. The captain, now thoroughly exasperated, could no longer contain himself. It was only because she was his woman that she dared to raise her voice in such a manner. Anyone else would not dare. When words failed, actions must suffice. While Nami continued her furious outburst, Cavendish seized her, disregarding her struggles, and draped her across his lap. What do you think you are doing, you scoundrel? Let me go? Nami protested, her body sprawled across his knee, desperately trying to escape, but her feeble strength was insufficient against Cavendish. With a swift motion, he yanked down her trousers, exposing her smooth, rounded form, which gleamed under the sunlight. Ah, pervert. Let me go. Nami shrieked, her modesty compromised as she flailed to cover herself. But her efforts were in vain. Slap. The captain's hand landed with a resounding smack on her exposed rear, leaving 5 crimson imprints in its wake. Ah, that hurts. You bastard. Nami cried, the pain mingling with a deep sense of humiliation. Even in her mischievous childhood, Belmere had never resorted to such punishment. At 17, she was no longer a child, yet here she was, pants down, being spanked, with Nokigo and Robin witnessing the entire ordeal, a truly mortifying experience. Now, confess your wrongdoing, Cavendish said, his fingers lightly tracing the fresh marks on her skin. No, you are the scoundrel. I am innocent, Nami retorted defiantly, unwilling to let a mere slap alter her moral convictions. Still defiant? Seeing her stubbornness, the captain, convinced that discipline would yield compliance, believed that there was nothing violence could not rectify. Smack, 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 smack. For more slaps landed, turning Nami's fair skin a deep shade of purple. Her backside swelling from the impact. Tears welled in Nami's eyes, her sobs incoherent. Wah, it hurts so much. As a former thief who had pilfered treasures from pirate crews, Nami had endured many injuries. She had always considered herself a resilient warrior. Yet, this realization struck her. Being spanked hurt far more than any knife wound. A voting section has been opened in the comments of the starting point regarding the future identity positioning of the Empress. Everyone is kindly requested to cast their votes, as this concerns her identity and the subsequent production of this book. The group number is 362857009. Please do not join the group just to seek episodes, as I will be posting them from time to time. That is all. Is that wrong? Will you dare to do it again next time? The captain continued to inquire while observing Nami, who was crying like a small kitten on him. No, you might as well kill me. You are a bad person. You truly are. Even after having her behind hit, Nami remained steadfast in her belief that she was right. This is entirely your own doing. Seeing her obstinacy, Cavendish became somewhat incensed. Nokigo, bring that ice water here. Captain, Nami already knows her mistake. Please let her off. With sympathy for Nami's plight, Nokigo pleaded as she witnessed Nami's suffering. It is not a matter of whether I let her off or not. She absolutely refuses to acknowledge her mistake. The captain flipped the blame entirely onto Nami. Nami, just admit your mistake. Nokigo, seeing no hope for rescue, redirected her appeal to Nami. No. Even if he beats me to death, I will not admit my fault. He is the one who is wrong. Nami, laying on Cavendish's lap, gritted her teeth and declared. 2 stubborn individuals clashed, neither willing to yield an inch, leaving Nokigo feeling despondent about her life. The cool eye supplied to Nami's behind alleviated the sting considerably, and she tilted her head back, narrowing her eyes like a small cat. Admit your mistake, and I will forgive you. The captain coaxed gently. No. Even if it kills me, I will not admit my fault. Nami retorted defiantly. Thus ensued another round of slaps, and Nami once again wept bitterly. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to concede her error despite her tears. As the 4th round of confrontation was about to commence, Nokigo could no longer bear to watch. Captain, perhaps you should stop. At this rate, Nami's behind will be ruined. After a thorough beating, Cavendish's anger had nearly dissipated. Upon glancing at Nami's pale behind, now reddened and swollen to an extreme, it seemed as if it might burst from the slightest touch. Humph. The captain felt a twinge of regret for his harshness but maintained an outward expression of temporary leniency. Woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Nami, now devoid of energy to scold him, felt as though her behind belonged to someone else entirely due to the pain radiating from it. Of course, up to this point, Nami still refused to acknowledge her mistake. Let me and Nokigo try to persuade her for a few days. Robin, who had been observing the commotion, recognized the need for both parties to find a way out and promptly chimed in. Without waiting for Cavendish to respond, she summoned 2 maidservants to carry Nami to her room, as she was unlikely to be able to stand in her current state. Captain, I will go check on Nami. Noticing her being taken away, Nokigo hurriedly followed, as she needed to at least tend to Nami's wounds. Ah, I did not expect the captain to be so fearsome when enraged. The mature woman observed with a mix of amusement and exasperation as she looked at Cavendish. Just moments ago, he and Nami had acted like immature children, stubbornly refusing to back down even over trivial matters. Cavendish slightly turned his body, embracing Robin and resting against her soft bosom. How was I to know she would be so audacious for those lowly beings? In the past, whenever I became angry, she would cower in fear. Today, she truly has grown bold. Even in the original narrative, despite the myriad of life and death experiences, Nami had never been this daring. Yet today, she preferred to endure such punishment rather than admit fault, which he found utterly perplexing. Moreover, he had no intention of truly harming Nami if she were genuinely injured. He would be the one who felt sorrowful. Robin ran her fingers through his golden hair. That must be faith and perseverance. Even the most timid individuals can become incredibly brave when driven by their beliefs. Reflecting on herself, Robin recognized her own cowardice. Yet for the sake of her convictions and the countless souls from O'Hara, she had never abandoned her pursuit of historical truth. Even in the face of the world government's relentless pursuit, I also know that those islanders are innocent. Standing before Robin, the captain felt no need to conceal his thoughts and spoke candidly. Oh, Robin was not surprised by this revelation, while a scant few islanders may have colluded with pirates. The majority were undoubtedly blameless. However, I must issue this command. As a traveler from another world, he had initially treated the local populace as mere NPCs. But after nearly a year of interactions, he began to regard them as equals, for they too had flesh, blood, and emotions. Thus, unless faced with enemies, he had been quite restrained with his crew. But why? Robin sensed a tremor in the captain's voice as she held him tightly. Because I am Cavendish. The utterly heartless Cavendish. No one dares to provoke me lightly, for my fearsome reputation precedes me. However, if I do not take action after being ambushed this time, countless others will be emboldened. Therefore, I must issue orders and retaliate to instill fear in those who plot against me, thereby averting needless risks. After all, it is impossible to guard against thieves forever. Only by making it known that anyone who attempts to scheme against me will face unimaginable consequences will dissuade future plots. Everyone at the foot of the mountain looks up to those atop, yet the burdens borne by those on high cannot be comprehended by those below. Does this mean that this island is merely the first step? Robin suddenly grasped the captain's intent. Indeed, this island is merely the beginning. The second step will await us at Subordinates. The captain nestled his face into the valley of Robin's chest. Then why not explain this to Nami earlier? If you had spoken to her calmly, she would surely understand. Robin questioned, bemused. I am Cavendish, the utterly heartless. Why would I reveal my fears of retaliation to anyone else? Such matters cannot be shared with a third party. Feeling a surge of clarity, the captain quickly reverted to his usual playful demeanor. So, am I the most special one? Robin gazed at the seemingly ageless man in her embrace. A delightful mix of frustration and affection filling her heart. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nokigo, be gentler. Nami lay on the bed, her posterior raised high. Noki was applying medicine to her, yet despite her gentle touch, Nami felt excruciating pain, as her entire backside was swollen like dough. It was impossible for her not to feel discomfort. Nami, please try not to move. If you fidget, I won't be able to apply it properly. Nami, driven by the pain, squirmed around, causing her ample behind to ripple like water, complicating Naka's task. Ouch. Noki, have you been bribed by that scoundrel? Are you deliberately tormenting me? Although the pain had slightly subsided, the application of the ointment only intensified it. Serves you right. If only you had admitted your mistake, this wouldn't have happened. Finally finishing her task, Noki wiped her brow, exasperated by the captain's heavy-handedness. Impossible. That bastard is in the wrong. I will not admit to anything. Even in this comical position, Nami maintained a fearless expression. Noki, somewhat speechless, wondered how Nami could be so stubborn. Those people were strangers to her. What was the point? Nami, is it worth it to act this way? Don't think the captain is easy to deal with. Just look at those women who were captured. Their characters were no weaker than yours, and now they are obediently trained. Noki expressed her concern. Although Cavendish granted Nami ample rights and freedom, he was not a benevolent man at heart. Nami's defiance could be tolerated once or twice, but Noki genuinely feared that the captain would turn against her. Humph. Nami was about to retort, but Naka's mention of the captured women sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to turn her head defiantly. Pft, pft. Basis coughed up seawater repeatedly before speaking. Have we arrived somewhere? Then Oka widened his eyes, his body in tatters, his goggles long shattered, as he scanned the horizon. There seems to be an island ahead. An island. Wonderful. Hurry, cough, cough. Toxic coughed several times, but this time it was genuine, as he began to spit blood. The three men were submerged in seawater up to their waists, their upper bodies propped against a floating log, upon which lay a humanoid figure resembling charcoal. Is the captain all right? Basis glanced worriedly at the figure on the log. Normally, a human in such a state would be declared dead. Yet Blackbeard's formidable constitution had kept him alive. It could only be said that his will to survive was extraordinarily strong. His hair was completely gone. His abdomen had a gaping hole the size of a human head. Half of his intestines had evaporated, his body was charred, and over 90% of his skin had carbonized. Such injuries, and yet he still clung to life, verging on monstrous. The special abilities of the dark fruit could nullify nearly all devil fruit powers. However, the electromagnetic railgun invented by Caesar was not reliant on any devil fruit ability. Although the energy was supplied by Cavendish, its primary destructive force came from the high-speed impact it generated, falling into the realm of physical damage, which meant the dark water only slightly diminished the projectile's power. Furthermore, while the dark fruit is classified as a natural type, it could not elementalize. Forcing Blackbeard to endure damage with his physical body, that he had not perished was a testament to both his fortitude and Toxic Q's medical prowess. Cough, cough. As long as I'm still alive, but to heal him, we must find a populated area. Without medicinal supplies and tools, I cannot help. The cataclysmic explosion had caused the majority of its force to be absorbed by Blackbeard, yet the residual blast had inflicted varying degrees of injury on the three of them. Most despairing was the loss of all their belongings. They had barely salvaged a log from the sea, preventing Blackbeard's condition from worsening. Without sails, compasses, or food, the three of them had drifted at sea for days alongside a living corpse. Even the strongest among them felt a sense of uncertainty, as the vast ocean left them wondering where they would end up. However, fortune smiled upon them as they finally spotted an island. With their abilities, even a deserted isle would allow them to construct a raft in no time. "Captain, I see several castaways in the distance," Sam exclaimed, raising his telescope, spotting Blackbeard's group drifting towards them. "Haha, more live targets have come to us." Captain Anthony raised his firearm with excitement. He was the infamous Butcher Anthony, with a bounty of 62 million, and his favorite pastime was to test his marksmanship on living subjects, relishing the sounds of their agony after breaking their limbs. A few days prior, his fleet had encountered the patrol of G8 Fortress, and after feeling the sting of being sidelined during Cavendish's previous ambush, Vice Admiral Jonathan escalated the hunt for pirates in this sea, focusing heavily on Anthony due to his notorious reputation, nearly costing him his life. Thus, his crew rested on this deserted island, deliberating whether to ally with the illustrious Demon King Cavendish. The captain had single-handedly thwarted an attack from 2 warlords and several pirates with bounties over 100 million, killing everyone except Jean Bay, while also decimating Tomeo's island. He had ascended from being merely notorious to being recognized as the Demon King, with many pirates flocking to him daily. After all, while the 4 emperors were formidable, their ranks were already established, leaving little opportunity for newcomers. Even if one sought to ally with them, acceptance was not guaranteed. For instance, Whitebeard only took in sons. Red-haired Shanks only accepted those whom he deemed worthy. Big Mom's officers were predominantly her offspring, and Kaido's intellect was questionable. Only Cavendish welcomed all, regardless of their reputation or past enmities. Anthony took the telescope from Sam's hands and saw 3 figures slowly drifting towards them, encircled around a log with what appeared to be a mummy or charcoal. "Lads, prepare to capture these 3. My firearm is itching for action." Anthony grinned, licking his lips. Since these 3 had managed to drift from the ocean, they were surely resilient individuals, and he relished the thought of torturing them. For witnessing their screams was the greatest pleasure in the world. Upon receiving the order, the pirates threw ropes, attempting to ensnare Basis and his companions, viewing them as mere corpses in the eyes of their captain. Yet, the question remained, who was truly the hunter and who was the prey? Is that pirate nearing Subordinates? Whitebeard took a hearty swig of his drink, directing his question at Marco. Whitebeard was solely focused on battle, while Marco managed the myriad affairs of the crew. Had Ace not emerged, Marco would have undoubtedly been the first heir after Whitebeard's demise. Indeed, after slaughtering Tomeo's island, he has absorbed many pirate crews seeking to join him. It is said that his allied forces now number around 10,000, and based on their course, they should reach Subordinates within 7 days, Marco replied, organizing his notes. What a tumultuous time. Whitebeard spoke with a hint of melancholy, recounting how Blackbeard had slain Sachi and fled, while Ace, disregarding advice, had ventured alone in pursuit of him. Meanwhile, the newcomer pirate had burgeoned in strength, evolving into a force that commanded the attention of the entire world. The bounty of 1.2 billion on the Demon King Cavendish signified his potential to ascend to the upper echelons of power, and the world was keenly tracking his movements. According to the agreement between Cavendish and the world government, he was prohibited from allowing his crew to commit misdeeds for 6 months, during which the government was also restrained from launching any attacks against his crew. However, Cavendish had unilaterally torn up this treaty. While astute observers recognized that the coordinated ambush by the 2 warlords and their pirates was likely orchestrated by the world government, the government had not overtly revealed its involvement. Thus, after Cavendish eliminated the assailants, the most prudent course of action was to feign ignorance. After all, any pirate aiming to enter the New World must traverse Subordinates, which lay a mere 30 kilometers from Marineford, a distance easily covered by an admiral. If he refrained from ordering the massacre of the island, the world government would lack justification for a direct assault, allowing him to traverse the Subordinates archipelago to the New World unimpeded. Yet, this pirate had resolutely commanded the slaughter of the entire Timaeus Island, a move that, while instilling fear of the Demon King once more, also granted the Marines a legitimate reason to pursue him. In the dimly lit quarters of the Whitebeard pirate's ship, a dozen captains sat cross-legged, deliberating a pressing issue. Cavendish's fleet was rapidly approaching Subordinates. Should they be annihilated, all would be lost. However, if he successfully breached the blockade, they would need to confront the implications of his advance. In a moment of reckless bravado, the Navy was sure to mobilize its forces. Thus, the greatest test awaited this audacious pirate. Vista adjusted his curly mustache and remarked that although Cavendish's pirate crew had grown into a formidable entity, it was essential to consider whom they were being measured against. Compared to the average pirate, he might be perceived as a behemoth. Yet in the shadow of the four emperors, his strength still fell short, not to mention the overwhelming might of the Marine headquarters. Elsewhere, the Navy, wary of leaving their stronghold vulnerable, might not deploy overwhelming forces, but Marineford was the heart of the Navy, a bastion of power that exceeded all expectations. I suspect he must have some form of support, Marco mused. Since his rise, he has consistently triumphed against stronger foes through surprise. If he dares to commit island slaughter, he must possess a means to withstand a Navy onslaught. Having meticulously compiled all available information on Cavendish's exploits, Marco felt a profound connection to this pirate. However, should he navigate through Subordinates, his next destination would undoubtedly be Fishman Island. Jinbe's involvement in the operation against him meant that, given Cavendish's vengeful nature, he would not spare the island. Joza pondered for a moment before speaking. Jinbe shares close ties with the entire Whitebeard crew. We are all quite concerned about him. Jinbe, in his folly, should not have acquiesced to the Navy's conditions against this pirate. Now we find ourselves in a precarious position. As Blamank's words echoed, an uneasy silence fell over the captains. Whitebeard's health was deteriorating, and the crew was diligently attempting to prevent him from engaging in conflict. Yet, they could not simply ignore Jinbe's situation. That newcomer pirate cannot possibly be bold enough to challenge Fishman Island. After all, it is our territory, Jozu asserted. Have you ever witnessed that pirates shy away from a challenge? Given his temperament, it would be more surprising if he chose not to confront Fishman Island, Vista retorted. Let us consider this. If that pirate manages to pass through Subordinates, Jozu, Vista, Blamank, you three shall accompany me to Fishman Island. Should he relent, all will be well. However, if he truly intends to disrupt the order of the Whitebeard pirates, we shall ensure he remains on Fishman Island, Marco proposed. Before they could respond, the door to the chamber was kicked open, revealing Whitebeard's imposing figure. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Father, I thought you were resting after taking your medicine? Joza questioned, puzzled. Concerned for Whitebeard's health, they typically deferred their deliberations until he was asleep, yet today he had roused unexpectedly. Ha ha ha. Did you truly believe I was too frail to move? Though those medicines have a soporific effect, there is nothing I wish to know that I do not already know. Whitebeard chuckled. Father, we can handle this matter. You should focus on recuperating. Vista urged, recalling the ship's doctor's advice to keep Whitebeard from engaging in combat. The tremor fruit provided unparalleled combat prowess, yet its side effects were considerable. Each exertion took a toll, which explained why, despite their similar ages, Sengoku and Garp roamed freely while Whitebeard relied on medication to sustain his health. Ha ha ha. My body remains as robust as ever. Ignoring the captain's protests, Whitebeard found a seat, retrieving his gourd of liquor to indulge. Were you discussing that newcomer pirate? He inquired. Indeed, father. Marco replied, resigned to the inevitable. Is that pirate preparing to challenge me? Whitebeard's excitement was palpable. He had long sat atop the throne of the world's strongest, and aside from Ace's reckless audacity last year, few dared to confront him in recent times. At that moment, the narrative seemed to falter, but after a moment's reflection, the writer pressed on, determined to craft another chapter. This evening, I shall endeavor to complete tomorrow's writing, as I must return to my hometown to pay respects to the departed. How is Nami faring? The captain inquired, sipping his juice. Her injuries are nearly healed, yet she remains irritable, Noki said with concern. She has been in a foul mood lately. Perhaps you should check on her. Never mind. If I visit now, she will only escalate the conflict, Cavendish replied, diverting the conversation toward Robin, who sat opposite him. I appreciate your support these past few days, my dear wife. Oh dear, Captain, your actions truly wound my heart. Robin chuckled, covering her mouth. There is no helping it. She has a history of such behavior. Moreover, given the current tensions, had she not been injured, she would likely have fled by now. As a devoted admirer of pirates from a past life, Cavendish's understanding of Nami surpassed that of most, even Nakas. The little thief cat has never been one to passively accept her fate. This time, she has compromised her own moral standards of good and evil. Although she certainly would not seek revenge on herself, it is undeniable that she would escape on her own. Recently, she has been shadowing Lafitte, acquiring quite remarkable skills. If she manages to flee, recapturing her would prove to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, should she venture out alone and encounter reckless pirates or fall into the hands of the Navy as a hostage, she would find herself in a precarious situation. Noki, what are you and Sister Robin discussing? Noki inquired with curiosity. Nothing of consequence, Noki. Please keep an eye on Nami, came the reply. Naka's intelligence and emotional awareness are relatively low compared to these shrewd individuals. It is perhaps best she remains uninformed about certain matters. Oh, I shall go then. Captain. Sister Robin, what would you like for lunch? However, Naka's greatest virtue lies in her obedience. She diligently fulfills every task assigned by Cavendish. 2 medium-rare steak sets and a fruit salad. The great captain promptly declared his culinary desires. I'll have a salmon set, please. Robin cheerfully closed the book she had been reading. Very well, I shall prepare it, Noki said, bouncing away from the beach. What a delightfully foolish girl, Robin mused, watching Naka's retreating figure with a touch of envy, wishing she could be as carefree. My dear, what melancholy thoughts plague you now? Cavendish, noticing her lack of enthusiasm since morning, asked with mild concern. Why do you all seem so devoid of tension? Naka's ignorance is one thing. But you received the encrypted message from Picasa this morning as well. Do you truly feel no concern? Robin shot him an exasperated glance, swatting away his hand that sought to encroach upon her bosom. Is it merely a matter concerning the Navy? What is there to worry about? What do you mean merely? Your order to decimate the island has breached the agreement with the world government, prompting the Navy to resolve the situation at Subordinates. The 3 admirals have been summoned back to headquarters, and we are likely to face a coordinated assault from them. Are you truly oblivious to the meaning of danger? The exasperated woman wished she could dissect the man's mind to comprehend his thought process. Though the Navy claimed the admirals were returning to prepare for the year-end celebration, everyone understood that they were finally ready to unleash their full might against that pirate. Truth be told, as the foremost violent entity under the world government, the Navy sometimes appears lacking. Despite boasting the strongest military force in the world, the vastness of this world renders many areas beyond their reach. Take our great captain. For instance, the Navy has conducted countless analyses of his strength, each time believing that the forces deployed would be sufficient to crush him, only to be met with humiliating defeat every single time. It is not that the Navy is unwilling to deploy additional personnel. Rather, they are simply unable to do so. The world of One Piece is vast, and even with the Navy's swiftest transport ships and most convenient routes, traversing from one end to the other can take several months. Furthermore, the world is expansive. They cannot focus solely on pursuit while neglecting other areas. However, this time, for Cavendish's fleet to enter the New World, they must pass through Shambadi, the Navy's stronghold. There is no need for concern. They shall meet force with force, and I doubt I need to fear those cowards. Cavendish chuckled as he pulled Robin closer to him. What exactly is your plan? The mature lady had long discerned the true nature of this boisterous individual. She did not believe he had not made adequate preparations. After all, this man before her could be considered the most death-fearing being in existence, with all his wits devoted to devising ways to preserve his life and outsmart others. Seeing that Robin was not swayed by his antics, the captain leaned closer to her ear and discreetly divulged his plan. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, she managed to respond. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Nana, Nami, are you sure it's all right to eat so much? Nojiko gazed incredulously at the empty plate before Nami, aware that this was a luxurious bowl of seafood stir-fried noodles, a portion that even the captain would find ample. Not at all. I'm just angry, Nami retorted, her tone sharp. Though her injury was nearly healed, prolonged sitting still caused her discomfort, forcing her to lie on her side. Nojiko, at a loss for words due to Nami's sharp response, observed that Nami seemed to have transformed her sorrow into an appetite, consuming significantly more than before. Nana, would you like me to help apply some medicine? Nojiko suggested, knowing how challenging it would be for Nami to reach the injured area herself. No. I can manage on my own, Nami firmly declined. Recognizing that Nami was still upset with her, Nojiko collected the plates and stepped outside. After all, Nami had previously asked her to inform the captain not to issue such commands, but she had refused, causing a rift between the two sisters in recent days. Once Nojiko had fully departed, Nami stealthily climbed out of bed, moving with the agility of the wind, hardly resembling someone who was injured. Though her physique could not be compared to that of otherworldly creatures, Nami's body was remarkably resilient. Nojiko's estimation of Nami's healing time, based on her own recovery rate, was entirely misguided. Nami skillfully evaded the ship's patrolling maids. The vessel was immense, yet the crew was sparse, allowing her to slip through unnoticed. Ah, Captain, why are your predictions always so accurate? She mused to herself. Yet, in an unseen corner, an eye belonging to a woman peered from a leaf in the trees. Ah, the little one has finally begun to act. I thought it would take a few more days. The shameless man, suckling at the mature lady's breast, instantly grasped her intent without needing Robin to explain. Nami approached a colossal cedar tree and knocked 7 times on its bark, causing a hidden door to reveal itself within the trunk. This is the area on the flagship designated for prisoners. Naturally, given her status, she has the liberty to roam anywhere aboard the vessel, and thus she is aware of this hidden door. How dull it is here. Kamasi. In the shadowy corner of the dungeon, the ghost princess languidly clutched her plush toy, lost in thought. In her previous battles, she had displayed formidable prowess, triumphing over dozens with ease. Had it not been for Kondo Mick discovering her true form, no one could have restrained her. Since her capture, she has been confined within this special cell made of sea stone, for she is not an assassin like Tina, and therefore the captain has not subjected her to harsh treatment. However, over the past few days, as Cavendish has been contemplating a solution for Subordinates, she has been forgotten here. Yet, although he may have overlooked her, there are those who have not. Nah, Perona, I've brought you some delicious food, Nami exclaimed, retrieving a steaming plate of seafood stir-fried noodles from her backpack and extending it through the bars to Perona. Another foolish woman. Perona lifted her head, glancing at Nami with disinterest. From this woman's words, she learned that Lord Moria had already met his demise, slain by that ruthless pirate, instilling a measure of fear regarding Cavendish within the Ghost Princess. I endure. Nami clenched her fist tightly. Had it not been for the need to deceive such a formidable fighter, she would have surely taught this eternally youthful girl a lesson in behavior. Of course, while the Ghost Princess harbored disdain for Nami, she could not resist the allure of gourmet food and promptly accepted the stir-fried noodles, indulging herself. Nah, Perona. Have you given any thought to my previous suggestion? Once the food was consumed, Nami resumed her coaxing. It's all that damned man's fault for thrusting himself into the global spotlight, resulting in my bounty soaring to 80 million. For heaven's sake, I, Nami, have committed no wrongdoing. Merely bearing the title of that man's wife has rendered me so valuable. Nami held no concern for her ability to escape the ship. But the question of how to live afterward required considerable deliberation. Her little thiefess instincts assured her that she was not short on funds. Yet with such a significant bounty on her head, encountering a band of miscreants could prove fatal. The Princess of Ghosts, without delving into other matters, possesses formidable strength. After all, she has heard from Cavendish and Robin that, without understanding the true nature of Perona's devil fruit abilities, the number of individuals worldwide capable of surpassing her is exceedingly few. With Moria long deceased and Kuma unable to be resurrected, what purpose does my escape serve? Perona gazed at Nami in disbelief and continued, moreover, it seems you are the wife of a certain pirate. If you were to flee, it would merely be a quarrel between spouses. Even if captured, it would not be significant. If I were caught, however, it would be perilous for me. The Ghost Princess is no fool, though she may appear somewhat unconventional. Her intellect is of the highest caliber. I have repeatedly stated that I have no connection to that wretched pirate. Nami shouted in exasperation. Ho. Whether or not you were involved with him is of no concern to me, but I refuse to acquiesce to your request. Perona reclined on her bed, clutching Kuma's doll. Thank you for the fried noodles, but I have no interest in your trivial matters. Although she receives meals daily from maids, none can compare to the lavish dishes prepared by Nasageo. Do you not desire to escape at all? That pirate is exceedingly ruthless. His current lack of action towards you is merely due to his forgetfulness. Once he remembers you, it will be too late. When persuasion failed, intimidation took its place. Ho. Your threats do not frighten me. Perona sat up in bed, smiling as she said, Little girl, do not assume I am easily deceived. You merely wish to use me as a shield, and I will not fall for it. Despite her eternally gothic appearance, Perona is indeed 20 years old. 3 years Nami's senior. I simply find it pitiful to see you confined here. I wish to set you free, Nami said, batting her innocent eyes adorably. Ho. If you wish to deceive me, you should practice for a couple more years. With that, the Ghost Princess turned over in bed, preparing to sleep. All right. I shall speak. If we do not escape now, it will become difficult once Nasageo realizes he has recovered. I quarreled with that detestable scoundrel and wish to flee. While I could easily leave this ship, I currently have an 8 million bounty placed on me by the world government. If I depart alone, I would have to contend with countless bounty hunters in the Navy, which is why I want to take you along. Ho. How amusing. Perona quickly leaned forward, intrigued. Why? What caused you to argue with that fellow? Because he is a scoundrel, shameless and despicable. Nami vented her frustrations about Cavendish, feeling considerably relieved. Hey, focus. What was the argument about? Perona, nearly exasperated, wished to hit Nami with Kuma's doll, demanding to know the specifics of the melodramatic conflict rather than listening to her insults. He ordered the slaughter of an island, and that is why I quarreled with him. Nami recounted the events in their entirety. Ho. Upon hearing her tale, Perona regarded Nami as if she were a rare specimen, causing Nami to feel uneasy. What kind of look is that? Am I an idiot? Perona gazed at Nami as if to say, do you not realize how foolish you are? What do you mean? I am not foolish. Nami shouted, feeling provoked. Are you not? We are pirates. Pirates. You dared to argue with your man over a group of strangers. How is that not foolish? They are innocent residents. Perona cast a disdainful glance at Nami. You truly are large-breasted and empty-headed. In this world, is it not normal for the strong to prey upon the weak? Shambadi Archipelago. Here lies a pivotal juncture between the Grand Line and the New World. To traverse from the Grand Line to the New World, one must either pass through the sacred land of Mary Geos at the pinnacle of the Red Line or navigate the depths of Fishman Island, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Regardless of the chosen route, passage through the Subordinates archipelago is indispensable. The Navy possesses scant official presence in Subordinates, as the headquarters in Marineford is located less than 30 kilometers away. Any disturbance here would prompt an immediate response. Thus, no pirate dares to act recklessly in Subordinates, while the Navy lacks the capacity to detain every pirate in the area. Consequently, all parties turn a blind eye to the situation. Pirates must conduct themselves with decorum, avoiding trouble in Subordinates, and in return, the Navy feigns ignorance, as sending more scoundrels to the New World to trouble the 4 emperors is deemed beneficial. Of course, Should one prove utterly inept and fall victim to bounty hunters or slave traders, there shall be no rescuer forthcoming. Within the bar of the notorious Shaki, the proprietor, Shaki herself gazes forlornly at the empty establishment. It has been 3 days. When will those wretched Navy officials depart? Puffing on a cigarette, she strikes the bar with her feather duster, as if attempting to imprint the visage of Admiral Sengoku upon its surface. Thanks to the Navy, no pirate with ill intentions has dared to approach Subordinates for 3 days, resulting in a complete cessation of business for her establishment. Though the name of her bar, Shaki's Bar, suggests danger, regular patrons are well aware that one can procure nearly any information desired within its walls. As an intelligence broker operating in such a sensitive locale, Shaki's earnings are substantial, yet they never suffice. This is due to a gambling-addicted relative who rapidly siphons her hard-earned money into the casino, believing himself to be a master of chance, only to require her assistance for his frequent rescues. 3 days prior, word arrived from the casino that her relative had lost everything he had staked and could only be freed with 2 million berries, or else he would be sold off. It is worth mentioning that this unfortunate soul is regarded as the finest coding master in all of Subordinates, a craftsman of considerable repute, hence the high price. While 2 million berries would typically equate to merely 2 pieces of information for Shaki, the Navy's peculiar behavior has complicated matters, as several warships have docked at the Subordinates port. Given the proximity to Marine headquarters, the presence of warships is not unusual. However, these vessels are anything but ordinary. Any sailor worth their salt knows that these ships belong to the Navy's elite, the 3 admirals. Each admiral possesses the power to obliterate nations, and with all 3 assembled, even her gambling relative would have no choice but to flee. Consequently, Subordinates Archipelago has become an oasis of tranquility in recent days, with no foolhardy individual daring to create discord. Likewise, Shaki's Bar has also been deprived of patrons. When will this wretched predicament come to an end? Frustrated, Shaki slams her palm against the bar, lamenting her relative's misfortunes at the casino. While she harbors little concern for his safety, he had taken all their money before leaving her penniless. Must the esteemed Shaki resort to begging for dinner? Just as she frets over her evening meal, a youthful, cheerful voice calls from outside. The door isn't locked? Can he see that? Though this marks the first visitor she has seen in 3 days, it is a mere dream to expect Shaki to treat him with the cordiality of an ordinary bar owner. Fortunately, the newcomer seems unfazed by her brusque demeanor and steps inside. He wears an orange hat and beach shorts, displaying a tattoo of the Whitebeard emblem on his back. He appears to be a remarkably fit young man. Poor Gas Diaz. He introduces himself, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 550 million berries. He had previously declined an invitation from the world government to join the Shichibukai and, prior to the rise of another pirate, was deemed the most promising newcomer in the world. With a single glance, Shaki recognizes the young man's identity. Those in her line of work must possess keen perception. Hello, Auntie. Ace greets her with a polite nod. However, the term Annie draws a dark line across Shaki's forehead. She is hardly a 50-something woman, still in her prime. How dare he address her so? Nevertheless, as a guest, she refrains from chastising this impudent boy, especially since her gambling relative is absent, rendering her unable to confront him. Speak. What brings you here? Shaki demands, her irritation palpable. Whatever the young lad orders, she intends to charge him double, no, triple the amount. Is food also available here? Ace inquires, astonished. He had only recently learned from Marco of the information station on this island, but he hadn't anticipated that it would also serve food. He had initially come to pursue Blackbeard alone, but, upon reaching Fishman Island, learned that Blackbeard had seemingly encountered trouble and was now untraceable. Thus, he sought information from the underground intelligence network. We only serve drinks. There are some leftover loaves of bread. Shaki replies, unwilling to prepare a meal for this insufferable brat, despite having some fried rice ingredients still available. Oh, no food. Ace's face falls. For him, the lack of sustenance is a grave matter. What do you want, kid? Shaki asks, seeing him lost in thought, and playfully taps the table to regain his attention. I'm here to inquire about the whereabouts of a man named Blackbeard. Ace states, adopting a serious tone. Let me think. As a skilled information broker, Shaki remains vigilant for all tidbits of news. Moments later, she retrieves a dossier from behind the counter. Blackbeard's last known appearance was reportedly linked to a covert promise from the world government to confront the demon king Cavendish. However, misfortune struck as he became ensnared in a sea whirlpool, swept away before any confrontation could occur. Recently, he was spotted at Tobacco Island aboard the flagship of the Butcher Anthony. Though Anthony's whereabouts remain unknown, he was likely eliminated. As expected from a top-tier underground intelligence network, the information provided is on par with that of Marine headquarters. Thanks, Auntie. Ace waves goodbye, having gleaned the information he sought, preparing to exit. Hold on, kid. Did you forget something? Shaki interjects, suppressing her annoyance. Huh? Is there something else? Auntie, are you inviting me to dinner? Ace's eyes sparkle at the mention of food. Suppressing the urge to give him a good thrashing, Shaki coolly replies. You haven't paid yet, kid. What? I have to pay? Ace finally realizes the oversight, rummaging through his pockets. But I don't have any money, Auntie. You little rascal. Prepare to face Shaky S. Deadly Scissors. Do you really think I run a charity here? In the past couple of days, my state of mind has not been particularly favorable, hence my writing may not be up to par. I kindly ask for your gentle reprimands. Nevertheless, I shamelessly implore you to bestow upon me your generous support through recommendations and collections. Oh, the audacious author. Hee. Has that big-chested fool finally departed? It still refuses to show himself? After a scolding, Nami's Perona was driven away, speaking to the wall. Oh dear, to think they could discover us here. Truly impressive. Robin and Cavendish emerged from the concealed door behind the wall. Although this place is a secret dungeon, there are indeed hidden passages, especially with the most death-fearing captain around. Where could there be no secret paths? I did not discover it. I merely detected a hint of a milky fragrance. The ghost princess sniffed and remarked, I never expected that such grown individuals like you would enjoy milk. Robin blushed, discreetly pinching the captain hard in a hidden spot. So, you were aware of our presence and deliberately said those words? Cavendish leaned closer to the cell, gazing at Perona, who was trapped inside. To be frank, Perona's appearance is not particularly stunning. Due to the effects of the Suk Nami, she perpetually bears two large dark circles under her eyes, resembling the non-mainstream girls of later generations. Adding to that, her lowly-like figure and modest bust do not exactly enhance her charm. As for why, in the original story, she managed to escalate from an A cup to a C cup after living on a deserted island with Zaro for 2 years. Only Zaro could elucidate the reasons behind such a transformation. Though I wish to affirm that it is indeed true, those words were spoken from the heart. Given her constrained abilities, the ghost princess did not wish to provoke the ruthless man before her. So, if I were to eliminate Moria, you would not seek revenge? Cavendish pondered, stroking his chin. Ha ha ha. Is it not quite normal for a pirate to be killed? Besides, Moria has already been slain by you. I am certainly no match for you. Would I be foolish enough to seek my own demise? Perona responded with exasperation. The Suk Nami indeed possesses formidable powers. Yet it is not invincible. Its greatest flaw lies in the protection of the physical form. Although Perona's powers now allow her spirit to detach from her body up to 5 kilometers away, this distance is trivial when facing a master. If confronted by an Admiral-level expert, they could easily unleash a powerful attack to obliterate everything within that range. Now, would you be willing to join my side? After a moment of contemplation, the captain inquired. Perona's abilities are indeed extraordinary, and even Cavendish hesitated to test her negative spirits, especially since her moral alignment closely mirrored his own. Why should I join you? You have already caused my Kuma to be lost. I have no desire to associate with you. Perona rejected him without a second thought. Cavendish, feeling utterly frustrated, exclaimed, You are a captive, for heaven's sake. Do you not possess a shred of awareness of your situation? Robin chuckled softly at his misfortune, finding the situation quite amusing. Hey, do not provoke my wrath. When I am enraged, even I fear myself. The captain said, somewhat embarrassed. Humph. The ghost princess rolled her eyes at him. If you truly wish to kill me, you would not be wasting breath on such trivialities. I am in a foul mood today and do not wish to engage with you. The captain, filled with regret, wondered why he was not the fearsome figure he was reputed to be. Come, let us drink. Not partaking would not be brotherly. Ale slammed a bowl of strong liquor onto Drake's table. Drake, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the enormous bowl that was half his size, fearing for his life should he drink it. Lord Ale, I truly failed to recognize your greatness the other day and offended you. However, as we are brothers, allow me to toast this bowl in your honor. Captured, Drake readily abandoned his dignity, willingly pledging allegiance before Cavendish could even extend an offer. Now, as the captain of the 2nd Combat Squad, he had usurped Chiola's position. Surrender was not an option for him. He had witnessed the whereabouts of Zuid Jane, who clearly wished to surrender but fell victim to those treacherous individuals. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have ended up as a barbecued Tyrannosaurus. Although he was a newly allied officer, within this scoundrel pirate crew, few dared to challenge him, as his strength commanded respect. Even Chiola, whose position he had taken, could only curse silently in frustration. After all, in the captain's pirate crew, those who dared to act treacherously would receive a proper lesson from the captain. In terms of one-on-one combat, aside from Ale and Lafitte, even Kondo Mikage would not dare claim he could defeat this Tyrannosaurus fruit user. However, good days came to an end today. After lying in bed for over 10 days, Ale finally rose, having bottled up a torrent of fury during his convalescence. He sought revenge, but the one forcing him to take medicine was the captain, whom he could not overpower, and the one presenting the medicine was Caesar, whom he dared not confront. Thus, after much deliberation, and under the encouragement of a raucous crowd eager for entertainment, he decided to seek trouble with Drake. Of course, a direct assault was not permissible. Not only would he struggle to find a valid excuse, but he also had yet to fully recover. Should he fail to subdue his target and end up being beaten instead, it would be utterly humiliating. Spotting the wine cup being offered back to him, Ale did not hesitate, seizing the hefty cup weighing over 10 pounds and draining it in one go. Brother Ale, your capacity for liquor is indeed impressive. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Please, allow me to raise another toast. Before he could even set the cup down, Drake presented him with another drink. The Minotaur, having consumed a staggering amount of liquor, was overwhelmed by the praise and gulped down the several dozen pounds of alcohol in one swift motion. Brother Ale is truly a man of character. In my life, I have admired only two individuals. One is the captain, and the other is you. Your magnanimity is commendable. Let us drink again. The Minotaur, still dazed from the previous 20-plus pounds of liquor, was once again handed a colossal cup. The onlookers, who initially intended to witness Drake's embarrassment, grew anxious, for the tables had turned dramatically. Rold wished to remind Ale not to forget his original intent, but was silenced by Drake's menacing glare. Observing the now inebriated Minotaur, Drake smirked subtly. With such intellect, he could easily toy with him without breaking a sweat. Let us begin with some idle chatter. Yet, this time, it was not mere trifles. This book has been ongoing for 50 days. The results are, how should I put it, neither thriving nor dead, merely languishing. Many in the group have stated that my writing is subpar and devoid of merit, suggesting I should abandon it altogether. However, as this is Hengxin's first attempt at writing, I have long harbored the hope of making a comeback, only to find that the harder I strive, the more disheartened I become. Thus, Hengxin has resolved to leave it to fate. If I receive a recommendation surpassing the graphical and textual threshold by noon tomorrow, I shall continue to update twice daily without fail. Should a significant recommendation arise, I will strive for 3 or even 4 updates daily, even if it costs me dearly. Conversely, if I do not receive a recommendation this week, it would signify that the editor deems my work unworthy of promotion. As a defeated contender, I might as well find a secluded spot to lament my fate. Nevertheless, as this is my debut work, I will not abandon it. I will strive to ensure at least 1 update per day. After this lengthy discourse, I doubt many will take notice, much like in my group, which appears populous yet is filled with lurkers. Aside from seeking my side stories, hardly anyone engages in conversation. Don Quixote Doflamingo. You should know this is a place you ought to avoid. Sakaski glared at the grinning individual before him, a surge of anger bubbling within him, wishing he could land a punch squarely on that face. Unfortunately, the man opposite him, despite being a pirate of notorious repute, was currently recognized as one of the 7 warlords by the world government. As a member of the government, he was prohibited from taking action against him unless ordered to do so. Why such fury, Akainu? You come to apprehend your man, while I attend to my business. Let us coexist without conflict, shall we? Doflamingo remarked, clad in his signature feathered coat, licking his lips with an almost serpentine delight. One must wonder, did he not find his flamboyant attire reminiscent of a turkey rather stifling? Business should take place on the island. This area has been designated a danger zone by the Navy, forbidding the presence of unrelated individuals. They found themselves at the port of Red Tree, number 60. In the archipelago of Subordinates, this place has always been a naval port, and with the flagship of the 3 admirals stationed here, it has instilled a sense of dread throughout the Shambadi archipelago, causing all pirates to retreat in fear. Yet, at this moment, a pirate ship brazenly docks amidst the warships of the 3 admirals, inciting the ire of Akainu. If he hadn't recognized it as the vessel of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he would have already unleashed his wrath upon these reckless pirates. However, I must remain here, for my business partner has chosen this location for our meeting. A glint of cold light flashed in Doflamingo's eyes as he waved his hand toward Akainu. Once again, that shameless individual is conducting business with scum like you? Kazara had flown over from his warship, mobilizing the 3 admirals to intercept a newcomer pirate who had yet to arrive. After several days of waiting, Kazara felt as though he were on the verge of decay. Doflamingo's dealings spanned the globe, making him a clandestine intermediary in the underground world, providing weapons to all manner of rogues and ambitious villains. On the surface, he was the largest smuggler of contraband, trafficking various illegal goods for the powerful and even the celestial dragons. Naturally, the Navy loathed such individuals. Yet they were often powerless to act due to Doflamingo's formidable connections. His actions frequently incited the ire of the entire Navy headquarters, but they found themselves helpless against him. Faced with someone whom even the elders and the celestial dragons were willing to shield, a sense of futility enveloped them. Hiki. The client says he will arrive shortly. I just hope you won't be so startled that your eyes fall out. Doflamingo guffawed on the deck. Even with his audacious demeanor, he found the individual he was dealing with to be excessively arrogant. Yet, it is precisely such audacity that enables him to achieve these feats. What a joke. Throughout my life, I have faced countless challenges. What in this world could possibly intimidate me? Akainu scoffed, for as the pinnacle of the world government's military might, there was truly nothing in the world that could instill fear in him. Is that so? I shall await the spectacle, Doflamingo replied confidently, recalling how he had been taken aback upon hearing the proposed meeting location. What a farce. Akainu shot him a disdainful glance. The 3 of them had been tasked with annihilating the fleet of the notorious Don Quixote, particularly that audacious pirate, and they were determined to eliminate him at all costs. However, his fleet was moving at a snail's pace, still several dozen kilometers away from the Shambadi archipelago. To prevent his escape, they decided to wait until he drew closer. After all, this was the only place nearby where ships could dock. Did he intend to sail his fleet to Mariehua? Kazara stifled a yawn, preparing to return to his warship. Anyone bold enough to arrange a meeting with Doflamingo here was likely a decayed noble or even a retainer of the celestial dragons. Regardless of whether they were trading in forbidden goods or even trafficking humans, as a general of the world government, he could not intervene. Rather than remain here seething with anger, he thought it wiser to take a nap. However, just as he was about to take off, he sensed a figure soaring through the sky. Akainu opened his eyes as well. With their observation hockey, they could sense even the slightest disturbance within several kilometers. Moreover, the individual in the sky made no effort to conceal their presence. This person was flying down from above. This sparked their curiosity. For although abilities in this world were myriad, the ability to fly was still a rarity. Within the Navy headquarters, only Kizaru could truly engage in aerial combat. Smoker could perhaps be considered half of one. The existence of the moonwalk allowed many skilled individuals to achieve brief moments of suspension in the air. Yet compared to true flight, it consumed too much energy and required focus during battle. It might be effective for overwhelming foes, but against an equally matched opponent, it was but a liability. In the entire world, only a handful of individuals possessed the ability to fly, and the speed with which this newcomer descended suggested formidable strength. Piquing their interest. It appears I have not arrived too late. Doflamingo. The newcomer approached swiftly. Just as they prepared to discern who it was that sought to trade with Doflamingo, the figure had already landed on the deck. However, Doflamingo, you have an excess of idle spectators here. Both Akainu and Kizaru instinctively looked up. For anyone bold enough to refer to an admiral as a mere idle bystander was likely courting death. Clad in a flowing white cloak, with long golden hair cascading over his shoulders, he wielded a sheathed longsword in his right hand and wore knee-high boots. Particularly striking was his face, arched brows, phoenix eyes, a sharp nose, and an ethereal handsomeness that had made him the subject of disdain for the Navy in recent months. No one in the Navy headquarters could mistake this visage, Cavendish. Akainu bellowed, though even Kizaru could sense the palpable killing intent in his tone. The staunchly justice-driven Akainu was naturally at odds with someone like Cavendish, especially since the latter had thoroughly trampled upon his pride, rendering the Navy a laughingstock across the globe. Let me see. Monkey, dog. Why are we missing a chicken? The captain in midair had no awareness of the gravity of his words as he pointed at their heads. You bastard. A fist enveloped in white smoke suddenly hurtled through the air, aimed squarely at Cavendish's infuriatingly smug face. The captain effortlessly caught the punch with his left hand, while his right drew the Durandal in a flash. Even if Smoker were to strike with fury, his current strength posed little threat to Cavendish. However, should Kizaru's Amaterasu land, it would spell disaster. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair. In terms of overall strength, Kizaru might surpass Cavendish slightly, yet when it came to swordsmanship, Cavendish was no less formidable. As soon as Kizaru intercepted Smoker's strike, he charged forward, and fortunately, Cavendish had anticipated various scenarios before arriving, preventing him from becoming flustered. The commotion here has alerted all those stationed in this vicinity. In the skies, Kizaru is engaged in an intense battle with Cavendish, while on the deck, Akainu, Akiji, Smoker, Kongming, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider have swiftly gathered. To ensure a decisive resolution to this operation, the Navy has dispatched 3 admirals along with 8 vice-admirals. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Hero Garb are overseeing the situation to prevent the Heavenly Demon King from taking hostages. The nearby populace was evacuated 3 days prior, with the Celestial Dragons summoned back to Mariewa by the Gore CI. In preparation for this apprehension, the Navy's General Staff has devised countless strategies, meticulously addressing every conceivable vulnerability. In such circumstances, unless the pirate were to abandon his crew and flee alone, there remains a mere 1% chance of his escape. Every individual has racked their brains, contemplating various scenarios, even collaborating with the CP organization to lay intricate ambushes along their route, striving for a swift, lethal outcome. Yet, despite the Navy's extensive foresight, they could never have anticipated this particular situation. The pirate, known for his cowardice, has audaciously arrived at Subordinates Archipelago unmasked, aligning himself with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, amidst the encirclement of the 3 admirals. This is indeed an affront to their authority. As all Navy commanders glare with killing intent at the 2 combatants in the air, the palpable tension causing Doflamingo to instinctively retreat to a corner. Smoker, eager to intervene, is restrained by Akiji's grip on his shoulder. The overwhelming haki emanating from their clash would disperse his smoke, necessitating patience. Cavendish, being an agile fighter, wields his nightmare sword with such swiftness that it renders him nearly invisible, while Kizaru, the user of the Pika Pika Nomi, possesses unparalleled speed. Their confrontation is so swift that even Smoker, with his current abilities, would only serve to complicate matters. Smoker gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of inadequacy for the first time. Akiji and Akainu exchanged glances and positioned themselves to subtly encircle Cavendish. Neither of them could fly, and recklessly charging in could offer the enemy an opportunity. Besides, Kizaru has ensnared the opponent, making escape impossible. I must say, your silent approach and immediate aggression is rather discourteous. The 2 combatants in the air maneuver rapidly, engaging in a duel at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Oh, I could have been comfortably sipping coffee at headquarters, yet your reckless antics have led to 2 months without a break. If I capture you this time, I am certain Sengoku will grant me an extended leave, Kizaru chuckled, his face a wrinkled bark. Old monkey, do you truly believe you have me cornered? The captain grimaced, feeling dissatisfied. According to the script, he was meant to make an entrance, deliver some banter, and then relish the expressions of frustration from the Navy. Yet, inexplicably, the script was not followed, and before he could establish his presence, the relentless assaults began. He momentarily forgot that a certain victim of infidelity was present. Not all men are as indifferent as Pikahasa when faced with betrayal. Smoker, upon seeing him, was consumed by rage, disregarding all else. Since Smoker has initiated the attack, Kizaru, as a fellow ally, cannot remain passive, thus thwarting the captain's plans. We shall soon discover whether you can withstand this. Although Kizaru was surprised by Cavendish's audacity to confront them directly, under such meticulous arrangements in the Navy's overwhelming strength, unless Whitebeard were to arrive to rescue him, no one would be able to save this pirate today. Cavendish felt a flutter of unease. Had he known the Navy would be so relentless, he would have delayed his arrival. His companions were still unprepared, and should he fail and be captured, it would be a source of ridicule. There is something amiss, Sakazuki remarked, observing the aerial duel and addressing Akiji. Indeed, those who attain the rank of Admiral are battle-hardened veterans that can swiftly assess the situation. While the pirate possesses commendable strength, it pales in comparison to Kizaru's. If not for the constraints of aerial combat, the three of them could defeat the pirate in mere minutes. Despite Cavendish's notorious arrogance, the Navy headquarters is intent on uncovering every detail of his movements. Being thoroughly familiar with his character, this is an individual who is utterly terrified of death yet possesses a profound audacity. Faced with the inevitable demise that looms before him, his sole inclination would typically be to flee at the first opportunity. However, since engaging with the Yellow Ape, he has displayed not the slightest hint of a desire to escape. Is this truly the pirate they once knew? Akiji discerned the question in Akainu's gaze and couldn't help but nod. The last time he was deceived was due to someone employing a user of the mimic fruit to impersonate him. However, while that fruit's user could perfectly replicate a person's demeanor and appearance, their strength could never be truly imitated. The one battling against Kizaru in the sky was undoubtedly the genuine Cavendish. Akainu clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. And since it was indeed the real deal, there was little left to discuss. Regardless of any schemes the adversary might still be plotting, eliminating him would resolve everything. In accordance with customary decorum, I must first extend my sincerest apologies to the readers who diligently cast their votes and continue to engage with this narrative each day. Please, do not panic. This is not a cessation of updates. Rather, starting today, the frequency of updates will be adjusted to once a day, as I may be preparing to embark on a new writing endeavor. This story has been archived for nearly 2 months, and how shall I put it? In comparison to the more acclaimed works, its performance is undoubtedly lacking. However, for a newcomer, the results should still be regarded as acceptable. Yet, the absence of recommendations remains a profound disappointment. This is an immense regret. Had I received recommendations and failed to ascend, at least I would have perished valiantly in the charge. Yet now, I feel as though I am being slowly worn down, and the struggle is becoming quite unbearable. P.S. Should I receive significant endorsements, I shall revert to updating 2 chapters daily. Moreover, reviews on this platform are nearly non-existent. I often have to venture to QQ Book City to find solace in the comments. A colossal lava mass, nearly several dozen meters in diameter, erupted from Akainu's hand, causing the surrounding air to heat up dramatically with the sudden appearance of magma. Cavendish, engaged in combat with Kizaru, was acutely aware of the onlookers below, who seemed to be merely spectators enjoying the spectacle. How could he possibly overlook the immense presence that Akainu commanded? The colossal lava ball, if struck, would reduce the living to charred remains. He swiftly evaded, the immense molten orb soaring towards the horizon. However, in the midst of his dodging, he found himself cornered by Kizaru. The latter, with a sinister tone, inquired, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Goodness, if I were to be struck, my handsome visage would surely be marred." Although Cavendish has never relied on his looks for sustenance, one can presume no one in this world would shun their own attractiveness. Halt, ceasefire, stop. As Kizaru's long leg approached mere centimeters from Cavendish's face, the shameless captain quickly shouted the call for a truce. What is the matter? Do you intend to surrender? If it were Akainu battling him, even a call for a ceasefire would likely be met with a punch for to Akainu. Only the dead enemy is a good enemy. Yet, for the typically lethargic Kizaru, if this adversary was willing to surrender, it would save him considerable effort. Why not hear what he has to say? After all, he was now a turtle in a cage, unable to escape. I propose. Must we always resort to violence upon meeting? Such actions only breed animosity. Why not sit down, converse, and enjoy some tea? It would be a shame to waste this splendid day. Cavendish retreated, extracting his head from beneath Kizaru's leg, praying that this monkey did not suffer from athlete's foot. A group of elite Navy personnel on the deck gazed up at the overcast, dreary sky, their expressions conveying a collective, "Are you an idiot? Haha. I perceive everyone is too serious," hints a jest. Even with Cavendish's thick skin, facing such a multitude of fiery gazes, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Curse it. Kizaru, feeling played, grew irate. Taking advantage of the ceasefire, Akainu and Akiji used their moonwalks to ascend into the air, forming a triangular formation around Cavendish. Oh dear, must you be so fervent? You three are renowned figures. Surely, you need not be so lacking in decorum when dealing with me. Cavendish raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. One admiral, you could perhaps negotiate with. Two might still offer a chance for escape. But three? Akainu declared. This day next year shall be your memorial. To deal with a fiend such as you, no moral justification is necessary. Today, you face two choices. Sakazuki flexed his shoulders. Oh, is there a way out? Pray tell. While aware that Akainu would not utter anything pleasant, for Cavendish, each passing second was a boon for postponing his fate. First, you resist, and we shall slay you. Sakazuki arrogantly pointed a finger. What if I choose not to resist? The captain professed his wisdom in recognizing the times. Should a fight ensue, these three would obliterate him in an instant. Not resisting is acceptable, but I shall still kill you. Akainu's sinister smile widened. Goodness, rabid dog. Are you forcing my hand? Initially hoping to perhaps negotiate a deal akin to that of impel down, Cavendish's composure began to falter. Force me? And what of it? If you have the capability, strike me. Sakazuki, warmed up, brandished his fiery fists, boasting arrogantly. Look, a meteor. With the three encircling Cavendish. Akainu found himself facing the Subordinates archipelago while turning his back to the Red Continent. The captain pointed dramatically behind Akainu. Yet, Sakazuki remained unmoved, deeming such a feeble ruse beneath him. In his indifference, Kizaru, Akiji, and all on the deck witnessed a pale blue meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards the Red Continent. This is bad. Kizaru reacted instantly. Only his speed could match it. Hachikyu, a colossal laser beam erupted from his hand, hastening to intercept the meteor. Alas, the once invincible laser met the meteor like ice against molten iron, causing no ripples. Boom. Even with the Subordinates archipelago over 20 kilometers from the Red Continent, all felt the violent impact, a tremendous force that seemed to shake the very earth. Impossible. Even the typically languid Akiji's countenance shifted. How could a meteor strike the Red Continent? This was utterly unfathomable. The entire land trembled from the collision. And at the pinnacle of the Red Continent, Mariewa, panic ensued among the populace. Although the fortification of the sacred structures had thus far prevented catastrophe, the quaking ground and shifting buildings sent residents fleeing in terror. What is happening? Why is there an earthquake in Mariewa? The five elders in the council chamber looked bewildered at Ji Lao, hoping for an explanation. The continental shelf of Mariewa is the most solid in the world, bolstered by the presence of national treasures that provide a protective barrier akin to a shield against natural disasters. Such an event had never been documented since the advent of records. Ji Lao, equally perplexed, though renowned as the world's most intelligent man, found himself at a loss in this unprecedented situation. Five elders. A call. Just as the elders exchanged puzzled glances, a messenger knocked at the door. Enter. This call was likely a report from a subordinate regarding the disaster. However, upon answering the Din Din Mushi, they realized it was far from the usual report. Pluton? Ji Lao grasped the Din Din Mushi, bewildered. Wasn't Pluton sealed away in the sands of Alabasta? The CP agencies had never reported any anomalies. Moreover, the recent tremors, while indicative of a formidable weapon, seemed less potent than the true Pluton. Nevertheless, despite his myriad doubts, he understood they must comply with the caller's instructions. Mariewa was of utmost importance, not to mention the millions residing within the city, the world's preeminent government institutions, and all celestial dragons. The presence of a national treasure here allowed for no margin of error. The prior tremors risked destabilizing the roots of the national treasure, should two more occur. It could be gravely harmed, and then it would be too late to rectify matters. Who is it? Red Dog. Your master wishes to speak with you, Cavendish boasted, brandishing the Din Din Mushi towards Akainu. Sakazuki clenched his teeth, wishing to pummel the audacious fool before him. He was confident that a single blow would leave the man half dead, and another would finish him. Yet, the visage of the mustachioed figure on the Din Din Mushi restrained him from acting. A call from the five elders was not to be disregarded by any, not even the four emperors. Sakazuki, I hereby order you to lead all Marines back to Marineford immediately, until we issue further orders. No one is to engage or take action against Cavendish's pirate crew, although being threatened by a pirate is undeniably humiliating. A modicum of endurance is worthwhile for the sake of a grand plan. Akainu's eyes burned with fury as the pirate before him repeatedly insulted the Navy, nearly stripping them of all dignity. Yet, he refrained from uttering any superfluous words. He was acutely aware that, at this moment, it could be said that the entirety of the world government had been effectively held hostage by the individual across from him. No one would be foolish enough to believe that the meteor's collision with the Red Line was merely an accident. The Holy Land, Mariewa, held immense significance. With the force of that meteor, a mere 3 or 5 more could undoubtedly obliterate the entire continental shelf beneath Mariewa. The destruction of the Holy Land would bear an insurmountable burden of responsibility, one so vast that even the 5 elders would dare not shoulder it. What merit did Akainu possess to bear such a weight? What are you staring at? Do as your master says and scram. Don't impede my business. The captain of the pirate ship hastily gestured, his eyes practically aflame with anger. The yellow monkey swiftly restrained Akainu, his usually lecherous expression momentarily replaced by seriousness. Sakazuki. Retreat for now. Although he understood Akainu's desire to devour their adversary whole, the reality was that they were at the mercy of their opponent, even if Cavendish was audacious. They were compelled to bide their time. Among the Navy, only his speed could match that of the Meteor, yet Yellow Monkey calculated that even if he risked injury, he could only intercept one at most. If their opponent unleashed 10 or 8, not even Mariewa would survive, let alone Marieford. While the admirals and the 5 elders could potentially escape, the ordinary citizens would be left to their fate. They should never have permitted the enemy fleet to approach so closely to their stronghold as part of a misguided plan. Now, with the majority of the world government's military might ensnared here, even sending forces to destroy that weapon would be too late. The pact beneath the city was thus. No matter the resentment felt, they could only swallow their bitterness. Though Akainu was persuaded by Yellow Monkey, another would not so easily depart. Drawing the 10 hands from his back, Smoker stood defiantly before Cavendish. Damn it, returned Tina. Tina? Who is that? The captain, observing the fuming figure before him, could not feign ignorance of the so-called tragic hero. Yet, that cow of a woman was quite useful to him lately. Only a fool would return her. Damn it. You know, the pink-haired female officer, the one that Pig, Kong Ming, used for his schemes. The forlorn man cried out, making Cavendish appear akin to a villain from some anime or game, having stolen the heroess woman. The hero, through trials and tribulations, finally defeats the Dark Lord and retrieves his beloved, only for her to have remained untouched during her abduction. It seemed that such Dark Lord stole the heroine solely to provide the hero with a reason for adventure. Or perhaps the Dark Lord's true affection lay with the hero. Of course, the captain would not emulate those foolish villains. He had already thoroughly enjoyed Tina, having exhausted her potential. Initially, he planned for her to make a dramatic appearance for a tearful farewell with Smoker, evoking a poignant narrative. However, the author's recent mood was poor, compounded by strict regulations from the publishing side regarding such content. Thus a detailed description was omitted. Once the author's spirits lifted, updates would be shared in the group. Am I not shameless? The soon-to-be enraged Smoker was taken away, unconscious, by Akiji. While he sympathized with Tina's plight and understood Smoker's emotions, sacrifices were necessary in this dire situation. Such choices are often demanded throughout life. Hehehe, indeed. You are a figure of great renown. Even the world government falters in your presence. Truly impressive. As everyone retreated, the hidden Tenyasha stepped forth with a smile. Pleasure to meet you for the first time, Doflamingo. You are indeed a man of your word. Cavendish remarked, his lips twitching in response to the man before him. Garbed in a coat reminiscent of a turkey, struggling to comprehend his fashion sense. Oh please. Those who dare to do business with the heavenly demon king and lack integrity are unlikely to see another sunrise. Doflamingo observed the young man before him with curiosity. At most 20-something years of age, with a strikingly handsome visage, he exuded the aura of a mere pretty boy living off his looks. Yet, his experiences could only be described as miraculous. Doflamingo, as a descendant of the creator, the head of the Don Quixote family, had been accompanied by 4 elite officers since childhood and inherited the last vestiges of his family's power. Yet, nearing 40, he had merely achieved the title of a warlord of the sea, having ascended to the throne of a minor kingdom like Dressrosa through cunning. Though his life could be deemed legendary, compared to the youth before him, it felt like a jest. Old habits die hard. I shamelessly implore for a recommendation. Having long heard of the illustrious Joker, seeing you today, it is evident that your reputation is well-deserved. Despite questioning Doflamingo's fashion sense, Cavendish held a measure of respect for him. The transformation from a once mighty celestial dragon, now a pirate reviled by the world, is a shift in identity that none could endure without fortitude. Yet, this man before him not only withstood it but thrived, clawing his way back to the pinnacle of this world through sheer willpower, a testament to resilience that indeed commands admiration. In the presence of the heavenly demon king, what could his meager accomplishments possibly signify? Doflamingo's greatest strength lay not only in his ruthless nature but also in his ability to adapt and seize opportunities, truly a formidable leader. Have you brought everything? Cavendish had arranged this meeting with Doflamingo not for mere show, but out of necessity. Should he fail to draw everyone's attention, the petty tricks aboard the pirate ship could easily be exposed, leading to a most embarrassing outcome. Are we truly to allow ourselves to be threatened by that pirate? Old Wu grasped his sword, the original Katetsu, gently polishing its blade. For these ancient beings, having witnessed countless storms, being repeatedly extorted by a fledgling was enough to ignite their ire. And if we do not heed him, shall we simply slay him? Old Wu retorted sharply. Although the 5 of them rarely intervened, it was merely to conserve their strength. Even the mightiest, Whitebeard, might not stand against them, let alone Old Wu, the most formidable among them. Yet, they had grown too old. Despite undergoing the immortal surgeries every few decades, the relentless march of time continued to erode their bodies. Unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, none wished to act. The national treasure would mature in no more than a decade, and during this time, they must endure whatever may come. Ji Lao's authoritative voice resonated. For the sake of the national treasure, they had endured for nearly a millennium. And now was the final moment. Under no circumstances could they afford any mistakes. Contemplating the national treasure, Wu Lao fell silent, retracting his weapon, the Gui Che. Time is the ultimate crucible for human character. Had he retained his temperament from years past, he could not have tolerated such provocations. Time had bestowed upon them unimaginable power. Yet it had simultaneously stripped them of all their vigor and spirit. Xiaoqi gazed at the distant pirate ships approaching in droves. Taken aback as she took a deep drag from her cigarette. Xiaoqi, what are you staring at? Hurry up and bring the wine. Inside the tavern. The old man was engaged in a drinking contest with that insufferable brat. The thought that this cheeky fellow was the illegitimate son of the old man's late boss infuriated Xiaoqi, had she known his true identity. She would never have allowed him to meet the old man. That day, Ace had inquired about information without paying, as if he could just slip away. Failing to consider who Xiaoyi was. If they lacked the requisite skills, who would dare to ascend Mount Liang? In the underground trade, without a modicum of capability, they would have long been devoured whole. The two soon clashed fiercely, but fortunately, everyone was aware of the nearby Admiral, and they managed to restrain themselves, avoiding any major disturbances. Nevertheless, age had taken its toll. In the face of Ace, Xiaoyi was no longer the captivating pirate she once was. And at 80 years old, she nearly succumbed to him. As she witnessed the boy attempting to flee without payment, Xiaoyi was naturally unwilling to let it go. She blew her whistle, summoning the old man. Although he quickly subdued Ace with a few moves, he recognized the boy's uniqueness. Ace's thought process bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's, making it impossible to outmaneuver Rayleigh, who extracted the entire lineage from him with just a few words. Silver's Rayleigh was in tears, first unleashing a torrent of curses upon Gold Roger for entrusting his legacy to Carp without informing him, and then embracing Ace, weeping uncontrollably. After all, he and Roger had shared everything in their youth. As the saying goes, opposite sexes only exist for procreation, while same-sex bonds signify true love. Xiaoqi's heart sank further. Having been wounded in her youth while pirating, she had been unable to bear children for the old ghost. Now, encountering Roger's son, Rayleigh immediately treated him as his own, a warmth that stirred her jealousy. Alas, she sighed, releasing a smoke ring. Her tranquil life with the old ghost for the past 20 years was about to come to an end. It was truly her own fault. He could leave if he wished, for a mere 100,000 berries, but the old man had squandered the most glorious decade of his life for that boy's father. And now he encountered his son. Was it truly the case that Rayleigh had owed their fathers a debt from a past life? A fleet of over 40 pirate ships swaggered into the harbor of Subordinates archipelago, igniting a frenzy across the island. Never had any pirate crew dared to be so brazen. Especially here, the closest island to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land. As the Navy retreated, they took along some of the local dignitaries, leaving the common folk to fend for themselves without obligation or time to concern themselves. Ross observed the enormous steel tracks displayed on the warship's deck, emanating a strange blue luminescence that appeared both alluring and perilous. He nudged Bahami with his arm. The captain had ordered everyone to steer clear of that contraption. What on earth was it? Not only their ship, but all warships were equipped with this device, each glowing with an eerie blue light, aimed at the red Earth continent. The captain's ruse had indeed frightened everyone. Lafitte gazed at the retreating navy, marveling at the spectacle. Despite Caesar's frantic efforts, he could only produce one electromagnetic cannon, yet the captain had commanded him to create dozens of these formidable instruments. The five elders, through unknown means, had uncovered the situation aboard these ships, and faced with the threat of over 40 so-called Pluton cannons, they shamefully quailed. Even if they dispatched forces to destroy them, they could only manage to eliminate a few. The remaining cannons could annihilate Mariehua from the map. Cavendish feared for his life. Yet the five elders feared even more for theirs. As the saying goes, those without shoes are unafraid of those who wear them. They valued their own lives above all else, unwilling to bear even the slightest risk. Having read several reviews yesterday, I found the sentiments of fellow readers to be quite accurate. Opening new plots only leads to a decline in reputation. Thus I have resolved to resume 2 updates daily starting tomorrow. First, I shall conclude this pirate tale. A group of raucous pirates, thoroughly intoxicated, roamed the streets. Drake observed the staggeringly inebriated individuals with a sense of sorrow. He had been defeated by this rabble. It felt rather unjust to lose in such a manner. The entire Subordinates archipelago had transformed into a pirate paradise since the government forces retreated under pressure. They wandered the streets, taking whatever they pleased. Their behavior reminiscent of certain unspeakable secret forces from years past. Fortunately, the captain had not issued any orders for plundering. So these pirates limited themselves to swiping a few morsels and perhaps groping a pretty girl or two. None dared to commit murder or arson openly. Despite this, the chaos had rendered the entire Subordinates in turmoil. The residents, long oppressed by the celestial dragons, had grown accustomed to such scenes, and few dared to resist, resulting in no significant panic. Brother Drake, what do you think of this lass? Bahami asked, presenting a demure nurse to Drake's side. Ever since Drake had bested a lie during a drinking incident and dealt with the few troublemakers, none among the crew dared to challenge him. As a master of opportunism, Bahami sought to curry favor with him. Typically, presenting a woman would be best suited for the captain, yet while this nurse was indeed charming, she seemed not quite up to the captain's standards. Moreover, while winning the captain's favor with such gifts would be rewarding, It would likely incur the ire of the captain's wife. Pahami was not foolish enough to engage in such a risky endeavor. Drake turned to regard the trembling nurse, who, despite her beauty, was shedding tears, clearly coerced. The captain hasn't authorized any indiscriminate looting, has he? Are you attempting to place the blame on me? As a newly sworn subordinate, it was crucial not to give the impression of double dealing. It was acceptable to discipline those pirates who crossed lines. But if Cavendish suspected he was challenging his authority, he would not show mercy. Of course not. Pahami hurriedly explained. I merely saw this girl on the street and thought she looked lovely, and I was just going to touch her a bit. We're gentlemen, after all. A little touch wouldn't cost me anything. He chuckled lewdly, having spotted the nurse with her boyfriend, intending to sneak a few inappropriate touches. Is this a matter of concern for pirates? However, the woman's boyfriend, seemingly misguided, dared to assault them. It is important to note that while Pahami may not possess exceptional skills, it all depends on whom he is compared to. That ordinary man, who had never exercised a day in his life, was easily beaten to a pulp by Pahami's fierce blows. According to the rules, since the man chose to attack him, the spoils could naturally be claimed. Upon hearing Pahami's account, Drake felt little sympathy. This world operates on the principle that the weak must yield unconditionally to the strong. After all, by tolerating such actions, one can continue living their life. However, should one choose to resist, they risk losing everything. Take, for instance, this nurse's boyfriend. Had he chosen to remain passive, perhaps Pahami would have merely taken advantage of him. But he opted to fight back and must now face the consequences of his defiance. This girl is quite appealing. I shall indulge for a few days. And you may collect her later. Without a trace of hesitation, Drake hoisted the tearful nurse onto his shoulder, preparing to return to his ship. As long as you enjoy yourself, Brother Drake, I am indifferent, Pahami remarked, despite his somewhat lecherous nature, understanding that women do not hold the utmost significance. There are indeed matters far more important. Of course, the captain is an exception. When have I ever dined alone? In 3 days, you may retrieve her from my ship. He playfully pinched the nurse's rear as he laughed and departed. A band of scoundrels. In Shaki's bar, Ace listened to the newly revived man's tale of woe. His anger palpable. Sasha lamented on the bed, having merely accompanied his fiancée to Sabaody to procure wedding supplies, yet how could they have encountered such misfortune? Is this not beyond the jurisdiction of the world government? Ace adjusted his hat and prepared to leave. Rayleigh suddenly appeared at the bar's entrance, leaning against the porch. What do you intend to do? I plan to help this gentleman lying in bed retrieve his wife. Ace replied, exasperation evident in a shrug. Earlier, while wandering the streets, he had stumbled upon Sasha, who had been left bleeding in the bushes. Had Ace not intervened, Sasha might have met a grim fate. Do you know who took his woman? Rayleigh's keen gaze reflected from behind his glasses, sharp as a winter's arrow. The only pirates audacious enough to act with such arrogance and Sabaody could only be members of the Heavenly Demon King's crew. Ace cracked his knuckles. Individuals like Lafitte are wholly unfit to be pirates. They steadfastly believe in their own sense of justice, aiding the weak and vanquishing evil, akin to ancient chivalrous heroes. Yet when it comes to the true nature of piracy, murder, arson, and pillaging, they not only abstain but actively oppose such actions. To label such individuals as pirates is to ridicule the entire profession. For the sake of a bystander, you wish to challenge the Heavenly Demon King's fleet? Bear in mind, he has vanquished 2 warlords of the sea and recently repelled a united naval force. To venture forth alone is tantamount to courting death. Rayleigh regarded the youth before him. Despite having inherited a renowned legacy and established a grand reputation, he remained too naive. His current strength was insufficient to command the seas. And while he might fare well against common foes, he lacked the experience necessary to confront Cavendish. But he is not merely a bystander, uncle. Ace lifted his head, bestowing Rayleigh with a radiant smile. Since I rescued him, he has become my comrade. For the sake of a companion, regardless of who they may be, I must go. That sunny smile prompted Rayleigh to reminisce about an afternoon over 20 years prior when he had encountered a similarly foolishly grinning individual. Meanwhile, on the ship of the Supreme Emperor, the captain sat in his chair, poring over the latest intelligence. According to the information received, it appears to be as follows. Robin stated firmly from across the table. Having spent over 20 years evading capture, her sensitivity to the slightest shifts in information had become acute. Bolstered by her devil fruit powers and Cavendish's disregard for money. In a mere 6 months, the captain's network of intelligence had expanded globally. While it may not yet rival that of the Navy or other established underground organizations, they could now track the movements of the 2 captains from Whitebeard's crew at will. Furthermore, through collaboration with Joker, Robin had acquired substantial intelligence previously belonging to the Don Quixote family, significantly enhancing the crew's informational capabilities. This presents quite a predicament, Cavendish remarked, holding his teacup with a furrowed brow. Given Jimbei's previous actions, I am compelled to retaliate against Fishman Island. Yet, it is evident that Whitebeard's crew intends to protect Fishman Island, and we currently lack the resources to engage in conflict with them. Not to mention the formidable Whitebeard himself. Even his 16th Division commander would likely suffice to handle this disorganized crew. It is well known that during the Paramount War, the Navy concentrated all its forces, alongside a few warlords merely observing, to defeat Whitebeard. Even then, Sengoku devised countless traps and ambushes. Moreover, Whitebeard's most formidable attribute lay in his unparalleled defense and vitality, comparable to that of the beast Kaido. Some board enthusiasts even calculated that during the Paramount War, the old man's body endured 267 stab wounds, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannonballs. Even after sustaining such injuries, with half of his skull shattered and his chest pierced, he still managed to half-beat Akainu and nearly cleave the entire Blackbeard pirates in two, had it not been for fate's decree. The old man would have long since dealt with Blackbeard. Such a creature, Cavendish estimates that even with an electromagnetic railgun, it would take at least 3 to 5 shots to vanquish it. However, to simply abandon Fishman Island would be somewhat disgraceful. Master, your milk tea is cooled. May I fetch you a hot cup? Noticing the chill in the tea held in his hand, Miranda hurriedly approached with a flattering demeanor. Upon receiving his nod, Miranda took the cup, discarded the lukewarm tea, and swiftly prepared a fresh blend before presenting it to Tina. Tears of despair fell from Tina's eyes as she helplessly endured Miranda's treatment, reminiscent of a beast of burden. In no time, a steaming cup of milk tea was ready. Robin observed Miranda's excited torment of Tina with a hint of melancholy. What troubles you? The captain inquired, noticing the sudden shift in the beauty's spirit. I merely lament that Miranda, once a privileged young lady, has now become your servant. One would think she would detest such a fate more than anyone else. Yet, before that female naval officer, she seems bewitched, finding joy in tormenting her daily. Robin sighed softly. Although she was well versed in ancient and modern knowledge, she had never grasped the complexities of human nature. Such is humanity. People often seek superiority over those they perceive as lesser. And the phenomenon of schadenfreude is merely a reflection of this. Cavendish, however, had little time for such melancholic musings. The very existence of his pirate crew hung in the balance. Sobriety was merely a temporary refuge. The 5 elders, constrained by his so-called continental shelf weapon, dared not act rashly, but that did not imply they would tolerate pirates lingering at their doorstep. Thus, he must depart before the world government's patience waned, ideally securing a severance fee in the process. Yet the new world had been largely divided among the 4 emperors, and to establish a foothold, one must eliminate one of them. Despite the inflated reputation of his power, he was acutely aware that the strength of his crew was insufficient, be it the monstrous Whitebeard, the immortal Kaido, the unparalleled Shanks, or the formidable Big Mom. None could be challenged by Cavendish's meager forces. While an electromagnetic railgun might suffice against lesser foes, it would prove ineffective against such titans. Even a single shot would be insufficient to fell Blackbeard, let alone the 4 emperors who now surpassed him. Frustration mounted, and the captain felt a pang of regret for antagonizing the navy so severely. The entire narrative had unraveled, and he suspected his level of enmity had eclipsed that of Whitebeard in Sengoku's eyes. If Sengoku did not consider Whitebeard as his primary adversary, the Marineford War would never have transpired. With Whitebeard still standing, Cavendish's opportunities dwindled. Miranda, her cheeks flushed, presented the milk tea with a newfound peculiar charm. The captain accepted the tea, brewed specially by Hawkback, known for its restorative properties. Miranda instinctively crawled beneath the table, her nimble mouth skillfully engaging with certain objects, while Robin, seated opposite, observed with a mix of disdain and familiarity. Boom. Just as the captain prepared to address his pressing needs, the sound of an explosion erupted ahead. Flames shot into the sky, accompanied by shouts carried by the wind. That bastard is causing trouble here. Hastily resolving his urgent matter, the captain donned his clothing and sped towards the source of the explosion. Robin, casting a glance at the entranced Miranda, felt a surge of revulsion. What an impressive old man, cried Ale, wielding a massive iron pole as he fought valiantly, through rigorous training from countless battles. He could now hold his own against a marine rear admiral, provided they weren't as formidable as Akainu or Garp. Even against powerful foes like the Spider or Fire Mountain, he could negotiate a decent outcome. Yet, before this elderly adversary, he found himself overwhelmed. It was evident to any observer that this old man was merely toying with him. Otherwise, even 4 Alesh would not suffice. Meanwhile, a bare-bodied youth was skillfully defending himself against a throng of officers. Rayleigh watched with a serene smile as Ace honed his combat skills amidst the chaos of pirates. The boy was an exceptional talent, and Garp's training had endowed him with remarkable physical prowess. However, while Garp had cultivated Ace's robust physique, he had neglected finer skill training. Now, encountering a cadre of competent fighters provided the perfect opportunity to refine Ace's abilities. From this moment forth, I shall resume daily updates. A fellow reader rightly pointed out that perseverance in writing is not merely for the editor's gaze. Accolades can come or go. I shall once again express disdain for the dark recommendation system on the platform, where a few charming young ladies receive consistent powerful endorsements, while our rugged voices are often silenced. In this world, shadows lurk everywhere. Kahori's twin blades danced through the air, slicing with a speed of 38 strikes per second, each narrowly grazing Ace's skin. To an unsuspecting observer, it might appear as though they were performing an intricate duet. Following Rayleigh's guidance, Ace refrained from utilizing his elemental transformation, instead relying solely on his physical reflexes to hone his observation haki and armament haki. Over the past 2 years, he had experienced a smooth journey, having only faced some setbacks under Whitebeard's command, which fostered his arrogant demeanor of believing himself to be the second in command. Thus, even though he recognized Blackbeard's formidable strength, he remained convinced he could defeat him single-handedly. Whitebeard had faith in Ace's ability to grow independently. Moreover, given Ace's nature, he was not inclined to play the role of a mentor, allowing Ace to develop freely. However, from Rayleigh's perspective, Ace was riddled with flaws: insufficient mastery of his fruit abilities, inadequate training of his hockey, and unimpressive physical techniques. It could be said he was mediocre in everything. And while he might manage against lesser opponents, he would surely falter against skilled adversaries. Consequently, Rayleigh resolved to dedicate a year to refining Ace, ensuring he would emerge as a capable fighter in his own right. Is this the strength of a 550 million berry pirate? Pahami gaped in astonishment at Ace, who was encircled by Kahori, Batare, Kondo Mikage, and Chiura. Although Ace seemed to be at a disadvantage as a user of a Logia-type fruit, he had only unleashed his powers once and was primarily relying on his physical prowess to contend against the four pirates. Ale was ensnared by the formidable old man, and with the first mate and captain absent, Drake was likely preoccupied in the cabin with a charming beauty. In this moment, the vast pirate crew found itself without anyone capable of confronting the two intruders. Rayleigh watched with keen interest as Ace was driven back by the four pirates. It was only under such circumstances that the boy's potential could be fully realized. The eyes hidden behind his glasses gleamed with a chilling light, and a flash of sword light streaked across the horizon. The speed of the blade was so great that it ignited the surrounding air. Ale felt a chill run from his head to his toes, the force of the strike imparting upon him the sensation of standing at the threshold of the underworld. This marks the first true revelation of Hades' formidable power. Ding. However, this strike was not directed at him. Rather, it traversed the bounds of time and space, piercing the sphere that was about to soar towards Ace. In that moment, suspended in near stasis, the obsidian sea prism stone sphere was touched by the sword's tip, and instantly, countless fissures erupted across its surface. In less than a millisecond, the material renowned as the hardest in the world was reduced to mere ashes. The golden right hand of the Pirate King, Hades Silver's Rayleigh, indeed lived up to his illustrious reputation. Suspended in midair, Cavendish floated gently, as if the electromagnetic cannon that had just been fired bore no relation to him. Upon his arrival, he had immediately noticed the peculiar pairing of the elder and the youth, Rayleigh, the Hades, and Fire Fist Ace. Who could fathom how these two formidable individuals came to be entwined? Though uncertain of Ace's presence here or Rayleigh's motives for confrontation, this was undoubtedly his territory. Reasons could be sought later. For now, a cannonade was in order. The captain believed he had concealed himself adeptly, yet to his astonishment, that old rascal Rayleigh remained remarkably vigilant. Modesty befits the Demon King. I am merely a craftsman, biding my time, Rayleigh remarked, sheathing his sword while his watchful gaze remained fixed on Cavendish. Hades? The fabled first mate of the Pirate King? At that moment, the bystanders, mere fodder in this drama, ceased their actions, their mouths agape in astonishment. These individuals have grown up listening to the legends of the Pirate King, each setting sail as a pirate primarily due to the final words of Gold. Roger. However, following Roger's demise, all those associated with him faced the Navy's retribution. And the name of the Dark King, Rayleigh, has faded from memory for nearly 2 decades. If it were not for Cavendish's revelation, who could have imagined that this elderly gentleman, with hair as white as snow, was indeed the legendary figure? Why would such a person appear aboard our vessel? A crowd of bewildered onlookers began to speculate. The Dark King has come to my ship, accompanied by the sole heir of the Pirate King. One wonders what wisdom he may impart. Cavendish, brimming with excitement and contemplating how to ensnare Whitebeard, could hardly believe his fortune in such an unexpected boon. The combination of Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and the only surviving heir of the Pirate King, Ace, creates a reaction so potent that it seems inconceivable for the 5 elders and the world government to remain indifferent. As soon as the words of the captain emerged, Rayleigh's expression immediately shifted. Ace is the son of Roger, a revelation he only discerned upon meeting Ace. How could the pirate across from him be privy to such information? Being a weary old man on the brink of death, devoid of ambition or motivation, and possessing a decent level of strength, the world government would hardly take any action against him. However, Ace is different. He is still young, and Whitebeard has expressed intentions to support him as his successor. The world government would never allow Roger's son to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King once more. How do you know about my background? Ace inquired, astonished, as he believed that only Old Man Garp was aware of his lineage. Even Rayleigh had only just learned of it, while Ace had thought Whitebeard was oblivious. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who were initially merely spectators, were rendered speechless. The presence of a vice-captain of the Pirate King had already left them in awe. And now the revelation of a son of the Pirate King emerged. Was this a case of inheriting the family legacy? I wonder what brings the king of the underworld to my humble abode. The captain, having unveiled a shocking secret, did not answer Ace's question but turned to Rayleigh. He pondered what madness compelled these two to disrupt his territory. If it were merely Fire Fist Ace, Cavendish would certainly take the opportunity to teach him a lesson in humility. However, with the addition of Rayleigh, the situation had become considerably more complicated. The 4 greatest swordsmen of the age, Dracula Mihawk, Shanks, Rayleigh, and Silvermine, had their reputations well established. Although many believed Cavendish had attained the strength of a great swordsman, He knew better. The captain had always been lazy, preferring to indulge with his wife rather than train. When he arrived in this world, he was already a top-tier swordsman. And even now, he merely stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It seemed that the distinction between a pinnacle swordsman and a great swordsman was but a mere step, however. That single step represented a significant divide. Given the captain's current level of awareness, it would take no less than 3 to 5 years for him to ascend. At present, he could only manage to hold off an admiral, with little chance of securing victory, though there was always the possibility that the enemy might act foolishly. Yet, should he succeed in crossing that threshold, he would not only stand a chance but could potentially contend with an admiral on equal footing, thereby earning the right to vie for supremacy. Rayleigh took a step back, allowing Ace to step forward. True to Rayleigh's nature, he was disinclined to involve himself in trivial matters. Though he could be considered a good-natured individual, he had never shied away from violence. Ace clenched his fists and declared to Cavendish, "Hand over Miss Roran immediately, or I shall not hold back." Rayleigh nearly facepalmed with his sword. While he had long known Ace to be singularly focused, he had not anticipated his level of foolishness to surpass even that of his father. Initially, the captain had hoped to find a way to defuse the situation, recognizing that should a conflict erupt, he would struggle against the old man and lacked any preparation for this battle. However, Ace's ultimatum left him no choice but to confront the issue head-on. Otherwise, his reputation as captain would be at stake. Lafitte, engage. Cavendish swiftly signaled to his first mate, raising his left arm to unleash an electromagnetic cannon toward Rayleigh. Even in a surprise attack, Rayleigh effortlessly neutralized the sea stone bullet, and with tensions at a peak, he drew his sword with remarkable speed. The dark sheen of his armament hockey illuminating the blade. Sound kill, flash slash. The moment the captain initiated his strike, Lafitte, who had been diligently learning from him, unleashed his most powerful technique. However, his target was not the seemingly weaker Ace but the legendary Rayleigh, whom Lafitte had long idolized. Rayleigh effortlessly countered Cavendish's ambush. But at that moment, he found himself vulnerable. Lafitte's sword, though lacking in intricacy, possessed the advantage of speed, and under Cavendish's influence, it became instinctual for the entire crew to act. In an instant, all the higher-ranking pirates swung their weapons toward Ace, while those slightly less skilled targeted Rayleigh with their firearms. Irritated, Rayleigh dismissed the incoming bullets, extending his left hand to grasp Lafitte's thrusting blade. With all his might, he demonstrated the terror of the legendary figure. Against Lafitte's lethal strike, he merely reached out and firmly grasped the blade in his palm. A trickle of crimson flowed from his hand. Although his mastery of armament hockey was formidable, it paled in comparison to Garb's specialization. And Lafitte's strongest move still managed to slice into his flesh. However, that was the extent of it. Lafitte attempted to maneuver his ensnared blade, but felt as if his efforts were futile. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he prepared to retract his hand. But it was too late. Rayleigh's grip tightened, and the renowned sword crafted by a master from the West Sea, which had accompanied Lafitte for decades, was effortlessly snapped. With a flick of his wrist, the severed blade flew at supersonic speed toward Lafitte. Lafitte desperately retreated, but in comparison to the speed of Rayleigh's thrown blade, he was far too slow. The shard pierced through him, embedding itself in the ship's mast, leaving a dark hole in its wake. In the blink of an eye, amidst a storm of thunder and lightning, their encounter concluded in mere seconds, with Lafitte gravely wounded and retreating. The legendary Rayleigh had once again emerged before the world, reaffirming his terrifying prowess after 2 decades. Meanwhile, Ace, despite activating his elemental transformation at the first opportunity, found himself caught off guard by the sudden assault. It is not that he lacked strength. Even someone like Cavendish would find it a formidable challenge to injure Ace in a direct confrontation. However, despite his considerable prowess, his thought process is significantly inferior to others. After Rayleigh had eliminated Lafitte, this son of the Pirate King, the designated second-in-command by Whitebeard, finally realized that the group of pirates before him was attempting to ambush him. Throughout his journey, Ace had encountered opponents who were rather one-dimensional. Even those who resorted to cunning schemes possessed strength far beneath his own. Furthermore, since he had ascended to the position of Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, no reckless individual dared to launch a surprise attack against him. Consequently, although he was quite formidable and had ample combat experience, he found himself somewhat at a loss when faced with such unscrupulous adversaries. Although he managed to evade the attacks of Baharay and his cohorts through timely elementalization, he still suffered a cut on his arm from Condomic. More critically, a swift blade from Cavendish had left a shallow gash along his waist. The wound was minor, measuring only about 10 centimeters, and it was quite superficial, hardly a significant injury for a pirate accustomed to bloodshed. Yet, Cavendish's sword was laced with potent poison. Determination never speaks falsely. What a disgrace it is to lose focus over trivial pursuits. After a day spent engrossed in a game, I find myself at a loss for words. Tonight's update continues, but the morning update will undoubtedly be delayed until the afternoon. I shall refrain from such gaming indulgences in the future. It is truly a pitfall. Rayleigh swiftly carried Ace away as the deck lay strewn with unconscious pirates. The former Pirate King, Rayleigh, still wielded considerable power, his conqueror's hockey farce surpassing that of the half-hearted captain. Even Cavendish found his steps faltering when faced with the full force of Rayleigh's aura. Had Rayleigh been alone today, the pirate crew might have suffered severe losses. However, with Ace's presence as a hindrance, the crew faced minimal injuries, save for Lafitte. Since his victory over Jinbei using a poisoned sword, the captain had developed a fondness for the role of the poisoner, even commissioning Caesar to concoct a new hybrid toxin, surpassing the potency of that which had harmed Jinbei by more than threefold. To tend to the poisoned Ace, Rayleigh could not afford to linger, after all. He was not a saint willing to sacrifice the only heir of his captain for a woman whose appearance he did not even know. Hence, he disregarded Ace's foolish declarations and hastily made his escape. Hawkbuck, arriving late from the fleet, was discovered by Cavendish during his order to exterminate the island, and he shamefully surrendered. Though lacking in medical ethics, his surgical skills were renowned. Even without the surgery fruit, he had performed bodily modifications on Absalom, rendering Lafitte's wound trivial by comparison. This minor injury of the vice-captain will heal with some ointment and a few days of rest, he said swiftly as he bandaged Lafitte's wound, turning to Cavendish. At this moment, the unconscious crew members began to regain consciousness. The captain, surveying the scene with a discerning eye, quickly spotted the trembling figure of Pahami in the lowered head of Drake, realizing that this debacle was undoubtedly instigated by the two. What on earth have you done to provoke such a figure? He demanded. Captain, I swear it wasn't me this time, Pahami cried, kneeling in despair. Who could have anticipated that merely attempting to capture a woman would attract the attention of such a legendary individual? Would the captain truly execute him as a sacrifice? Fortunately, Drake, possessing some semblance of bravery, recounted the entire affair, knowing full well that he could not evade responsibility, especially as the nurse, Roland, was still lying in his bed. After listening to their accounts, the captain felt a profound sense of exasperation, acutely aware of the malice that the world could summon over trivial matters. It was astonishing that such a minor incident could ensnare Ace and Rayleigh. Captain, perhaps we should return that woman to them. It hardly seems worth offending such a legendary pirate over her, Kondo Mick suggested, panting. With Lafitte injured and the dim-witted Aniu silent, it fell to Kondo, the most senior among them, to voice an opinion. Return her? Nonsense, Cavendish replied, casting a disdainful glance at Kondo. Did you not notice Drake was not even dressed? The woman has undoubtedly been with him. Returning her now would only invite vengeance. Moreover, what of Rayleigh? He was merely an outdated figure. His meteoric rise to fame in less than a year was due to his refusal to back down in the face of adversity. If he were to show weakness today, how could he ever intimidate those with ulterior motives in the future? Drake, how was she? Just as Pahami and Drake were engulfed in anxiety, the captain posed this unexpected question. The two exchanged glances, unsure of the intent behind his inquiry, but they knew better than to withhold a response from their captain. Not bad, especially since she was a virgin. Her resistance was quite spirited, making it an enjoyable experience, Drake replied honestly. Then let us not waste her. Share her with the crew, the captain concluded succinctly, waving his sleeve as he departed. That wretched woman had caused him considerable trouble. It was time for her to experience the depths of hell. In the office of the Five Elders, the telephone snail began to buzz incessantly once more. Is it that cursed pirate again? Gore CI glanced at the visage on the telephone snail with irritation. The highest authority of the world government had never endured such indignities. Had it not been for the national treasure, they would have long since dispatched that insufferable brat. But for the sake of the soon-to-ripen national treasure, they had to endure this humiliation, an experience they had not faced in millennia. The persistent ringing of the telephone snail echoed through the desolate hall, akin to a cacophony of mockery. The elder suppressed his fury and answered the phone. Pirate, what are your demands? The Five Elders had resolved to expend some resources to rid themselves of this plague. However, if he proved obstinate, they would have no choice but to acquiesce to the celestial dragons and initiate the source of the world. Elder, must you be so irate? I come bearing sincere intentions to discuss cooperation. The captain's languid voice drifted through the telephone snail. Humph. I do not believe you possess the qualifications to engage in cooperation with us. As the pinnacle of authority for centuries, Ji Lao commands respect that even the four emperors deem insufficient for collaboration, let alone a fledgling pirate like Cavendish. Although this pirate has garnered attention through cunning schemes, his lack of foundational strength remains his most significant flaw. It is noteworthy that even Shanks, the swiftest among the four emperors, took nearly a decade to cultivate his crew. In contrast, Cavendish's ragtag assembly, hastily organized within a mere year, relies almost entirely on his singular efforts. Should he falter, his followers would swiftly disperse like frightened birds. The legacy of the pirate King Roger, combined with the former first mate Rayleigh and the so-called strongest pirate in the world, Whitebeard, raises the question of whether such a formidable combination piques the interest of the Five Elders. Upon the utterance of those words, even the usually unflappable wise elder's countenance shifted dramatically. What did you say? The orphan of Roger? Could it be that you are the son of Gold Roger? In an instant, the wise elder reached a resolution. If this new pirate were indeed the offspring of that man, then even if it meant compromising with the celestial dragons, measures must be taken to eliminate him. Gold Roger, the infamous scourge of the world government, was the one who completed what the so-called remnants deemed the final voyage. And it was he who ushered in the so-called Great Pirate Era. had it not been for Roger's terminal illness at the time. With his stature and the power he wielded, he could have genuinely shaken the foundations of the world government. If Cavendish truly is Roger's son, the revelation of such an identity would undoubtedly attract powerful allies from all corners. Coupled with his own renown and the formidable power he has already acquired, he would soon transform from a mere nuisance into a grave threat. Do not rush, my friend. I am a hereditary marquis of the Rommel kingdom, with lineage traceable back 10 generations. If I were truly Roger's heir, would I announce it so nonchalantly? Those who had not experienced Roger's era could hardly comprehend the weight of his name, even 2 decades after his demise. It still had the power to provoke reactions from figures like the elders of the 5 stars. So, who indeed is Roger's heir? Upon hearing this, the wise elder recalled that since this pirate had gained notoriety, his ancestry had already been thoroughly investigated. Upon reviewing Cavendish's dossier, the elders had been so incensed that they wished they could resurrect the deceased Admiral Vern to punish him once more. Why did he, in his comfortable dominion over the West Sea, choose to meddle in the affairs of others? If Cavendish found amusement in nocturnal slayings, why force him into the open sea? Wise elder, as a shrewd businessman, I believe it would be prudent for us to negotiate the terms of compensation first. The wise elder suppressed his rising ire and inquired. Speak, what conditions do you desire? I recall that there are currently 2 vacancies among the 7 warlords. Is there any chance you might consider granting one to me? The captain's sly voice resonated from across the table. Initially, when he had vanquished Sir Crocodile, the world government had intended to elevate him to the status of a warlord. However, due to the fallout regarding Robin, their negotiations had soured. Later, after he had plundered 16 kingdoms, Lafitte had suggested the same, but at that time, Cavendish had just delivered a resounding slap to the face of the elders, making such a request seem improbable. Moreover, during that period, buoyed by his own ambitions, he had thought that claiming the position of a Yonko would be within his grasp, thus he had no such intentions. However, after facing off against admirals and Rayleigh in recent days, he was compelled to acknowledge the gap that still existed between him and these top-tier powerhouses. Consequently, his position had become quite precarious. Remaining in the Grand Line would surely invite the ire of the Navy, while venturing into the New World to contend for territory against the Yonko could lead to his downfall, akin to that of Gecko Moria. After much contemplation, it seemed that adopting the guise of a warlord was the only viable means to navigate through the current crisis. As for the future, solutions would surely present themselves. If all else fails, he could emulate Blackbeard in Raid and Peldown. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that his very first crew member was an acquisition from Blackbeard. If he were to seize those individuals from the infinite hell, would it not sever Blackbeard's path? The 5 elders exchanged glances. The position of the 7 warlords held little significance in their eyes, merely a means to placate formidable pirates, akin to the proclamations of ancient governments, granted or withheld at their discretion. Yet, even the most arrogant Don Quixote Doflamingo had never so brazenly defied the world government, and presently, Cavendish's so-called Hades cannon was still poised beneath the continental shelf of Mariewa. Should he now be made a warlord? It would evoke a sense of humiliation akin to a treaty signed under duress. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Hui spoke. Grant his request. For these ancient beings who had lived for centuries, notions of dignity were but illusions. True value lay in profit. Very well, pirate, we concede to your request. Simply come to Mariewa to finalize the formalities, and we shall recognize you as the new 7 warlord. Elder Ji pondered for a moment before adding. Should you lack the courage to come yourself, you may send your subordinate to handle the paperwork in your stead. That will not be necessary. I have faith in the credibility of the 5 elders. In the world of One Piece, reputation was of utmost importance. Even the most infamous pirates were bound by their word. Now, King of Heaven, who is the heir of Roger? Where is Rayleigh? What does Whitebeard signify? Once the relationship was clarified, Elder Ji ceased referring to Cavendish as that pirate, instead addressing him by his moniker. The heir of Roger is Portgas Diaz, the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard, and he is also the adopted grandson of the marine hero, Admiral Garp. Furthermore, the Dark King Rayleigh is currently at his side. The captain gradually divulged all the intelligence he possessed. As a pirate, sharing such information with the Marines was a betrayal of his faction's interests, yet for the captain, did this truly matter? What? Upon hearing Cavendish's revelation, even the 5 elders changed color in unison. To my knowledge, both Garp and Whitebeard had long regarded Ace as the next candidate for Pirate King, diligently training him over the years. If all goes well, he will ascend to that title within 3 years. To heighten the fear of his adversaries, the captain continued to embellish the danger posed by Ace, ensuring that the world government's attention remained focused on him, thus allowing him to execute his plans effectively. After terminating the call with the transponder snail, silence enveloped the hall of the 5 elders. What is that old fool Garp thinking? Elder Wu, being a top-tier swordsman with a composed mindset, was the first to break the silence. Hearing his words, the other 4 elders began to contemplate. Indeed, what could that old man possibly be scheming? As a celebrated hero of the Marines, Garp had long been deserving of the position of Admiral, and he might have succeeded Kong as the commander-in-chief of the world government. Meanwhile, his son, Dragon, who could have easily become an admiral, rebelled just before his promotion and now led the revolutionary army, sowing chaos. If one were to dismiss the notion that this rebellious son had little to do with Garp, then the fact that Garp had privately adopted Roger as heir and sought to prepare him for the title of Pirate King was profoundly alarming. The implications were chilling. If Garp were to ascend as commander-in-chief, and his son led the revolutionary army, while his grandson became the Pirate King, what future would remain for the five of them? Captain, is it truly wise to lead them into ruin? After patiently listening to Cavendish's phone call, Robin finally spoke. This man had deftly manipulated the five elders with his silver tongue, and even she, had she not been privy to the preceding events, might have been taken in by his rhetoric. The captain had painted Garp and Whitebeard as cunning conspirators, while portraying himself as a pitiful figure. Ultimately, his underlying message was clear. He simply desired a life of indulgence, devoid of any political aspirations, as long as he could carve out a territory for himself. While those two old men yearned to ascend as the leaders of the world government, the disparity between their threats was evident to all but the blind. Whether this portrayal unjustly maligned Whitebeard and Garp was a matter known only to the heavens. With an arm wrapped around Robin's slender waist, Cavendish noted her skin, now as delicate as porcelain after days of care, had grown infinitely more alluring since their first encounter, compelling the captain to devote increasing time to her. Thus, Robin had become the greatest obstacle to the captain's advancement. Who cares? Let the old fools clash until their blood flows. In this era, the more of them that perish, the clearer our path shall be. As he toyed with a pair of smooth, white melons, Cavendish remarked nonchalantly, "You are incorrigible." Robin shot him a playful glare, reclining sideways. She could hardly fathom the depth of his desires. Her time spent in bed had significantly increased, and she feared that if this continued, she would only know how to lie there, legs apart. Men are only loved when they possess a hint of mischief. The captain, now invigorated by having resolved several significant troubles, eagerly indulged in the sweet fruit before him. At the Holy Land, Mariewa, Captain, matters such as these are best left to subordinates. There is no need for you to take the helm personally. Bahami fawned, eager to curry favor. The captain's intention to become a seven warlord surprised the entire crew. Initially, they had believed he would lead them to challenge the four emperors in the New World. Truth be told, the entire crew regarded the position of seven warlord as little more than a hollow title. In less than a year, the captain had vanquished two warlords and driven one away. Thus, when he proclaimed his intention to become a warlord, many considered it a trivial endeavor. However, within this pirate crew, democracy was a distant concept. Whatever Cavendish declared was absolute and must be upheld, lest one face dire consequences. Though the seven warlords did not shine as brightly as the four emperors, their status was nonetheless significant, necessitating the personal presence of a pirate or their representative at Mariewa to formalize their appointment, which the world government would then announce globally. Ideally, this task would have been entrusted to Lafitte, but as he was still recuperating, the captain had to undertake the journey himself. Naturally, dealing with the plethora of mundane matters would have been a nuisance, having previously endured the bureaucracy of the Celestial Kingdom. Hence, he brought along the resourceful Bahami. Casting a sidelong glance at the sycophant, the captain would not have considered bringing him if it weren't for his efficiency. Before they reached Mariewa, they were met by a group of men clad in black suits. The leader, a burly figure adorned with a shiny bald head, approached them. Such a gleaming head was surely a cause for concern. Upon observing the figure before him, the captain silently pondered the prowess of this individual. Indeed, the depth of the world government was not to be underestimated. Although the bald man had yet to engage in combat, his imposing aura suggested that he was undoubtedly a formidable admiral. Lord Cavendish, the Demon King, I presume? I am Bald Eagle, sent here to escort you to complete the necessary formalities at the behest of the five elders. The burly man revealed a smile more pained than sorrowful. Extending his hand in greeting, the two exchanged a polite handshake, and the captain realized he had perhaps erred by bringing Bahami along. After all, anyone who ascended to the rank of warlord was likely to be a ruthless individual, one not easily intimidated. And one who would dare to show disdain during such formalities was truly courting disaster. Fortunately, the captain quickly devised a method for resourceful utilization and promptly summoned Bahami, issuing a directive. Ensure that everything is handled impeccably. Furthermore, regarding the lady, I do not wish to hear any news. With this instruction conveyed, the captain accompanied the bald man to the world government's office. The process was efficient and straightforward. Within 5 minutes of arrival, all necessary approvals had been secured, requiring only the captain's signature to finalize the arrangements. The attitude of service and efficiency displayed here is unparalleled, far surpassing anything from past lives. Amidst the compliments and bows of all the staff, the captain effortlessly ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea. Upon exiting the hall, Bahami was already waiting nearby. Although the lad's abilities were lacking, his efficiency in handling affairs was indeed remarkable. Alfred Saint, the newly appointed warlord of the sea. The Demon King Cavendish requests an audience outside. Within a resplendent palace, a bodyguard reported to the celestial dragon, who was indulging in the company of female slaves. What commoners? I refuse to see them. The rotund celestial dragon reclined on the ground, relishing the services of the slaves, utterly disinterested in meeting a pirate. Despite the intimidating title of Warlord of the Sea, it all depended on whom one was addressing. As a proud descendant of the Creator and a member of the world aristocracy, He deemed it beneath him to meet with a mere pirate. The head bodyguard wore a troubled expression. Although his lord wielded immense power, the individual at the door was no benign character. Alfred Saint, the new warlord of the sea, had just received special approval from the five elders, and his pirate crew was still anchored at Subordinates. It was only then that the corpulent man lifted his square head from the throng of female slaves. Contemplating before speaking, was the world government's order for us to withdraw from Subordinates meant for this pirate? Yes, my lord, the bodyguard replied hastily. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to meet with this pirate. After a moment of deliberation, the rotund man concluded that it would be wise to grant the meeting. After all, he was not an ignorant relic, and facing a pirate formidable enough to compel the world government to retreat was not a cause for shame. While the world perceives the celestial dragons as arrogant and foolish, that perspective hinges on who is judging. To the common populace, the celestial dragons may tower above. But when confronted by extraordinary figures, they are capable of displaying great respect. Truly foolish beings could not possibly thrive for 8 centuries in such comfort. Pahami, hold on to this well. Should there be the slightest loss, I shall see to it that you endure all the punishments, the captain declared with satisfaction, handing over the precious item he had just procured from the corpulent man, issuing a serious command. Though the hefty man resembled a pig, his intellect surpassed that of one. Recognizing that while this item was indeed a hot potato, it could also be likened to a treasure. He had invested considerable effort to acquire it and owed that overweight man a favor, yet contemplating the value of the item made it all worthwhile. However, should this object remain near him, it risked being discovered by Robin, leading to a melodrama of tears and chaos. Thus, it was imperative to find a reliable individual to safeguard it before it came to light. Though Pahami's strength was lacking, he displayed a modicum of loyalty. And without the captain, he likely wouldn't survive 3 days. Furthermore, inspect one of the warships outside. From now on, you shall serve as the captain of the logistics team. Since this lad must keep his mouth shut, he ought to be given some advantages. Assigning him to a warship as captain will assist him in concealing the item. The captain stated, Yes, captain. I assure you, I will not utter a word. As long as this item is safe, I will remain loyal, even unto death. Pahami trembled as he accepted the sealed box from the captain's hands, although he had no knowledge of its contents. The captain's evident concern made him realize that his life would henceforth hinge upon this box. As for whether the box contained a powerful devil fruit or something else, he had no thoughts on the matter. After all, no matter what treasures it held, he needed to survive to enjoy them. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, as an agency under the world government, they received the order from the Holy Land promptly. What? Sakazuki nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The pirate who posed a threat to the entire world government had become a warlord of the sea? Ho ho ho. It seems the world government must have struck some unspeakable deal with that pirate. Kazara remarked, astonished that the 5 elders could endure such humiliation. This was rather out of character. Did the 5 elders provide any clarification on this matter? Akiji pondered for a moment before inquiring. After all, this was now reality. Regardless of their reluctance to accept it, there was no way to alter the 5 elders' decision. However, he was curious about the reasons behind such a decision. I am also in the dark about the specifics, Sengoku replied, equally perplexed. Such a significant development ought to have been communicated to him in advance. At the very least, they should have shared the reasoning. Yet, when he inquired, the 5 elders withheld the reasons, leaving him baffled. Due to the astonishing revelations presented by Cavendish, the 5 elders were still deliberating. After all, Garp had been a Marine for 50 years, his influence deeply entrenched. Countless Marines were fiercely loyal to him. And Sengoku had long been closely aligned with Garp, who knew what transactions transpired between them in the shadows. What position does this place the Marine in? Sakazuki slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. Just as with Doflamingo in the past, Cavendish was now following suit. Each time these pirates wreaked havoc, tarnishing the Marine's reputation, the 5 elders always arrived late to clean up the mess, which only fueled the ire of hardliners like Akainu. Enough, Sakazuki. Since this is a command from above, as soldiers, we must obey. Sengoku, a seasoned bureaucrat, though displeased with the 5 elders' decision, adhered to the protocols expected of a diligent civil servant. Now that the pirate has been appointed as a warlord of the sea, can we not employ legal means to retrieve Colonel Tina? Akiji immediately thought of his dear friend, though the friend's reputation might now be somewhat tarnished. Having a hat was better than having none at all. It should be possible. I will contact him at once. Sengoku declared decisively, promptly dialing Cavendish's number. The captain reclined on a beach chair, enjoying the services of a cow, having undergone training under Miranda. This proud flower of the Marines had now learned to shamelessly engage in tasks even female subordinates would hesitate to perform. Sengoku, what is it? The captain inquired curiously upon recognizing the face on the snail phone, having just returned from Mariewa, exhausted. Cavendish, now that you have become the new warlord of the sea, you must adhere to the regulations set forth by the world government. Sengoku began, adopting an official tone. Get to the point. Otherwise, I shall hang up. The captain dreaded such bureaucratic speeches, knowing they could drag on for half an hour over matters that could be summarized in a single sentence. Ahem. Regarding our Marine Colonel Tina, she was inadvertently coerced by the Moonlight Moria crew, as the Marine Admiral of the world government. I request that you fulfill the agreement between the warlords of the sea and the world government by returning Colonel Tina to us. Sengoku cleared his throat and said, originally, the Shichibukai were engaged in a trade devoid of legitimacy, and the Navy had no authority to demand anything. However, there was a clause in the agreement, written in fine print. If the Shichibukai were to plunder entities under the world government, then the world government had the right to demand the forfeiture of all their earnings, which undoubtedly included ransoms for hostages. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, the cowgirl, who was serving, couldn't help but pause, pondering whether she might escape this boundless sea of suffering. Miranda swiftly lashed her whip against the cowgirl's sensitive area, causing Tina's body, ravaged by drugs, to convulse silently. You claim that this Tina is your Navy colonel? The ship captain feigned surprise. Scoundrel, hearing him refer to his subordinate, the Navy's flower, as a cow. Even Sengoku felt a surge of anger, though he restrained himself and replied patiently, indeed, that Tina is our Navy colonel, hence you must return her to us. If she were an ordinary colonel, Sengoku would never stoop to demand her return from the Shichibukai. However, Tina's status is far too exceptional. She is Smoker's beloved and a prime candidate among the Navy's elite for the next generation. Moreover, considering Kazan's influence, we must reclaim her. But alas, I acquired this cow through legitimate means, the captain asserted. All the proper documentation is intact, verifiable in the world government's archives. Marshal Sengoku, if you insist that this government-sanctioned slave is your colonel, I fear we may need to consult the Gore CI on this matter. Fortunately, due to a mischievous jest by Robin, Cavendish, who had no desire to confront the Navy just yet, was left with no choice but to relinquish the cow. What? Sengoku's voice rose sharply. This matter had not been reported by Kongming. Soon enough, the logistics officer Kongming appeared rapidly in Sengoku's office. Upon learning that this individual had sold Colonel Tina to Cavendish, while also having completed all necessary documentation, Sengoku slumped helplessly into his chair, rendered speechless by his fury. Kongming, cautiously defending himself, stated, Marshal, I acted for the success of the plan. He had someone following me closely, leaving me no choice but to proceed with the internal paperwork. I thought I could resolve it by nightfall, truly. Sengoku waved his hand weakly. You may leave now. Ensure that Smoker remains unaware of this. Otherwise, I cannot protect you. Tina lay listlessly in the shallows, her eyes reflecting a profound despair. Her only escape had been severed. Was she destined to live in such a wretched state? Neither living nor dead? With a crack of the whip, Miranda struck her again. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up quickly. Today's task is not yet complete. Kongming, may you meet your demise. The Demon King Cavendish joined the world government, becoming the latest Shichibukai. Bold headlines erupted across the globe, with this news dominating the front pages of all newspapers. The world was taken aback by the report. Goodness. This fool has eliminated 2 Shichibukai in just a year and defeated another 2, with everyone believing he triumphed over Mihawk as well. Now, his bounty has soared to a staggering 2 billion, with his entire crew's bounty reaching 3 billion, boasting tens of thousands of pirates and hundreds of warships. The entire world anticipated his venture into the new world to challenge the Yonko, with aspiring conquerors eagerly awaiting him to stir the stagnant waters. However, to their dismay, he had chosen to become a Shichibukai instead. This left many feeling as though they had been seduced by a beautiful woman, only to discover she was a transvestite after disrobing. It was a bitter disappointment, a sentiment echoed by the majority upon reading the newspapers. Marco, holding the paper, was at a loss for words, having previously deliberated countless strategies to confront Cavendish, only to find that this rogue had enlisted as a Shichibukai. Recently, they had gone to great lengths to conceal their plans from Whitebeard, finally concocting a scheme to mislead the old man, intending to join forces to confront the obstacles at Fishman Island. Yet, they never anticipated that their opponent would simply withdraw from the game. The sensation of unleashing one's full strength only to strike nothing but air is undeniably disheartening. Hurry up, you lot. Ross bellowed from atop a makeshift wooden barrier, rallying his comrades. Not far away, a group of individuals, having transitioned from pirates to foremen, brandished their whips and daggers, commanding the laboring populace with authority. Here lie the exile islands of the Grand Line, inhabited by the descendants of the rebels who once opposed the establishment of the world government. From birth, these individuals have been automatically categorized as slaves by the world government, making this region a primary source of enslavement. During his negotiations with the 5 elders, Cavendish immediately recognized the potential of this location. Although it is a month-esque journey from the Subordinates archipelago and Marineford, it is merely a week-esque travel from the canal that traverses the Red Land. Moreover, it is only 11 days away from Impel Down, making it advantageous regardless of whether he chooses to follow Blackbeard's path. In the anime, this is also the place where Robin was propelled away by Kuma. However, it has now become the stronghold of the captain. The construction of the cross-sea bridge, which had been ongoing for 8 centuries, has been halted. Only a fool would continue such an endeavor. The primary focus now is to establish the captain's palace and Caesar's laboratory. Initially, in the Subordinates archipelago, the captain took significant risks to collaborate with Joker for the sake of Sad, as only through the channels of the Night Fiend could such materials be procured. Yet, without Sad, those materials would serve no purpose. There are only two individuals in the world capable of manufacturing artificial devil fruits, Vegapunk and Caesar. Even if the materials were available, Joker would struggle to find anyone to assist in their creation. The captain, however, had long set his sights on such substances. His current crew, though lacking in strength, could exponentially increase their combat capabilities if each member were to consume a devil fruit. As for the 30% mortality rate associated with artificial devil fruits, this poses little concern for the cold-hearted captain. Nami, having faced severe repercussions after her escape plan failed, was subjected to a harsh lesson and confined until recently. Observing her clad in light attire, Cavendish felt a chill for her. The Exile Islands are perpetually blanketed in snow, with temperatures hovering around -20 degrees. Put on some warmer clothes. Noki hurriedly offered her a coat to provide some relief. In such a desolate place, what purpose does one have? Robin, wrapped in a fur coat, inquired. The captain, well aware of the absence of anything beneath Robin's coat, humorously reached inside. Robin had grown accustomed to his shamelessness and chose not to respond. Were it not for the barrenness of this land, the world government would not have relinquished such a vast territory to me. After all, I am responsible for housing thousands of pirates. A small locale would not suffice. A suitable expanse capable of accommodating tens of thousands is not easily attained. Additionally, the captain's crew may be adept at wielding swords, but the notion of them engaging in agriculture would be utterly disastrous. Thus, a sufficiently large domain is essential, one that also provides ample opportunities for oppression. Yet, such places are rare. Just witness the exorbitant costs Don Quixote Doflamingo incurred over Dressrosa, a territory that, by all rights, should belong to him. The Exile Islands span thousands of miles and cover an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Not only can they support tens of thousands of pirates, but even more could be accommodated. Most crucially, millions of exiled individuals reside here. For 8 centuries, these oppressed slaves have lived in squalor, forced to labor tirelessly, devoid of education, healthcare, or any form of entertainment. Their sole means of emotional release has been through the most primal of urges, leading to a burgeoning population that, instead of facing extinction, has become a significant burden for the world government. The climate of the Exile Islands permits only 2 months of respite from snowfall each year, rendering any agricultural endeavors futile. Over time, the sustenance of the inhabitants relies entirely on daily provisions from the world government, as maintaining a semblance of dignity prevents their starvation. Thus, when the esteemed captain proposed this location as a base, the 5 elders hastily acquiesced, fearing his potential regret upon discovering the underlying truths. In the warmth of the lounge, Miranda respectfully served the captain and Robin a specially crafted milk tea. Never mind, I shall stick to coffee. Robin pushed the cup of milk tea away, harboring a psychological aversion due to her knowledge of its peculiar preparation method. Oh, if you want tea, drink it, I shall. Perona floated over and claimed Robin's cup. It is worth noting that this unique milk tea not only boasts exquisite flavor but also high nutritional value. The cost of the potions from Caesar and Hawkbark alone amount to several million berries. However, due to the rarity of its ingredients, daily production is limited, sufficient only for the captain and Robin. Princess Perona licked her lips, finishing her warm milk tea before asking, by the way, Captain, what of the ghost castle you promised me? Initially, Cavendish had lured this ghost princess with the promise of a castle and charming dolls, a lifelong wish for Perona. Once my palace and Caesar's laboratory are completed, I shall instruct Ross to arrange for 30,000 workers to build your castle, replied the captain thoughtfully. Ross has become quite adept at overseeing such projects, and organizing the 600,000 expendables on the Exile Islands is no small feat, it must be said. While the initial batch of expendables has nearly perished, those who remain possess considerable skills. The flattery from Pahami is unnecessary. Even Ross, now a building supervisor, excels in his role. When will my dolls be ready? Perona plopped down into Cavendish's lap, her large eyes sparkling playfully. She understood that this man was not one to act without incentive. The captain, playfully toying with Perona's petite frame, assured her, rest assured, once your castle is complete, I will borrow workers from Doflamingo. Sugar's extraordinary toy fruit can transform any living being into a toy, making it the finest fruit for crafting Perona's playthings. As for resources, the inhabitants of the Exile Islands are plentiful, and toys require no sustenance, conserving resources significantly. Moreover, the captain plans to enlist several hundred small folk from Doflamingo, renowned as the best cultivation experts worldwide. Even in barren lands, they could likely cultivate crops. However, Doflamingo is no benevolent figure. The captain knows he must pay a price to procure his assistance. Have we gathered sufficient intelligence? Eldergy inquired, observing the bald man known as Vulture before him. Vulture, the code name for the CP organization as commander, possesses strength rivaling that of an admiral and represents an additional force for the 5 elders. Given the extensive involvement of the Navy in this matter, even the elders remain unaware of how many within the Navy are loyal to them, necessitating the investigation by the CP organization. We have visited the island of Krona, reviewed all records, and discreetly observed the kingdom of Goa. Based on the performance of Fire Fist Ace over the years, the likelihood of him being Roger's son is as high as 90%. The efficiency of the CP organization is well known. They had never considered this angle, allowing Garp to conceal the truth for so long. Now that they have a target, Failure to uncover the full story would warrant their collective demise. And Garp? Has there been any unusual behavior? How many within the Navy stand with him? At this point, Ace's predicament paled in importance compared to the loyalty of those within the Navy. There have been no unusual movements from Garp. And we have detected no anomalies within the Navy. There should be no issue. Continue the investigation. We must ascertain the truth. Elder G remained skeptical of the report. Enduring humiliation for 20 years to assist Roger in raising his son, such a notion seemed implausible. Regardless of others' beliefs, Elder G was resolute in his disbelief. Yet, he tread carefully. Aware that until they uncover how many within the Navy collude with Garp, he walks a precarious path, fearing a sudden rebellion from Garp. Ensure the best spies are dispatched. Garp is formidable. Exercise utmost caution and avoid alarming him. After a moment's thought, Elder Hui reiterated his warning. Understood. Vulture accepted the task, filled with ambition. For centuries, the CP organization has labored under the Navy's oppressive weight. Finally, they could observe the Navy's upper echelons openly, leaving no room for his excitement to wane. As for why the five elders, the highest authority of the world government, harbored doubts regarding their principal military force, such matters were beyond his concern. Once Vulture departed, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall felt almost stagnant. After some time, Elder Wu slowly broke the silence. Could it be that Garp truly harbors no ulterior motives? Perhaps he merely admires Roger? After all, he had grown under their watchful eyes. Elder Wu felt his character did not align with such duplicity. Impossible. Before Elder Ji could respond, Elder Hui interjected vehemently, precisely because he was raised before us, it is all the more terrifying. He has concealed such a significant matter for 2 decades. Who knows what else he has hidden? Perhaps even his very nature is a fade. At this juncture, even the seasoned 5 elders could not suppress their trepidation. The thought of a person maintaining a disguise for 70 years is a testament to an alarming level of cunning and endurance. Why have so many peculiar individuals been appearing in the office recently? Kizaru lounged on the sofa, sipping his coffee, observing a throng of idlers milling about outside. It was rumored that the world government intended to renovate the Navy headquarters in preparation for the upcoming 800th anniversary celebrations. Fire Mountain, with a cigar in hand, directed his words at Kizaru. His office had been dismantled for renovations, thus he temporarily sought refuge here. Kizaru's eyes glinted with a hint of intrigue. Although these individuals claimed to be construction workers, they had spent most of their time dismantling rather than installing, making it seem more like a demolition than a renovation. The peculiar behavior of these individuals naturally caught the attention of some astute naval commanders. However, they were indeed legitimate laborers dispatched from the Holy Land. Their documentation thoroughly lawful and reasonable. Although there was considerable dissatisfaction regarding their work ethic, even the warring states could not voice any objections. Admiral Borsalino, the elders request your presence. Just as Kazara pondered the intentions of these people, a messenger arrived with news from the Holy Land. In the vast chamber of the elders, Kazara was unexpectedly met with the sight of Akaino. Was he not supposed to be stationed at the Navy's New World branch? Yet, in response to Kazara's bewildered gaze, Akaino chose to ignore him entirely, his mind still enveloped in confusion. Borsalino, what does justice mean to you? Before Kazara could process the situation, the wise elder spoke directly, leaving no room for hesitation. What is this issue? Huang Yuan pondered. Despite its trivial nature, given that it was posed by the 5 elders, he felt compelled to respond. Upholding the laws of the world government and safeguarding its interests, he was to resolutely combat all acts of evil and defiance against it. The wise elder calmly lowered his hands and nodded to the others. Excellent, Borsalino. Upon seeing the elder's affirmation, the wise elder finally exhaled in relief. There is a grave malignancy within the Navy, and we hope you can steadfastly uphold your sense of justice and loyalty to the world government. A malignancy within the Navy? In an instant, Huang Yuan grasped the recent unusual behaviors within the Navy, particularly since that rascal, Dragon, defected to join the Revolutionary Army, unsettling some individuals within the Navy. However, who exactly was this malignancy? Who could pose such a formidable threat to the 5 elders? Monkey D, Garp, that old man is utterly intent on opposing the world government. We now possess definitive evidence, and it is time to demonstrate your loyalty to the world government. Borsalino, the wise elder declared with indignation. Ever since Cavendish brought this news, they had been vigilantly observing Garp's actions. But who could have anticipated that the old fellow, seemingly aware of their scrutiny, would sail away with a warship? Claiming the headquarters was too dull and he needed some fresh air? Of course, Garp had always been somewhat unreliable. Yet viewing the same situation from a different perspective alters its essence dramatically. In the past, Garp's aimless voyages on his warship, devoid of orders, reflected his pure-hearted nature and hatred for evil. Yet now, under the scrutinizing gaze of the 5 elders, who could say whether the old rascal was seizing these opportunities to contact his secret subordinates? The final straw that broke the camel's back for the 5 elders was the intelligence from the East Sea, which reported that Garp's biological grandson, Monkey D, Lafitte, the son of Dragon, had set sail at the tender age of 16. Moreover, the boy proclaimed his ambition to become the king of pirates. What does this signify? No one believes that a 16-year-old child could harbor such grand aspirations. This is undoubtedly a result of learned behavior. If it were not for Garp instilling these ideals in him, how could the grandson of a naval hero aspire to be a pirate? Regrettably, the fools sent by the CP organization could not even capture a single youth, allowing him to slip away amidst the chaos. Truly, they were less useful than a herd of pigs. Huang Yuan could now comprehend why Akainu was crouched in a corner, resembling a man hung over for 3 days. Even with his robust heart, he could hardly bear the weight of this news. Monkey D, Garp, the greatest hero of the Navy in 50 years, whose personal charisma has influenced generations, is, in fact, a scheming ambitionist plotting against the world government. Is it possible that I am still dreaming? These incompetent fools of the world government. In a specially designed greenhouse, the captain thundered while perusing the latest intelligence. What is it? Robin inquired, intrigued by the news that could provoke such an outburst from him. Upon glancing at the document in his hand, she found it rather ordinary. A 16-year-old pirate had emerged from the East Sea. In a world where thousands pursue the pirate dream daily, this is entirely commonplace. Alas, the captain lamented, rubbing his temples. He could not divulge to Robin that this troublesome boy was the protagonist of this world. Upon arriving in this realm, he had contemplated eliminating Luffy while the boy remained in Windmill Village, training in seclusion. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned this seemingly tempting notion. Who knows if that lad might not explode with potential? One need only observe the formidable foes he has encountered along his journey, all of whom, despite their overwhelming strength, fell in inexplicable ways as though he wielded some unearthly advantage. He did not wish to unwittingly become a mere footnote in that boy's saga. Thus he must devise a strategy to have others engage in the frontline battle against him. Yet, these inept individuals of the world government cannot even manage Luffy, who has just set sail. What a waste of his emotions. Confronting a protagonist head-on is truly a last resort, after all. One cannot ascertain the existence of the so-called will of the world. Yet, given that such nonsensical events as traversing dimensions can occur, it is prudent to remain cautious. As soon as Garp is deemed a dangerous element by the 5 elders, the cleansing of his family will surely ascend the world government's urgent agenda. At that juncture, faced with the predatory navy, he doubted that the unseasoned Luffy could withstand the pressure. As for whether the 5 elders would eliminate Garp, the captain harbored no concerns. Throughout history, rulers have consistently harbored such thoughts regarding powerful subordinates wielding military authority. No ruler is entirely at ease with such a figure, particularly one like Garp, who possesses numerous vulnerabilities. He firmly believed that even if Garp were truly innocent, the 5 elders would eliminate him to ensure their own regime's security. There is no need to mention the past, such as Zhu Yuanzhang's bombardment of Taiping Tower, or the more recent Soviet purges, during which the mustachioed leader eliminated all capable generals under his command. Did those generals truly harbor rebellious intentions? Impossible. Welcome to my domain, Doflamingo. At the newly constructed docks of the Exile Islands, Cavendish personally greeted the arriving Doflamingo. Through numerous transactions, the two had forged a semblance of an alliance. However, given the characters of the captain and the heavenly demon, it was evident that this alliance was merely for show. If a life-or-death situation arose, one could easily betray the other. Why did you choose such a desolate place as your base? I believe that with your reputation as the heavenly demon king, the world government wouldn't dare refuse you a more prosperous territory, Doflamingo remarked, surveying the cold, barren landscape. Even with the assistance of the little people, this wretched place could hardly thrive. You know the nature of those fellows. Do you really think they would readily acquiesce to my request for a flourishing locale? The captain and Doflamingo shared a cordial handshake. Indeed, those foolish swine only see short-sighted interests, the heavenly demon, well aware of the world government's upper echelons, affirmed. Well, let us continue our discussion in my palace. I have no inclination to conduct business in this snowstorm. Cavendish waved his hand, and a splendid sled appeared. However, instead of reindeer or Alaskan dogs, the sled was pulled by 4 ragged slaves. Doflamingo glanced curiously at the slaves pulling the sled, perhaps sensing his confusion. The captain explained, though the Exile Islands are a barren wasteland, the greatest advantage is the presence of over 2 million descendants of criminals. Here, slaves are the most inexpensive labor force, far more economical than using beasts of burden. The entire wildlife of the convict archipelago has long been devoured by these wretches, leaving not even a single wild chicken in sight. If not for the limited strength of these criminals, one might fear that even the marine royalty nearby would be consumed. Though the world government annually sends vast quantities of food for aid, the bureaucrats and soldiers overseeing these felons invariably line their own pockets. Even if the higher-ups were to become aware, they would turn a blind eye. After all, this desolate place is frigid and unforgiving. Being assigned here is already a grim fate, and it is only reasonable to allow the guards some benefits. The sleds move swiftly, for these convicts have survived in such harsh conditions for centuries. Although the control exerted by the world government has left them oblivious to the enhancement of their abilities. Each one possesses a robust physique and moves with remarkable agility, as those of weaker constitution have long since perished. A grand palace towers in the center of the island, where Ross, driven by the ambition to expand and strengthen, has constructed a resplendent castle amidst the snow and ice. After all, there are plenty of people here. Should one die, another can easily be recruited, provided they are fed 3 hearty meals a day. Upon entering the castle's gates, a wave of warmth envelopes one. Thanks to a geothermal system devised by Caesar that harnesses the heat from deep beneath the island's surface. Of course, this results in a significant drop in temperature across the rest of the island. But what concern is that to the ship's captain? In such a rural and impoverished area. It seems laughable. Cavendish, casually shedding his coat to a young maid, turned to Doflamingo and remarked, "It is remarkable that such a magnificent structure has been erected in this desolate place in merely 2 months. The methods of the Demon King are indeed astonishing. But let us set aside idle chatter for now. Doflamingo, what are your thoughts on our previous transaction?" Seated upon the throne, the captain addressed the celestial being at the opposite end of the long table. "While I am unaware of how you acquired my internal information, the fact that you are aware of Sugar's existence suggests you understand she is my greatest trump card. I cannot risk her presence on your territory. For if the Demon King were to turn against me, I would suffer a double loss." When Cavendish's call reached Doflamingo, he was so startled that he nearly crushed the phone. The power of Sugar's fruit is the greatest secret of the Don Quixote family, and the mere knowledge of it by the other party left him in a state of agitation. In comparison, the matter of the little people seemed trivial. Doflamingo's apprehension was well understood by the captain, who candidly admitted, "To be honest, if tasked to go to Dressrosa alone, I would indeed hesitate." "Very well. I shall send 1,000 slaves to Dressrosa. Surely that will suffice." Regrettably, Perona remained fiercely protective of her stronghold. Even after the castle was completed, she was reluctant to yield, insisting that the captain first fulfill his promise, in the interest of his own well-being. Cavendish had no choice but to negotiate with Doflamingo regarding Sugar. 1,000 individuals. Doflamingo mused, calculating. Sugar's abilities, while potent, are not limitless. A mere touch requires considerable stamina. Completing the task of 1,000 would take at least 3 days. However, recognizing the importance of collaborating with the captain, he nodded in agreement, reasoning that he could simply have Mote charm Sugar. Now, let us discuss the matter of the little people. After all, Sugar's issue merely serves to entice the ghost princess to bed. It is merely a matter of borrowing Sugar's abilities, which is insignificant. However, when it comes to the little people, we must be vigilant. The convict archipelago is considerably larger and far more desolate than Dressrosa. Without the abilities of the little people, by this time next year, at least a quarter of the island's inhabitants will perish from starvation. That represents hundreds of thousands of lives. And even the captain cannot afford to ignore such a loss, especially since everything here has become his private property since acquiring the archipelago from the Gore CI. The little people, to Doflamingo, represent a rare fortune. After all, the little people are few in number worldwide. A single carrot fills a single hole, and losing any would be irreplaceable. You must understand that even I currently possess only 500 little people. This meager population barely suffices to secure my own kingdom, leaving no surplus for trade with you. When it comes to the little people, Doflamingo is unwilling to trade. Today has been fraught with misfortune, thus the update has been delayed, and I must apologize. This morning, while attending to Nature's call, I accidentally dropped my phone into the toilet, spending the morning repairing it. Moreover, I recently lamented in the group about never having recommended anything, only for the editor to emerge from the shadows. He claimed that my work has been flagged multiple times for inappropriate content and might soon face a ban, despite my hopes for a recommendation. Those little creatures are resistant to incentives, and should they face punishment, given their frail physique, I fear I might inadvertently cause their demise. Had I not captured that so-called princess to coerce them, I would have been at a loss for how to motivate them to work. I know. But allow me to show you this, the captain said as he tossed out a beautifully wrapped candy. Doflamingo manipulated the invisible threads to lift the candy, unwrapping it to reveal a tantalizingly delicious crystalline gummy. "What is this?" Doflamingo inquired, extending his long tongue to taste it, experiencing a soul-stirring sweetness that nearly overwhelmed his resolve. "This is candy number 1, an addictive confection developed by Caesar and Dr. Hogback, with effects tenfold stronger than the divine powder." The captain spoke with an air of calm. The divine powder, akin to opiate paste in this world, was deemed unsatisfactory by Cavendish, who felt it took half a year of continuous consumption to induce addiction and could easily be countered with expenditure. In the shadow of the captain's unscrupulous guidance, 2 of the most notorious scientists and doctors collaborated to create a substance comparable to methamphetamine, which would lead to absolute addiction after merely 3 days of consecutive use and is exceedingly difficult to cure. Had a person of even a modicum of integrity been present, he might have slammed the table in outrage. However, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with newfound opportunity as he perceived a vast gold mine before him. "What is the production cost? Are there any side effects?" The production cost is indeed much higher compared to the divine powder. As for side effects, they remain currently undetermined. After all, this concoction was only created 2 months prior, and those serving as test subjects could not quickly reveal any adverse effects. "Oh." The night demon tossed the candy onto the table, firmly convinced that it must possess some adverse effects. However, since he was not the one consuming it, he felt little concern. "I can provide you with 3 tons of such candy in exchange for 800 little folk. What do you say?" The captain gestured with his palm. "That won't suffice. Even if I were to hand over all the little folk at my disposal, it would still be inadequate." The night demon replied, shaking his head. Although the candy promised substantial profits, the little folk were akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. He had no intention of engaging in such a transaction. I recall your country should still have several thousand little folk. Couldn't you just capture them all? It's not that simple. Those little creatures are incredibly swift and possess formidable strength. Even if I were to intervene personally, I could only manage to capture a handful. Capturing the little folk was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, and even his subordinates would find it challenging to secure them alive. It was unreasonable to expect the night demon to personally hunt them down daily. The captain chuckled, remarking that without having seen the anime, one might truly struggle to comprehend how to catch those insect-sized beings. However, given their sheer foolishness, I suspect netting them all at once wouldn't be particularly difficult. Eventually, the two settled on a price, with Cavendish trading 5 tons of the latest cranberry candy, along with the so-called design of the underworld for 800 little folk. Notably, the design was genuine. The captain had not been idling during his extended stay in Water City. On a moonless night, he had acquired it from Frankie, though even the involved parties remained unaware of its authenticity. By the way, as a friendly tip, it seems the Navy might be experiencing significant internal chaos. The captain quietly informed the night demon as he took his leave. Doflamingo, upon hearing the news, was initially taken aback, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter. Heh, thank you, my ally. Watching the night demon set sail with high aspirations, Cavendish felt a wave of relief. He certainly did not wish to be the target of everyone's ire once more. Allowing Doflamingo to stir the stagnant waters was indeed the best outcome. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, with surprise, remarked, "Old man, I never expected you to still be alive after 20 years upon seeing Rayleigh aboard a ship." In Whitebeard's life, true friends he recognized were few, and Rayleigh was one of them. Rayleigh, witnessing Whitebeard gulping down his drink, sighed, "If you keep drinking like this, I might have to attend your funeral ahead of schedule." As Roger's first mate, he should not have been on Whitebeard's ship under any circumstances. However, for the sake of Roger's only surviving heir, such principles were trivial. "Is that the famous golden right hand of the Pirate King, Rayleigh?" Vista inquired as he rested his arm on Ace's shoulder. Back when Rayleigh was a renowned figure, Vista had merely been a child, never having seen this legend in person. Today, facing the real deal, even his usual composure faltered. Ace remained silent, having realized his shortcomings after suffering a significant defeat at Cavendish's hands. Therefore, after Rayleigh rescued him, he finally heeded the elder's advice and refrained from stubbornly pursuing Blackbeard alone, instead returning to Whitebeard's territory alongside Rayleigh. After all, their identities were now exposed. Lingering in Sabaody Archipelago would only invite further suffering. "You're aware that Ace is the son of Roger, correct?" Rayleigh remarked, savoring his drink in front of Whitebeard. "Haha. I knew you must have figured it out when you appeared with him." "The moment the kid stood before me, I recognized him," Whitebeard said, lifting a massive bowl of liquor and laughing heartily. Ace's demeanor and appearance were strikingly reminiscent of Roger's, as a longtime rival and dear friend. Whitebeard had noted this the day Ace had challenged him. "Do you think the world's strongest man would be so easy to deal with? How many times must I let this reckless little brat go? I may need to stay with you for a while." Upon receiving a definitive answer, Rayleigh realized he would have to remain there for some time. "That's splendid. Finally, someone to drink with," Whitebeard exclaimed joyfully. As the captain of the entire pirate crew and one of the 4 emperors, there were few who could share a drink with him. With Rayleigh's arrival, Whitebeard finally had a drinking companion. However, noticing the small cup in Rayleigh's hand, Whitebeard huffed in indignation, causing his mustache to flutter. "Such a tiny cup. Are you raising fish? Bring this old man a larger bowl." Rayleigh gazed at the bowl before him, large enough to resemble a basin, and inwardly lamented. Drinking with this old man might truly be life-threatening. The Pirate King Rayleigh led the fiery Ace back to Whitebeard's flagship, while simultaneously, Carp's warship appeared in the same waters. Receiving the latest intelligence, even the most composed veteran, Garp, furrowed his brow. Could these 3 old codgers truly be plotting something? Garp, initially reluctant to believe the notion of Carp as a traitor, found it increasingly difficult to dismiss such suspicions given the current circumstances. The combined might of Whitebeard and Carp, alongside the intelligence commanded by Rayleigh, could indeed incite a storm capable of toppling their reign. "Send a telegram to Carp, instructing him to return," Garp commanded resolutely. "In recent days, they have concluded a thorough purging of the entire naval upper echelon. Several unstable elements have been discreetly dealt with, and should that old coot Carp dare to return to headquarters, his immediate apprehension would be assured. However, might this provoke unintended consequences?" Old G expressed his concerns with a hint of anxiety. "What can be done? Who knows when he will return? Moreover, if he believes the time is ripe, he may very well not come back alone," remarked Old Quan, his worry palpable. After all, was it not through such means that they secured their own positions of power in the past? Admiral Sengoku stared grimly at the highest-level arrest warrant before him. Were it not for the fact that this warrant was personally delivered by the chief of the CP organization, the Hawk, he might have thought it a cruel jest. The 3 admirals exchanged glances, each aware of the contents of that document, yet none willing to accept the reality it presented. The 5 elders were truly prepared to take action against Carp. Mr. Carp has devoted his entire life to the stability of the world government. The notion that he might collude with those pirates is simply beyond my belief, contemplated Akiji after a long silence. Could this not be a ploy by our enemies? Such a scenario is indeed rather incredible. Even Akainu, with his temperament, would find this absurd. I too wish to place my trust in that old man Carp. Sengoku ruffled his disheveled hair, knowing full well that since the 5 elders had divulged their concerns, he had not slept a wink for several days. On one hand, there was his dear friend of 70 years, a bond forged since childhood. On the other, there loomed the weighty responsibilities of the world government. In recent days, the naval admiral has felt as if time crawls by, each moment stretching into eternity. He has often reached for the phone, poised to contact Carp for inquiries, only to halt before dialing. Fortunately, he is not alone in this torment. The 5 elders have not enjoyed a good night's sleep for 2 whole months. However, Sengoku has finally steeled himself, resolving that justice must triumph over personal feelings. He slammed the arrest warrant down on the table with conviction. Fire Fist Ace, Carp's adopted grandson, is, in fact, the son of Roger. How could Carp have concealed such a monumental truth from us for 20 years? Does he truly harbor no ulterior motives? To bolster his own resolve, Sengoku continued, moreover, that rascal, Dragon, has established a revolutionary army that has toppled the governments of 7 nations, plunging them into boundless chaos. I once believed in Carp, trusting he would never engage in self-serving actions. But now, who can guarantee that there is no connection between Dragon and Carp? Upon hearing this, even Akiji, who had been eager to defend Carp, fell silent. Although he had once spared Nico Robin due to personal feelings, her threat pales in comparison to that of Fire Fist Ace. Furthermore, the defection of Monkey D, Dragon, once the most promising admiral candidate prior to his promotion, has become a taboo within the Navy. As a friend of Dragon, Akiji has yet to comprehend his motivations for such a drastic choice. Remember, this document is of the utmost secrecy. Not a whisper of it must escape, Sengoku concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Akiji. Understood. A sinister chuckle echoed within the palace of Dressrosa as Doflamingo, having received intel, could barely catch his breath from laughter. What is so amusing, Doflamingo? Toripole inquired curiously. Since Krasen betrayed Doflamingo, he hadn't experienced such joy. Toripole, I am truly tempted to share this with you, but alas, I cannot disclose it. Doflamingo clutched his stomach, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. Who would have thought that merely inviting Carp to tour the New World would yield such unexpected consequences? After all, Carp is a legendary figure, a pillar of the Navy. It astonishes him that a simple scheme could provoke the world government to self-destruct. Naturally, he could never reveal this. If others were to learn of it, the only recourse would be to silence them permanently. Amidst the undercurrents within the world government, the latest pirate intelligence has captured even more attention. The pirate king Rayleigh has boarded Whitebeard's ship. What does this signify? The entire world trembles at the thought. With Whitebeard as the foremost of the 4 emperors, augmented by Rayleigh's wisdom and experience, who could stand against them? Kaido and Charlotte Lin have urgently convened multiple meetings. For if Whitebeard truly seeks to make a move, they would be the prime targets. Meanwhile, the other emperor, Shanks, upon hearing this news, ventured alone to the Moby Dick. Though the content of their conversation remains a mystery, speculation runs rampant. After all, Shanks was once a crew member of Roger, and Rayleigh served as Roger's first mate. Shanks is both a senior and a mentor. Should he align with Whitebeard, the balance of power in the world could shift dramatically. Looking at the latest report, Robin teased Cavendish. Some people are truly digging their own graves. The captain, feeling a headache coming on, lamented that his intention to frame Carp has spiraled into this unforeseen situation. Whitebeard's might has reached almost mythical levels. After all, Ace is Roger's son. Who knows what Shanks is thinking? If he supports this prince in ascending to power, Ace would suddenly find himself with the backing of 2 emperors. With such strength, he would not fear a confrontation with the Navy. In comparison to Ace's prowess, the resources at Cavendish's disposal seem negligible. The narrative has completely unraveled. How can things continue in this manner? Cavendish's headache intensified as he regretted digging such a deep hole for himself. Is there any faction more terrifying than Ace's royal lineage? This whole lineage business is infuriating, he thought, tossing and turning in bed, uncertain if a battle with the Navy was even feasible, given their current strength. Are you regretting it now? Robin quipped, watching him roll around in frustration. Indeed, I am filled with regret. Why, oh why? Could he truly be the destined protagonist? Cavendish sighed, his expression clouded with despair. While acknowledging the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect, he could hardly fathom its implications. Who can tell me if the butterfly I stirred is indeed nurtured by the goddess of fate? Why fret so? Robin asked, puzzled by his turmoil. Cavendish buried his face in his pillow, muttering, how can I not be troubled? If that prince truly seeks the throne, the title of Pirate King would be almost effortless for him. But if he becomes Pirate King, how does that affect you? Shouldn't he the world government be the most anxious? With a sudden burst of energy, Cavendish leapt from his bed, wrapping his arms around Robin and spinning her around. Yes. Why should I worry? Whoever wishes to be Pirate King can do so. That is a headache for the 5 elders. Ideally, they should turn on each other, allowing me to reap the benefits. His realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had been fixated on instigating a war akin to the original narrative. hoping Whitebeard would meet his end, thus allowing him to claim Whitebeard's territory and ascend as the new emperor. Yet now, with Robin's reminder, he understood that even if he triggered such a war, what would it yield? With his current abilities, he could barely manage to be a warlord. Even though his fearsome reputation deterred most from challenging him, if he sought to contest the position of emperor, his odds would be dismally low. Thus, it might be wiser to let Ace take the mantle of Pirate King, drawing the attention of the world onto himself. While Whitebeard and Shanks are undoubtedly formidable, if the world government cannot withstand two pirate leaders, it would be utterly disgraceful. When the flames of conflict ignite, it would present the perfect opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters. Put me down, Robin exclaimed, dizzy from the spinning. She was not endowed with Cavendish's stamina, and the sensation overwhelmed her. At once, with his mental barriers lifted, Cavendish felt liberated, pressing Robin down onto the bed, preparing for some physically demanding activities. Yet just as he began to undo her clothing, he noticed her grimace of nausea. What's wrong? Is it a bit chilly today? The captain inquired with a hint of concern, aware that the temperature in the Exile Islands typically hovers around -30 degrees Celsius. Although the castle provides warmth, venturing outdoors could easily lead to a cold. It shouldn't be, I replied uncertainly. Robin retched a few times but produced nothing, her own surprise evident. Then let us resume our earlier activities. The captain, having noted that Robin showed no other discomfort, eagerly pounced again. Yet, the foreplay remained unfinished, and Robin once more succumbed to dry heaving. Under such circumstances, continuing was out of the question. After all, she was his wife, deserving of tender care. If it were Miranda or Tina, he would have been indifferent to their plight. Mrs. Hawkbark, what seems to be the matter? Cavendish asked from his seat. Hawkbark, who had been examining Robin, put away his stethoscope. Congratulations, Captain. Your wife is expecting. With a resounding clatter, both the captain and Robin dropped their teacups, the exquisite porcelain shattering into countless fragments. I'm pregnant? Robin, unable to fathom the notion, gently touched her abdomen, having previously thought motherhood was beyond her reach. My wife is with child, Cavendish exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Hawkbark. As a man of the second generation, he had never experienced fatherhood. In his past life, devoid of wealth or stability, he had never anticipated such a blessing. Now, having traversed into this new existence for over a year, he had devoted a significant portion of his time to physical activities, yet none of his partners had shown signs of pregnancy. He had even begun to wonder if he had suffered a decline in fertility during his transition. Hawkbark nodded with unwavering certainty. After all, he was a world-renowned physician. If he failed to recognize something as fundamental as pregnancy, he would be jeopardizing his career. Wife. The captain dashed to the bedside, clasping Robin's hand. I am to be a father. Haha. He cautiously pressed his ear to Robin's belly, eager to discern any signs of life. Robin playfully pushed him away. It's too early for that. Cavendish, grinning foolishly, turned. Send word that everyone is to be rewarded today. Hawkbark, ensure you take good care of my wife's health. Veer, from this day forth, you are to attend to her every need. Be vigilant. If anything happens to her, I shall hold you accountable. The captain busily issued instructions. A stark contrast to the cold, ruthless figure he once was, now transformed into a devoted husband. Nami, Robin is truly fortunate. Nojiko, somewhat exasperated, touched her own abdomen. Having been with the captain for nearly a year, she wondered why no such fortune had come her way. In this world, powerful men often found it challenging to have offspring, and given that none of the captain's numerous partners had conceived, she hadn't been particularly anxious. However, with Robin's news, her own feelings of urgency began to stir. Please, what's so great about pregnancy? Perona questioned, casting an incredulous look at Nojiko. Having children is hardly enjoyable. The ghost princess had been charmed into bed last month when Cavendish gifted her 1,000 plush toys, but she had no desire for motherhood. Toys sufficed for her contentment. Captain, here is the dossier regarding the Exile Islands. With Robin's pregnancy, the responsibilities she would have managed now fell squarely on the captain's shoulders. Though Robin had just begun her journey into motherhood, the captain, a first-time father, was excessively vigilant, fearing she might overextend herself. He unilaterally took over all her duties. Some critical tasks could not be entrusted to those he did not fully trust. While Nojiko had proven trustworthy enough, her intellect left much to be desired. Nami, with sufficient intelligence, was still in a cold war with the captain. Entrusting her with these matters could result in utter chaos. Lafitte, you must also take care to rest. Cavendish remarked, observing Lafitte, who appeared noticeably thinner. The vice-captain was severely provoked by Raleigh last time. Initially, Lafitte believed that his years of diligent practice would render him a formidable figure in the world. However, this splendid dream was mercilessly shattered before Raleigh, who, despite being over 70 years old, was able to effortlessly break his sword cane after receiving a blow from Cavendish's electromagnetic cannon. In just one move, he inflicted grave injuries upon Lafitte. Consequently, this elite of the West Sea has since secluded himself in the training chamber, emerging only for matters of utmost necessity. Otherwise choosing to remain hidden, training day and night. In less than 2 months, he had noticeably lost weight, and observing his demeanor, Cavendish genuinely feared that his first mate might succumb to a fatal collapse from excessive training. Captain, it's all right. I know my own body. Lafitte managed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Had it not been for the captain's robust heart, an ordinary person might have been alarmed by his expression. Miranda. Once Hawkbuck completes the checkup for the lady, have him examine the first mate. While martial skills must be honed, one must never overexert the body. With Vale now assigned to accompany Robin around the clock, Miranda had been promoted to serve as the captain's personal maid. Fortunately, this young lady had been trained as an elite from a young age, performing her duties with precision, rivaling Vale herself. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Vale still possessed a physique resembling that of an airstrip, which left the captain devoid of desire during work hours. In contrast, Miranda was splendidly proportioned, her figure voluptuous and alluring, having been developed over more than a year, now adept in various postures. And with her sense of shame nearly non-existent in the captain's presence, she felt free to act upon her desires. At this moment, the captain was seated at his desk, perusing the documents submitted by Lafitte, while Miranda knelt beneath the desk, her pristine bare feet peeking out. Her head nestled between the captain's thighs, producing a soft slurping sound. The island of Exile spans 70,000 square kilometers and is home to a population of 2,140,000. This population density is significant, considering the entire expanse is covered by a thick layer of ice, with little arable land to cultivate crops. It is a mystery how these people manage to survive. After a year of extortion and plundering, the captain's amassed fortune approached 13 billion berries. However, recent expenditures to accommodate his subordinates and a substantial purchase of goods from Doflamingo had diminished his wealth to below 10 billion. If the captain were to choose a life of complacency, his current resources and power would suffice to sustain him for a lifetime without further effort. Yet, was that truly enough? Just yesterday, he might have been content with the status quo, but today, he was no longer fighting alone. The thought of the new life cradled in Robin's arms ignited a newfound determination within Cavendish. After all, he did not wish for his son to bear the infamy of a pirate, although the world government currently lacked the energy and capability to pursue him. Who could guarantee that in 10 or 20 years, they wouldn't come to settle scores? Furthermore, despite being the most notorious of the 7 warlords with a bounty of 12 billion, the seas were teeming with aspiring newcomers, any of whom might be plotting to eliminate him for fame. Thus, he could no longer afford to drift through life as he once had. What is paramount for a boy to become a man? Family, responsibility, and the determination to fight for his vast domain. Where's the captain? Robin inquired curiously of Miranda. Having grown weary of the rigid schedule Cavendish imposed upon her, she had never been one to act in such a manner. But perhaps her temperament had soured since becoming pregnant, leading her to seek a quarrel. The regimen Hawkbuck had devised for her was utterly absurd, dictating her meals, sleep schedule, daily steps, prohibiting running or jumping, and limiting her reading to 2 hours a day, with each session not exceeding 20 minutes. What on earth is this? Have they truly mistaken her for a pampered young lady? It is essential to remember that she is Nico Robin, a formidable woman who has been evading the pursuit of the world government since the tender age of 8. She has deliberately sought out trouble with Cavendish, knowing full well that at this hour, that scoundrel is undoubtedly engaged in some athletic endeavor with Miranda, or perhaps with a new paramour. Regardless, she has grown accustomed to it. That man seems unable to function without a woman by his side. Yet, what is the situation? He is not present. Miranda respectfully replied. The master has gone to the training room. What? Robin was utterly astonished. This revelation was even more surprising than the notion that the captain would not seek female companionship today. It is important to note that he is the sort who would lie down if given the chance, and would sit rather than stand, embodying supreme laziness. If he were to actually train, it would be more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. In the training room, Cavendish stood with his eyes closed, while a dozen lackeys trembled with their firearms in hand. Good heavens! Had they known such an ordeal awaited them, they would have rather broken their own legs than participate. Today, the captain seemed to have lost his mind, ordering them to take aim and fire at him. This is truly life-threatening. If one does not heed the esteemed captain's orders, one might very well find themselves fed to the sharks by familial punishment. Yet, should one comply with the captain's commands? What if, by mere misfortune, one inadvertently strikes the venerable figure? Who would dare to believe that this celestial demon lord would not seek retribution once the season has passed? It truly feels like death is inevitable, regardless of the path chosen. The hapless cannon fodder now yearns to turn their weapons upon themselves, desperate to escape such torment. Bang! Another bullet erupted from the muzzle, aimed squarely at the closed eyes of Cavendish. Clang! Durandal narrowly grazed the bullet, though regrettably, it failed to cleave it in two. The specially crafted bullet struck the captain's chest, crimson blood blossoming like plum blossoms upon his pristine attire. Had these bullets not been custom-made by Caesar, he would have long since reported to the underworld. Nevertheless, each bullet possesses the lethal potential to extinguish the life of an ordinary person, and even with his fortitude, he is not invulnerable to their threat. Originally, Lafitte had recommended rubber bullets after hearing of his training regimen, but after a single use, he resigned himself to abandoning that notion. Should he employ those harmless rubber projectiles, he would struggle to maintain a focused mindset, rendering his training inefficient. An exceptional swordsman cannot transcend their limitations without the crucible of life and death. Cavendish is currently honing his swordsmanship instincts. If he can slice through the incoming bullets with the aid of observation hockey, he will be one step closer to the realm of a master swordsman. If he wishes to realize his dreams, his current prowess is utterly insufficient. Without the strength to act with impunity, what right does he have to aspire to dominate the world? As for the development of the magnetism fruit, the captain has entirely entrusted that task to Caesar, for it is only that scientific madman who can unravel the mysteries of magnetism. He himself could toil in isolation and yield no results. Robin, somewhat astonished, observed Cavendish through the surveillance snail, feeling as if she were meeting this man for the first time. When did the once timid and pain-averse captain become capable of such rigorous effort? Has he been spurred by some external force? A pang of sorrow gripped Robin's heart as she beheld the bloodstains upon the man, and an acute ache surged within her. Is this the taste of love? It is worth noting that although Robin has long been entwined in a passionate life with the Grand Captain, even bearing his child, it seems she has never truly fallen in love with him throughout this duration. To her, this man is merely a pillar of support. Akin to many who marry for the sake of marriage, lacking profound feelings for one another. They merely encounter each other at a fortuitous moment, settling into a cohabitation that lacks depth. While there may be some semblance of affection, the essence of love is virtually non-existent. Cavendish's attachment to Robin is dictated by the obsessions of a past life and his lecherous nature in this one, while Robin seeks a man who can protect and comprehend her. Thus, despite their seemingly inseparable bond, there always exists a veil between them. The personnel in the surveillance room responded with trepidation. We are uncertain. This morning, the captain unexpectedly summoned a dozen of our best marksmen. Initially, we thought he was going hunting, but to our astonishment, it turned out to be training. Although the captain had instructed that his training should remain undisturbed, the individual before them was the captain's lady. Within the pirate crew, it is well known that if one inadvertently offends the captain, they might seek the lady's intercession. However, to offend the captain's lady is to invite a fate of feeding the sea monsters. This fellow. Robin anxiously watched the scene on the monitor as another bullet struck the Grand Captain, causing him to stagger back and receive yet another wound to his chest. If he were to keep his eyes open, he would undoubtedly evade these bullets. Even with the intent to strike, the likelihood would be significant. Yet now, with his eyes closed, relying solely on his observation hockey to perceive the swiftly flying bullets, even the renowned sharpshooter would hesitate to claim a perfect hit. At last, after Cavendish had endured numerous hits, whether by sheer luck or a rapid advancement in skill, he finally managed to strike a bullet with Durandal. However, this bullet became the proverbial last straw for the Grand Captain, who swayed unsteadily for a moment before the renowned sword clattered to the ground, and he fell backward with a thud. 10 wallflowers bloom. Unable to restrain herself, Robin disregarded Hawkback's prior caution against using her devil fruit abilities and swiftly caught Cavendish. Hawkback, who had been waiting nearby, rushed forward to extract the specially crafted bullets from the Grand Captain's body. Fortunately, these bullets had rounded tips and were not deeply embedded, allowing Hawkback to tend to the injuries swiftly. Madam, the captain's wounds are superficial. There is nothing serious. With a period of rest, he shall recover, he noted. Observing that Robin remained silent while cradling the Grand Captain, sensing her distress, he astutely took his leave with the medical kit. What has provoked you? The beauty gently caressed the man in her arms, her voice soft. Haha, what brings you here? Although the wounds appeared alarming in comparison to his physical resilience, they were trivial. Despite being shot numerous times, had these injuries occurred to an ordinary person, they would likely result in broken bones at most. Thus, the Grand Captain still had the leisure to reach for Robin's bosom, noting that it seemed to have grown since her pregnancy. You rascal! The beauty wished to swat his wandering hand away, but, upon glancing at his injuries, her heart softened. She straightened her posture, inadvertently allowing that rogue's hand to wander further. Isn't this for our son? We cannot allow him to be born with the stigma of a pirate. The Grand Captain, supported by Robin, leaned back onto the soft couch, speaking earnestly. What is wrong with that? You are a warlord. Naturally, our son shall be a pirate. Robin struggled to comprehend his logic. Furthermore, it must be noted that pirates vary in stature. He was not some petty rogue, but a fearsome warlord with a bounty of 12 billion, known as the Demon King. Even the world government would not dare to trifle with him. What is wrong with such pirates? Cavendish turned slightly, embracing Robin as he spoke softly. A pirate is merely a thief, no matter how sweetly the term is dressed. Even if Roger was hailed as the Pirate King, what does it matter? He could not even protect a woman in his demise. Had it not been for that fool, Garp, taking the blame for him, his son might not have even seen the light of day. With such precedents, I cannot allow you and our son to meet a similar fate. It shall not happen. Robin gazed at her captain with a tinge of sadness. Do not utter such ominous words. You will be safe, and so will our son. Promise me you will cease with such talk. Before she could finish, tears streamed down her cheeks. Ever since the destruction of O'Hara when she was 8, she thought she would never cry again. Yet now, she felt so vulnerable. Enough of the tears. I was merely speaking in jest. Nothing will come to pass. Cavendish gently lifted her delicate face from his shoulder and kissed her. Your husband shall not perish. After all, calamity lingers for a millennium. However, for the sake of our son's bright future, I must strive with all my might. First and foremost, I must apologize for the delay in today's update. One might assume no one would care about the reasons for my tardiness, yet as a verbose elder afflicted with a penchant for rambling, I feel compelled to share. 2 days ago, my phone met an unfortunate fate in the toilet, and I went to have it repaired yesterday, hence the lack of writing. I had planned to rise early this morning to make up for lost time, only to receive a call from the foreman requesting my assistance in hauling bricks. In this weather, with rain pouring down, I was reluctant to go, but the foreman offered me an additional 3 cents per brick. Do they think I can be swayed by such a trifling sum? It is an affront to my dignity. Thus, without further ado, I rushed to move a truckload of bricks, which explains the delay in today's update. You beast. Raising fish? Drinking it all? Whitebeard glared with eyes the size of saucers, fixating on Rayleigh. Rayleigh was on the verge of collapse, the bowl before him appearing to shimmer with countless reflections. Though he could be considered a heavy drinker, it was all relative. Whitebeard was a veritable beast. Who in their right mind consumes alcohol as if it were sustenance every single day? After years of searching, he finally encountered a worthy drinking companion. Whitebeard was indeed in high spirits lately. With the occasion of hosting Rayleigh, Marco, and the others could hardly dissuade him. Thus began the tragic saga of the Pirate King, who found himself drinking from morning until night, consuming more alcohol in a single day than he had in an entire year. In the initial days, he could still hold his liquor, but now Rayleigh felt as if even a mere flatulence could incapacitate a whole ship. Drink up. What are you hesitating for? Whitebeard exclaimed. Noticing Rayleigh's trembling hand holding the cup, he seized the bowl and forced it down Rayleigh's throat. It must be said, Whitebeard's behavior when intoxicated was notoriously poor. Ace observed the scene, fearing Rayleigh might inadvertently drown in the liquor. And the world would hear of the infamous Pirate King meeting his end at the hands of Whitebeard's drunkenness, a truly sensational headline. Don't let the first mate's current state fool you. He can drink like a champion. By tomorrow, he'll be back to his old self. Shanks laughed heartily, showing no interest in the gathering of Whitebeard and Rayleigh. After all, both were his elders. Despite being one of the 4 emperors, he felt inexplicably dwarfed in their presence. So it was best for him to refrain from interfering in their camaraderie. Ace, come, let me see your royal potential, Shanks said earnestly, diverting his gaze. Though he had always presented a carefree facade to the world, one could not ascend to the status of a 4 emperor without substance. His conqueror's hockey was unparalleled. And even Rayleigh had praised him after their recent encounter, feeling inferior in comparison. Thus, the responsibility of mentoring Ace in the ways of Conqueror's hockey naturally fell to him. Rayleigh and Roger were longtime friends, and having no children of his own, he had long regarded Ace as a son, much like Whitebeard. For Shanks, Roger had always been his greatest admiration, but after Roger's death and lack of heirs, he wandered the seas, eventually discovering a child with a striking resemblance to Roger in temperament. He held great hopes for this child, fully accepting the sacrifice of an arm in the process. Now that Roger's son stood before him, coupled with Rayleigh's connection, it felt even more significant. The crews of both Whitebeard and Shanks were well aware of Ace's princely status, yet fortunately, both pirate crews were rather united, and openly. No one expressed dissatisfaction about Ace's potential succession to the throne of Pirate King. As for whether Ace could indeed become the Pirate King, there was no doubt. With the backing of Shanks and Whitebeard, and Rayleigh's personal guidance, if Ace could not ascend to such a title, then who in the world could? Sengoku watched with concern as he gazed at Garp imprisoned in the iron cage, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. The foolish wooden-headed man, in a state of complete bewilderment, was summoned back by a mere phone call and surrendered without resistance, leaving everyone who had been anxiously sweating momentarily dumbfounded. It is common knowledge that Garp possesses extraordinary strength. Ranking among the world's elite, even the likes of Steelbone Kong might not stand a chance against him, if he were to fiercely resist. Capturing him would undoubtedly require an exorbitant cost. The chief of the CP organization, the Bald Eagle, had devised countless plans and exhausted many brain cells, fearing Garp might lash out or escape. In the end, Garp made no move at all, only to be subdued by a multitude of individuals, shackled in various restraints, and incarcerated in the secret prison of Mariewa. While the Impel Down prison is typically the primary facility for detaining criminals, this particular prisoner's identity is far too extraordinary. The hero Garp, the undefeated Garp, the legendary Garp, his being is adorned with countless honors. Thus, despite the length of his confinement, the world government has refrained from leaking any information, and to this day, apart from a select few, even many high-ranking officials in the Navy remain unaware that their hero has been imprisoned. Currently, Garp resembles Rommel during World War II, who conspired to overthrow Hitler and participated in the assassination plot against the Führer. Even a man as ruthless as Hitler could not execute him openly. Instead, he was forced into suicide through coercion against his family, and after his death, he was granted a grand burial, replete with honors. The world government now finds itself in a precarious situation regarding Garp. A figure of his stature cannot be the subject of any negative publicity, as he has become the face and banner of the Navy. Discrediting him equates to tarnishing the world government's reputation. However, secretly executing him poses its own challenges. Not only would Sengoku and Steelbone Kong undoubtedly plead for mercy, but they have yet to devise a plausible excuse to deceive the public. After all, discreetly eliminating a figure like Garp is nearly impossible. Therefore, although Garp's imprisonment has alleviated the immediate concerns of the 5 elders, The question of how to deal with him next has become a hot potato. Garp, at this moment, what do you have to say? The gravity of the situation is profound, and the five elders harbor distrust towards everyone, even Sengoku, who only today received permission to visit his old friend. The elder in the cell lifted his head, still wearing that carefree smile. Sengoku, did you bring me some donuts? The food here is atrocious. Stand straight, you wretched slaves. No moving about, growled the fierce pirate, wielding a whip to strike back at those attempting to push forward. Simon, how are things on your end? Victor, wrapped tightly in his fur coat, trudged over to the whip-wielding pirate. Brother Victor, the pirate, who had been flaunting his power, lowered the whip and seized an aluminum flask from Simon, disregarding the bite marks on its opening, and began to drink. You little rascal, that was my drink, Victor exclaimed. But it was too late. Simon had already drained the flask. Haha, burp. What a fine spirit, Simon declared, relishing the warmth of the vodka amidst the frigid 30-degree below zero temperature, truly a delicacy. He playfully tossed the flask into the crowd, igniting a frenzy among the gathered individuals. The ragged individuals, devoid of proper attire, engaged in a fierce scuffle over a jug containing a mere few drops of spirits. Observing them, as they were taunted by the refuse they had cast aside, Simon burst into laughter, exclaiming, Aha, dear brother Victor, do they not resemble wild dogs fighting over scraps? In response, a hand the size of a fan struck him. You bastard! While it is one thing to drink my liquor, you dared to discard the jug that Captain Ross bestowed upon me. Victor, fuming with rage, delivered a resounding slap to Simon's face. If Captain Ross were to learn that he had discarded the flask he had gifted himself, would he not perceive it as a sign of discontent? Stop. I was wrong. Simon, his head spinning from a series of slaps administered by Victor, hastily apologized. Brother Victor, please spare me. I'll even offer you that woman I acquired yesterday. Upon hearing this, Victor ceased his assault, exhaling heavily through his nostrils, and inquired, a woman? A young and attractive woman? Don't you dare attempt to deceive me with those in their 40s or 50s. Considering the population of over 200,000 in the penal islands, there were certainly numerous women. However, after excluding the young and the elderly, only a scant 300,000 to 400,000 remained suitable. The Grand Captain had already claimed 3,000 of the most comely, and various officials had taken their share as well. After discarding those who were truly unappealing, what remained for the lowest of the low, like them, were merely a handful of unattractive women. Victor's household had received 4 women, yet the sole one who was passably attractive was a widow who had borne children. Of course, given his previous dismal circumstances, even one woman had seemed unattainable, but human nature tends to be insatiable. Yes, I swear. Young and beautiful, Simon quickly vowed, eager to avoid further punishment. Now that's more like it. Victor grinned, retracting his fist. Hurry and retrieve that flask for me, and afterward, bring that woman to my home. As for your indiscretion regarding the flask Lord Ross granted me, I shall overlook it. Feeling somewhat disheartened after the beating, Simon reflected on who he had offended, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the flask, which had evidently held significance. He glanced back at the crowd of ruffians, who had determined to victor amidst the chaos, leaving a dozen sprawled upon the ground. A young man, clad only in a fur loincloth in this frigid weather, was greedily licking the flask as if hoping to extract a few more drops. Hey, you brat, bring me that flask, Simon shouted, furious. The young man, hearing Simon's call, effortlessly navigated through the throng of bodies. Indeed, within this makeshift tent, filled to capacity with islanders drawn by the commotion, the space resembled a station during peak travel seasons. Yet this youth moved as gracefully as a fish in water, slipping through the narrowest of openings. Quickly, hand over the flask. Simon extended his hand, demanding the flask from the boy. Flask, mine, want, food. The boy's words came slowly, perhaps due to his lack of social interaction, yet his meaning was unmistakable. How dare you bargain with me? Simon nearly found the situation amusing. After all, he was a legitimate pirate with 3 lives on his conscience, and these wretched slaves dared to negotiate with him. It was outrageous. He lashed out with his whip at the boy before him, determined to leave him with a face covered in bruises. The whip landed squarely in the boy's hand, and Simon's expression shifted as he attempted to retract the whip, only for the boy to pull him off balance. Seething with rage, Simon rose from the ground and drew his blade, aiming to strike back. How could this insolent youth bring such disgrace upon him? However, as he swung past the boy, his blade emerged unblemished, not a trace of blood upon it. With a soft drip, Simon struggled to lift his head, only to feel droplets of blood trickling from his throat onto the blade's surface. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. The islanders inside the tent fell silent, terrified, for this was the overseer, and to witness his demise meant that many would face dire consequences. Victor stared, bewildered, at the calm boy. In that fleeting moment, he had clearly seen the boy bend low to evade Simon's strike and then swiftly slice through Simon's throat with the nail of his left hand. Such skill undoubtedly made him feel inferior. Even Captain Ross might not possess such ferocity. The young man gazed in shock at the remnants of flesh beneath his nails. Having become accustomed to seizing food and taking lives from the islanders, he was surprised to find himself unable to resist this time. It seemed certain that he would not be joining the ranks this time and would have to make his escape. After all, with the snow falling heavily, no one would be able to pursue him through the blizzard. He approached Simon's lifeless body. Since he was preparing to flee, it was only prudent to gather some belongings. The fur coat and finely crafted curved dagger on this man were among the exceedingly rare treasures of the island. "Boy, what is your name?" Victor inquired. Observing the youth's adeptness in killing and stripping the dead, recognizing that he was undoubtedly a seasoned individual, this young man is indeed a raw gem. Should I recommend him to Captain Ross or Captain Drake, I might very well secure a minor leadership position for myself through this merit. As for the unfortunate soul lying dead on the ground, I couldn't care less. I am quite eager to visit his residence shortly, to ascertain just how many valuable items he has hoarded. Is this truly the entirety of the recruits gathered for this conscription? The captain gazed discontentedly at the trembling mass of refugees below, shivering in the biting cold. Having resolved to conquer a vast expanse of territory, it is imperative that both individual and collective strength be augmented. The thousands of pirates under his command are a mixed lot, with the majority, aside from a few officers, displaying lamentable capabilities. Thus, the captain conceived the plan to recruit soldiers from the distribution islands. Here, millions of robust young men reside. Their physique significantly more formidable than the average individual due to their prolonged existence in this frigid, inhospitable environment. Consequently, the captain has resolved to recruit 2,000 to 3,000 expendable soldiers here, intending to hone their skills, at the very least. They could serve as a means to deceive and distract through sheer firepower. After all, the cost of enlisting soldiers in this region is exceedingly low. As long as their basic needs are met, an endless stream of individuals vie for the chance to join the ranks. Moreover, the inhabitants of this island have, for generations, been oppressed by the world government, making them some of the most vehemently opposed to its authority. They meet the criteria of loyalty and hatred, coupled with minimal expenses. Initially, the captain was filled with ambition, believing he could assemble a disciplined army. However, upon witnessing the shivering masses huddled together in the biting wind, he felt that they were even less impressive than the scoundrels under his command. Perhaps sensing his doubt, Lafitte gently reminded him that these islanders had long been subjugated by the military forces stationed here by the world government, their spirits crushed by years of oppression. Even a single armed pirate could easily slay dozens of these young men, who had long since lost any desire to resist. Alas, it appears these residents have been utterly rendered defenseless. Such spiritual castration is insidiously malevolent, while its effects may not be immediately apparent to 1 or 2 generations. The repercussions will inevitably manifest in full force after 3 to 5 generations. Those who have been spiritually castrated, regardless of their physical strength, the quality of their weapons, or the fragility of their enemies, cannot achieve victory. For they are already dead in spirit, exuding a mindset of compromise from their very bones. Which is why a farcical scenario emerged where hundreds were pursued by a single individual. The captain lost interest at once. These spiritually castrated cannon fodder, no matter how much they train, cannot cultivate any ferocity, only wasting time and energy. Observing the captain's growing intrigue, Confinement cautiously suggested, "In truth, Captain, I have a method to awaken their fighting spirit, though it comes at a considerable cost." "Do tell." "Costs are of no concern," the captain replied. "Blood combat. Pair them off so that only one survives from each duel. Although half will perish, those who remain will have tasted blood and can be considered useful." As a descendant of the blood-killing techniques from Wano, Confinement understood the essence of such training. In every successful blood-killing trial, for trainees are placed in a confined space, with only the living allowed to exit. Thus, while few ninjas advance each year, each one is an elite. Cavendish stroked his chin. Confinement's idea was quite astute. After all, these excess individuals were a waste of resources, and by his method, he could at least produce 1,000 elite soldiers. The distribution islands, unlike others, do not benefit from a larger population to increase labor. They are enveloped in ice and snow, with no one but the small folk sent by Doflamingo able to cultivate crops. The island's mineral resources are limited and cannot support such a population. Therefore, for the captain, sacrificing tens of thousands of useless lives to train 1,000 elite soldiers was a profitable venture. "Very well, you shall oversee the blood combat." The captain waved his hand, assigning the task to Confinement. "Yes, I shall not fail your trust, Captain." Confinement replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Drake shot a disapproving glance at the bandaged demon warrior. In the span of a single sentence, tens of thousands of lives were condemned. Even he found it somewhat cruel. However, he would not trouble himself for these people. His dissatisfaction was merely a fleeting sentiment. Casually deciding the fates of thousands, the captain acted as if nothing had occurred and turned to the senior officers behind him, stating, "I believe I have reached a bottleneck in my training. The ordinary crew members can no longer stimulate my growth. From now on, you shall come to my training room every morning at 9. Having practiced a self-destructive training method for over half a month, the captain could now effortlessly slice through incoming bullets with his eyes closed, and not just from a single gun, but from a dozen. His understanding of observation hockey and swordsmanship was nearing the pinnacle of contemporary mastery, yet to progress further, the ordinary crew was of no use. Thus, he placed his hopes on these senior officers, hoping that sparring with them might yield breakthroughs. Who would dare to decline the captain's invitation? Far away in the East Sea, a dilapidated wooden raft floated serenely on the calm waters. Upon it, Two absurd figures stared at each other in bewilderment. Zaro, do you truly believe there are islands in that direction? Questioned the capricious captain earnestly, gazing at his sole crew member. Monkey D. Luffy. The protagonist of the Pirate King universe was endowed with an aura of passivity that heightened his allure. When he first set sail, the CP organization dispatched a small team to capture him, but, as expected, despite their elite status, they were no match for this protagonist who occasionally became extraordinarily powerful. Having defeated the inexplicably aggressive CP agents, he carelessly neglected to ponder why they sought him, and, true to the original narrative, he set out alone on the raft. Under the influence of the Grand Cosmic Will, he recruited Zaro, the swordsman of three swords, as his first crew member. You must trust my instincts as a swordsman. The serious-looking three-sword-style swordsman affirmed with a nod. All right then, let us embark. The exuberant youth, oblivious to the fact that his first mate was notoriously directionally challenged, charged boldly towards the endless horizon. Meanwhile, behind them, an island wept, utterly ignored. One must wonder, can this hapless duo truly navigate their way out of the East Sea, relying solely on this combination of folly and naivety? On another note, Haki represents the spiritual energy within a person's body. Shanks, wielding his remaining right hand, clashed swords with Ace while imparting wisdom. The renowned Fire Fist Ace's arm had turned an ashen hue, his blackened limb clashing with Shanks' blade, emitting a sound akin to metal striking metal. Iron Fist Carp, famed for his formidable iron fists, was the world's foremost master of armament Haki. Not even Mihawk's full-force strike could hope to penetrate Carp's fists. Through both word and deed, Ace had long been laid upon a firm foundation by Carp. Yet ever since gaining the powers of the Flame Fruit, he had failed to thoroughly explore his potential, leaving his strength perpetually stagnant. Now, after rigorous training under three Grandmasters, Ace had awakened the nascent form of Haki within him and could now intercept Shanks' sword with his bare fists. Naturally, Shanks did not unleash his full might, but even so, Ace's current strength was a far cry from his former self, as Shanks seamlessly switched between three sword techniques. Ace adeptly parried each strike. Just as Ace began to feel a surge of pride, the previously jovial Shanks suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing a palpable wave of Haki. Piu. Ace, filled with self-satisfaction, was immediately thrown back by the force of the impact. In this world, only a being as extraordinary as Shanks could wield Conqueror's Haki as a tangible weapon. Ace's own Conqueror's Haki was swiftly ignited, yet in comparison to Shanks, it was akin to a firefly against the sun. No. Overwhelmed by Shanks' Haki, Ace could no longer maintain his previous ease. He felt his coordination falter, his body swaying as if intoxicated, enduring a barrage of strikes from Shanks' sheath. Conqueror's Haki embodies the spirit of relentless advance, embodying invincibility. Within 10 paces, all are adversaries. Such timidity is unacceptable. Shanks relentlessly struck Ace with the hilt of his sword, imparting wisdom as he did so. If one were to suggest that the Conqueror's Haki, possessed by merely 1 in a million, served only to dispatch minions, then it would indeed be undervalued. The power of Conqueror's Haki is akin to a legendary enhancement, capable not only of clearing out lesser foes but also significantly diminishing an opponent's coordination and instilling a profound shock in their psyche. Take red-haired Shanks, for instance. Even without lifting a finger, the mere pressure of his Conqueror's Haki can suppress those supernovas with bounties in the hundreds of millions to a level akin to Arlong's. Naturally, individuals capable of such feats are exceedingly rare across the globe. It is astonishing to witness how that young rascal has grown so formidable. Rayleigh observed the training session with a sense of nostalgia, tinged with melancholy. Although they had yet to engage in combat, he could sense from Shanks' demeanor over the past few days that he might no longer be a match for the once-spirited boy who had trailed behind him. You've grown old, my friend, Whitebeard remarked, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder. Each time he witnessed the flourishing of these young talents, he was increasingly reminded of his own advancing age, despite still being hailed as the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate understood that he could no longer charge into battle, facing thousands as he once did. Not long ago, he had sent word to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, revealing Ace's lineage and urging them to acknowledge Ace as the Pirate King. Regrettably, while the two expressed admiration for Roger and acknowledged Ace's identity, they reiterated a singular stance. The title of Pirate King is a legacy meant for those who have traversed the entire Grand Line, and though Ace is Roger's son, the title is not one that can simply be inherited. Their message was clear. They recognized Ace's identity, but denied his claim to the title unless he could accomplish what Roger had once achieved, circumnavigating the Grand Line. Had this been a decade prior, Whitebeard's temper would have compelled him to confront those two scoundrels directly. Damn it, just because the tiger does not roar, do not mistake me for a mere kitten. Yet now, the uniformity of their responses suggested a clandestine collusion. While he possessed the strength, alongside Shanks and Rayleigh, to vanquish Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, he was mindful of the toll it would take on his own crew. Indeed, we have aged, but they are still young, with boundless futures ahead of them, Rayleigh reflected, glancing at Ace, who had been knocked down by Shanks only to rise again with determination. Captain, if you are watching from above, seeing your son strive so diligently must bring you solace. Come, let us drink, Whitebeard declared, tossing a gourd of liquor to Rayleigh as he settled onto an outcropping of rock. Here lies the chaotic island under the command of Whitebeard, a land baron safe for its stones, serving as an impeccable training ground. During this period, Rayleigh and Shanks have taken turns training Ace here. Is something troubling you? Rayleigh inquired, curiously clutching his wine gourd. It is well known that if the old man truly wished to share a drink, he would not merely present a gourd, but rather bring forth 2 large barrels. I am growing old, Whitebeard admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he recounted the matter of his correspondence. Even those newly risen pirates no longer show me respect. Indeed, I am aging. In truth, they are not entirely mistaken. Compared to Whitebeard, Rayleigh's thoughts are notably clearer. After all, if it weren't for Rayleigh, Roger would have met his demise countless times with his reckless mindset. They are renowned pirates, and if they were to submit merely due to a single utterance, how could they maintain their dignity in commanding their subordinates? Moreover, the title of Pirate King is one that all pirates share. No one would willingly acknowledge such a leader. Rayleigh took a couple of swigs of his drink and continued, if you, Edward Newgate, were to aspire to become the Pirate King, they might begrudgingly accept. However, how could they recognize Ace? Such acknowledgement would imply they are inferior to a mere junior. Captain, what has he been up to lately? Nico Robbins sat in her chair, frowning as she sipped her sweet milk. Once, she relished red tea and coffee, but now she was forced to consume nutritional soup and dairy products, which left her quite dissatisfied. Regrettably, while the captain could compromise on various matters, he was utterly resolute when it came to the welfare of the children, leaving Robin without any opportunity to negotiate. Thus, she resolved to remember this and settle the score with him at a later time. Recently, the captain has been occupied with government affairs in the morning at the administrative center, returning to the training room around 9 to practice until the afternoon. Thereafter, he often visits the third lady to rest, and his evenings are generally free. Vale, now Robin's devoted maid, perfectly grasped her mistress's thoughts and knew exactly what the esteemed lady wished to hear. He has been so obedient lately? Robin questioned, somewhat incredulous. Although she was aware that the captain had indeed been putting in more effort than before, Vale's report still felt surreal. That lecherous, shameless, cowardly, and lazy man was investing half his day into training? Moreover, from Vale's tone, it seemed he had not been gallivanting around recently. Huff, Cavendish exhaled a breath of frustration. While before him, Lafitte, Anu, Drake, and Kondo Mitsukuni lay dejectedly on the ground, despite not having trained diligently since his arrival. The former owner's robust foundation had enabled the captain to experience a remarkable surge in strength once he resolved to commit to his training. He now stood on the brink of breaking through the final barrier that separated him from the admirals, yet this final hurdle proved insurmountable. Among his subordinates, only Lafitte and Anu possessed strength comparable to that of a Navy Rear Admiral, while Drake and Kondo Mitsukuni lagged considerably behind. Thus, engaging them in combat offered little opportunity for him to enhance his prowess. Even in online games, there exists a notion that significant level disparities preclude the gaining of experience. At this moment, he craved a battle, one that was evenly matched or one where he was pressured by the enemy. This was the only way to potentially surmount his final limitation. No wonder the strength of the Great Tang's twin insects has progressed so swiftly. It has been forged through combat. The captain mused. In this world, many could surpass him. Not only the 4 emperors, the 3 admirals, and the elders, but also figures like Magellan and Marco left him without any assurance of victory. Yet, none among them shared a favorable relationship with the captain. Should he challenge them and win, all would be well. But if he lost, who would refrain from striking him down? With a sense of helplessness, he exited the training room, where Noki had long been waiting outside. During this period, Robin, being with child, has led the ship's captain to refrain from seeking her out. Even when he does visit, his actions are limited to holding her close as they slumber, with no further indulgences. However, for a man who revels in the company of women, such restraint becomes a torment, prompting him to spend more nights away from her side. In this scenario, Noki Gao bears the brunt of affection, as Perona's physique and temperament provide only occasional diversion. Indulging in her company daily might lead him to question his own inclinations. Have you made your decision, Ace? Whitebeard inquired, seated upon his chair, gazing at the young man standing before him. Although Whitebeard has always regarded his crew as sons, even biological parents exhibit favoritism towards their offspring. And these adopted sons are no exception. In Whitebeard's heart, Marco has long been cherished as his most favored son. However, over the past 2 years, Ace has gradually supplanted him in this regard. During this period, Ace's efforts and progress have not gone unnoticed. This fledgling eagle has now matured and is ready to soar high. Did Kaido and Charlotte Linlin not urge Ace to traverse the Grand Line? Then, what would it matter to traverse it once more? Certainly, those 2 wretches would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics, and although the Navy has recently been unusually quiet, they will surely spring into action once Ace embarks on his journey. But so what? Without the resolve to face challenges head-on, to carve a path through thorns, and without the unwavering determination of 100 lives sacrificed, what right would one have to claim the throne of the Pirate King? Ah, father, I have made my decision. Since that man from years past was able to complete the entire Grand Line, I too shall not fall short of his legacy, shall I? Haha, the boy, still beaming with innocence, revealed a dazzling smile with his gleaming silver teeth. Indeed, this is the spirit I desire. Remember, you are my son, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he sat in his chair, never expecting that after a lifetime of rivalry with Roger, he would choose a successor so similar. All right, old man. Do not delay Ace's journey. The day is waning. Let us send him off. Rayleigh admonished, patting Whitebeard's back, causing him to cough incessantly. I swear, it was truly unintentional. The ominous grin of the Dark King suggested he could swear before the gods that his actions were not motivated by the fact that Whitebeard, that shameless old man, had stolen the captain's son. To be honest, while he felt that Roger's actions back then were somewhat dishonorable, the man was dead now. Ace, however, seemed to be quite dissatisfied with the late captain's choices, as he only referred to Whitebeard as father and still called Roger that man. Yet, such matters were beyond his intervention. He could only let it be. They were currently situated beneath the Red Line, at the very terminus of the New World, although this was not Raftel. According to the tradition of the Pirate King, Ace was supposed to set sail from the Four Seas, traverse Reverse Mountain, and then journey along the Grand Line to finally reach Raftel, to be acknowledged by the world as the Pirate King. However, this was the New World, and having Ace backtrack through the Grand Line would be a tremendous waste of time and energy. Thus, after some discussion, they concluded it would be more efficient to send Ace directly through the comm belt to the Four Seas. After all, for these formidable individuals, the comm belt was merely a joke. Rayleigh could swim across it with ease, not to mention the presence of monsters such as Whitebeard and Shanks. Ace, are you certain you wish to depart from the South Blue? Shanks inquired one last time. Yes, I have never been to the South Blue. The sunny youth would not divulge that his choice stemmed from rolling dice the previous night. Why not visit the East Blue to see Luffy? I am sure he would be thrilled to see you. Shanks, having learned that the boy he had chosen years ago was actually Ace's brother, couldn't help but sigh at the whims of fate. Had he paid a bit more attention back then, he might have met this captain's orphan long ago. No need. I have made a promise to Luffy. When the time comes, I will be waiting for him in the seat of the Pirate King. Today, I shall only provide one update. Due to a commitment to update Tina's series after receiving 3,000 collections, I have yet to find time to write. So I can only manage one update in these 2 days. I hope everyone understands. After all, with the year-end approaching, it has been exceedingly busy. Is this lad truly the strongest newcomer trained this time? Cavendish gazed at the boy standing before him and inquired of Kondo Mitsumitsu. Indeed, during the final training, this lad eliminated all 47 participants from the 2 assigned groups, thereby rightfully earning the title of the strongest newcomer. Even the so-called demon samurai, Kondo Mitsumitsu, found this hard to believe. The final competition consisted of 2 teams of 24. The objective was to eliminate the opposing team. While other groups still had a few members remaining, this boy, without regard for friend or foe, had ruthlessly eliminated every participant. Truly a disaster. Of course, the captain was unconcerned about the number of casualties. After all, he was not personally acquainted with them. He regarded the boy with interest, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, not particularly tall, with a face that bore an uncharacteristic ferocity, though he was somewhat handsome. The scars marring his exposed skin only served to accentuate his rebellious demeanor. What is your name? The captain inquired with curiosity. Ming, 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 the boy exclaimed upon hearing the question. Huh? The captain was somewhat bewildered. I merely asked for a name, and he is making a ruckus. Kondo Mitsumitsu quickly clarified, Captain. This lad is named Ming. According to our investigation, he is an orphan who has been wandering outside the island since the age of 4, engaging in ventures without capital. Due to his long-term isolation from others, his speech is somewhat clumsy. A real-life Tarzan. To think that a 4-year-old could survive alone in such frigid conditions. His physical constitution must be quite impressive. Cavendish raised a finger, pointing it like a sword at Ming. Danger. Having grown accustomed to competing with beasts for sustenance, Ming felt an immediate chill run down his spine. Every hair on his body stood on end, and with a slight push of his ankles, he executed a backflip and leaped away. This is the culmination of his years of experience, regardless of the ferocity of the beast he encounters. Maintaining a prudent distance is always the wisest course of action. Unfortunately, he is not confronted by the formidable creatures that dwell in the icy wilderness, but rather by a captain whose ruthlessness far surpasses that of any beast. A faint yet potent surge of sword energy emanated from Cavendish's fingertips, purging the air on either side. Ming, having drawn 2 concealed blades from his sleeves, recently allocated to him during his training, had previously relied solely on his nails and fists as weapons. It was only after enlisting that he acquired these genuine arms, treasures he cherished and seldom unsheathed. However, on this occasion, he acutely sensed that should he hesitate, these 2 blades would forever remain beyond his grasp. With the twin blades forming a cross in front of him as the sword energy converged, Ming swiftly separated the blades in accordance with the trajectory of the incoming force. The sound of clang echoed as the finely crafted blades shattered into 4 fragments upon striking, while a crescent-shaped gash marred Ming's forearms. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have been cleaved in 2 by the captain's sword energy. Had he not utilized the momentum of the blades to dissipate 90% of the strike's force, his arms would have been irrevocably lost. Indeed, quite impressive, Cavendish remarked softly, applauding. This lad, instantly recognizable as one lacking formal training, relying solely on instinctual reflexes, had demonstrated remarkable prowess, truly a rare gem. It is noteworthy that Cavendish himself now stood on the precipice of unparalleled power within this world. Even a casual strike from him could annihilate most pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Naturally, certain exceptional individuals were not included in this assessment. This young lad, if properly refined, could indeed be regarded as a formidable force. As for his earlier inability to evade, the captain would not harbor much disappointment. After all, a worthless individual holds no utility. From this day forth, Kondo, you were tasked with diligently training this boy. Cavendish, somewhat satisfied with Ming, commanded Kondo Sanko. Of course, if he were to personally nurture this lad, the results would surely surpass those of Kondo Sanko, yet he was not a female apprentice. Had it been a girl, the captain might have found some amusement in mentoring her. A male disciple, however, could be discarded from a great distance. Kondo Sanko was quite pleased with this command. It was evident to any observer that this boy named Ming was destined to grow into a capable individual. Now that the captain had assigned him to teach, this lad would become his own. Although the captain's enterprise had yet to take flight, his subordinates were already establishing their presence, albeit still in the nascent stages of development. Moreover, this name, Cavendish mused, finding it unseemly to continually refer to him as Ming. An uninformed person might mistakenly think they were imitating a cat's meow. Henceforth, you shall be known as Tianming. Tianming crossed his arms in silence, his innocent mind unable to comprehend why the handsome man before him had sought to attack him. Blood dripped from his arms onto the ground. Had it not been for the overwhelming display of strength from Cavendish, he would have surely longed to retaliate. For that was the law he had learned from battling beasts, either one lives or the other perishes. Yet now, he dared not move. The pressure exerted by this man was simply insurmountable. Observing Tianming's beast-like demeanor, the captain was somewhat at a loss for words. Kondo, remember to familiarize this lad with human interactions during his training. While preserving Tianming's ferocity might enhance his combat prowess, the captain required subordinates who would obey his commands. Preferably a domesticated Tibetan mastiff. If not that, he would rather have a sheepdog. A wolf, on the other hand, is best left untrained. For one never knows when it might turn on its master. This morning, the update was completed, but it was deleted by the system 5 minutes later. Thus, I apologize to those who missed it, as I am currently experiencing internet issues and cannot provide updates today. I hope for your understanding. And I will make up for it once my internet is restored. My apologies. Recent events have been quite overwhelming, resulting in a later update today. I appreciate your patience. Regarding the group number, it is listed in the introduction, however. The presence of numerous seasoned members has led to the group being blocked by QQ for the second time this month. Please be patient as I attend to the fines. This is truly maddening. Caesar, how are your recent studies progressing? The distribution of the islands, being an archipelago, consists of numerous sizable islands, with the captain's palace situated on the largest. Conversely, Caesar's laboratory is located on the most remote island, far removed from all others. In my previous encounters with One Piece, I found it perplexing why Doflamingo would leave such a crucial talent as Caesar isolated in Punk Hazard. However, upon Cavendish assuming the role of captain, it became clear that individuals like Caesar must be kept at a safe distance. During our time on the ship, this fellow consistently orchestrated explosions, damaging 4 vessels within a month, causing a gas leak once, and allowing experimental subjects to escape on 2 occasions, resulting in chaos for everyone involved. During that period, due to Caesar's various mishaps, 4 pirates lost their lives unjustly, while the number of experimental subjects he inadvertently eliminated remains unknown. Consequently, wherever Caesar was, the vicinity was devoid of life for several miles, with even the captain's flagship keeping a safe distance from Caesar. Such a humanoid walking destruction device is utterly unsuitable for placement within the main base. Heaven knows when he might fashion a bomb to send everyone soaring into the sky. To position Caesar far from the main base may invite potential ambushes from intruders. Yet keeping him within the base necessitates constant vigilance around the clock. Weighing the options, although the captain understands that having such a talent close at hand is optimal, the circumstances dictate that Caesar must be stationed on the most isolated island. Nevertheless, he has not only assigned T-Beard and Kaholi to assist Caesar, but he has also stationed a Neo at the island's entrance. Unless a brazen attack is launched by a general, the island's defenses should provide ample time for a response. Captain, the SAT has been fully configured. The current artificial devil fruit is projected to mature approximately every 3 days. Caesar floated over to Cavendish and remarked. In recent days, Cavendish has engaged in extensive transactions with Doflamingo, selling him an abundance of the Crimson One in exchange for the raw materials necessary for the production of SAD. After all, the components required for this endeavor are scattered across the globe, apart from Doflamingo's channels. Only the world government possesses the capability to procure them. Thus, despite the considerable profits from the Crimson One, a calculation with Doflamingo revealed that the financial returns were nearly equivalent, resulting in a transaction that amounted to little more than a barter. It was indeed a frustrating predicament. Possessing a lucrative and shimmering drug trade yet ending up at a loss. It appears that in the world of arms dealing, the treachery surpasses that of the drug trade. The captain contemplated the notion of a double cross, yet upon reflection, he concluded that even if he were to unexpectedly capture Doflamingo, it would bear little fruit. The true value of that cunning individual lies in his connections and network. His personal worth is considerably less. Cavendish gazed upon the neatly arranged array of a dozen or so devil fruits, although he was aware that these were artificially created. The sight of such a multitude before him was undeniably exhilarating. Could this expedite the construction process? Despite knowing such a notion was futile, he could not help but fantasize about mass production. Imagine wielding thousands of devil fruit users at his command. Wouldn't he that be formidable? Impossible, Captain. The intrinsic properties of devil fruits preclude mass production. Producing one every 3 days is already the limit. Caesar interjected, shaking his head. Do you intend to emulate King Yu by enduring hardships for 20 years? He continued. Moreover, Captain, these artificial devil fruits, while capable of activating the devil gene through SAD, require an additional concoction to achieve their effects. Each artificial devil fruit necessitates the inclusion of a corresponding catalyst. For instance, the black fruit displayed here was created by incorporating the essence of a black panther, while the tiger fruit was synthesized with the essence of a fierce tiger. This is also the reason why only animal-type devil fruits can be produced, for apart from placing living organisms, introducing any other substance proves futile. Moreover, each species of animal can only be utilized once. Attempting to use the same species a second time yields no effect whatsoever. Therefore, if one aspires to transform an entire legion into devil fruit users, not only does one require a substantial amount of raw materials, but also a diverse array of peculiar and exotic creatures. What if I were to capture a dragon? Could that result in a dragon fruit? Upon hearing Caesar's words, Cavendish finally comprehended why the original narrative did not feature Caesar specifically creating powerful animal-type fruits. The variety simply wasn't sufficient. Once creatures such as tigers, elephants, lions, and cheetahs have been exhausted, one is left with only the option of crafting fruits from rabbits, turtles, and frogs. Although the latter cannot possibly compare to the former in any aspect, one cannot afford to squander time in idleness. Well, Captain, if you truly wish to create a mythical beast-type dragon fruit, you must first locate a genuine dragon, Caesar remarked with a hint of pride. The mythical beast-type animal devil fruits are indeed more potent than natural-type fruits, and he naturally harbored a desire to manufacture them. However, since they pertain to mythical creatures, where in reality could one possibly find a phoenix or a dragon? Might artificial creation suffice? If memory serves, there was a fire dragon produced in Punk Hazard, crafted by Vegapunk. That could be deemed a dragon of sorts. Creating a fire dragon fruit would not be a bad idea. Ah, but that may not be feasible, Captain, Caesar exclaimed, retrieving a box from a nearby cabinet, revealing a purple, spherical fruit within. Why does this fruit look so familiar? Cavendish pondered. This is the dragon fruit I synthesized through artificial means, but according to my analysis, the probability of survival upon consuming this fruit does not exceed 18%. And even if one survives, the likelihood of activating the dragon energy is less than 3%. Goodness, the dragon fruit. Wasn't this the fruit that the ill-fated Peach Boy consumed? The captain calculated in his mind that the success rate of this fruit is merely 5 in 1,000. How could that Peach Boy manage to trigger it successfully? Such an extravagant aura. If it were an ancient creature, could it be replicated? After a moment's thought, the captain suddenly conceived an idea. Ancient creatures are still animals. It is entirely feasible. Caesar responded without hesitation. After all, whether it be a saber-toothed tiger, a woolly mammoth, or even a dinosaur, they can all be considered ancient beings, far superior to modern creatures. However, since they are referred to as ancient creatures, it is evident that they are now extinct and cannot be found. Receiving a positive affirmation, Cavendish smiled inwardly, recalling that the little garden is teeming with dinosaurs. Are you planning to go out? Robin asked, somewhat surprised at Cavendish's intention to leave during dinner time. Indeed, the captain nodded gently, sharing what he had discovered during the day with Caesar. That's true. Understanding the situation at Little Garden, Robin was quite comprehending of his actions. After all, whether it be the tiger fruit or elephant fruit, they pale in comparison to the Tyrannosaurus and Pterosaur fruits. Furthermore, if someone else were to undertake this task, it might not succeed, given that the island harbors the former captains of the Blue Demon Dawn Krieg and the Red Demon Brook. Despite their portrayal in the anime, where they were humorously defeated by the comical MR3, this was purely for plot convenience. It is crucial to remember that these two were notorious pirates with bounties of 100 million long before, and their combined technique could obliterate island-sized beasts. Such colossal monsters. Even if the captain were to unleash an electromagnetic railgun, he would not dare claim it could be taken down in one blow. Moreover, he also wished to capture that enormous golden fish. If such a gigantic creature could be transformed into a devil fruit, it would likely rival that of the mythical beasts. He had considered utilizing sea kings to create a devil fruit, as the world of One Piece is replete with an array of bizarre sea kings. Unfortunately, this delightful aspiration was dashed by Caesar's revelations. Once again, it is the world's folly. Sea kings cannot be transformed into devil fruits. Yet legendary creatures like the island-devouring beasts can be. Truly, who can one turn to for reason in such matters? When do you plan to depart? The refined lady inquired after listening to the captain's account. I intend to instruct them to prepare tonight. We shall set sail tomorrow morning. The journey to and from Little Garden takes over 3 months, and I must seize the time. After speaking, the captain stood and approached Robin, gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. After all, our son is due in just 5 months, and as a father, I must ensure my return. Humph. Robin leaned against him teasingly. Why must it be a son? Is a daughter unacceptable? All right. As long as it is your child, be it son or daughter. The captain, aware that he must avoid any disputes over such matters, quickly raised his hands in surrender. That's more like it. With a satisfied hum, Robin stood up. Ready to wash up and prepare for bed. Cavendish gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, whispering in her ear, Darling, let us sleep together tonight. Stay away. I am pregnant. The refined lady, feeling somewhat sensitive from his whispering, pushed him away with a fierce expression. After 6 months of abstinence, she felt a bit empty. But for the sake of their unborn child, she had to endure. What nonsense. Am I the type of man who thinks with his lower half? The captain, feeling quite aggrieved by her rejection, simply wished to hold Robin and have a pleasant chat. Ask anyone in the world that question, and I'd wager there would be only one answer. Ignoring the captain's playful demeanor, the lady entered her room. However, just before closing the door, a barely audible voice emerged from within. If you promise not to move around tonight, you may come in. The Supreme Emperor. The pirates, upon first stepping aboard this vessel, were somewhat cautious. Everyone knew that the ship was the captain's mobile palace. Were it not for the necessity of this mission, they would likely never have the chance to board. Capturing dinosaurs is a monumental task. Even the relatively smaller Tyrannosaurus stands over 10 meters tall. Not to mention the colossal earthquake dragon and thunder dragon. If they were to deploy military vessels, it would likely require at least 100 ships. Given the probability of failure, it would be prudent to capture at least 2 or 3 of each dinosaur. Only the captain's flagship could accommodate such a venture. Not to mention, creatures like the island-devouring beasts could not be moved without the ship. As the captain bid farewell to Robin at the dock, the highest alert would be raised on the island during his absence. The audacious captain had laid mines throughout the waters within a 100-mile radius. Without a defense map, anyone entering would be blown to smithereens. Even if intruders possess formidable combat skills, those who survive the mines would still allow the islanders to receive advance warning. Caesar's newly invented aerial vehicle has been tested and is ready for deployment. Although the cost of launching one is exorbitant, amounting to billions, and can only carry 4 or 5 individuals, for the paranoid captain, the price is irrelevant. Preserving his life is of utmost importance. As for whether his reckless placement of mines in international waters would disrupt the lives of others, Cavendish merely scoffed. Not my concern. If you get blown up, consider it misfortune. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Hayden Port. This is the largest black market port in the South China Sea, where one can witness pirates brandishing swords at the slightest provocation, as well as pirate hunters prowling about in pursuit of their quarry. Boss, bring forth all the fine wines and exquisite dishes from your tavern immediately. The tightly shut door of the bar was kicked open by a pair of alluring high heels, and a melodious yet sharp voice rang out from outside. If one were to judge solely by the sound, one might envision a great beauty. Yet the content of her words conveyed a rather brash demeanor. Clad in a tank top and beach shorts, the young woman's graceful figure was fully on display, her waist-length pink hair cascading behind her. Were it not for her nonchalant attitude detracting from her overall allure, she could indeed be deemed a striking beauty. Did you not hear my command? Hurry and bring me food. Jolie Bonnie pounded the table in frustration, on the verge of starvation. She was determined to give the wretched owner a piece of her mind once she had her fill. Madam, I sincerely apologize, but we are currently out of supplies. Perhaps you might consider dining elsewhere? The tavern owner, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, offered a meek apology. Heaven help him. For he was merely a humble tavern keeper, ill-equipped to withstand the wrath of this young lady. The notorious gourmet girl, Jolie Bonnie, with a bounty of 45 million, was indeed a well-known figure in the South China Sea. What do you mean there's nothing to eat when I'm on the brink of starvation? Bonnie viciously grabbed the tavern owner's collar, dragging him closer. Where's the food? How can such a large establishment be out of supplies? Are you toying with me? Well, over there, that gentleman has ordered all the food in the establishment. The owner pointed gallantly towards a corner. There, a mountain of food was piled high, obscuring the individual buried beneath it, rendering them unrecognizable. Quickly strip. In the luxurious villa amidst the coconut grove, the captain, brimming with pride, raised a hand holding a winning tile and shouted towards Nami. Traveling had grown exceedingly tedious. Although this colossal warship glided smoothly, the passage of time felt interminable. To alleviate the monotony, the captain summoned Noki and Nami, along with the hapless Miranda, and they began to play mahjong. Given the gambling nature of their game, a wager was necessary. Tailoring his proposal to Nami's personality, he devised a bet she could not refuse. If he lost, he would pay her 10 million berries for each round, while should she lose, she would have to remove a piece of clothing. It is worth noting that Nami, who typically roamed about clad in minimal attire, possessed no more than 4 articles of clothing in total. The captain had assumed it would be a simple matter to strip her bare. However, to his dismay, she proved to be an exceptional player, and he lost a staggering 23 consecutive rounds. Had it not been for Noki and Miranda's discreet assistance, he would have likely continued to lose indefinitely. But now, you've won my stakes, so return what you owe me, and give back what you've taken. One must honor their debts. I shall not renege. Nami elegantly tucked the winning purple crystal card into her ample bosom, then, under Cavendish's intense gaze, slowly removed her left sock. When did she even put on socks? The captain was nearly rendered speechless, having known Nami for many days without ever seeing her wear socks. With a playful flourish, Nami twirled the discarded sock on her finger and taunted, "You think you can outsmart me? I was fully prepared for this. Today, I shall ensure you lose everything." My temper is flaring. While technically a sock is not considered clothing, and one cannot truly count one sock as a loss, Cavendish, who had his own ulterior motives, could hardly chastise Nami for her antics, especially after having cheated himself. Yet, how naive of her to think the captain could not employ his own tricks. With his observation hockey finally honed through practice, the captain had become quite adept, although he could not match the likes of Enel, who could read minds. Glancing at the tiles during a game of mahjong was a trivial task. With the advantage of his abilities, Nami, no matter how skilled, was destined to falter. Especially with the assistance of her two allies, who were intentionally throwing the game. With a grin as pure as the driven snow, the captain beheld Nami, now clad in nothing but a scant bikini, and proclaimed, "Are you afraid? You flaunted your luck, and now you've lost again. Will you undress yourself? Or shall I assist you?" He lewdly rubbed his hands together, adopting a distinctly lascivious expression. "You're cheating." Nami slammed her hands on the table, sending all the tiles flying. "Cheating? Have you any proof? You cannot falsely accuse without evidence." The captain gazed at Nami's chest, swallowing hard. Having known her for nearly a year, during which Nami had not endured the hardships of the original tale, she had developed far better than her counterpart. Thanks to certain dubious individuals who had instructed Noki to prepare nourishing meals tailored to enhance her figure. "You're being unscrupulous." Nami pointed an accusing finger at the onlookers. "Noki and Miranda. I distinctly saw Miranda prepare to play 30,000, yet you coughed repeatedly, prompting her to change to 8 tiles. How can you deny your underhandedness?" An awkward silence enveloped the room. "How did you know Miranda intended to play 30,000? The captain queried, astonished, as Miranda shared a look of disbelief with Nami. It was only then that Nami realized she had slipped up, hastily waving her hands in denial. No, I was just rambling." Known for her quick reflexes and nimble hands, she had initially triumphed in numerous games against Cavendish, thanks to her covert observations of Noki Gao and Miranda's cards. After all, they were merely delicate women, incapable of self-defense, rendering them insignificant in the face of Nami's cunning. However, when the formidable captain began to employ underhanded tactics, her modest skills were rendered futile. No matter how exceptional one's technique, it is powerless against brute force. Although Nami's reflexes were exceptional among ordinary people, facing the audacious Cavendish left her at the mercy of his relentless pursuit. As she noticed the spark of mischief in the captain's eyes, Nami, disregarding her bare feet, fled towards the door. "Can you escape?" Cavendish leisurely reveled in the chaos, observing Nami's frantic attempts to evade him. Yet, how could such a vibrant figure simply vanish? If the captain could not capture her, his existence would be rendered meaningless. "Noki Gao, you cannot stand by and do nothing." After a few rounds of this cat-and-mouse game, Nami, stripped of her defenses, found herself hoisted over the captain's shoulder and carried back to the room, where she cried out for help upon seeing Noki Gao. With a sharp smack to her rear, the captain grinned wickedly and tossed her onto the specially designed grand bed. Instantly, Nami wrapped herself in the covers, trembling, while Cavendish stood at the head of the bed, leering mischievously, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. "Nai, I believe the soup is still simmering. I'll go prepare dinner." Regrettably, Noki Gao had no intention of assisting Nami in this predicament, casually departing with Miranda. After all, it was Nami's first encounter of this nature. Had they remained, they would likely be in a frenzy. In response to comments regarding the slow update pace, "I can only express my apologies. With the year-end approaching, various obligations have kept me busy. After all, as a newcomer, writing does not yield financial returns, and I must prioritize familiar responsibilities. Thus, writing novels remains a mere hobby, and to ensure a continuous flow of updates during the new year, I must stockpile some drafts." Is this indeed Little Garden? Noki Gao gazed in astonishment at the vast, desolate island before him. Even from several miles away, he could discern the movements of colossal prehistoric creatures scattered across the landscape. It is said that this island was once an obscure wasteland a century ago, and it earned the name Little Garden due to the presence of 2 formidable giants. In comparison, the island itself could only be deemed a garden. The captain showcased knowledge acquired from Robin, earning Noki Gao's admiration. "Captain, shall we prepare to dock now?" Drake, observing the multitude of dinosaurs on the island, felt an inexplicable thrill coursing through his veins. For a Tyrannosaurus rex, the massive herbivores that had just appeared were potential prey, and the sight of such abundance ignited a primal excitement within him. Due to Robin's absence, the captain had entrusted his most loyal companion, Lafitte, to remain on the island, along with the strongest fighter, Aniu, and the most skilled in reconnaissance, Kondo Mikage, to guard the area. Thus, within the entire crew, Drake now held the highest rank. "Take the younger ones with you. Capture 3 or 4 of each dinosaur, ensuring they are unharmed," the captain instructed with a nod. Although these dinosaurs were fierce beasts, the pirates he brought along were no ordinary crew. Even the least formidable among them boasted bounties of 1 or 2 million, rendering self-defense a manageable concern. Drake accepted the orders, leading his fellow pirates armed with tranquilizer guns and capture nets to swarm ashore. Only then did Cavendish turn to Noki Gao, saying, "You should attend to Nami. I'll investigate the island." In recent days, the captain had been particularly relentless, determined to teach Nami a lesson for her persistent defiance. He had singled her out for several days, even as Noki Gao and Miranda attempted to intervene, only to be dismissed by the captain, leaving Nami unable to rise from her bed. Her physical resilience is indeed remarkable. Had she been an ordinary woman, she would likely have succumbed by now. "Your actions this time have been rather excessive." Norki expressed some mild dissatisfaction, though the exact reason for her grievance remains elusive. As they soared past the tumultuous perimeter of the island, caused by the capture of Drake and his companions, the captain directed their course straight towards the volcano at the island's heart. Though referred to as the Little Garden, the reality of the place is quite daunting. To accommodate an entire prehistoric ecosystem, the island must be of immense size. Regardless, it felt like an eternity, even at the captain's swift pace. They spent nearly half an hour before finally glimpsing the volcano and the vast cavern at its base. Brokey was preparing his axe. For the time of the volcano's eruption was nigh, and he needed to be ready for his duel with Doli. The two had battled for a century. Though the reasons for their conflict had faded from memory, for the warriors of Elbaf, victory alone suffices. As for the motivations behind it, are they truly of any significance? "Greetings, big fellow," the captain proclaimed cheerfully as he descended gracefully before Brokey, greeting him with a warm and amiable smile. These two imposing figures, to be frank, likely possess strength that rivals that of the vice admirals within the Navy headquarters. Should they be brought under my command, they would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. Moreover, if I were to escort this batch of formidable dinosaurs back and grant each of these giants an ancient-type devil fruit, their power would surge immensely. It is worth noting that the captain's current resources are rather lacking, with virtually no combat prowess at his disposal, even when compared to Doflamingo. It appears he falls short of the latter's formidable 4 blossoms and 4 colors. Doflamingo's 4 blossoms are, at the very least, of vice admiral caliber, whereas the captain, aside from Lafitte and Aniu, is unable to muster even a single vice admiral level subordinate. Though Caesar's fruit power is indeed formidable, his primary role is that of a researcher, capable only of easily defeating the weak, yet crumbling before any adversary with even a modicum of combat ability. The remaining individuals are but fleeting shadows. Even the most promising Drake has yet to fully mature in a real confrontation. The captain believes he could teach him a lesson in just 3 moves. Haha. "Little one, who might you be?" Broggy, having not seen outsiders for decades, greeted with a hint of joy. The giants of the tribe are often quite straightforward, and Broggy's confidence in his own strength leads him to disregard any ulterior motives that a stranger might harbor. "I am Cavendish. And you, great giant?" Although he was well aware of Broggy's name, he feigned ignorance, which was a trivial task for one who had mastered the art of deception. "Haha, I am Broggy, one of the mightiest warriors of Elbaf." Broggy proudly thumped his chest, beaming with pride. "Oh, it seems you are indeed quite strong." From Broggy's boisterous demeanor, it was evident that his spirit was robust and his combat experience was vast. Although he held no suspicion toward Cavendish, his instincts prompted him to avoid exposing his vulnerable points to the captain. This instinct was likely honed from centuries of battle against Dori. Of course, once I defeat that scoundrel Dori, I shall be recognized as the strongest warrior in all of Elbaf. Broggy gripped his massive axe, eyeing the volcanic eruptions with anticipation. A colossal plume of black smoke erupted from the volcano, signaling the agreed-upon duel time between Dori and Broggy. "I must go to battle now. What was your name again?" Broggy sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "Apologies. I seem to have forgotten your name." The captain, momentarily at a loss for words, realized that his reputation as the Demon King was well known across the seas. Yet these 2 giants, isolated on this desolate island, were oblivious to it all. However, he felt no anger towards such simple-minded beings. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "No matter, I am Cavendish. Have you remembered it now?" "Yes, I have. Cavendish. What a splendid name." Broggy responded, somewhat reluctantly, to make amends for his earlier lapse. "I must now go and battle Dori. You wait for me here." Broggy stood abruptly, catching the captain off guard with his towering height. While ordinary giants stand around 20 to 30 meters, Broggy's stature reached an astonishing 50 meters, towering even over the likes of the giant Oz. "I shall accompany you, as I have matters to attend to." The captain, eager to recruit 2 formidable subordinates, was filled with enthusiasm. "Broggy, who is this little fellow?" Dori inquired, pointing at the captain perched upon Broggy's shoulder. "Oh, him? His name is Cavendish. A new friend of mine. He expressed a desire to witness our battle, so I brought him along," Broggy replied with his characteristic boisterousness. The captain, now somewhat annoyed, rubbed his ears. Had he known better, he would not have been so lazy as to sit on this giant's shoulder, as Broggy's booming voice was reverberating in his ears. "Ha ha ha, little one, if you wish to see how I defeat this brute, it would be wise to stand back. Our clash creates quite the ruckus." Dori swung his sword, producing a series of explosive sounds. Indeed, the strength of these 2 giants was formidable, Dory's casual attack had already reached the level of an ordinary vice admiral. Nonsense. He is clearly here to see how I vanquish you. Broggy roared in irritation. Fortunately, Cavendish was prepared this time. Before he could speak, he swiftly distanced himself, avoiding the cacophony. As the tension escalated between the two giants, the captain interjected, "Enough. I am here to discuss serious matters." Both giants turned their attention toward the captain. Their eyes wide, each larger than his head, their gazes nearly capable of swallowing him whole. Had this been him upon his arrival, he might have been intimidated by their imposing presence. However, after numerous encounters, the captain remained unfazed. "Listen, regardless of the situation. We shall converse once I have defeated this scoundrel." The giants bellowed in unison, their voices resonating and startling the wildlife within miles to flee in terror. "That cannot be. This matter must be addressed before you engage in combat." The captain slowly drew Durandal from his waist, raising the blade in the presence of the two towering giants. "Now, I, the Demon King Cavendish, formally challenge you both. Should you lose, you must swear allegiance to me as your captain for life, fighting on my behalf." The captain's intentions were not born from a desire for heroism. He understood that should these two titans exhaust themselves in battle, even a pirate with a mere bounty of several million could swoop in for the kill. However, would Dory and Broggy yield to a mere opportunist? To deal with such simple-minded beings, one must conquer them in battle, for those with a singular focus are the easiest to subdue. "Ha, little one, surely you jest. Before you stands the greatest warriors of all Elbaf. You think you can challenge us?" Dory laughed arrogantly, and Broggy nodded in agreement from behind him. It is essential to note that over a century ago, they were already renowned figures in the world, having made their names known long before the likes of Whitebeard or Roger had even been born. In the past, the names of the Blue Demon and the Red Demon were enough to instill fear in children, accompanied by a bounty of 100 million and the status of formidable warriors among the giants. Even the Navy dared not provoke them lightly, which fostered their reckless personalities. The captain remained silent, merely harnessing his conqueror's hockey, his eyes abruptly widening as an invisible force surged towards the two giants. Donley and Brokey simultaneously experienced a moment of darkness, their minds filled with a cacophony akin to the buzzing of multiple ducks. The two giants shook their heads vigorously until their thoughts settled. The captain sighed softly. Despite exerting his full conqueror's hockey, it only slightly unsettled the giants. Were he to use it against a marine admiral, it would likely have no effect whatsoever. Donley retracted his dismissive smile, his expression now solemn as he spoke. The conqueror's hockey. Being veterans in their own right, they were not lacking in insight. Brokey too raised his battle axe, and the two giants exchanged a meaningful glance. "Cavendish, I, Donley, accept your challenge. As a wielder of conqueror's hockey, you have earned the right to challenge the mightiest warrior of Elbaf." Donley positioned his sword before him, speaking in a deep tone. No. The captain raised a finger and gently shook it. "I wish to challenge both of you, together." "Arrogant." Donley fumed, irked by the captain's audacity. His blade sliced through the air towards Cavendish, generating a pressure that formed invisible whirlpools in the atmosphere. In the face of this tremendous strike, the captain advanced rather than retreating, meeting Donley's colossal sword with Durandal. Although employing some techniques, defeating these behemoths was not an insurmountable task. However, to truly subdue them, it would be more effective to exploit their weaknesses. A massive shockwave reverberated through the ground, causing the trees to sway violently. Donley stared incredulously at Cavendish, who had withstood his attack head-on, exclaiming, "Cavendish, you are impressive, truly remarkable. Until now, aside from Brokey, you are the first to have taken my strike directly." It is worth noting that as a seed candidate of Elbaf, he had always towered above other giants, possessing strength capable of withstanding mountains. Even the finest of experts may surpass him in certain aspects, but few dared to confront him in sheer strength. The captain subtly adjusted his wrist, silently acknowledging a miscalculation. This fellow possesses strength far surpassing that of Anio. Even if Drake were to transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he would likely only achieve half the might of Donley. Had it not been for the Grand Captain utilizing his fruit ability to attach himself to Donley's longsword, he might have been sent flying at their very first encounter. Although being knocked back would not inflict any real harm upon him, it would certainly shatter his pride. Yet he managed to maintain his facade and did not falter in the initial onslaught. "What say you, giant? It is time for both of you to join forces," the audacious Grand Captain declared, gesturing towards Broggy. "Now that you have earned my acknowledgement, we must unleash our true might." Donley solemnly raised his long sword, and simultaneously, Broggy firmly grasped his battle axe. In their past, the giant warrior pirate crew had encountered formidable foes, and the two had fought side by side on numerous occasions. After centuries of combat and honing their skills, they had become nearly telepathic in their coordination. Their combined strength transcended mere arithmetic. Cavendish found himself in considerable distress. If only he could return to 10 minutes prior, he would gladly slap that arrogant version of himself for his insolent words. Initially, he had presumed that these two titans possessed only the strength of the elite among the Marines, perhaps akin to that of the mole or spider, and believed that facing them 2-on-1 would present a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. However, he was utterly mistaken. Donley and Broggy's power, while comparable to the mole or spider individually, was vastly enhanced when they united their skills. Having grown up together and trained on this desolate island for a century, they understood each other better than they understood themselves. Whenever Dongli left an opening in his attacks, Bragi would instinctively fill the gap before Dongli even realized it. The same held true for Bragi. In their combined form, their synergy was impeccable, surpassing even the capabilities of an individual with 4 arms. The Grand Captain found himself retreating under the relentless barrage of attacks. After all, both of these giants were endowed with immense strength and resilience. While he could withstand a few blows during his showboating, doing so in earnest combat would be tantamount to courting death. The clash of blades and the perilous dance of combat unfolded before him. These giants had spent centuries honing their martial prowess, effectively overcoming the common sluggishness typically associated with their size. For instance, Bragi could wield his massive axe with such precision that he could split a sparrow soaring through the air in half, a feat akin to an ordinary person slicing a hair down the middle. Had Cavendish not devoted himself to rigorous training recently, he would likely have already sustained glorious injuries. While he was struggling to fend off their onslaught, Dongli and Bragi were equally astonished. In their prime, they had been unmatched warriors. And now to find themselves facing an opponent who could easily handle 2 of them was beyond their expectation. They recognized that had it not been for years of arduous practice on the island, they would have been defeated long ago had they faced a foe like this individually. Cavendish, you are indeed a formidable adversary. Now, we must unveil our ultimate technique. Dongli, with a serious demeanor, exchanged a knowing glance with Bragi. The 2 of them withdrew their hands and raised their weapons before them. The combined technique Dominion, a closely guarded secret of Elbath, was said to be the strongest spear. A technique that only the ancient giant god Atlas could wield, possessing the power to obliterate islands with a single strike, even with the might of Dongli and Bragi. Using this technique would render them nearly incapable of further combat. Combined technique, Dominion. They concentrated all their haki into their weapons. A massive orb of energy slowly illuminating before them, giving Cavendish the sensation of witnessing a spirit bomb. Unfortunately for the Grand Captain, he was not Goku. To confront this attack head-on would surely spell his demise. The concentrated energy, compressed to its utmost limit, surged toward him, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors in the air. This is a fatal radiance. The power of this luminous orb surpasses even the formidable electromagnetic rail gun wielded by the captain. Even the likes of Whitebeard or Kaido would surely vomit blood upon encountering such an attack. Cavendish, in a desperate attempt to evade, was horrified to discover that this phenomenon seemed impossible to escape, although the skills of the giant race possess the strength to cleave mountains. The conditions for mastery are exceedingly arduous, and the drawbacks, rendering the user incapable of further combat, are numerous. If it could be easily evaded, it would hardly deserve the title of the strongest spear of the giant race, but rather be deemed a self-destructive maneuver. The orb relentlessly pursued the captain, soaring through the air with unparalleled speed and an increasingly despairing velocity. Damn it. This marks the first encounter with a life and death crisis for the great captain since his journey began. It is important to note that his life creed has always been to avoid standing beneath precarious walls. Unfortunately, due to a grave miscalculation regarding the might of these 2 giants, he now finds himself in a dire predicament. He cursed vehemently in his heart. Yet such lamentation proved futile. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to shatter that luminous orb, reflecting on the unborn child within Robin. He ultimately steeled his resolve. In this critical moment, clarity washed over him, and Cavendish abruptly pivoted in midair, unleashing Durandal from its sheath with a swift gesture. Blade of the Wind. The art of drawing a sword in the East relies on the instantaneous acceleration achieved at the moment of unsheathing, transforming swordsmanship into a sublime existence. A master swordsman can even cleave through crashing waves. During this time, the great captain had not forsaken his training. With the magnetic fruit enhancing Durandal, he could achieve a blade that surpassed the speed of sound. However, that was merely the application of opposing magnetic forces. What if he employed similar magnetic forces? It is well known that like poles repel while opposite poles attract. The great captain experimented, endowing the sheath in Durandal with like magnetic forces, resulting in such immense repulsion that even he struggled to maintain control. Upon releasing his grip, Durandal, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, obliterated the palace, soaring several kilometers and demolishing everything in its path. If not for the sword's divine nature, it would have been utterly destroyed by now. At this moment, the great captain not only maximized the utilization of magnetic forces, but also executed his swordsmanship to its zenith. With this strike, he had no choice but to succeed. Failure was not an option. Dongli and Bragi sat helplessly on the ground, drained of all their strength by their national skill, their weapons scattered aside. Yet, as they witnessed Cavendish being pursued chaotically in the sky by the luminous orb, they exchanged glances of disbelief. In their minds, such a formidable master should face any circumstance with a smile, even when aware that death loomed just moments away. There is a saying that one may bleed and lose their head, but their hairstyle must remain untouched. Look at those legendary figures, who would be chased around by a radiant orb like the great captain. Shouldn't he be serenely maintaining an air of superiority, regardless of whether he could withstand the assault? As Cavendish suddenly turned, the 2 giants' expressions grew grave. Has he transcended? Dongli questioned, incredulous. gazing at the small figure of the great captain. I don't know. I've only heard legends about such occurrences, but have never witnessed one myself. Brokey scratched his head, equally astonished by the unfolding situation. While ancient tales suggest that many exceptionally gifted individuals experience breakthroughs when faced with life and death choices, legends remain mere fables. Anyone foolish enough to believe such stories would only meet a tragic end. In the sky, facing the enormous orb that dwarfed him tenfold, Cavendish finally swung Durandal at his side. What kind of consequences could arise from the full acceleration of magnetic forces combined with unparalleled swordsmanship? Donley and Brokey could only behold the sky igniting with brilliance as a cataclysmic sword aura erupted from the great captain's blade. The massive luminosity was cleaved in two. Yet this entity, composed purely of compressed energy, contained a force more terrifying than TNT. While slicing through bullets or artillery shells seems within the realm of normalcy, to cleave an atomic bomb is an entirely different concept. As the orb split in half, it began to tremble violently in the air. The two halves shrinking before dramatically expanding. It was at this moment that the great captain emerged from his state of clarity. Having been on the brink of mastering the realm of the sword, he had finally broken through at that instant. However, this was not a moment for celebration. The orb before him was clearly on the verge of detonation. At this moment, concerns of status were cast aside as Durandir was unceremoniously released by the Grand Captain. Plummeting into the abyss below, with a swift motion, he propelled himself backward, curling into a ball, his hockey fully manifested to shield his back from impending danger. Though numerous, these events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Cavendish had scarcely flown a few dozen meters when the luminous orb erupted violently. An endless tempest of energy ravaged the sky, the intense brightness eclipsing the very sun itself. The creatures inhabiting the small garden island scattered in panic, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Donley and Brokey shielded their faces with their arms, although the residual force of the explosion posed little danger to them. Any harm to critical areas such as their eyes could result in severe injuries. It was not until a considerable time had passed that the tumultuous waves of the explosion finally subsided. Fortunately, the might of the Bagua had detonated in the air. Had it occurred on land, the little garden would have surely met the fate of Atlantis. That fellow can't possibly be dead, can he? Donley asked Brokey, gazing at the devastated ground with concern. Surely not. That guy is incredibly formidable, Brokey replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. They were well aware of the Bagua's overwhelming power. No adversary could survive its onslaught. Yet, that petite individual seemed genuinely remarkable. The thought of him perishing would indeed be a pity. With that in mind, Brokey felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "Why did you have to use the Bagua? That little guy is truly impressive." Acknowledging him as Captain wouldn't be a bad idea. Ever since Cavendish had single-handedly held his own against them, Brokey had recognized him as a worthy captain. I couldn't help but get carried away. It had been ages since I had fought so exhilaratingly, Donley admitted sheepishly, although they battled daily on the island. Their understanding had reached a profound level, often anticipating each other's moves. Such fierce skirmishes, while intense, lacked true thrill. Only today, when he and Brokey joined forces against an enemy, did every ounce of his warrior's blood begin to boil, awakening the glory of a true combatant within him. In a moment of excitement, they unleashed their most potent combined technique, and Brokey mirrored the sentiment. Besides, you were also in perfect sync. I can't unleash the Bagua all by myself, Donley retorted. Though he may not have been the quickest thinker, he was certainly not foolish. The two exchanged silent glances before bursting into laughter. For them, if Cavendish survived, they would undoubtedly honor their promise to recognize him as captain. However, if he perished, they would not mourn his loss. Hey, are you really a navigator? On the eastern sea, the curly-haired chef kicked at the spherical creature engrossed in nautical charts. Sockersquill, desperately flailing his short limbs, finally managed to bring the chart before him. Captain, trust me. If we sail for 3 more days, we shall reach Rogue Town. He proclaimed confidently. Damn it, believe you? Who is the fool that got us from Bartai to West Blue Village, and still dares to call himself a navigator? Sanji spat in dissatisfaction. Well, I was merely factoring in our need for a new companion. Sakura pointed to Usopp, who was fiddling with a new slingshot. He was an aspiring gourmand, drawn to Sanji's culinary skills, and had been indulging himself at the floating restaurant. After Sanji succumbed to the Straw Hat's charm and set sail, Usopp stubbornly followed suit. Originally, Luffy had no intention of taking him along, but after witnessing Usopp's antics and self-proclaiming as a navigator, the crew reluctantly allowed him to join. However, the utility of a navigator who could barely discern the cardinal directions remained a mystery. Recently, he had successfully guided the crew from Bartai to West Blue Village. Albeit by chance, they had vanquished the Black Cat pirates and acquired Usopp as a sharpshooter along with the true pirate ship, the Going Merry. Yet, even this achievement cast doubts on his qualifications, prompting the rotund chef to diligently study navigation, and he had finally reached a level where he could decipher charts. In other pirate crews, being able to read a nautical chart would only qualify one as a novice, yet within the Straw Hat crew, he proudly claimed the title of a skilled navigator. After all, Neither the foolish captain nor the incredibly directionally challenged first mate could discern their bearings. Serves them right. Nami lay wearily in bed, observing the captain, swathed like a mummy beside her. She had suffered greatly during this period, unable to rise, and her voice had become hoarse. That scoundrel showed no mercy. She had pleaded countless times, yet he had remained unyielding. Now, witnessing his misfortune brought her immense joy. Nokigo lightly admonished her before turning gently to the mummy. Does it still hurt? Not really. I'm fine now, the captain replied, somewhat helplessly. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly and used his sword skills to detonate the orb prematurely. Otherwise, he might have had to experience another journey through time. Nevertheless, the residual force of the explosion had torn through his protective haki, leaving him battered and bruised, his once lustrous shoulder-length golden hair transformed into an explosion of curls. Hawkeye remained on the island to care for Robin, primarily because the captain had believed their excursion would be a leisurely outing, not anticipating such trials. Thus, they had only a second-rate doctor aboard. In the chaos, the captain had been wrapped up like a mummy. Good people don't live long, and scoundrels endure through the ages, Nami quipped, delivering a sharp retort. Another light strike landed on her head as Nokigo scolded her. How can you speak like that? If anything were to happen to the captain, would you even survive? Please, if he were to die, I would surely dance with glee. Nami shot back defiantly. Keep talking tough. Nokigo rolled his eyes. He understood Nami's nature well. She was merely putting on a brave front. Had she truly despised Cavendish, she would never allow him to prevail, but her current stance was simply one of stubbornness. What's the arrangement with Drake? Despite the captain's seemingly grave injuries, he had avoided any critical damage, and with his incredible recovery abilities, he would likely be back to full health in a month or so. In this scenario, even with the ship's doctor being somewhat inept, had Hawkbuck been present, the great captain would likely have been able to rise today and return to full health within 10 days. Drake's capture plan remains in progress, having already secured approximately 40 species of dinosaurs. With the assistance of the 2 giants you have just tamed, it is anticipated that the mission will be accomplished by tomorrow. Miranda has adeptly assumed the role of secretary, reporting to the bedridden captain. After discovering that Cavendish had survived, both Dolly and Brokey have honored their promise to recognize him as captain and have boarded Cavendish's pirate ship. Eagerly absorbing new knowledge after a century of disconnection from the world, unfamiliar even with the likes of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, the captain nodded slightly, placing his trust in Drake's potential. After all, he could emerge as a formidable force. However, he harbored concerns regarding Drake's ambitions. Had Dolly and Brokey not sincerely pledged their loyalty, he would indeed fear that the Tyrannosaurus might seize the opportunity to usurp power. Although the captain nearly precipitated an early end to the game due to a miscalculation, the outcome remains quite favorable. Firstly, he has officially crossed the final threshold, stepping into the ranks of the world's elite, thus establishing himself at the apex of the food chain. Secondly, he has successfully recruited the 2 formidable warriors, Dolly and Brokey, whose combined strength rivals that of seasoned vice admirals, and even a general could falter if caught unawares by their might. Moreover, these 2 are not merely powerful in their own right. They are renowned warriors from Elbaf, enjoying immense prestige throughout the land of giants. The captain could easily form a giant battalion through them, a perfect asset for overwhelming adversaries. Nonetheless, with the advantages gained, disadvantages also loom. The captain's current predicament renders him incapable